Hi, good morning to all of you. So, I welcome all of you for prelims crash course that is also termed as Destinaire course. This course is meant to prepare you to align you for the upcoming prelims examination in 2024. The objective of this course is basically to realign your preparation, especially for those candidates who are taking prelims for the first time, and also for those candidates who had been attempting prelims examination but in by any chance were not able to qualify this examination. We want to push them to that threshold level so that they can also cross the line and can be selected in prelims examination to start the real battle for mains and personality test. Clear? So real objective is to push those candidates who are the first timers, and especially those candidates who are not able to qualify the prelims examination. At the same time, I just want to make some things very clear at the outset. Clear? This pro course is a crash course in which we'll be emphasizing more on coverage aspect, and that is why we won't be emphasizing more on dictation aspect that will consume time. Rather, we will try to rather explain things, and we would expect you to write things on your own. Clear? Even though I'll be writing some terms on the board, there's no doubt about it. Clear? At the same time, clear, you need to this videos will be available to you till your prelims examination, so you can go through the videos again and again, but at meanwhile there's no possibility of giving dictation to all of you, as we want to have complete coverage, maximum coverage. Meanwhile, again, another important thing, at the end of every session you will be given two tests. One subject related test like history, you will have 10 to 12 questions every day, and then one test on current affairs of 10 questions. Clear? So questions may vary, but there will be regular tests on subject related matter and as well as current affairs. And on the next day I'll be discussing the subject related questions, the answers as well as the explanation as well. So don't worry about those questions. In fact, today after the class you'll be given those questions. Try to solve those questions. Tomorrow when I'll come, we'll discuss those questions as well. Meanwhile, clear, if you have any query in between, clear, I'll try to answer some of them, but it may not be possible for me to answer all the questions. So at the end of the session, that is 2 hour session, I'll take all the questions also. So don't get tensed when I'm not able to take all your queries, but important ones obviously I'll be taking in the class, meanwhile in the class itself. Clear? So let us start with this prelims crash course. Clear? And we need to respect our time, we need to respect our moment. So obviously we'll try to make use of all possible time which has been allotted for this crash course. Clear? And I would expect all of you to be on toe also, to have or to complete the session in a very time bound manner, in a very effective manner. Clear? So starting with the first section of your prelims crash course, and that is related to ancient Indian history along with cultural aspect. Clear? So we'll start with ancient history and culture, then medieval history and culture, and then modern history and modern culture. Clear? See, we won't be emphasizing more on historical aspect at this moment because most of the questions are largely related to cultural aspect. So we'll emphasize more on cultural dimensions, but I'll give you briefly about the political developments as well, but need to focus more on the cultural dimensions of ancient history and then followed by cultural dimensions of medieval and modern history. Let us start with this session then. Clear? Now, first of all, I'll let you know, as far as ancient history is concerned, ancient history is broadly divided into prehistory and proto-history. Clear? Broadly divided into prehistory, proto-history, and then finally we have another section that is history. Clear? Difference you must be knowing: prehistory is largely based on archaeological evidences, proto-history is based on archaeological evidences along with written tradition, but that written script has not been deciphered yet, and prehistory is based on pure literary traditions, whereby we can reconstruct the history on literary evidences along with archaeological evidences. First of all, coming to prehistory. Clear? The prehistorical phase is broadly divided into Paleolithic phase, broadly, then followed by the Mesolithic phase, and then finally by the Neolithic phase. Clear? These phases were marked by dominant use of stone implements to hunt animals for survival. Paleolithic was the oldest stone age that started around 5 lakh BC and continued till 10,000 BC. Then after a gap of 1,000 years, we had Mesolithic phase that started around 9,000 BC, and then the Neolithic phase. Clear? These were the developments that took place. Clear? Now, we had been, or you must be knowing about the stone tools used in these phases, which were used to hunt animals, like hand axes used in Paleolithic phase, then the micro liths used in Mesolithic phase, and polished stone tools used in the Neolithic phase. Clear? Now, from our examination perspective, the coming examination, we need to know, clear, that in recent archaeological excavations, it has been found that the oldest city or habitation city of India was the city of Neolithic phase, and this city was known as the city of Vadnagar. Clear? Habitation evidences of Vadnagar dates back to 8,000 BC. It was the Mesolithic phase, and Vadnagar is located in the westernmost province of Gujarat. Clear? Before Vadnagar, before this archaeological evidences, the oldest habitation city of India was Varanasi. Clear? So Varanasi has been replaced by another city which is considered to be the oldest habitation city of India, and that city is Vadnagar in Gujarat. It can be asked in coming examination as well. So you should know about Vadnagar also. You should know about Varanasi as well. Clear? Varanasi is located in Uttar Pradesh. It was one of the capital of the Kashi Mahajanpad during period of Mahajanpadas, and at the same time it has been replaced by oldest city in recent times with Vadnagar in Gujarat. Clear? At the same time, clear, during these phases when these were going on exactly largely in the northern part of India and to some extent in southern part of India as well. Clear? We must know one thing, that in the southern part of India largely another stone age culture developed, and this stone age culture is known as the megalithic culture. Clear? Megalithic culture means the culture that was marked by use of large stone tools. And why this culture is known as megalithic culture? Largely the burials and the area surrounding the burials were marked by placement of large pieces of stones, and therefore this culture came to be known as megalithic culture. Clear? Megalithic culture also dates back to Mesolithic phase of northern part of India. Clear? So when Mesolithic age was going on in northern part of India, megalithic culture began to develop in the southern part of India, and maximum number of megalithic sites has been found in the state of modern Karnataka. So in the state of modern Karnataka, maximum number of megalithic sites has been found, in which the burials of the people were marked by large pieces of stones. Clear? And in this megalithic culture, the burials marked by large pieces of stones, they are divided into two categories. These categories are known as the menhirs and the dolmens. Clear? So two major categorization of megalithic culture or burials is menhirs and dolmens. What is the difference? Clear? Menhirs are those burials which is marked by erected and upright stones. Clear? This is known as menhirs. Dolmens is when two stones are there and that is covered by flat rectangular stone like roof-like structure. It is known as dolmen structure. Clear? So the entire megalithic culture, especially in southern parts of India, is divided into two forms known as menhirs and the dolmens. Menhirs marked by upright stones placed on the burial, and dolmens is marked by flat stone placed on two rectangular vertical standing stone structure. Clear? As far as menhirs and dolmens are concerned, maximum number of this menhirs and dolmens has been found in the present state of Karnataka, and the largest megalithic site or megalithic structure which has been found in Karnataka, it is known as Hirebenakal. Clear? So Hirebenakal is in Karnataka, is the largest megalithic site where large number of both menhirs and dolmens has been found, and it is located in the state of Karnataka. But why we are discussing megalithic culture? Clear? We are discussing megalithic culture because for upcoming prelims examination, it is very important, because in recently heritage enthusiast of Telangana, clear, has demanded UNESCO tag for a very important menhir which has been found in Mudumal village, clear. So Mudumal village in Telangana, the people of this village has been demanding UNESCO heritage tag for the very large menhir found at this time. What is the importance of this menhir? Upright stone found in the Mudumal village of Telangana, clear. This has been constructed keeping in mind the movement of the sun, meaning thereby the structure has been constructed in such a way that it can reflect or it can indicate equinoxes, it can indicate solstices, so that movement of the sun could be charted out, clear. This is considered to be a very scientific phenomena whereby upright stone can chart the movement of the sun, and therefore large number of people in Mudumal village of Telangana has been demanding the UNESCO tag for this site, clear. So coming to this site first of all, clear. So coming to this major megalithic site, clear. This megalithic site located in Mudumal village of Telangana is being proposed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site by the people of this village, because the upright stone which has been constructed at Mudumal village is basically scientifically oriented to chart the movement of the sun, and at the same time can be used as clocks and calendars as well in the village of Mudumal, clear. This large menhir which has been constructed, this is also locally known as Niluvu Rallu, clear. So local terminology for this menhir which has been found in the Mudumal village is known as Niluvu Rallu, clear. It is a very important one, and there are large number of menhirs found, but all these menhirs are scientifically oriented to chart the movement of the sun, clear. So megalithic culture becomes important. Megalithic culture largely found in southern part of India, mostly in Karnataka, and at the same time most of this are found in Hirebanaka in Karnataka. These are divided into menhirs and dolmens. Menhirs means upright stone, and this upright stone has been found recently in Mudumal village, and people of this village demand for UNESCO site tag for this major menhir. Now UNESCO site, coming to this also, clear. So first of all I'll let you know that UNESCO is a specialized body of United Nations that recognizes major sites all across the world to be included in World Heritage Site, both in tangible category and intangible category. So any unique heritage site which has been preserved for generations, that indicate uniqueness from the perspective of humankind, is to be preserved at global level, and they are identified by UNESCO, clear. Till now 42 sites from India has been identified under World Heritage Site by UNESCO, the latest being Shanti Niketan and three major temple sites of Karnataka at Halibut, clear. So there are 42 sites from India, and there are more and more demand of more and more sites to be included in UNESCO World Heritage Site, one among them being the menhir at Mudumal village in Telangana, also known as Niluvu Rallu, clear. Very important one for your upcoming examination, clear. So prehistorical phase marked by archaeological evidences. These archaeological evidences are provided in Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, and in southern part of India largely through megalithic culture. These graves in megalithic culture were marked by certain eatable items, iron implements, and other important things. In fact, megalithic culture is also accompanied with Iron Age in the southern part of India, which became a very important development in South Indian historical evolution, clear. This prehistorical phase was followed by proto-historical phase, and as we had discussed, proto-historical phase was marked by archaeological evidences as well as written script, but that written script has not been deciphered till date, clear. One major civilization that developed in proto-historical phase in India was the Indus Valley civilization, clear. Indus Valley civilization was developed in Indus Valley region around 2500 BC. It acquired its matured form around 2200 BC and continued its matured form till 1800 BC. Clear? Now, why Indus Valley civilization is very important for India, both from historical as well as cultural perspective. Clear? Indus Valley civilization is important because it was a large civilization covering almost 113 lakh square kilometer on the regions corresponding with northwestern and western part of India, along with large parts of present Pakistan. Clear? Indus Valley civilization is important largely because of its architecture. Clear? Large number of urban cities were established in Indus Valley civilization. Most of these cities were established on the river banks. These cities include Harappa on banks of river Ravi, Mohenjo-daro on banks of river Indus, Kalibangan on the banks of river Ghaggar, Lothal on banks of Bhogao, and other major cities. Clear? Indus Valley civilization was a very prominent one because all these cities were marked by clear-cut urban planning. Clear? These cities were largely divided into two sections, the upper town and the lower town, that is the citadel and the lower town. Upper town was meant for elite classes, lower town was meant for common people. Clear? And in all these urban centers, the most important feature was developed drainage network, which was not developed even in contemporary Mesopotamian civilization. Clear? There was regular interaction between Indus Valley civilization and Mesopotamian civilization, and Mesopotamian records referred to Indus Valley as the region of Meluha. Clear? But even Mesopotamian civilization, also known as Sumerian civilization, did not have such a developed drainage network as the drainage network of Indus Valley civilization. Based on the grid pattern which was followed in Indus Valley civilization, or the block pattern, several new cities were established in course of time, including the organized city of Chandigarh and even Jaipur and New Raipur in contemporary times. Clear? In Indus Valley civilization, several artistic developments also took place. Now, you need to have a list of those artistic developments. Why? Because these artistic developments normally is asked from you, and these artistic developments must be known to every candidate. Clear? So, artistic developments of Indus Valley civilization is very important. We'll look into those artistic developments. First of all, clear? The large number of stone artifacts were created by Indus Valley people, and among those stone artifacts created by these people, clear, very important development was related to a stone artifact of a bearded man. This stone artifact of bearded man has been found from the city of Mohenjo-daro. Clear? So, stone artifact of bearded man has been found from the city of Mohenjo-daro. Clear? At the same time, apart from this stone artifact found in Mohenjo-daro, clear, we need to understand that there was image of Pashupati Mahadev. Pashupati Mahadev. Pashupati Mahadev, Mahadev depicted on the seals, and this Pashupati Mahadev has been shown with yogic posture, surrounded by animals like elephant, tiger, rhinoceros, and buffalo, who is also identified as Proto-Shiv, or the earlier form of Lord Shiv. Clear? Because along with this seals, large number of phallus symbols or shivling has also been found. Clear? Apart from this, large number of mother goddess figurines has been found. Mother goddess figurines has been found, which are made of terracotta, and this mother goddess figurines shown basically indicate plant growing from the embryos, which indicate that mother goddesses were worshipped for as fertility goddesses. Clear? Then at the same time, we have a very important metal image or metal sculpture of bronze dancing girl. This bronze dancing girl is very important. The reason being, the bronze dancing girl is shown in Tribhang gesture, meaning the body is bented at 3 points simultaneously, and this Tribhang gesture became a very important part of even classical dance like Odissi. And this Tribhang or dancing girl in bronze was made through a technique which is known as the lost wax technique. Clear? According to this lost wax technique, first of all, the image or sculpture is made in wax. Clear? And then it is covered with thick layers of clay and certain holes are left. Clear? With heating, the wax is drained away from these holes, and in this structure frame created, large amount of metal in molten form is poured and metal take a solidified form. Then the outer clay layer is removed and we find a very properly decorated sculpture, and this technique is known as lost wax technique. Clear? This has been found from Harappan civilization. Then we have large number of bull seal which has been found from this civilization that indicate bull. Clear? In fact, we have some amount of unicorn seal also which has been found. Unicorn basically indicate one-horned animal. It was a mythological animal, but it has been found in the seals known as unicorn bull. Clear? Unicorn. At the same time, we have found some male torsos. In Indus Valley civilization, male torsos means upper part of the human body is shown, and that becomes a very important development because it indicate huge physique at this time. Clear? These were big important developments which has been found. Clear? In Indus Valley civilization should remember about these artistic creations along with large number of urban settlements. Clear? Now, coming to important in developments in recent times. Clear? In recent times, there's a very important development. One site among Indus Valley civilization, that is Dholavira, has been included in the list of UNESCO's World Heritage Site. Dholavira is located in the Kutch region of Gujarat, and this region or this site has been found on the banks of river Luni. What are important things at Dholavira? We have found a reservoir at Dholavira which indicate preservation of water. We have found a large signboard in which a script of Indus Valley civilization, that is pictographic script, is found, which has not been deciphered yet. That is why Indus Valley is known as proto-historical phase. Clear? On account of this unique things found, even including the dams also at Dholavira. Dholavira is the only Indus Valley site which has been included in the list of World Heritage Site. Apart from Dholavira, there's a demand to include Lothal also as an important UNESCO World Heritage Site. Lothal was a port city of Indus Valley civilization where a large dockyard has been found. Clear? The Lothal is also important because at Lothal there's a concept of double burial, that is more than two bodies are found in the same grave, and that indicate the concept of double burial at Lothal. Lothal also has a large lighthouse also. Clear? On account of thus unique things, it is said that Lothal should also be given UNESCO tag to promote Lothal as a very prominent heritage site in India and even at global level. Clear? Now, coming to Indus Valley civilization, very important, another important development in recent time. Clear? Recently, there has been excavation. Clear? In recent times, there had been excavation in Juna Khatia village. Recently, the Archaeological Survey of India has conducted archaeological research in Juna Khatia village, again located in Kutch district of Gujarat. Clear? And in this Juna Khatia village, large number of remains of Harappan civilization has been found. In fact, this village is known for very important burial system. Clear? In this burial system, large number of skeletons has been found along with other items kept in the graves. Clear? So large number of Harappan graves has been excavated in Juna Khatia village in the Kutch district of Gujarat. Clear? And at the same time, clear, this has highlighted interest to know about more about burial practices of Indus Valley civilization. Clear? And in Indus Valley civilization, there were three known types of burial system. Clear? These three major types of burial system included complete burial, fractional burial, and urn burial. Clear? So three types of burial system which was followed in this valley civilization was complete burial, fractional burial, and urn burial. Clear? These burial systems has been found at Juna Khatia village in Kutch district of Gujarat. Complete burial means people was laid down in the grave. Fractional burial means they were cremated and some parts were buried. Unburial means a person were cremated and ashes were buried. They were known as unburial. Clear? Apart from this, Lothal indicate double burial or multiple warrior. The most common trend of burying or rather laying persons of dead bodies was placing the head towards the north side and the leg towards the southern side. This was the most common practice of burying the dead body by Harappans in ancient times. Clear? So this has emerged to be very important one, that is Juna Khatia village. Clear? Kutch district. Even region of Kutch should be prepared thoroughly by you. The reason is Kutch not only because of Dholavira. Dholavira is located on the banks of river Loni. Clear? So river name Dholavira is located on the banks of river Loni. Clear? And at the same time Juna Khatia also in Kutch district. Kutch has become very important in your examination. Recently I'll let you know there is another village in Kutch area and this village is known as Dhordo. Clear? This Dhordo village has been given Best Tourism Village Award by United Nations World Tourism Organization. Clear? So United Nations World Tourism Organization had declared Dhordo to be the best tourism village in India, village award in the year 2023. So in the year 2023, Dhordo village in the Kutch district has been awarded with Best Tourism Village Award by United Nations World Trade Organization. So three things has to be prepared about the Kutch district, very important. One is Dholavira, which is the only site of Harappan civilization included in the list of UNESCO World Heritage Site. Second important thing is Juna Khatia village in the Kutch district, which has been found recently as an Harappan civilization with distinct burial system. Third important thing is Dhordo village in the Kutch district, which has been awarded with the world's best tourism village award by United Nations World Tourism Organization. Very important developments later to Indus Valley civilization. Clear? So this should be known, this should be done thoroughly. You need to understand about Indus Valley civilization. Clear? Now apart from this, just understand. Clear? Indus Valley civilization came to an end around 1800 BC. After Indus Valley civilization came to an end due to different factors. Clear? In fact, the most important factor assigned for the decline of Indus Valley civilization is the ecological factor given by ecological expert Fair Service that led to ecological imbalance because of multiplication of population and decrease in productivity of the soil. This resulted into the decline of Indus Valley civilization, which is the most plausible theory. After Indus Valley civilization came to an end around 1800 BC, people began to live village life, and in the village life, they started to use copper along with stone implements. In fact, copper was used even before Indus Valley civilization. Copper continued to be used even during Indus Valley and after Indus Valley, and this phase is known as copper stone phase or the Chalcolithic phase. Clear? This Chalcolithic phase continued for several years, and meanwhile another major development took place. That major development was the large number of Central Asian warriors known as the Aryans. They began to attack India from northwestern side, and Aryans, when they came to India, they started pure literary tradition, and this literary tradition that was started by the Aryans marked the beginning of historical phase in India. Clear? So historical phase starts with arrival of Aryans who composed or began to compose large number of literary works, the first among them being the Rig Veda. Clear? And with this composition of Rig Veda only, the religion of Brahmanism began to evolve, and this Brahmanism in course of time developed into Hinduism, which is the dominant faith of India. So we'll discuss all major developments related to Brahmanism and Hinduism with arrival of Aryans in India. Clear? Just understand first of all. Clear? Aryans came to India in waves, clear, in groups, and when they entered India from the northwestern side, they easily defeated the native people of India with their horses and chariots, clear, and with help of horses and chariots, Aryans defeated the native people who were dark in complexion, clear. But when Aryans came to India, they failed to comprehend the diverse phenomena seen in the northwestern part of India, and they began to compose hymns in praise of gods to protect them from diverse climatic and natural phenomena. In fact, they started personification of gods in India, and in order to personify the gods and to worship them, they began to compose sloks or mantra, and that resulted into establishment or composition of literary traditions in India. And based on these literary traditions, Brahmanism and Hinduism got established in India. Clear? No, you are expected to attempt questions from Hinduism. Questions may be asked. We need to understand about this religion of Brahmanism and Hinduism thoroughly. Clear? Do understand first of all. It's very important for upcoming examination. Clear? So with arrival of Aryans through historical phase, developed in India due to written tradition, and Aryans, when they came to India, Aryans began to compose shloks or mantra, and with these mantras and shloks that became the nucleus of new religion. The religion itself came to be known as Brahmanism, and in later course of time it also came to be known as Hinduism. Now we'll discuss about this religion elaborately started by the Aryans in India. Clear? So Aryans contributed towards Brahmanism and Hinduism respectively. Clear? First of all, to understand Brahmanism, the mantras, we need to understand about the Vedic literature. Clear? So Brahmanism and Hinduism are based on Vedic literature composed by the Aryans. Clear? Now we can understand Vedic literature in four distinct layers. Clear? So first of all, we'll understand about the first layer of Vedic literature, and the first layer of Vedic literature is known as Samhitas. The first layer of Vedic literature is known as Samhitas. Clear? What do we mean by Samhitas? Clear? Samhitas are basically four in number, and these four Samhitas are Rigved, Samved, Yajurved and Atharved. Clear? So Samhitas are basically four Samhitas: Rigved, Samved, Yajurved and Atharved. Clear? Rigved was the first work composed by the Aryans in India, and these works were composed to praise large number of gods and goddesses like Indra, Agni, Varun, Marut. Indra was worshipped as rain god as well as war god, Agni as fire god, Marut as storm god, Varun as water god, Som as god of plants. Clear? So all these were gods that were mentioned in the Rig Veda. Clear? So Samhitas comprises of four Vedas. Clear? These four Vedas are Rigved, Samved, Yajurved and Atharved. Samved is not a new text. It contains some of the hymns of the Rigved which are used for singing purposes, and therefore they are known as Samved. Clear? The most important mantra being Gayatri mantra in the Samved. Atharved or Yajurved contains elaborate rituals to be performed in Vedic sacrifices, and Atharved mentions about local culture and traditions which were found in India at that time. Even it mentions about the ghost and the use of amulets to ward off the evil forces. Clear? These are four Samhitas, and this is known as simply as Samhitas. One thing to remember is all these Samhitas were not given written form. These Samhitas passed from generation to generation only through oral tradition. Since they passed from generation to generation only through oral tradition, these literature are also known as Shruti literature. Shruti means something be passed by oral tradition from one generation to another generation. They were not given written form. They were given written form much later in 14th century by Brahmins of South India. Clear? At the same time, the second layer of Vedic literature are known as Brahmanas. So second layer of Vedic literature are known as Brahmanas. Clear? Brahmanas. Clear? They are concerned with various rituals and rites for basically for promotion of peace and security and domination of Brahmins. Clear? So Brahmanas mentions about elaborate rituals and complicated rituals to be followed by the Brahmins with support of the Kshatriyas. Clear? So large number of Brahmins, and they mentions about deities, they mentions about gods and goddesses, and specific rituals to be performed for gods and goddesses. Clear? And these are known as Brahmanas. Do understand one thing, this first layer and second layer combined together, it prescribes a concept known as concept of karma kand. Clear? So these are largely promoting the concept of karma kand, that is complex rituals to be followed by the Aryans at that time in India, and they are known as karma kand, that is samhitas and the Brahmanas. Clear? After Brahmanas, clear, later on shift began to take place from complex rituals to metaphysical and spiritual developments, and that resulted into third layer of Vedic literature, and the third layer is known as Aranyakas. They are known as forest books. Clear? So third layer is known as Aranyakas, and Aranyakas by forest books, Brahmins went to forest areas, they began to meditate, and they wanted to move away from complex rituals prescribed under Karma Kand. Clear? And they began to emphasize more on knowledge, they began to emphasize more on philosophical learning and metaphysical concepts. Clear? So these came to be known as Aranyakas. Clear? And the fourth layer and the last layer of the Vedic literature is known as Upanishads. Is known as Upanishads. Clear? Now Upanishads are important. The reason is that Upanishads marks complete transfer from complex rituals to the philosophical developments, whereby concept like the creator of Brahma and the Atma or soul and attainment of moksha or freedom from cycle of birth and death was emphasized. Clear? And therefore these two texts combined together, they are known as Gyan Kand. Clear? So it is known as Gyan Kand because it emphasizes on knowledge. Clear? So there are four layers of Vedic literature. It starts from complete materialism, that is some Samhitas and Brahmanas, completely collectively known as Karma Kand. Then we have Aranyakas, that is shift from materialism to spiritualism, and that complete spiritualism took place in Upanishads. There are 108 Upanishads. Clear? And all these Upanishads emphasize on the creator, the soul, as well as the integration of soul with the creator and attainment of moksha or salvation, and that is known as Gyan Kand. Clear? These are four layers of Vedic literature, and these four layers of Vedic literature is the foundation of the way of Hinduism and Brahmanism. Clear? So these major developments took place with arrival of Aryans, and the history of Aryans has been constructed based on these major Vedic literature. Clear? And based on this Vedic literature only, I'll let you know, we need to know that Vedic culture is divided into two phases: the Rig Vedic phase and the later Vedic phase. Clear? Rig Vedic phase is largely based on Rig Vedic Samhita, and later Vedic phase is based on three other Vedic Samhitas: Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and finally Upanishads. Clear? And this transition took place in 1000 BC. Aryans came to India around 1500 BC. Initially, they remained in the northwestern part of India as nomadic people. But with discovery of iron around 1000 BC, Aryans are shifted from upper Gangetic plain to the middle Gangetic plain and dominated the entire Gangetic plain, and they started to practice agriculture. This shift became possible with discovery of iron, also known as Shyam Ayas or Krishna Ayas. And with discovery of iron, when they shifted towards the Gangetic plain, they began to practice agriculture. Life became settled and sedentary, and therefore they began to fight for more and more land or territory. Clear? In the early Vedic phase, the Aryans fought for more and more cattle. Clear? The term for battle in the Rig Veda therefore is known as Gavishti, which means search for cattle. Clear? But the term for battle in the later Vedic phase indicate the battle for Janpad or territory. In the early Vedic phase, the most important battle was Battle of 10 Kings. Clear? And in the later Vedic phase, the most important battle was between Kauravas and the Pandavas. Clear? That became the theme of the epic Mahabharata. We'll come to that epic also, that is Mahabharata. Clear? This development took place in later Vedic phase for territory known as Janpad. Janpad is frequently mentioned in later Vedic texts. Clear? Now, apart from these major things, clear, Upanishads mark the end of Vedic age around 600 BC, and therefore Upanishads are also known as Vedant. Clear? Because it marks the ant of Vedic literature known as Vedkant or Vedant. Clear? So Upanishads mark the end of Vedic literature known as Vedant. Clear? After these four, the Brahmanism is based not only on these things, clear, but at the same time, apart from these four major components, Brahman or Brahmanism or Hinduism is also based on some other literary works, and these literary works are broadly divided into Itihas. It is also an important component. Clear? Itihas basically means history. Clear? So Itihas basically means historical events or development. Clear? And under Brahmanism, Itihas indicates some major literary works. The first major literary work under Itihas is Ramayana. Itihas is Ramayana. Clear? And in this work Ramayana, there is a depiction of Lord Ram and at the same time his obligation towards his family members. Clear? Ramayana was considered to be a very important one, largely composed by a priest known as Valmiki. Clear? Even though most of the scholars believe that Ramayana was finally compiled by Valmiki in Gupta period, but the period assigned to Ramayana is from 1500 BC to 600 BC, that is the Vedic age. Clear? So period assigned to Ramayana is 1500 BC to 600 BC. 600 BC, but the work Ramayana was finally compiled by Valmiki during Gupta period. Clear? At the same time, apart from this Ramayana, one word Itihas, second is Mahabharata. Second is Mahabharata, that also comes under Itihas, and within Mahabharata there is a text known as Bhagavad Gita. It's basically the directions given by Lord Krishna to Arjun in the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Clear? This is known as Bhagavad Gita. Clear? And in Bhagavad Gita, clear, it emphasizes on dharma or duty. Clear? So Bhagavad emphasizes on dharma or duty, followed by karma or action, then bhakti or devotion, and finally knowledge, Gyan. Clear? Dharma, karma, bhakti and Gyan. Clear? This is basically highlighted in Bhagavad Gita, and clear. And all these combined together, clear, led to a new philosophy or major philosophy, and this philosophy is known as Nishkam. Clear? This philosophy is known as Nishkam Karma. Clear? Nishkam Karma means doing duty without expecting anything. Clear? So major philosophy highlighted by Bhagavad Gita is known as Nishkam Karma. That is performing your duties without expecting anything. Clear? This is known as Bhagavad Gita. And lastly, clear, the fourth one that comes under Itihas is known as Puranas. Clear? And Puranas mentions about different dynastic history, mythological histories also, and these Puranas are considered to be another important source to understand Brahmanism and Hinduism. Clear? So first is Samhitas, then we have, after Samhitas we have Brahmanas, Aranyakas followed by Upanishads, and after this we have another classification of Itihas. Itihas include Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita and the Puranas. Clear? Apart from this, clear, Brahmanism or Vedic literature on which Brahmanism is based is also based on other Hindu scriptures, and other Hindu scriptures mentions about Vedang, that is some limbs of the Vedas or Ved ka Ang, and then we have another classification of Dharma Shastra. Clear? These literary works are important because it marks the beginning of Hinduism and it marks the beginning of historical tradition as well. Clear? Now coming to other major scriptures, the next major scripture or related to Brahmanism is known as Vedang. Ang means limb. Ved ka ang. Clear? There's a difference Vedant and Vedang. Vedant is Ant of Vedas. Vedang means Ang of Vedas. That is limbs of the Vedas. Clear? And there are six major limbs, six major organs of the Vedas, without which Vedas could not have been passed from generation to generation in oral tradition. One major Vedang is Nirukt, which means etymology. Nirukt means etymology or the base of knowledge. Clear? So Nirukt means etymology or the knowledge base of the Vedas. Second is Vyakran or grammar. That is the grammatical rules to be followed. Nirukt is Vyakran's grammar. Clear? Second is Kalp. Kalp means rituals to be followed to sustain Brahmanism. After rituals, we have Siksha. Siksha here indicate not knowledge, phonetics, science of pronunciation. Without proper pronunciation, Vedic hymns could not be passed from one generation to another generation. Clear? And then fifth is Chand. Chand is basically metrics. Metrics to be followed while pronouncing verses. And last is known as Jyotish. Jyotish means astronomy. To believe in astronomy, which is very important to promote the Brahmanical faith according to astronomical science. So these are six Vedang of Brahmanism or Hinduism you must know for prelims examination. Nirukt etymology, Vyakran grammar, Kalp rituals, Siksha phonetics, Chand metrics, Jyotish astronomy. Clear? These are very important concepts of Brahmanical literature. Clear? Apart from this, clear, Brahmanism is also based on some Shastra. Clear? The most important being known as the Dharma Shastra. Clear? Dharma Shastra prescribe the duties to be followed by the followers of Hindu faith. Clear? And this Dharma Shastra are also marked by important classifications. Some of the major Dharma Shastra include Manu Smriti, Yajnavalkya Smriti, Narada Smriti and Vishnu Smriti. Clear? Now coming to Dharma Shastra. It's clear Vedang. Clear? Now after Vedang, Brahmanism is also based on Dharma Shastra. Also based on Dharma Shastra, whereby these texts prescribes a code of conduct to be followed by followers of Hindu faith. Clear? It indicates about the acharan, that is the behavior to be followed in order to ensure proper karma according to religion. Clear? And to emphasize on proper dharma and proper duty. Clear? Some texts were written, the most important being Manu Smriti, that prescribes code and functions and duties to be performed by different varnas in Hindu society, that is Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and the Shudras. Then we have Yajnavalkya Smriti, that prescribes correct rituals to be followed in Hindu practices. Then we have Narada Smriti, that prescribes the code of conduct for social behavior. And finally, we have Vishnu Smriti. Clear? So there are four major parts of Dharma Shastra, major classification of Dharma Shastra: Manu Smriti, Yajnavalkya Smriti, Narada Smriti and Vishnu Smriti, clear, that needs to be followed, clear. Now, apart from all these texts, clear, Brahmanism or Hinduism, which started with the arrival of Aryans, has developed major schools of philosophy. Clear? Why these schools of philosophy? Because these schools of philosophy prescribe different ways to attain moksha or salvation. Clear? So, in order to attain moksha or freedom from cycle of birth and death, different schools prescribe different paths, and with these paths, a person can get freedom from the cycle of birth and death, and therefore these are known as six schools of philosophy or darshan in Hinduism. We'll come to six orthodox schools of philosophy as well. Okay? So Hinduism is largely based on six major schools of philosophies, clear, and this six systems of philosophy, clear, is also known as Shad Darshan. Shad Darshan, and all these schools prescribe different ways to attain moksha, the ultimate objective of following Hindu religion. Clear? First major school of philosophy is Nyaya, which was founded by a philosopher, Gautam. Clear? So Nyaya is a school of philosophy founded by Gautam, and this school emphasizes on logic and reasoning. Logic and reasoning in order to be applied for attainment of moksha or salvation. This is first major school of darshan of Hinduism. Second major school is known as Vaiseshika. Vaiseshika was founded by another philosopher, Kannad. Clear? Vaiseshika school emphasizes on the minute composition of the universe in form of matter, and this is known as Anu or atoms. Clear? We also call it to be Parmanu or atom. Clear? Parmanu or atom, which is said that if person understand even the movement of Anu or Parmanu in the matter, he can understand the functioning of universe and can get freedom from cycle of birth and death. Vaiseshika school also marks the beginning of physics in India. Clear? Next major school is known as Samkhya, founded by Kapil. Samkhya school was founded by Kapil, and Samkhya school highlights importance of interaction of Purush, the man, at the same time Purush man with the surrounding environment. Clear? So Samkhya school emphasizes on basically Purush, the cosmic man, and his integration with Almighty God, and this is considered to be the oldest school or darshan of Hindu philosophy. Clear? So it is the oldest darshan of philosophy of Hinduism. Next major school or next major darshan is Yoga, founded by Patanjali. It emphasizes on proper meditation of mind and body to attain moksha or salvation. Clear? After this, we have another major school of philosophy known as Mimamsa. This is the most orthodox school of philosophy, and Mimamsa school was founded by Jaimini. It emphasizes on rituals, complex rituals like followed in Vedic time in order to attain moksha or salvation. And last major school is known as Vedanta, founded by Badarayana. Vedanta school founded by Badarayana. Clear? These are six major schools of philosophy which has been the base of Hinduism. They prescribe different methods in order to attain moksha or salvation. Clear? But at the same time, all these are collectively known as orthodox school of Hinduism because they prescribed orthodox method to attain moksha salvation. In contrast to these six schools of darshan or philosophy, there's one unorthodox school of philosophy, and this unorthodox school of philosophy is known as Lokayat, founded by Charvak. And this philosophy emphasizes on indulging in worldly life, worldly materials in order to enjoy the life without having any faith in life after the death. Clear? So all these orthodox schools emphasize on life after death, but Lokayat emphasizes on indulgence in this worldly life without caring for life after death, and this is known as unorthodox school of philosophy known as Lokayat philosophy given by Charvak. Clear? This one thing. Now coming to Vedant, it is very important because Vedant philosophy is the philosophy which ensure integration of soul or Atma with the creator, that is Brahma. Clear? Now there are different branches of Vedant also. We'll come to different branches of Vedant. Is the most important philosophy of this religion. First major philosophy of Vedanta is known as Advaitavad. So first major branch of Vedanta philosophy is Advaitavad. Advaitavad was given by Adi Shankaracharya in the 9th century AD. Clear? Adi Shankaracharya in the 9th century AD gave the concept of Advaitavad, which basically means philosophy of non-dualism. Non-dualism, that is monism. According to this philosophy, there is no difference between the creator and the created beings. Both are one and the same thing, and a person can get connected with ultimate creator of Brahma only with complete knowledge about feeling that there's no difference between him and the ultimate creator. If a person realizes the difference between him and the creator, it is because of his indulgence in this illusionary world known as Maya. Clear? So person needs to move away from Maya in order to get the soul connected with ultimate divinity, which is only possible through knowledge, also known as Gyan Marg given by Adi Shankaracharya. In order to emphasize on Gyan Marg, Adi Shankaracharya established 4 pith or mutt in 4 directions of Indian territory, and this 4 pith or mutt was established in different parts of Indian territory. Clear? First mutt was established in Puri, which is known as the Govardhan Mutt. Govardhan Mutt at Puri. Do remember these names in recent times because of Ram Temple. These mutts and the Shankaracharyas were important. Clear? Then we have Dwarka Mutt in Gujarat. Clear? Then we have Sharda Mutt in Karnataka, and we have Jyotir Mutt in Uttarakhand region of India. Clear? So 4 mutt or pith established in different corners of Indian territory. Govardhan Mutt established by Shankaracharya in Puri region of Odisha, then Dwarka Mutt in Gujarat, then Sharda Mutt in Chikmagalur district of Karnataka, then Jyotir Mutt in the region of Uttarakhand. Clear? These mutts were established to promote Gyan Marg by Adi Shankaracharya, who was a saint of 9th century AD. Clear? Apart from this mutt, apart from this branch, clear, another branch of Vedanta philosophy is known as Visisht Advaitavad. Visisht Advaitavad or qualified non-dualism, which was given by Ramanuj in 11th century. Clear? According to Visisht Advaitavad, a person can get connected with ultimate divinity not only through knowledge but through complete devotion, also known as bhakti. Clear? Since Ramanuj emphasized on devotional bhakti, the path advocated by him came to be known as Bhakti Marg. Clear? So Bhakti Marg became more popular than Gyan Marg because it was more acceptable to the people. Clear? Next major branch of Vedanta philosophy is Dvaitavad. It was given by 13th century scholar Madhvacharya. This philosophy is completely opposed to Advaitavad and Visisht Advaitavad because it emphasizes on clear-cut dichotomy or difference between the creator and the created beings. Clear? So Dvaitavad is a philosophy completely opposed to Advaitavad or Visisht Advaitavad, which was given by 13th century saint Madhvacharya. Clear? This philosophy was given at the same time given by Madhvacharya in 13th century. Clear? Now, in contemporary times, there is another philosophy known as Neo-Vedanta. And Neo-Vedanta philosophy is a philosophy which propounds concept of universal realism. Clear? So this is a philosophy based on concept of universal realism. That is, there's one reality at universal level, that is the Brahm, and obviously everyone should try to get connected with the Brahm. And with this concept, only the concept of universal brotherhood is promoted by Hinduism, also known in this context as Sanatan Dharma. Clear? So these are very important developments related to Hindu religion. Clear? Apart from this, in philosophy of Hinduism, there's a concept of Purusharth. Purusharth means that every person to complete his life has to go through four ashrams. Clear? These ashrams also becomes an important component of Hinduism or Brahmanism. Clear? So Hinduism and Brahmanism also emphasizes on concept of Purusharth. Purusharth, whereby every individual has to emphasize on four important things to complete his life, to have an integrated life. And these four components of Purusharth is Dharma, Arth, Kam, and Moksha. Clear? Dharma means to follow your duties. Arth means to acquire material resources. Kam means to indulge into physical pleasure. And moksha means to get rid of the cycle of birth and death. Clear? So these are four important things, the duties to be followed by every person to develop himself as Purusharth or the complete man. Clear? At the same time, clear, in Hinduism, there's another concept of ashrams related to Purusharth only, and therefore this ashrams, clear, because these things can be followed only by person following four ashrams. Clear? The first phase of every individual life is life known as brahmacharya or brahmachari, whereby a person needs to live a disciplined life as a student. Then this phase has to be followed by grihastha, that is a life of householder to attain earth and to attain moksha also, kam also. Clear? Then the third phase is known as vanaprasth, a person to renounce his family life and to go to forest areas or one for meditation. And the last phase is known as sannyasi in order to attain moksha. Clear? So first of all, the brahmachari stage has to be followed to continue with the dharma, duties. Clear? Then grihast, basically grihast indicate attainment of earth, attainment of or attainment of calm. Clear? Vanapras means basically the vanapras will also lead to moksha and sannyasi will also lead to moksha. Clear? So artha and calm is related to grihast, vanapras and sannyasi is related to moksha, and this complete the man completely, and this is known as purusharth, which is possible through four ashrams. Clear? These are again very important concepts in Hinduism. Clear? Now coming to sects of Hinduism, what are the major sects of Brahmanism or Hinduism? Sects of Hinduism, clear. Two broad sects of Hinduism is basically Vaishnavism and Shaivism, clear. But Vaishnavism itself has several variant forms, clear. So the most dominant sect of Hinduism is first of all Vaishnavism, clear. Vaishnavism means worshipping Lord Vishnu and his avatars, clear. Lord Vishnu is worshipped in form of 10 avatars, clear. And therefore these avatars are worshipped because they came from time to time in order to preserve the whole universe. Because in the concept of Hinduism, there is a concept of Trinity of gods, that is Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu and Lord Shiva. Lord Brahma is worshipped as creator of universe, Lord Vishnu is worshipped as preserver of universe, and Lord Shiva is worshipped as the destroyer of the universe. Clear? And therefore, since Lord Vishnu is worshipped as preserver of universe, he is worshipped in 10 avatars or incarnations. Clear? And among them, Lord Ram is also considered to be an avatar of Lord Vishnu. Even Gautam Buddha is considered to be an avatar of Lord Vishnu. Clear? But at the same time, Vaishnavism has different variant form. Clear? What are these different forms? Clear? First variant form is known as Sri Vaishnavism. Sri Vaishnavism is marked by the worship of goddess Lakshmi. Clear? So Sri Vaishnavism is a sect of Vaishnavism that believes in worshipping goddess Lakshmi. Clear? Then we have another sect known as Ramanand Sampradaya. Ramanand Sampradaya. And this Ramanand Sampradaya are basically followers of Ramanand. Ramanand was a saint who brought Bhakti ideology from South to North India. Then we have Swami Narayan Sampradaya. Swami Narayan Sampradaya. Clear. After Swami Narayan Sampradaya, we have Brahma Sampradaya. We have Brahma Sampradaya. After Brahma Sampradaya, we have Rudra Sampradaya. We have Rudra Sampradaya. Then we have Gaudiya Vaishnavism, largely in Bengal, started by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Gaudiya Vaishnavism. We have Gaudiya Vaishnavism, clear. And then we have Bhagavad sect. Bhagavad sect that believe in worshipping Lord Krishna. Clear? So these are major variants of Vaishnavism, which is major sect of Hinduism. Sri Vaishnavism that emphasizes on worshipping goddess Lakshmi. Ramanand Sampradaya, Swami Narayan Sampradaya, Brahma Sampradaya, Rudra Sampradaya, Gaudiya Vaishnavism started by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Bengal, and then Bhagavata sect. Bhagavad sect believes in worshipping Lord Krishna. Clear? Apart from Vaishnavism, another major sect of Hinduism is known as Shaivism. Clear? So Shaivism is another major sect of Hinduism, and Shaivism also has its variant form. What are the variant form of Shaivism? We need to understand. Clear? These variant form of Shaivism also plays an important role. Clear? First basically is Pashupata Shaivism. Pashupata Shaivism. Pashupata Shaivism. Then we have Shaiva Shaivism. Shaiva Shaivism is also Shaiva Siddhant. Shaiva Shaivism is also known as Shaiva Siddhant. Then we have Lingayats, very prominent one, starting in Karnataka. Lingayats are also known as Veera Shaivas, started by Basav or Basavanna. We'll come to this leader, very important one. Then we have Kashmir Shaivism. Kashmir Shaivism, another important one. And then we have Shiv Advait. We have Shiv Advait. These are major variants of Shaivism. Clear? Lingayats being most important one. We'll come to Lingayats separately. Largely started by Basav in the 12th century AD in the region of present Karnataka. Right now, in some course of time, Lingayats even demanded the status of a new religion in Indian culture. Clear? These are major important thing. Another variant or another sect of Hinduism. Clear? Hinduism or Brahmanism, this sect is known as Shaktism, that believes in worshipping mother goddesses as source of Shakti. Clear? So basically another sect is Shaktism, and Shaktism refer to worship of Shakti or mother goddesses like Durga, Kali. These are all sources of energy. Clear? Durga, Kali, Saraswati. Durga, Kali, Saraswati, Lakshmi, Parvati. Parvati. Clear? Worship of mother goddesses like Durga, Kali, Saraswati, Lakshmi and Parvati is considered to be Shaktism. Clear? Worship to gain energy or Shakti. Clear? And next major sect in contemporary times is also known as Smartism, whereby any person can follow any god according to the choice. Clear? There's no such hard and fast rule, and this concept is known as Smartism. Clear? So there are four major sects of Hinduism: Vaishnavism, Shaivism, then we have Shaktism, and then Smartism. Clear? These all developments took place, and Hinduism emerged to be the most dominant religious faith in India, which is very important. Clear? You should know all these works. These works are very important, and ultimately, I'll let you know in contemporary times. Clear? Our Prime Minister, clear, he gave, or rather he presented the written form of Upanishads to foreign dignitaries. Clear? So to foreign dignitaries, several major things were given by our Prime Minister, and Prime Minister handed over these things to important personalities coming to India, and therefore it has led to promotion of Upanishads as a very prominent text in India, which marks the end of Vedic age or Vedic culture, Vedic text known as Vedant. Clear? So Vedant became very important one, and Upanishads were given. Clear? In contemporary times, again recently 2023 only, Prime Minister gifted first edition of the book, The 10 Principles of Upanishads. Clear? This was written in India in 1937. Clear? And this was given to the President of United States. So in contemporary times, for upcoming prelims examination, it is also important to know our Prime Minister gave a work to President of United States. The book is titled as The 10 Principles of Upanishads. Clear? It's translated from Sanskrit and considered to be one of the best translation of Upanishads in contemporary times. Clear? Upanishads, also known as Vedanta. What are the 10 principles mentioned in this work, which was given by Indian Prime Minister to the President of United States? Clear? So this is very important for coming time. Clear? So we need to understand. Clear? So in contemporary times, recent times, our Prime Minister gave a work to the President of United States, which is titled as The 10 Principles of Upanishad. The 10 Principles of Upanishads, which is considered to be one of the best translation of Sanskrit in recent times. It was translated in by the scholars in 1937 and was given to United States President. Clear? The 10 principles of Upanishads mentioned in this work, these 10 principles include, clear, number 1 is Isha. First principle mentioned in this book is principle of Isha in Upanishads. Then Isha followed by Cain. These principles are important. Isha, Cain, Katha. Isha, Cain, Katha, Prashan, Mundaka. For your information, I'll let you know from Mundaka Upanishad, we have taken the line Satyamev Jayate, which is inscribed in the state emblem of the government of India. Satyamev Jayate means truth alone triumphs. Clear? Then Mundaka, then Mandukya. Then we have Mandukya, 6-1. Then we have Taittiriya. When we have Aittiriya. Then we have Chandog Upanishad. And then we have Brihadranyaka. Upanishad. 10 principles. Clear? So this book given by Indian Prime Minister to President of United States, 10 principles of Upanishads, and these 10 principles are Isha, Cain, Katha, Prashan, Mundaka, Mandukya, Taittiriya, Aittiriya, Chandog, and Brihadranyaka. Clear? Very important development that can be asked in upcoming examination. Current affairs, the link questions with current affairs. Clear? So this all information related to Hinduism or Brahmanism. complete informations are there with you. Prepare the religion. You get questions on Hinduism and Brahmanism. Clear? Now, after this, we need to understand, clear, that when Aryans came to India and they began to compose Samhitas followed by Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and Upanishads. Clear? In course of time, at the same time, we have discussed that these Aryans originally remained in the northwestern part of India, which is also known as land of seven rivers, that is also known as Punjab. Along with six tributaries of Indus, there was one mighty stream of Saraswati in this region. With discovery of iron, they shifted to upper and middle Gangetic plains in the later Vedic phase, and they began to practice agriculture. Clear? And Vedic age finally came to an end around 6th century BC with Upanishads, because Upanishads that marked the beginning of spiritualism in India that replaced materialism. Clear? In 6th century BC, the people got confined to the middle and lower Gangetic plains. It was highly fertile region marked by alluvial soils. They began to use thick layers of alluvial soils for rice cultivation. Abundant production of rice led to economic diversification. This economic diversification also resulted into trade and commerce, and such trade and commerce led to huge amount of prosperity, and that marked the establishment of urban centers once again in India, like the Indus Valley civilization. This urbanization is known as second urbanization in India after the first urbanization. And in the second urbanization, large number of urban centers got established in lower and middle Gangetic plain. Surrounding this urban centers only, large janpads began to be established, and all these janpads came to be known as Mahajanpads. Clear? 16 Mahajanpads were established at this time, and among these 16 Mahajanpads, the most powerful Mahajanpad was the Magad Mahajanpad. This Magad Mahajanpad was located in the central part of Bihar, southern part of Bihar. Magad began to expand considerably, and in course of time, Magad defeated all other Mahajanpads and emerged with the most powerful Mahajanpad with its capital at Rajgriha and Patliputra. Clear? Ultimately, by 4th century BC, Magad became such a large Mahajanpad by incorporating the entire northern and central part of India. It resulted into different dynasties like the Haryanka dynasty, then followed by the Sishunak, then the Nanda dynasty in Magad at Patliputra. Clear? Finally, the last Nanda ruler, Mahapadmanand, clear, was defeated by a person from humble background, Chandragupta Maurya, who led the foundation of Mauryan Empire. Clear? When Mauryan Empire was established at this time, clear, by Chandragupta Maurya, he was largely facilitated by a Brahman, and this Brahman was Chanakya or Kautilya. Clear? Chanakya or Kautilya was humiliated by Dhananand, the last Nanda ruler, and he decided to defeat Dhananand, and he trained Chandragupta Maurya. This whole story in which Chandragupta Maurya was defeated Dhananand with support of Chanakya is mentioned in a historical drama. This historical drama is known as Mudra Rakshas, written by Vishakha Dutt. Clear? So Mudra Rakshas by Vishakha Dutt mentions about mechanizations of Chanakya or Kautilya. Clear? Meanwhile, apart from promoting the establishment of large empire known as the Mauryan Empire, named after Chandragupta Maurya with capital at Patliputra, Chanakya or Kautilya wrote a very important work on statecraft or political economy. This work is titled as Arthashastra. Clear? So Chanakya wrote a work titled as Arthashastra. Clear? This work is on statecraft and political economy, not on economy per se. Clear? Political economy means that part of economy related to fiscal administration, that is collection of revenue and going for expenditure. Clear? So book is on political economy that deals with revenue collection and expenditure rather than economy itself. Clear? In fact, this book is not on economy, this book on statecraft, this book is on political economy. Clear? And in this work, that is Chanakya, this work Arthashastra Kautilya, he gave different theories altogether, and all these theories in recent times has become very important to promote the national interest of India, we need to discuss about this work, that is Arthashastra of Kautilya. Clear? Now coming to Mauryan Empire and establishment of Arthashastra by Kautilya. So briefly about Mahajanpas, then Arthashastra of Kautilya. Clear? This needs to be discussed thoroughly, that is Arthashastra. First of all, clear? Mauryan Empire. Clear? So Mauryan Empire, coming to Arthashastra. Clear? Arthashastra is a book divided into 15 chapters known as Adhikaranas, and in these 15 chapters Chandragupta Maurya has dealt with different theories. Clear? First of all, in this work of Arthashastra, Chandragupta or Kautil or Chanakya has mentioned about Saptang theory. Clear? In this Saptang theory, he has mentioned about 7 components of the state which is mandatory to sustain a large empire. Clear? So according to this work, there are 7 components of the state which must be maintained by any ruler in order to sustain large state. Clear? So this has resulted into the Saptang theory. First of all, the Saptang theory. No, in the Saptang theory. Clear? The most important role has been given by Chanakya or Kautilya to the king, here who is designated as Samrat or Swami. So all powers are concentrated in the hands of Samrat or Swami, and all powers radiates from him. And to assist Samrat and Swami, there are 6 other components. These components include ministers or amatyas. Second component include basically the janpad or territory, as Kautilya advised the king to go for war to acquire more and more territory. Third include the durga or the forts. Fifth include basically the kosh or the treasury. Sixth include the dand or the army, and seventh include mitra or the friends. Clear? Because Chanakya advises the king to maintain healthy relationship with contemporary rulers, promoting bilateral and multilateral relationship. Clear? So this was mentioned by Chanakya in his Arthashastra known as Saptang theory, or 7 components of the state. Clear? Moreover, Chanakya has mentioned about military system in ancient India. Clear? This military system mentioned by Chanakya is known as Chaturang Bal, that is 4 major components of army. These components included the infantry, the cavalry, and at the same time the large number of elephants and the chariots. Clear? So all these mark the Chaturang Bal, 4 components of military system. Now why this I am discussing? Very important one. Obviously Chanakya and Arthashastra is important. Clear? This is important because all the important military administration mentioned by Chanakya in Arthashastra has recently been promoted by government of India. Clear? The reason is that recently the government of India, the defense minister of India has launched Project Udbhav. Clear? So recently the union defense minister has launched a scheme known as Project Udbhav. Clear? According to this Project Udbhav, it is basically to promote the military system mentioned by Chanakya or Kautilya in contemporary times. Clear? This Project Udbhav has been launched along with Indian Military Heritage Festival. Indian Military Heritage Festival is considered to be reviving the military heritage of ancient times, and it is a collaborative project between Indian Army and United Service Institution of India, which is a think tank. Clear? So Project Udbhav is an initiative by Defense Ministry of India. It is a collaborative project of Indian Army along with United Service Institution of India, which is an Indian think tank, to promote the heritage of military system from ancient times. Clear? And at the same time, this Project Udbhav, this acknowledges the vintage scriptures like the Arthashastra of Kautilya, Nitishar, then at the same time Thirukkural, and all the military system mentioned these ancient works are being relevant or found to be relevant in contemporary times as well. Clear? In fact, this project has been launched in order to ensure or facilitate better understanding of ancient military wisdom and to help to facilitate usage in contemporary times. So objective is to understand the military the developments in ancient India and to facilitate its application in contemporary times, just for knowledge enrichment. Clear? Now, at the same time, clear, what were those military systems mentioned in ancient works like Arthashastra, which is being promoted by under Project Udbhav by Ministry of Defense in India? Clear? The most important thing highlighted by this project Udbhav, is Mandala theory given by Kautil or Chanakya. Clear? Now, what was this Mandala theory given by Chanakya or Kautil in Arthashastra? Do understand, it's very important. Clear? According to Mandala theory, this theory focuses on understanding the activities of the enemies, the friends, and the allied countries. That is, activities of the foes, the friends, and allied countries. Clear? Mandala theory postulates, clear, that the immediate neighbor state is most likely to be an enemy of the state. Clear? So it needs to be understood that it is believed, Mandala theory believes that the immediate state is likely to be an enemy state. Clear? It can never share healthy relationship with the country. At the same time, it also says, clear, that the country or state next to the enemy state will most likely be friend of the state. Clear? So Mandala theory is basically a theory that is based on huge pragmatism. It believes that immediate neighboring state is always most likely to be an enemy state or potentially enemy state. Clear? And the state next to the enemy state will most likely be the friendly state to the state. Clear? This indicates a clear-cut understanding of neighboring relationship or relationship with neighboring countries. Clear? At the same time, Mandala theory also made it clear that diplomacy and alliances are very important part for a state to survive, and every country should maintain diplomatic relationship and continuous alliances with larger number of countries. This Mandala theory also emphasizes on intelligence gathering, that is through spy network. Intelligence information must be collected among the neighboring countries, and at the same time it emphasizes on logistics and supply chain. Logistics and supply chain means provisioning and management of resources for the success of military expedition. To make military expedition successful, proper supply of military resources and supply chain is to be maintained. All these are considered to be a part of Mandala theory, which is being researched in contemporary times to enable its application even contemporary times for better understanding of India's relationship and military establishment with respect to neighboring countries. Clear? At the same time, there's another strategy advocated by Arthashastra, which is known as strategy of Upeksha. Clear? So in this theory, he also highlight about strategy of Upeksha. Clear? What is the strategy of Upeksha? Clear? It basically means diplomatic neglect, diplomatic indifference, deception, reused and revived during the Indian freedom struggle. Clear? So it basically means strategy of Upeksha, that is the diplomatic indifference and the deception which was reused and revived during India's freedom struggle also. Clear? Upeksha as well. In fact, this concept is highlighted by another scholar will come. Clear? So all these becomes very important with respect to the theory, military establishment given by Chanakya, which is being used in Project Udbhav. Clear? Next major person and his theory which has been applied. Clear? This is Kamandaka's work, Nitishar. Kamandaka work, that is Nitishar. Clear? In this work, Kamandaka, he also emphasizes on Upeksha, and at the same time, clear, Kamandaka Nitishar mentions about maintaining and building friendly relationship with adjoining countries. Clear? So with the neighboring countries, he emphasizes on maintaining healthy and friendly relationship, and he also emphasizes on strategy of Upeksha. Clear? Then we have another work that mentions, that is Thiruvallur. Thiruvallur, which was written by Thiruvallur. So Thiruvalluvar, written by Thiruvalluvar, clear. This was did this ethical conduct during warfare, clear. So it says that even though war take place, ethical code of conduct should be followed during the warfare. This is known as the theory of Thiruvalluvar, clear. Then at the same time we have Ramayan, Mahabharat, Ramayan, Mahabharat, clear, and even Buddhist sources like Jatakas. Even Buddhist sources like Jatakas that mentions about, clear, that mentions about the victory and defeat in the battle, and at the same time, clear, that the victory and defeat depends on knowledge of the science of warfare, clear. So Ramayana, Mahabharata and Jatakas, they mentions about the defeat and victory of the forces that depends on knowledge of the warfare, clear. Now all these has relevance in today's time because it indicate Kautilya's realism, it indicate enduring elements of Kautilya's foreign policy, then it indicates on being vigilant, it indicates on ethical principles, and it indicates leaders are expected to exemplify moral code of conduct during warfare. All this comes from Mandala theory of Chanakya or Kautil, then Kamandaka's work Nitishar, Thiruvalluvar written by Thiruvalluvar, and Ramayana, Mahabharata and Jatakas. Clear? Very important one, and that is all being rather synthesized in Project Udbhav, announced or rather promoted by Ministry of Defence in contemporary times. That makes Arthashastra and other works highly relevant in nature. Clear? Now after this, now we'll come to other aspects. Clear? Mauryan Empire was established by Chandragupta Maurya with support of Chanakya or Kautil. Clear? At the same time, Chandragupta Maurya also fought a war with Seleucus Nicator, the Greek representative of Alexander the Great. And after defeating Seleucus Nicator, friendly ties got established with Seleucus Nicator, and therefore Seleucus Nicator deputed his ambassador to Patliputra, Megasthenes. And Megasthenes wrote a comprehensive work which is titled as Indica. And in this work, Indica, Megasthenes has mentioned about some major observations related to polity and society. Clear? So polity and society we need to understand. Clear? He mentions that basically that administration of Patliputra was being run by six committees, each comprising of 5 members. And he also mentioned that Indian society was divided into 7 classes rather than 4 classes. And he mentions that there were no slaves in Indian society. All these seems to be rather incorrect observations because he was perceiving things from Greek perspective. Clear? These major informations were there. Clear? Chandragupta Maurya was succeeded by his son Bindusar, and Bindusar was in turn succeeded by Ashok, who is considered to be the greatest ruler of ancient India. Clear? Before we come to discuss about Ashok, here only we'll discuss first of all two major heterodox religions established in India. These two heterodox religions being Buddhism and Jainism in ancient India. Clear? Why Buddhism and Jainism? Because Ashok became a great supporter of Buddhist religion, promoted Buddhism not only in India, far away from Indian territory, and Buddhism emerged to be a global religion under Ashok. Clear? So we'll have to discuss about Buddhism and Jainism. First of all, factors that led to the rise of Buddhism and Jainism. Clear? Now there's the one question, sir. Kalpasutra is further divided into Shotashustra, Grihashustra, yeah, Dharmashastra. Clear? It is also divided into Dharmashastra. Clear? Shotashustra is basically about the concept of performing Vedic rituals. Grihashustra basically related to rituals performed at home, and Dharmashustra basically related to the follow of dharma or the duty. Clear? Sarg, Pratisarg, Mansarg, Vamsha. Clear? We'll come to these concepts, clear, but don't worry about this. First of all, the things that we had discussed are more important related to the coming examination, but we'll come to those questions also, don't worry. Clear? Now, apart from this, clear, coming to two heterodox religions of Buddhism and Jainism. Just understand. Clear? Buddhism and Jainism. First of all, Factors briefly that led to the rise of Buddhism and Jainism. Clear? The two heterodox religions of Buddhism and Jainism emerged in 6th century BC largely because of tension within the Varna system. Clear? The Brahman domination was not acceptable to the Kshatriyas because they were the ruling class, they were the warriors, they were the tax collectors. They wanted a most important section or hierarchy in a most important position in social hierarchy, and Kshatriyas began to retaliate against Brahmanical domination. Clear? So this reaction was a major factor for the rise of heterodox religion because founders of both Buddhism and Jainism were members of Kshatriya sect or Kshatriya community. Clear? Even Vaishyas and Shudras began to oppose Brahmanical domination. Vaishyas wanted to protect cattle wealth. Most of this cattle wealth was sacrificed in complex rituals by the Brahmins in Vedic religion, and that was much more required for agriculture. Clear? So obviously the Vaishyas wanted non-violent religion like Buddhism and Jainism rather than complex religions like Brahmanism by this time. Clear? Vaishyas also wanted to promote trade and commerce by lending and borrowing money on interest. But such lending and borrowing of money on interest was prohibited by the Brahmins. So they began to look for some peaceful religions in India. Shudras began to look for another religion that could grant them equality in society and can improve their social status. Clear? Even women began to support Buddhism and Jainism because women were not given respectable position in the Vedic society because they enjoyed only respectable position in Rig Vedic phase. The position began to deteriorate from the later Vedic phase and they began to look for non-violent and peaceful religions. Clear? Buddhism and Jainism also developed because of the personality of Gautam Buddha and Mahavir, the founders, because both led a very simple life. They moved from place to propagate principles of Buddhism and Jainism that led to huge popularity of two religions. Clear? At the same time, both Gautam Buddha and Mahavir propagated their message through local languages like Pali and Prakrit. Clear? So since they propagated their message through Pali and Prakrit, clear? Prakrit, which could be understood by masses, it led to popularity of both Pali and Prakrit. And for your information to understand, as of now, we had 6 classical languages in India. These 6 classical languages were, six classical languages are Sanskrit, Oriya, and 4 Dravidian languages, that is Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, and Kannada. Of late, it has been decided to include Pali and Prakrit along with Persian to be classical languages of India, taking the tally to 9 classical languages of India. And these languages started largely with Gautam Buddha and Mahavir. Clear? So these were the factors that led to the rise of Buddhism and Jainism. Now coming to Buddhism first. Clear? Rather than going into factual details related to the establishment of Buddhism, coming directly to the major philosophy of Buddhism. Clear? Buddhism, as given by Gautam Buddha, started with his enlightenment achieved at Bodh Gaya under a peepal tree at the age of 35 years. Clear? And Gautam Buddha, after attaining enlightenment, clear, he gave his first sermon at Sarnath, which is known as Dharma Chakra Parivartan, that is setting the religious will in motion. Clear? At the same time, Gautam Buddha, after starting this religion, went on preaching his message, and his message included the 4 noble truths and the eightfold path, which is also known as Astangik Marg. Clear? And in this case, Gautam Buddha said, clear, that 4 noble truths is meant to end all dukh or suffering in this world to attain nirvana. That is, end of all suffering. So ultimate objective of Buddhism is not to achieve moksha. Ultimate objective of Buddhism is to attain end of all suffering or dukh, which is known as nirvana. Clear? So nirvana is the ultimate objective of Buddhism, which was highlighted by Gautam Buddha. Clear? After promoting the concept of nirvana, end of suffering, Gautam Buddha went on preaching his message till he died at the age of 80 years in 483 BC, and he died at a place known as Devariya in Kushinagar in Devariya district of eastern Uttar Pradesh. Clear? But at the same time, clear, when Buddhism was promoted by Gautam Buddha, Buddhism prescribed several major developments. Clear? Now, coming first of all to four major Buddhist councils promoted in Buddhist religion. Clear? Now, I'll let you know. Do understand? Clear? Just after the death of Gautam Buddha, the first Buddhist council was convened in 483 BC at Shaptaparni cave at Rajgriha. During this council, the teachings of Gautam Buddha were codified on palm leaves in Pali language, and this work is known as Sutta Pitaka by Anand. And all the rules of Buddhist monastic order, Buddhist Sangh, was decided by written by Upali in a work known as Vinay Pitaka. Clear? So Sutta Pitaka and Vinay Pitaka were written and compiled in the first Buddhist council by Anand and Upali respectively. Clear? Exactly after 100 years, the second Buddhist council was convened at Vaishali, and this second Buddhist council was convened at Vaishali. Vaishali led to informal division among Buddhist followers. Clear? And this division was marked by two major groups. These two groups were known as Mahasanghikas, and Sthaviravadins. Mahasanghikas and Sthaviravadins. Mahasanghikas wanted some change in the monastic order, and Sthaviravadin wanted to continue with same strict discipline given by Gautam Buddha in monastic order or Sangha. Clear? The third Buddhist council was convened at Patliputra under the patronage of Ashok. Clear? And during the third Buddhist council, the philosophical interpretation was given to teachings of Gautam Buddha by Sri Lankan monk Mogaliputitis, and the work came to be known as Abhidhamma Pitaka. Clear? So Abhidhamma Pitaka was compiled in the third Buddhist council, and Abhidhamma Pitaka compiled with Sutta Pitaka and Vinay Pitaka of the first council. Pitaka came to be known as Tripitaka, which is the sacred text of Buddhist religion. Clear? This development took place related to Buddhist faith. Clear? Finally, the fourth Buddhist council was convened in 72 AD in Kashmir under the patronage of Kanishka, and during this fourth Buddhist council, Buddhist followers got divided into two major sects known as Hinayan and Mahayana. Clear? Hinayan wanted to follow the teachings of Gautam Buddha, and Mahayana wanted to worship the images of Gautam Buddha. Clear? And therefore it resulted into sculpture art related to Buddhist religion with patronage of Kanishka. Clear? In course of time, clear, apart from Hinayan and Mahayana, other Buddhist sects also emerged, and these Buddhist sects apart from Hinayan and Mahayana were basically the Vajrayana sect that believed in magical rituals to worship bodhisattvas and the female consorts Taras. Clear? Apart from this, clear, another major sect that developed is known as Lamaism in Tibet. That also follows Mahayana sect. Clear? Then we have Thai Buddhism in Southeast Asia. And we have Japanese Buddhism. Clear? Even Dr. B.R. Ambedkar started a Buddhist sect known as Navyan. Clear? So all these became a Buddhist sect starting with Hinayan, Mahayana, Vajrayana. Then we have Thai Buddhism, Japanese Buddhism, and even Lamaism in Tibet. Clear? Now at the same time, clear, from our examination point of view, one thing that is asked is the major mudras that is indicated in the sculptures of Gautam Buddha, and all these mudras indicate some important specific messages. We'll come to these mudras of Gautam Buddha or Buddhist religion. Clear? In fact, the first major mudra which is shown in the sculpture of Gautam Buddha is known as Dhyan Mudra. Clear? This Dhyan Mudra is basically a mudra to show meditation and concentration. Clear? In this mudra, the right palm is over the left palm, and at the same time eyes are closed in meditation. So in this mudra, the right palm is over the left palm in this way, and the eyes are closed, and that indicate complete meditation, known as Dhyan Mudra. Clear? Second mudra in Buddhist religion is known as Abhay Mudra. Abhay Mudra. Abhay Mudra is basically to show fearlessness. Clear? And in this Abhay Mudra, in fearlessness, one hand is kept in this way and one hand is kept in this way. Clear? This is known as Abhay Mudra, which indicate complete fearlessness by Gautam Buddha. Clear? Third major Buddha is known as Bhumi Sparsh Mudra. Bhumi Sparsh Mudra, which indicate complete concentration of Gautam Buddha, even though, clear, he was disturbed by an angel known as Mara. Clear? So it indicates victory of Gautam Buddha over Mara. And in this mudra, Bhumi Sparsh Mudra, on the one hand it shows the hand of the earth, and on the one side he kept one hand on his lap. Clear? So this is basically Abhay Mudra, and in this Abhay Mudra he indicate complete meditation without being disturbed by an angel Mara. Clear? Next mudra is known as Varad Mudra. Next is known as Varad Mudra. In Varad Mudra, there is basically conferring his grace and blessings. Clear? In this Varad Mudra, Gautam Buddha is shown in standing posture. And in standing posture, he is shown in this way. That is, he is conferring his blessings to his followers. Clear? This posture is known as Varad Mudra. Then we have Shraman Mudra. Shraman Mudra. Shraman Mudra basically shown renunciation of worldly pleasure. Clear? So in Shraman Mudra, basically Gautam Buddha is in a sitting posture. One hand is in open form, another is another open form, to show that he has denounced the worldly affairs. He has left the worldly affairs and he has started to meditate, known as Shraman Mudra. And last one is known as Chin Mudra. Clear? In the Chin Mudra, he shows his spiritual understanding. In Chin Mudra, his one hand is in the form of this. His one finger is tied with his thumb, and in the same, the other finger is in this way. Clear? This is known as Chin Mudra, which indicate spiritual understanding. And in this Chin Mudra, he is shown with large circular halo behind his head, because it indicates spiritual understanding. So only in Chin Mudra, he is depicted with large circular halo behind his head, and both the fingers are in this form, and that indicates his spiritual understanding. Clear? These are major mudras. Mudras are asked with meanings: Dhyan Mudra, Abhay Mudra, Bhumi Sparsh Mudra, Varad Mudra, Shraman Mudra, and the Chin Mudra. Clear? These are the major mudras in Buddhist religion. Clear? Apart from this, there are some Buddhist structures and significance. We'll discuss about Buddhist structures as well. Clear? Now coming to Buddhist structures. Clear? The first major structure related to Buddhism is viharas, which is basically the resting places of the Buddhist monks. Clear? And these viharas are known as places of abode. Clear? Large number of viharas were constructed in Magad region originally. The second major structure is known as the chaityas. It's places of worship. Clear? So large number of places of worship. Most of these chaityas were constructed at Ajanta and Ellora, even Bhaja and Kaneri. We'll come to these chaityas or these structures. So this second structure is known as chaityas. Third major structure related to Buddhism is known as stupas. It is hemispherical structure which is constructed to worship the ashes of Gautam Buddha by his followers. Clear? So it is hemispherical structure around which a circular path known as Pradakshina Path is constructed, so that lay followers can move around and can worship the remains of Gautam Buddha, kept at the top of hemispherical structure in a rectangular box known as Harmika. Clear? This is known as stupa architecture. The most important stupa located at Sanchi. Clear? Now Sanchi is the most important stupa, and Sanchi is in news. Why? It has been declared to be the first major solar city of India last year only. Do remember Sanchi? Sanchi has been declared to be the first solar city of India, and this is located in the region of Madhya Pradesh in central India, which is very important for you, in specifically related to energy sources as sector as well. well. Clear? So Sanchi has the most important stupa constructed by Ashok. Clear? And then we have Gompas. Another structure being known as the Gompas. Gompas basically refers to Buddhist temple, also known as Buddhist temple or a monastery. Clear? And these are largely related to Mahayana form of Buddhism, and this is largely located in the region of Tibet, and in India it is largely located in Ladakh region. Clear? So large number of Gompas are places of worship, even monastery of Buddhist followers. It is located in Tibet region, and in India it is largely located in Ladakh region. Clear? So these are very prominent one major structures of related to Buddhist religion. Clear? No, these are viharas, chaityas, stupas, and gompas. We'll come to them under architecture separately. All the viharas and chaityas along with stupas and gompas as well. Clear? This was related to Buddhist religion. Apart from this Buddhist religion, we need to understand clear that Buddhist religion promoted certain artistic developments, and three major artistic schools are associated with Buddhist religion. They are Gandhar School of Art, Mathura School of Art, and Amravati School of Art. Clear? Gandhar and Mathura School of Art were promoted in post-Mauryan phase. Gandhar School developed in the extreme northwestern part of India, in which images of Gautam Buddha were made in Greco-Roman fashion or Hellenistic fashion, in which Greek conception was also applied. And in this Gandhar School, with help of grey stone, the images of Gautam Buddha were made, and Gautam Buddha was shown with curly hairs, with a large halo behind his head, and a light body around, cloth around his body known as drapers. Clear? This is all indicate the traditional Greek god Apollo, and therefore it is considered to be a hybrid school. Clear? In contrast to Gandhar school, Mathura school developed as a pure indigenous school, in which Gautam Buddha is shown with shaven head. At the same time is shown only with saffron cloth, which were requirements to enter Buddhist Sangha. Clear? And all these structures or sculptures of Gautam Buddha were made in red sandstone at Mathura. Then coming to Amravati school, largely patronized by Satvahan rulers. At Amravati school, Gautam Buddha is shown with largely with shaven head and even with shaven face also. Clear? And most of these sculptures were made in white marble. Clear? And in Amravati school, most of the sculptures of Gautam Buddha are symbolic in nature, and these symbols has been taken largely from Jatak stories. Clear? These developments took place at Amravati School of Art. Clear? So three different schools of Buddhist art developed in post-Mauryan phase, that is Gandhar school, Mathura school, and the Amravati school. Clear? All these major developments taking place in Buddhism, in Buddhist religion. Clear? Now, apart from Buddhist religion, now we'll move on to discuss about another heterodox religion of Jainism. Clear? Now, coming to Jain religion. Clear? Factors were same that led to the rise of Buddhism. It led to rise of Jainism as well. Clear? The credit for founding the religion of Jainism goes to Vardhaman Mahavir. Clear? Vardhaman Mahavir was born in Vaishali in 540 BC in a Kshatriya family. Clear? And after continuous asceticism, Mahavir acquired a supreme knowledge or kaivalya at the age of 42 years. Clear? The supreme knowledge in Jainism is known as kaivalya. And meanwhile, while attaining kaivalya, he discarded his clothes from his body, remained to be thoroughly devoted to meditation and attainment of knowledge. Clear? It is believed that Mahavir was preceded by 23 other teachers known as Tirthankars. Clear? The first Tirthankar being Rishabhnath. But the historicity of the first 22 Tirthankars are doubtful. We don't know much about them. The historicity of only 23rd, that is Parshvanath, and the 24th Mahavir is well established. Clear? Parshvanath was from Banaras, Mahavir was from the region of Vaishali. Clear? So credit to establish Jain religion goes to Vardhaman Mahavir. Clear? After attaining kaivalya, Mahavir began to highlight his own philosophy, and according to philosophy of Mahavir, clear, the ultimate objective of Jain religion is to attain moksha or freedom from the cycle of birth and death. Clear? But this moksha can be attained only by an ascetic, not by a householder. This is in contrast to Buddhism. In Buddhism, nirvana can be attained by householder, the concept being known as Madhyam Marg. But in Jainism, moksha can be attained only by an ascetic, only by a monastic. Clear? It is not possible for householder. So in this way, Jainism proved to be a more strict religion. Clear? Moreover, Jainism began to be promoted by Mahavir, who advocated the principle of brahmacharya, that is celibacy or continence. And before him, clear, four other principles had been given by Jain Tirthankars. These principles were complete non-violence, clear, complete avoidance of speaking lie, at the same time non-acquisition of property with force, and at the same time not stealing anything. Clear? So all these prohibitory orders and these five principles became the core principles of Jainism. Along with principles, there were three jewels of Jainism, that is right belief, right knowledge, and right action. Clear? Vardhaman Mahavir also made it clear universe functions according to continuous interaction between the Jeev, the biotic community, and a Jeev, the abiotic community, not by any universal being like the God. Clear? Since he said that nothing is managed according to ultimate God, clear, it was made clear that Mahavir was more scientific in nature, who believed in interaction between biotic community and abiotic community. He also said that to attain ultimate truth, absolute truth, there are different ways to achieve truth, and all these ways to achieve ultimate truth is known as Anekantavad, given by Vardhaman Mahavir. All these philosophies were given by Mahavir at this time, and therefore Jainism started to develop. Mahavir finally died at a place known as Pavapuri near Rajgir in 468 BC at the age of 72 years. Clear? And in course of time, Jainism began to be promoted by some important rulers like Chandragupta Maurya, the founder of Mauryan Empire. Clear? Chandragupta Maurya migrated from the Patliputra to a place known as Shravan Belgol, which is located in district Hassan of Karnataka. And at Hassan in Karnataka, under the influence of Jain monk Bhadrabahu, Chandragupta Maurya accepted Jain religion and ended his life by performing Sallekhan. Sallekhan is a self-mortification Jainism whereby a person ends his life through gradual starvation or other self-mortification in order to end or in order to achieve moksha or salvation. Clear? So Chandragupta Maurya also died by performing Sallekhan. Clear? Meanwhile, Jain monks after the death of Chandragupta Maurya returned back to North India from Karnataka, and differences began to take place among Jain monks. While the Jain monks who stayed back in North India, they acquired white clothes on their body, and at the same time Jain monks who came from southern part of India, they remained without clothes. Clear? And due to these differences, the major of Jainism got affected, and after some years, after some time, Jain monks convened the Buddhist Jain councils to decide the whole issue. Clear? Meanwhile, when Jain monks were there in South India, the Jain monks of North India had already convened the first Jain council, and this council was convened at Patliputra in 300 BC. That led to the compilation of 12 or 14 Purvas. Clear? But Jain monks who returned back from South India, they refused to accept the 14 Purvas, and they demanded another Jain council. And finally, the second Jain council was convened at Vallabhi in Gujarat in 6th century AD, and in this council, clear, Jain monks compiled the sacred text in form of 12 Ang. So 12 Ang became the Jain source, and at the same time it led to permanent split among the Jain members into Shwetambars and Digambars. Clear? Shwetambars adopted white clothes on their body, and the Digambars went without clothes on their body, and that became a very important development in Jain religion. Clear? Now coming to Jain religion, clear, in contemporary times, there is one important development related to Jain religion, and that development is related to a controversy at Samed Shikhar on Parasnath Hill in Jharkhand and Shatrunja Hill in Palitana in Gujarat. Clear? Why these were in news? We'll come to these places. Samed Shikhar and Parasnath Hill in Jharkhand and Shatrunja Hills in Palitana region of Gujarat. Clear? This was in news in 2023. We'll come to these places as well. It's clear till this point? Clear. So we were discussing about the religion of Jainism, and in this religion of Jainism, we discuss about the philosophy of Jain religion, given by the Jain Tirthankars along with Vardhaman Mahavir, who is given credit for establishment of Jain religion. This religion in course of time developed with patronage of rulers like Chandragupta Maurya, who died at Shravanbelgol in modern Karnataka. Thereafter, two Jain councils were held, first one at Patliputra, the second one at Vallabhi in Gujarat, that led to compilation of sacred texts of Jain religion. This sacred text being known as 12 Ang. Clear? Jain religion has always been a very pious religion and based on five major principles. These five principles are: do not commit violence, do not speak lie, do not steal, do not acquire property, and observe brahmacharya or continence. Clear? The three major jewels of Jain religion is right belief, right knowledge, and right action. And we had discussed some philosophies like philosophy of Anekantavad, the philosophy of interaction between Jeev and Ajeev, in order to understand the functioning of the universe. All this we had discussed. Now coming to clear, there are some major pilgrimage sites of Jain religion in India. We'll come to these pilgrimage sites, some of them in news also these days. We'll come to all those pilgrimage sites as well. Clear? All the sites related to Jain religion. First of all, we'll discuss about an important site known as Samed Shikhar, which is located on Parasnath Hill in the district of Giridih in Jharkhand. Clear? So first major site that is in news these days is a site of Samed Shikhar on Parasnath Hill, which is located in the region of Giridih in modern Jharkhand. Clear? Now, what is the news? What is the development? Clear? The reason is that Parasnath Hill is also the highest peak of hill of the highest peak of the Jharkhand state. Clear? So it is almost more than 13 kilometers on top of the sea level, and it is known as the highest mountain peak of Jharkhand. Clear? This Parasnath Hill, which has Samed Shikhar, it is believed that out of 24 Tirthankars, 20 Tirthankars attained supreme knowledge or moksha at Parasnath Hill in Giridih region of Jharkhand. Clear? At the same time, the government of Jharkhand, the Department of Tourism in Jharkhand, has declared the Parasnath Hill to be a tourist spot. Clear? This is not acceptable to the Jain community because they realize that large number of tourists coming to Parasnath Hill will destroy the natural habitat of Parasnath Hill, which is an eco-sensitive zone. Clear? So Jain community believes that Parasnath Hill is an eco-sensitive zone. By declaring this as a tourist spot, it will destroy the natural habitat of Parasnath Hill, and which goes against the sentiments of Jain religion. Clear? This is not a new conflict. We must know the conflict over Parasnath Hill. This hill has been named after the 23rd Tirthankar, Parshvanath from Banaras. Clear? This conflict over Parasnath Hill in British period also took place between the Jain community and the Santals. Clear? Both of them had their own claim over Parasnath Hill. Clear? In fact, Santals believed that this was a region of the hill deity. Clear? And this hill deity was known as Marang Bobu. Clear? So Marang Bobu was declared to be the hill deity of the Santals. They fought for Parasnath Hill, and therefore the Privy Purse of British authority in London gave a verdict, and that verdict was given in favor of the Santhal tribe in the Parasnath Hill region. So it is not a new conflict. This conflict took place between Santhals and the Jain community during British period as well. Clear? So at the same time, clear, this conflict continues, and then Jain community wants that Parasnath Hill must not be declared as tourist spot by by government of Jharkhand, as here it is a very sacred site because 20 out of 24 Tirthankars attend their moksha at Parasnath Hill. Clear? Similarly, there is a conflict related to the region in Gujarat, and this conflict is related to Shatrunjay Hill. Clear? Shatrunjay Hills is located in the district of Palitana in Gujarat. Clear? And what is the issue here? Clear? Because in this region there is the marble carving representing the feet of Lord Adinath. Clear? Adinath was the first Jain Tirthankar. Clear? So Adinath is also known as Reshavnath, and here there's a marble carving representing the feet of Lord Adinath. Clear? But at the same time, there are news that the image of this stone or marble carving is being vandalized by the people, and in fact, government of Gujarat also want to declare Shatrunjay Hill for mining and commercial activities. Clear? This is opposed by the Jain community who want the region to be promoted as a pure pilgrimage site for Jains rather than to be used for mining and illegal commercialization. Clear? This has resulted into huge amount of conflict related to Samved Shikhar and Shatrunjay Hills. Clear? Shatrunjay Hills. Clear? Parasnath and Marangburu same or different? Normally, Santals claim that the Parasnath hill is basically the Marangburu, that is the hill deity. Clear? At the same time, clear? Meanwhile, clear? Shatrunjay Hills is important because the first Jain Tirthankar Adinath, he attained Keval at Shatrunjay Hill, and it is considered to be highly important for Jain religion. Clear? So this is very important one. Clear? Now these two sites or Jain sites are in news, but apart from this, other major sites of Jain religion in India are: number one, first major site is the site of Dilwara temples. The site of Dilwara temples at Mount Abu in Rajasthan. At Mount Abu in Rajasthan, and most of these temples has been constructed in the form of houses, and therefore this is known as Gharbandi style of temple architecture. Clear? So Gharbandi style of temple architecture is largely followed at Dilwara temples in Mount Abu, Rajasthan. Clear? At the same time, there's another temple for Jain religion known as Ranakpur temple, again in Rajasthan, region of Ranakpur, Rajasthan. At the same time, we have Palitana temples in the region of Gujarat. All these are considered to be very important is pilgrimage site for Jain religions. Clear? Moreover, Jain religion is also marked by two other sites, and these two sites are Udaygiri caves, and the Khandgiri caves. Found in Odisha, which are important for promotion of Jain religion, because Jainism was promoted by a very important ruler of Odisha, Kharvel, who constructed the caves at Udaygiri and Khandgiri, which is located not far away from Bhubaneswar. Clear? So all these are prominent Jain sites or pilgrimage sites in India. Clear? Apart from this, there's one other site, and that site is Shravan Belgol. In the Hassan district of Karnataka. At Shravan Belgol, Chandragupta Maurya performed Salekhan, and at Shravan Belgol we have a large sculpture of Gomateshwar or Bahubali. Bahubali, who is believed to be the son of the first Tirthankar, Adinath. Clear? And it is a tallest stone sculpture in India, which is almost 57 feet high, and that indicate huge amount of meditation and concentration followed by Gomateshwar or Bahubali at Shravanbelgol in Karnataka. Clear? These are important centers, and in news we have Samed Shikhar and Satrunja Hills. Samed Shikhar in Jharkhand, Satrunja Hills in Gujarat. Clear? These are very important sites located in the region of Gujarat, in region of Jharkhand and Gujarat. Clear? So Jainism promoted or became a very prominent religion, and as of now, it is considered to be a minority religion in India, considered to be very important, marked by four Tirthankars, the 24th and the last important being Mahavir. Clear? We'll come to these sculptures or these features of architecture separately, but these places should be known at this point of time. Clear? Okay. Can we ask the questions after session gets over? Yeah, you can ask the question after after the session gets over. No issue with that. Clear? Now, this was related to Jainism. Clear? Now, coming back to ancient history once again. Clear? We had discussed that Mauryan Empire was established by Chandragupta Maurya, who was followed by his son and successor, that is Bindusar. Bindusar could rule from 297 BC to 272 BC, to be succeeded by his son Ashok. Clear? Ashok assassinated his brothers before coming to power. He came to power in 269 BC and proved to be the greatest monarch of ancient India. Clear? Ashok is remembered as a very powerful ruler because Ashok conquered Kaling, modern Odisha, in his ninth regnal year, which is mentioned in his 13th major rock inscription. Clear? In fact, Ashok became the first ruler of India to talk to his subject directly with his inscriptions. Clear? Ashok got large number of rock inscriptions inscribed in Brahmi script and Prakrit language, and these inscriptions are broadly divided into 14 major rock edicts, 14 minor rock edicts, and the 7 pillar edicts. Clear? These inscriptions are marked by the message of Ashok, and therefore these messages were read by the people, and it resulted into large acceptance of the principle of Dhamma, which is the principle of Buddhist religion. After Kalinga War, only Ashok accepted Buddhist religion, adopted Buddhism as state policy, and therefore he began to promote Buddhism in all its form. Clear? And Ashok, when he began to promote Buddhism, he convened the third Buddhist council at Patliputra that led to the compilation of three Pitak, including Abhidhamma Pitak compiled by Mogaliputta. And thereafter, Ashok began to depute missionaries, including his son and daughter, to promote Buddhism all across the world. And thereafter, Buddhism became a global religion with patronage of Ashok. Clear? After the death of Ashok, weak rulers came to power in Mauryan Empire, and all these weak rulers, clear, they contributed towards the decline of Mauryan Empire, as none of them were strong enough, and Mauryan Empire finally came to an end in 185 BC when the last Mauryan emperor Brihadratha was assassinated by a Brahmin, Pushyamitra Shung, in 185 BC. Clear? That marked the end of Mauryan Empire. Clear? At the same time, even though Mauryan Empire came to an end, clear, Mauryans are very important for contribution to cultural growth and development. We need to understand what were the cultural developments during the reign of Ashok or during the reign of Mauryan Empire. Clear? Now, first of all, coming to the field of architecture. Clear? Mauryan emperors contributed towards architecture. In fact, Chandragupta Maurya constructed a large assembly hall with 100 pillars at Kumrahar in the adjoining region of Patliputra. Clear? So architecturally they contributed towards big monuments, but Ashok, being converted to Buddhist religion, promoted architecture in a big way, and he began to construct large number of stupas. Clear? So he constructed large number of stupas to worship the ashes of Gautam Buddha. Clear? And all these stupas began to show his commitment to Buddhism, the most important being at Sanchi in modern Madhya Pradesh. Clear? Apart from constructing stupas, Ashok also began to construct rock cut caves in India. The first rock cut caves being constructed at Nagarjuna Hills in the Barabar region, Barabar Hills, Nagarjuna Hills known as Barabar Caves, which was meant for Ajivika monks. Clear? Ajivika was another minor sect that was established in 6th century BC by Makkali Goshala that believed in the philosophy of destiny or niyati. Clear? So all this resulted into promotion of Buddhist religion through stupas and even Ajivikas by construction of Barabar caves in Nagarjuna Hills. Clear? So Ashok constructed towards architecture in a big way. Ashok also contributed towards art forms, especially the pillar art forms. Clear? He constructed or erected large number of pillars, and all these pillars were erected in different parts of Mauryan Empire. These pillar art of Ashok was largely influenced by Achaemenian art of Iran. Clear? However, it was not imitated from Iran, but concept was taken from Achaemenian art of Iran. Clear? The most distinctive feature of Ashokan pillar was its monolithic character, because all these stone pillars were carved out from single piece of stone. Clear? And when these pillars were carved out with single piece of stone, they were surmounted by capitals marked by images of animals. Clear? Like we have images of animals at Sarnath, Loria Nandangarh, Rampurva. Rampurva is marked by a large bull, and Sarnath is marked by 4 lions sitting back to back facing 4 directions. Clear? So these pillars were constructed by Ashok, which were monolithic in nature. The capital was marked by a rectangle or circular panel known as abacus, and abacus was marked by Ashokan chakra and some animals like galloping horse and the bull. Clear? These indicate a great development. In fact, the pillar at Sarnath contained the line Satyamev Jayate taken from Mundak Upanishad, and that indicate truth alone triumph. And this capital of Sarnath pillar has been adopted as state emblem by government of India. Clear? All these were royal art promoted by Ashok, but during the reign of Ashok, some folk art also promoted, like the sculptures of Yakshas and Yakshinis. Local deities began to be made, and Yakshas and Yakshinis were made at Mathura and the region of Patliputra. Clear? Large number of Yakshas has been found at Parkham near Mathura, and large number of Yakshinis has been found at Lohanipur and Didarganj in the suburbs of modern Patna. Clear? All these developments took place under the reign of Ashok. Clear? So Mauryan period was very important for promotion of art forms and architecture, especially under the patronage of Ashok. Clear? Now, after the reign of Ashok, clear, when Mauryan Empire began to decline, it finally ended in 2nd century BC, and this phase in from 2nd century BC to 3rd century AD is known as the post-Mauryan phase. Clear? And in the post-Mauryan phase, several developments related to polity and culture took place, and large number of warriors and persons came from different parts of India. Clear? Now coming to the post-Mauryan phase, just understand briefly fast. Clear? If we come to post-Mauryan phase, the first major development was that Central Asian tribes began to attack India from northwestern side. Clear? And these Central Asian tribes included the Indo-Greeks, the Shakas, the Kushans, the Parthians, and the Kushans. Clear? So 4 tribes that came to India were the Indo-Greeks, the Shakas, the Parthians, and finally the Kushans. Clear? Indo-Greeks, Central Asian tribes. Clear? Within India, 3 dynasties were established in form of the Shungas, the Kanwas, and the Satvahans. Clear? Shungas in eastern India, Kanwas in central India, Satvahans in the region of Deccan. Clear? And in the extreme southern part of India, 3 dynasties were established as Cheras, Cholas, and the Pandyas. Cheras, Cholas, and the Pandyas. along the Malabar and the Coromandel coast. Clear? They are culturally very important. Clear? In fact, in contemporary times, we need to understand that Cheras, Cholas, and Pandyas has been in news for several reasons. Clear? And these reasons can be that Cheras, Cholas, and Pandyas promoted healthy trade relationship with Indo or with the Roman Empire. Before we come to that, clear? First of all, we need to understand. Clear? I'll take few of your questions first of all here. Was Gomateshwar Bahubali or Tirthankar? No, he was Bahubali. He was known as Bahubali because of his strength. Clear. He was not a Tirthankar. He was the son of the first Tirthankar, Adinath or Reshavnath. Clear. With respect to what is Dhamma Mahamatras? Clear. Dhamma Mahamatras means that Ashok deputed some people to promote the promotion or to promote the principles of Dham among his subjects. Clear? So he wanted large number of officers to spread the message of Dham among the common people, and he appointed officers for that purpose. These officers were designated as Dham Mahamatras. Clear? In fact, Ashok even organized Dham Yatras, whereby he visited several areas in order to promote the principle of Dham, in order to unify heterogeneous areas under homogeneous political identity. Clear? So when we talk about Valmiki and Ramayana and other epics, which part of history mark a line between mythology and one having literary evidences? Kindly tell. Clear? See, I'll let you know. Clear? If we look into Valmiki's Ramayana, another important. Clear? We had discussed earlier, all of these come under Itihas. Itihas start with Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, Puranas, all comes under Itihas. Clear? But we need to understand one thing. Clear? That most of these works, they are not considered to be true historical source because they have least information about historical developments. Rather, they mention more about the religious beliefs and practices and even mythologies as well. Clear? But at the same time, while mentioning the mythologies, they even highlight the socio-economic condition that prevailed at the time, and in that sense, these works can be taken as historical evidences. Clear? But the accounts mentioned by these works has to be taken with caution because they were not written from historical perspective. They were written more by from religious perspective. Clear? So we need to understand that there is a thin line that to differentiate between the sources of mythology and the literary evidences. Literary evidences that are related to history mention historical developments at its core, but all these works like the Ramayana and Mahabharata mentions religion as its core, but they indirectly mention about the socio-economic condition which can be utilized for historical reconstruction. Clear? Now, coming to these things, clear? The three major parallel developments took place in post-modern phase. Central Asian tribes, Shungas, Khandwas and Satvahans, and then Cheras, Cholas and the Pandyas. Clear? Now, first of all, we need to understand one thing. Clear? Among these, first of all, coming to Central Asian tribes. Clear? Among Central Asian tribes, Indo-Greeks were the first one to come to India. The most popular ruler among Indo-Greeks was Menander, who got converted to Buddhist religion under the influence of a Buddhist monk, Nagsen or Nagarjun, who wrote a work titled as Milind Panho. Very important information. Indo-Greeks were the first to issue gold coins in India as they brought huge amount of pure gold from Central Asia. Clear? Indo-Greeks introduced the concept of military governorship known as strategos. And Indo-Greeks also introduced the concept of curtain, and therefore curtain was known as Yavanika by the Brahmins, who referred to Indo-Greeks as Yavanas. Clear? Indo-Greeks were followed by the Shakas, and the most powerful ruler among the Shakas was Rudradaman. Even though being a foreigner, Rudradaman was the first one to issue a pure Sanskrit inscription, which is known as Junagadh inscription or Girnar inscription or Takht Bahi inscription, in which he mentions about the repair of a dam at Sudarshan Lake. Clear? Shakas were followed by Parthians, and Parthians were ruled only for a brief period of time, and during the rule of Parthians, Saint Thom came from Israel to promote the religion of Christianity in India. And finally, they were followed by Kushans, the most important ruler among Kushan being Kanishk. Clear? Kanishk accepted Buddhist religion, convened the fourth Buddhist council at Kashmir that led to formal split into Hinayan and Mahayan. Kanishk became supporter of Mahayan sect and promoted two major schools of Buddhist art, that is the Mathura school and the Gandhar school of art. Clear? In fact, the first human image to be worshipped in India was of Gautam Buddha at Mathura, and at Mathura we also have a stone statue of Kanishk herself, even though it's a headless statue, but in the near or at the lower end, the name of Kanishk is mentioned in the name plate. Clear? This was related to Kushans. Clear? Now coming to Shungas, Kanwas and the Satvahans, the dynasty of Shungas was established by Pushyamitra Shung, who revived the Vedic culture by performing Vedic sacrifices like Ashwamedh. Clear? And Kanwas also supported Brahmanism, and during the rule of Vasudev, a very prominent Greek ambassador, Heliodorus, came to the court of Kanwa ruler, and Heliodorus erected a stone pillar at Besnagar, Vidisha, in which he mentions about the worship of Lord Krishna. In fact, Besnagar inscription, also known as Garud Dhwaj, is the only archaeological evidence to show the worship of Lord Krishna in India. Clear? And at the same time, Satvahans. Clear? Satvahans was founded by Samukh Satvahan, but the most powerful ruler among Satvahans was Gautami Putra Shatkarni, who is known through an inscription known as Nasik inscription written by his mother, Gautami Balashri. Clear? Gautami Putra Shatkarni defeated adjoining rulers including Shakas as well and established a strong rule over large parts of Deccan. Clear? Satvahans started from the western coast of India, and Satvahans reached up to the eastern coast, up to Dharni Coast on the Andhra coast of South India. Clear? And Satvahans maintained huge control. Satvahans contributed towards art forms, architecture, even language and literature. And Satvahans were very tolerant towards even Buddhism and Jainism. We'll come to that development. Clear? And meanwhile, at the same time, clear, in the southern part of India, there were Cheras, Cholas and Pandyas. Clear? Cheras corresponding with the region of Kerala or Malabar, and Cholas and Pandyas on the Coromandel coast. Clear? And the most important part of this was that these dynasties established healthy relationship with the Romans and promoted maritime trade. Clear? In fact, these dynasties became highly prosperous due to prosperous trade with the Roman Empire. Clear? Now coming to them. Clear? Pandyas were the most prominent among them. They convened three assemblies at Madurai and Kapatpuram that led to compilation of a rich Tamil literature known as the Sangam literature. Clear? So rich Sangam literature was compiled at this time, and with Sangam literature we come to know about the polity, society and economy of these three kingdoms, that is Cheras, Cholas and the Pandyas. Clear? Now we need to understand what were the major developments. Clear? Now coming to them recently, some recent developments has taken place, and what is this recent development? Clear? There is a site which has been found known as Porpanai. Clear? There is a site which has been found as Porpanai Kotai. Porpunai Kotai site. Clear? This Porpunai Kotai site has been found in the southern part of India, where a gold stud has been found, a bone point has been found. Clear? And all this belong to Sangam age. This age. Clear? This belonged to Sangam age. Clear? And Sangam age started from 300 BC to 300 AD. Clear? This excavating site also provide a burial site and a fort area. Clear? So all this indicate a great development, and moreover, clear, the discovery of bone point tools indicate that Ponpanai was a site of weaving industry. Clear? So it was a site of weaving industry, which can be accepted because cotton was produced by the people of Sangam age, and cotton was exported even to the Roman world. Clear? So recently Porpanai Kotai site has been excavated and has been found to be a Sangam site in the extreme southern part of India, corresponding with Tamil Nadu, Coromandel coast. Clear? And this site provides evidence of a gold stud and as well as a large fort area, along with large number of bone tools which were used basically for weaving industry. Clear? This is the recent excavation. More importantly, I'll let you know, clear, that at the presently the Ministry of Culture and Tourism and even along with Indian Navy, clear, has decided to revive a technique of Sangam age, and this technique is known as the Tankai method. Is known as the Tankai method. Clear? According to Tankai method, clear, shipbuilding was promoted in Sangam age without the use of nails. Clear? Rather the ships or rather the wooden material was connected by placing one above another rather than or rather stitching the one against another rather than with the use of nails. Clear? So Tankai method of shipbuilding which was promoted by during Sangam age was basically stitching the wooden plates rather than sticking them with nails. Clear? So without using any nails, large number of ships were constructed, and this technique of constructing the ships by stitching the wooden plates is known as Tankai method of shipbuilding, and this is being revived as of now by Ministry of Tourism along with Indian Navy in order to promote construction of large ships in the coastal belt of India. This is known as the Tankai method. Clear? This is very important in contemporary times along with the excavation of Por Panai Kotai site which is marked by weaving industry of Sangam age. Clear? Therefore, Sangam age becomes very important. We need to understand about Sangam age. Clear? It's clear. Now just understand. Clear? Sangam age started around 300 BC and ended till 300 AD. And in this Sangam age, it is believed that Pandyan rulers convened the first Sangam assembly at Madurai, which was attended only by Tamil gods. Clear? No deliberations of this assembly has survived. Clear? Under the patronage of Pandyan rulers, second Sangam assembly was convened at Kapatpuram. Clear? Which was attended by Tamil gods as well as Tamil poets that led to the compilation of the first Tamil grammar. That work is known as the work which was written in second Sangam assembly that deals with grammatical rules. Clear? That work was written in a Sangam assembly. Clear? And this work proved to mark the beginning of Tamil language and literature in southern part of India. Clear? This was one thing that development took place. At the same time, the third Sangam assembly was again held at Madurai, and it was attended only by Tamil gods, and all these attended only by Tamil poets, and all these Tamil poets composed large corpus of literature known as Sangam literature, which is divided into 18 major works and 18 minor works. These are known in Tamil language as Mani Mekalai and known as Melkanakku and Kilkanakku. And by the end of Sangam age, two Sangam epics were written, Sila Pattikram and Mani Mekalai. Sila Pattikram by Ilango Vadigal and Mani Mekalai by Sattanar. Clear? These developments took place in Sangam age, but at the same time, recent excavations taken place in Sangam region, and this has resulted into development of Por Panai Kotai site and Tankai method, which is very important, whereby ships were constructed by stitching the wooden plates rather than with the use of iron nails. Clear? This very important development took place. Next is clear. So Sangam age becomes very important for examination. Do prepare the Sangam age properly. Clear? Now after these developments, clear, this phase is very important culturally. We'll understand about the cultural growth and development during this phase. Clear? Now coming to this phase of cultural growth and development. Clear? First of all, we need to understand that during this phase, clear, during this phase, rock cut architecture began to develop rapidly. Clear? And this rock cut architecture began to develop in a big way under the rule of the Satvahans. Clear? We'll come to this development of Satvahans. Is it clear? Coming to Satvahans. Clear? Satvahans. So just understand, clear? First of all, clear, the Satvahans began to construct large monuments with rock cut techniques. These monuments were basically chaityas and viharas, and all these chaityas and viharas were meant for Buddhist religion, along with some Brahminical temples as well. Clear? These chaityas and viharas began to be constructed by Satvahans at places like Ajanta, Ellora, Karle, Bhaja, clear, and even Nasik and Kanheri. Nasik and Kanheri, clear? Nasik and Kanheri. All these basically chaityas and viharas were constructed at these places, and they marked a huge amount of architectural merit because large boulders of stone were carved out to create spaces within the rock, and that resulted into chaityas and viharas. Chaityas are places of worship. Viharas are basically resting places for Buddhist monks. Clear? These were constructed under the Satvahans. Clear? Within this caves, clear, they started the concept of paintings also. In fact, they started the concept of fresco paintings in the caves of Ajanta and Ellora. Clear? What do we mean by fresco painting? Fresco painting means the layer or surface on which the painting has to be done, rock surface. It is to be covered with a plaster comprising of cow dung, rice husk, water and lime, and then a color is applied on this in semi-wet condition, and this concept of painting is known as fresco style of painting, in which they depicted the images of Gautam Buddha and even gods and goddesses. Clear? So Satvahans played a very important role. Satvahans also contributed towards art as they promoted Amravati School of Art, and we had discussed the sculptures of Gautam Buddha were made in white marble with inspiration taken from Jatak stories. Clear? Satvahans also contributed towards architecture because Satvahans began to construct some Buddhist stupas at Amravati and Nagarjuni Konda. That is why Amravati has been declared to be the capital of new state of Andhra Pradesh. Clear? And this is being largely developed by Japan also, just because of Buddhist affiliation. Clear? So these developments began to take place at Amravati and Nagarjuni Konda. Clear? So all these developments began to take place. Clear? Or they began to take place in this way. Clear? So this was basically promotion of artistic development under the Satvahans. Clear? Under the Satvahans. Okay, apart from this, clear, this phase was very important even for language and literature. Satvahans, even though being supporters of Brahmanism, they accepted Prakrit as the official language, and they supported large number of Prakrit work, the most important being Gatha Saptati written by Satvahan ruler Hala that deals with the theme of love. Clear? These developments took place in the post-Mauryan phase under the Satvahans. Clear? So all these were very important development. Clear? After post-Mauryan phase, just understand, when post-Mauryan phase came to an end and Guptas came to power. Clear? Post-Mauryan phase came to an end around 3rd century AD. There were phase of political instability and chaos in the northern part of India, and ultimately it was ended by Gupta rulers in the beginning of 4th century AD, and Gupta dynasty was established. Clear? The founder of Gupta dynasty was Sri Gupt and Ghatotkacha Gupt, mentioned in the Puranas, but historians believe that the founder of Gupta dynasty was Chandragupta I, who started a historical era known as Gupta era in 319 AD. Clear? Guptas marked by powerful rulers. Chandragupta first was followed by Samudragupta. Samudragupta was in turn followed by Chandragupta II, who proved to be a very powerful ruler, and Chandragupta II defeated the Shakas and established his second capital at Ujjain, the first capital of Guptas being at Prayag. Clear? So Guptas had two capitals at Prayag and Ujjain. Clear? Now, what major developments took place during Gupta period that started to rule from the beginning of 4th century AD and that ruled till 6th century AD? Clear? Guptas ruled in over a large parts of North India, and contributed towards temple architecture in a big way. First of all, clear, during Gupta period we have the concept of the temple, we have the concept of trinity of gods, and according to the concept of trinity of gods, clear, Gupta rulers began to worship three gods, that is Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu and Lord Shiv. Lord Brahma as creator of universe, Lord Vishnu as preserver of universe, and Lord Shiva as destroyer of universe. Clear? And in this aspect, clear, Guptas began to construct temples for formal worship, and they constructed temples largely with bricks as principal building material. Clear? And when they began to construct temples with bricks as principal building material, these temples could not survive for long, and therefore architecturally speaking, Guptas were not in rich in architecture. Clear? Some of the temples of Guptas have survived. The most important being Dash Avatar temple at Devgarh in Jhansi district. Clear? This temple was dedicated to the worship of Lord Vishnu and his avatars. Clear? This is popularly known as Dash Avatar temple under the Guptas. Clear? Guptas contributed towards art forms because they completed all the paintings of Ajanta and Ellora. The most important painting being known as Padmapani Buddha or the lotus bearing Buddha. Clear? At the same time, Guptas are important for promoting the metallurgical science, as Chandragupta II erected an iron pillar at Delhi, which is located at Mehrauli, and even after standing against rain and water, the iron pillar has not shown any sign of corrosion till contemporary times. Clear? This is considered to be of great development under the Gupta rulers, and Gupta rulers gave patronage to language and literature. Clear? Because during the rule of Gupta rulers, there were large number of literary personalities who began to compose their works in a big way. Clear? This was a big development during Gupta period. We'll come to language and literature during Gupta period. We get questions related to language and literature. Clear? So we'll talk about language and literature promoted by Gupta rulers and some institutions also like Nalanda University promoted by Gupta rulers. Now we get questions on language and literature. Write about this language and literature promoted by Gupta rulers. Clear? The first great personality or literary personality who wrote during Gupta period, this person was a great dramatist, Kalidas. Write the works of Kalidas. Clear? First of all, Kalidas wrote a drama known as Abhijnana Shakuntalam or Abhigyan Shakuntalam. Abhigyan Shakuntalam, clear, that deals with a recognition of Shakuntala. Clear? That is King Dushyant and Shakuntala. Then we have Malvikagnimitra. That deals with Shunga ruler, Agnimitra and Malvika. Then we have Vikram Urvashi. Vikram Urvashi. Then we have Meghdutam. We have Meghdutam. Then after Meghdutam we have Raghuvamsh. Raghuvamsh. Then Kumar Sambhav. Kumar Sambhav and Ritu Samhar. And Ritu Samhar. Clear? These are the dramas written by Kalidas. Clear? So major works written by Kalidas. Clear? Abhigyan Shakuntalam, Malvikagnimitra, Vikram Urvashi, Meghdutam, Raghuvamsh, Kumar Sambhav and Ritu Samhar. Clear? Then at the same time, clear, another major literary personality during Gupta period was Bhasha or Bhash, who wrote a work Swapna Vasva Datta. For the work Swapna Vasvadatta. Clear? Vasvadatta. Clear? This was another work written at this time. Clear? Then Swapna Vasvadatta. Clear? Then we have basically Shudrak. Right, all the works written in ancient India, the works are important. Shudra wrote Mrichkatika. Mrichkatika. Shudrak wrote Mrichkatika, very important one. Clear. Then Vishakha Dutt. Clear. Write all the works of ancient India. It's important. Clear. Vishakha Dutt. He wrote Mudra Rakshas. They normally give you to match Mudra Rakshas and Devi Chandraguptam. Mudra Rakshas and Devi Chandraguptam. Then we have Bhavbhuti. Uttar Ramcharit. Bhavbhuti. Uttar Ramcharitra. Clear? Then we have Bhairavi. Bhairavi. Kiratarjuniam. Kiratarjuniam. Clear? Kiratarjuniam. Then we have Jaidev, Git Govinda. It's a very important work on music. Jaidev, Geet Govinda. Jaidev wrote Geet Govinda. Clear? These are very important work written. Clear? Jaidev wrote Geet Govinda. Then some scientific works. Charak wrote Charak Samhita that deals with treatment of cataract. Sushrut wrote Sushrut Samhita. Sushrut Samhita. Clear? Sushrut, that deals with medicine and surgery. Clear? Then Vishnu Sharma wrote Panchtantra. Vishnu Sharma wrote Panchtantra. This has been translated into all major languages of the world. Clear? Panchtantra. Clear? Then Panini wrote Ashtadhyayi. Panini wrote Ashtadhyayi. That transformed Vedic Sanskrit into classical Sanskrit. Clear? Panini. Clear? These are some major works to be known, and these are very prominent works written largely during Gupta period. Clear? Now, at the same time, clear, all these developments took place in Gupta period, and they contributed significantly towards art forms, architecture, language and literature, and some scholars even believe the Gupta period to be the golden period of ancient India. Clear? So these were major developments that took place. Now coming to after this, clear, Gupta dynasty came to an end around 6th century AD, and again a political vacuum existed in the northern part of India. Clear? When political vacuum existed in northern part of India, at the same time, clear, the major developments related to history and culture took place in Deccan and South India. Clear? And in Deccan and South India, there was two dynasties established in 7th century AD. These two dynasties were Chalukyas and the Pallavas. Clear? Now coming to Chalukyas and the Pallavas. Clear? First of all, we need to understand. Clear? Satvahans ruled over the region of Deccan till 3rd century AD. When Satvahans declined, the Deccan began to be dominated by the forest tribes. Clear? And these forest tribes were these forest tribes were known as Kalabhras. Clear? Nothing is known about the Kalabhras, and therefore this phase is known as dark phase. Kalabhras dominated the Deccan region for 300 years, and by 6th century AD, Kalabhras came to an end, and in Deccan, two contemporary dynasties of Chalukyas and Pallavas were established. Clear? When the dynasty of Chalukyas and Pallavas were established, these dynasties began to fight against each other in order to mastery the Krishna Tungabhadra Doab region and at the same time Krishna Godavari Delta region. Clear? First of all, we'll discuss the major timeline of this conflict and then the cultural contributions of the Chalukyas and the Pallavas. Clear? First of all, clear? As far as the dynasty of Chalukyas is concerned, it was founded by Pulakeshin first. Clear? So Pulakeshin first was the founder of Chalukyan dynasty with its capital at Badami or Vatapi located in Karnataka. Clear? On the other hand, the dynasty of the Pallavas was founded by Mahendra Varman first. Clear? With its capital at Kanchi or Kanchipuram, presently located in Tamil Nadu. Clear? However, the most powerful ruler among the Chalukyas, this powerful ruler was Pulakeshin II. Clear? And this person, Pulakeshin II, wanted to have control over large parts of Pallava territory, and Pulakeshin II led political expeditions against the Pallavas. Clear? Pulakeshin II defeated the Pallava ruler Mahendra Varman first and took away large areas. All these informations are mentioned in his inscription known in his biographical inscription known as Ayol inscription written by his court poet Ravi Kriti. Clear? At the same time, Pulakeshin II also defeated Harshvardhan, the ruler of North India, on the banks of river Narmada. Finally, Pulakeshin II led second expedition against the Pallavas in 642 AD, and by this time the Pallava dynasty was ruled by Narasimha Varman first. Okay. So Narasimha Varman first was ruling over the Pallava territory, and Narasimha Varman first, clear, defeated Pulakeshin II, even assassinated Pulakeshin II in 642 AD, and even annexed the capital of Chalukyas, Vadami or Vatapi. And thereafter, Narasimha Varman first adopted the title of Vatapi Konda or the conqueror of Vatapi. Clear? So he became the conqueror of Vatapi. Clear? This marked the victory of the Pallavas against the Chalukyas. Clear? The conflict remained normal thereafter, and this conflict was again resumed in 8th century AD when a powerful Chalukyan ruler Vikramaditya III came to power, and Vikramaditya III defeated the Pallavas finally and established control over the entire Deccan. Clear? But even Vikramaditya III could not rule for long because Vikramaditya III was defeated by another ruler, Danti Durg, who established his own dynasty in Deccan known as the dynasty of the Rashtrakutas in the region of Deccan. Clear? But apart from political conflict that went on between the Chalukyas and the Pallavas, clear, these dynasties are equally important for cultural contributions. Clear? What were the cultural contributions of Chalukyas and the Pallavas? Clear? We need to understand about Chalukyas and the Pallavas. Clear? First of all, cultural contributions. Clear? Chalukyas and Pallavas contributed significantly towards temple architecture. Clear? In fact, they are the real builders of temple in India, and with respect to temple construction, both Chalukyas and Pallavas contributed towards large and magnificent temples in India. Clear? We'll come to these temples constructed by the Chalukyas and the Pallavas. Clear? First of all, clear, the Chalukyas and Pallavas started to construct temples with stones as building material, and all these stones, clear, these stones were used in lavish amount, and therefore, clear, this temple's construction became a distinctive feature of South India. Clear? In South India. Clear? Now, before we go on to discuss about temple architecture promoted by Chalukyas and Pallavas, we'll come to some styles of temple architecture. First of all the temples in India can be broadly divided into three major categories. Clear? What are the three major categories of the temple? We need to understand. Clear? So first of all, categories of temples. Categories of temples. Clear? First temple is known as Sandhara. Not we are not discussing about style. Styles are Dravid, Nagar and Vaisa. Clear? First category of temple is known as Sandhara. Sandhara style. Clear? What is this? These temples are without pradakshina path. Clear? So there are no pradakshina path in these temples. Clear? So these temples are without pradakshina path or circumambulatory path. Clear? There's one thing. Then we have another style known as Nirandhara. Clear? Nirandhara style of temple architecture, and Nirandhara is those with pradakshina path. Clear? Third is known as Sarvatobhadra temple. Sarvatobhadra temple, and these temples are clear that could be accessed from all sides. Accessed from all sides. So all the temples are classified into three categories. Clear? Three categories. These temples are known as Sandhara temple without pradakshina path, Nirandhara with pradakshina path, Sarvatobhadra, that is temple that can be accessed from all the sides. Clear? Now with this concept clear, first of all we'll understand what were the examples of this temple. Clear? We had discussed about Dashavatar temple. Dashavatar temple was found in the region of Devgarh in Jhansi. This temple was basically marked by worship of Lord Vishnu and his avatars. Clear? This temple is built in stone and bricks, but very less stone has been used. Largely the bricks has been used. Clear? And at the same time it is of Sarvotra Bhadra type of construction. Clear? So example of Sarvotra Bhadra kind of temple is the temple known as the Dashavatar temple at Devgarh. What do you mean by Dashavatar temple? The temple can be accessed from all the sides. Clear? And it was constructed by the Gupta rulers. Clear? Then we have another temple. Clear? And this temple is known as the Nachna Kuthara temple. Clear? So another style is known as the Nachna Kuthara temple, which is found in Panna in modern Madhya Pradesh. It was also constructed during Gupta period. Clear? Nachna Kuthara temple, and it is devoted to worship of goddess Parvati. Clear? And it has Chaturmukhi Ling Shiv temple. Clear? Which has a large ling with 4 faces. Clear? So Chaturmukh temple. Clear? This basically Nachna Kuthara temple at Panna in Madhya Pradesh. Clear? This was a temple with pradakshina path. Clear? So it's Nachna Kuthara temple in Panna, Madhya Pradesh. Nachna Kuthara, it's a Parvati temple and it has Chaturmukh ling. Clear? Chaturmukh ling. Large ling with 4 faces. Chaturmukh ling. Clear? Then we have basically another temple known as Udaygiri temple in Vidisha. Clear? And this Udaygiri temple in Vidisha is Sandhara style without pradakshina path. Clear? Chandragupta favor of real sculpture of Lord Vishnu in Varaha form. Clear? Then we have another temple known as Udaygiri temple. Udaygiri temple located in Vidisha. Temple located in Vidisha. Clear? So example of Sarvotra Bhadra temple is Dashavatar temple, Nirandhara temple is Nachna Kuthara temple, Sandhara without pradakshina path is Udaygiri temple in Vidisha. Clear? These are major temples constructed in 3 categories. Clear? At the same time, apart from these temples, clear, there are 3 distinct styles of temple architecture. These styles of temple architecture are known as the Nagar style, the Dravid style, and as well as Nagar style, Dravid style, as well as the Vesar style, as well as the Vesa style. Clear? Nagar style is marked by large curvilinear towers on the Garbhagriha Sanctum Sanctorum, and this is known as Shikhar. Clear? Dravid style found in South India is marked by story upon story above the Garbhagriha and the Mandap, and that is known as Viman. Clear? And Vesa style is a mix of Nagar and Dravid style. Clear? Nagar style is best represented in Jagannath Temple at Puri. Dravid style is best represented in Brihadeshwar Temple at Tanjore, and Vesa style is best represented in Kandarya Mahadev Temple at Khajuraho. Clear? All these were major developments that took place, clear, in the Gupta period largely, and later on temple construction, the Chalukyas and Pallavas. Chalukyas and Pallavas largely constructed temples in Dravid style, even with some influence of Nagar style as well. Clear? Now we'll come to the temples constructed by the Chalukyas and the Pallavas. Clear? Now first of all, clear, the Pallava ruler Narasimhavarman first. The Pallava ruler Narasimhavarman first constructed a large Shiv temple known as Kailashnath temple at Kanchi or Kanchipuram. Clear? Moreover, he founded the city of Mahabalipuram. Where he established the Shore temple, constructed the Shore temple, and the Seven Rath temple, Clear? Moreover, coming to sculpture, clear, Narasimhavarman first founded or rather constructed some sculpture art, and the most important sculpture art was in form of descent of the Ganges, also known as Arjuna's penance. Clear? So Arjuna's penance is an open air stone relief in which he has shown about Arjuna's penance, which is also known as descent of the Ganges or origin of the river Ganges. Another very important sculpture in Mahabalipuram is Mahishasur in which goddess Durga is shown with assassination of Mahishasur the demon. Clear? This is also shown in the sculpture art at Mahabalipuram. Clear? At the same time, the Chalukyan rulers, especially Pulakesin II, clear, they also constructed large number of temples. They constructed as many as 70 temples at Ayole, and they constructed some major temples at a place known as Pattadakal. Clear? And at Pattadakal, the two most prominent temples constructed by them were Virupaksha temple and Papanatha temple. Virupaksha temple and Papanatha temple. Clear? These temples were constructed by Chalukyan rulers. Pattadakal also included in the list of World Heritage Site along with Mahabalipuram. Clear? These developments took place in course of time, and that became a very important contribution of Chalukyas and the Pallavas. Clear? Meanwhile, at the same time, we need to understand, clear, that all the rulers of ancient India, they also promoted some leading educational institutions. We need to understand about establishment of educational institutions in ancient India. Clear? In fact, the first and the oldest educational institution which was established by rulers in ancient India was the Takshila University. This university was presently located in Pakistan, and it was basically known as large seat of ancient learning. It was founded in 6th century BC, and it was basically BC, and at the same time, clear, it was even glorified by Alexander the Great. Clear? Meanwhile, this university was known for promoting the science of Ayurveda, grammar, philosophy, and at the same time produced some great alumni like Chanakya, clear, who became a graduate in political science from Takshila University. Clear. Apart from Chanakya, clear, other great alumni of Takshila University were Jivak, the great physician of Bimbisar, then Panini, then Charak, and Vishnu Sharma. We had discussed about all these personalities. They were all associated with Takshila University. Clear? So Takshila University was established in 6th century BC, was glorified even by Alexander the Great, who invaded India in 326 BC. It provided studies related to philosophy, grammar, Ayurveda, and even at the other disciplines. Clear? And there were large number of alumni from this university like Chanakya, Jivak, a physician, clear. Then Panini, who was a great grammarian who wrote Ashtadhyayi, clear. Then Charak, Charak Samhita, and then Vishnu Sharma. And Vishnu, who wrote Panchtantra. So all prominent ones being studied at Takshila University, founded in 6th century BC. Clear? Next major university which was established in ancient time was Nalanda University. Clear? Nalanda University was founded in 5th century AD, and it was founded by Gupta ruler Kumar Gupta. Clear? Nalanda University was established to promote teachings related to Buddhism. Clear? And this university was considered to be a very prominent one even among outside scholars as well. Some scholars from China came to study in Nalanda University, and these scholars included Fahian and Huansang, who came to study Buddhist scriptures at Nalanda University. It was a residential university. This university introduced the concept of entrance examination known as Dwar Pariksha. All these were very important developments at Nalanda University. This university had a very rich library, and this university was destroyed by Bakhtiyar Khalji in 12th century AD, and he set the whole university on fire. That resulted into destruction of Nalanda Mahavihar. Clear? Next university to be established in ancient India was Vikramshila University. Vikramshila University. It was established by Pala ruler Dharmapal to promote the Vajrayana sect of Buddhist religion. It also attracted scholars from different parts of the world. Even at the same time, scholars from Tibet and other part came to study in this university, and this became a very prominent institution in eastern part of India. Apart from all these universities, there were other universities established in ancient India. These universities included basically Jagdallah University. Jagdallah University established in Bengal. Jagdallah University established in Bengal. Then Odantapuri University in Bihar, the region of Bihar Sharif. Bihar, clear. Then Somapura University. Somapura University in present Bangladesh. Somapura University, present Bangladesh. Clear? From Bangladesh. Clear? These were all 5 Mahavihars. Clear? So along with Nalanda University, along with Vikramshila University, these 3 were also counted at 5 Mahavihars in India. Clear? So there were 5 Mahavihars in India, and all these 5 Mahavihars contributed towards learning in ancient India. Clear? Apart from these 5 Mahavihars, so 5 Mahavihars, this one along with Nalanda in Bihar and Vikramshila again in Bihar. Clear? So these 5 are known as Mahavihars. Takshila is not counted here because Takshila got destroyed much earlier. So after Takshila, we have Nalanda University, Vikramshila University, Jagdallah, Odantpuri, and Somapura in Bangladesh. Clear? Apart from these five Mahavihars, there were some institutions who were very prominent, even though they are not counted in Mahavihars. Clear? This was Vallabhi University or Vallabhi University in Gujarat. Vallabhi University in Gujarat, which was also very prominent. And then we have Pushpagiri University, Pushpagiri University in Kaling, Odisha. In Kaling, modern Odisha. Clear? So these were prominent institutions established by rulers at different points of time. Five Mahavihars along with two other, Vallabhi in Gujarat and Pushpagiri University in Kaling region. Clear? And all of them promoted Brahmanical learning, some secular studies, some Buddhist learning, some at the same time Jain religion like Vallabhi in Gujarat. Then Pushpagiri University in Kaling also promoted Jain religion. Clear? So if you come to religion wise, Nalanda was for Buddhist religion, Vikramshila was also for Buddhist religion, Jagdallah in Bengal for Buddhist religion, Odantpur in Bihar for Buddhism, Somapura in Bangladesh was basically meant for Buddhism, Jainism both, Vallabhi in Jainism, Pushpagiri in Jainism. Clear? So very prominent institutions established during ancient times in different parts of India at different points of time. Clear? So all this resulted into promotion of language and literature as well. Clear? Meanwhile, at the same time, clear, when all these universities were established and developments were taking place, clear, finally after Gupta period, political fears of chaos existed in entire North India for 100 years. By the beginning of 7th century AD, North India again began to be unified. Clear? And this unification in North India began to be done, clear, by a powerful warrior, and this powerful warrior was known as Prabhakar Vardhan, who established his own line of dynasty known as known as Pushya Bhuti dynasty with its capital Pushya Bhuti dynasty with his capital at Thaneshwar in modern Haryana. Clear? But the most powerful ruler of Pushya Bhuti dynasty was his second son, Harshvardhan, who is known through his court poet Ban Bhatta. Clear? Harshvardhan initially was follower of Brahmanism. He was a great devotee of Lord Shiv and had close relationship with two supporters of Lord Shiv, that is Shashank of Bengal and at the same time Bhaskar Varman of Assam. Clear? Harshvardhan, when he began to rule, at this time only Yuan Sang came to study at Nalanda University, and under the influence of Yuan Sang, Harshvardhan left Brahmanism, accepted Buddhism and began to promote Buddhist faith. Clear? Harshvardhan in fact convened two Buddhist assemblies at Prayag and Kannauj, gave away everything because Kannauj was his capital and decided to promote Buddhism. Clear? At the same time, clear, Harshvardhan gave 200 villages in grant for the maintenance of Nalanda University, and he became a great supporter of Buddhist faith. Just because of this, he offended Shashank, who was still devotee of Lord Shiv, and Shashank destroyed the Bodhi tree at Bodh Gaya, under which Gautam Buddha attained enlightenment or supreme knowledge. Clear? Harshvardhan ruled till 647 AD. And Harshvardhan died in 647 AD. Again, North India plunged into crisis, and thereafter, clear, for 100 years, no major development took place in the northern part of India, and therefore, in this phase, clear, in 100 years, clear, a major political crisis continued till the middle of 8th century AD. By the middle of 8th century, three contemporary dynasties of Palas, Pratiharas and the Rashtrakutas were established, and this marked the beginning of early medieval phase because Islamic rulers began to come to India from West Asia, and that marked a transitory phase from ancient to medieval India. But this transitory phase is very important for cultural development because several developments took place in this 4.5 centuries from 750 AD till 1200 AD. Clear? So we'll be coming to all these developments. Clear? Is it fine? Clear? Now coming to some questions, clear? Yeah, Rathikas and Bhojikas were mentioned in Ashokan inscription. Divya gives an account of Pushyamitra's cruelty towards Buddhists and his hatred towards Buddhism. How far this statement is correct, sir? And why Pushyamitra was against Buddhists? Again, I'll let you know. Clear? Pushyamitra Shung was against Buddhism, no doubt, because he wanted to promote and revive Brahmanism in India, because none of the rulers of Mauryan dynasty supported the Brahminical faith. All of them accepted either Jainism or Buddhism. So Pushyamitra Shung, in order to revive Brahmanism, assassinated the last Mauryan ruler, Brihadrat, clear, and re-established Shunga dynasty, clear. Moreover, he also began to persecute the Buddhist monks, no doubt about it, which is mentioned in Divya Vadan, clear. In fact, it is also mentioned two Sri Lankan chronicles, that is Deep Vamsh and Mahavamsh, clear. It is said that Pushyamitra Shung persecuted the Buddhist monks and even destroyed Buddhist stupas, clear. This is mentioned in Deep Vamsh and Mahavamsh. However, all these things cannot be accepted, because if we really destroyed the stupas, how come these stupas survived till contemporary times? In fact, other sources say that Pushyamitra Shung repaired and renovated the stupas that was constructed by Ashok. So we cannot completely accept the statement. Clear? Sir, please clarify if Shore Temple and Kailashnath Temple were constructed by Narasimha Varman 1 or 2. In some sources, filed Narasimha Varman 2, but in most of the sources written Narasimha Varman 1. So you have to go with Narasimha Varman first. Clear? Narasimha Varman first constructed the Shore Temple and Kailashnath Temple at Kanchi or Kanchipuram. Is it fine? Clear? See, I need to be a bit fast because it's a crash course. We need to cover many areas, clear? But at the same time, clear? I'll try to moderate. No issue, clear? Now, apart from this, this was all about developments. Now, we went with dynasties, we went with rulers, we had discussed about major developments, cultural developments, clear? But since we all know, just understand, by this time you must have a skeleton in your mind, clear? Since we know ancient India is very important, we get questions in ancient India from different developments, clear? Now we need to elaborate on major cultural facets of ancient India right from the very beginning, and we need to discuss about art, architecture, sculpture, literature, and even performing arts in ancient India, clear? So we need to discuss them quite elaborately, because you get questions on cultural dimensions, clear? So I'll repeat, just to recapitulate once again, I'll repeat, clear? Prehistory is marked by Paleolithic, Mesolithic, and Neolithic cultures, depending on use of stone implements by the people. For your coming examination, the important thing is that from Mesolithic phase, a new culture developed in the southern part of India known as the Megalithic culture. Megalithic culture, because some new excavations has taken place in India that mentions about megalithic sites in southern part of India. Maximum number of megalithic sites found in Karnataka, but recently, clear, some sections in Telangana has been demanding UNESCO tag for Murmudu village, a village marked by menhirs or megalithic site. Clear? Prepare this thing. At the same time, clear, when we move from prehistory, we come to proto-history, which was marked by Indus Valley civilization. In Indus Valley civilization, there were large number of artistic materials found, even large remains of big buildings has been found. We had discussed about the buildings, the drainage pattern, the city planning, which has to be done. At the same time, the seals, clear, and most importantly, the images, the sculptures like bearded man, male torso, bronze dancing girl, then we have unicorn, then Pashupati Mahadev, then mother goddesses. Do prepare with this thing, clear? After Indus Valley, the literary tradition started, pure historical tradition began to take place, and it started with arrival of Aryans, and with arrival of Aryans, we start the counting of Hinduism and Brahmanism. We had elaborate discussion on the works related to Hinduism and Brahmanism, starting with Samhitas, then followed by Brahmanas, then Aranyakas, and then finally Upanishads or Vedanta. Clear? We had also discussed about other subparts as well. We had discussed about Vedang also, that is 6 angs of Vedas. We have discussed about 6 darshan, a school of philosophy also. One is school that is known as Charvak, as materialistic school as well. We had also discussed about major works of Brahmanism. All these things are very important to be known. After this, we also discussed about Buddhism and Jainism, the major philosophy. Then we had discussed Mahajanpas, among which Magad was the most prominent one, and Magad gave way to large empire known as the Mauryan Empire. Clear? Mauryan Empire continued from 321 BC till the end of 185 BC. The most important ruler being Ashok, who contributed towards Buddhism. Then post-Mauryan phase, Central Asian tribes, Shungas, Kandwas and Satvans in India, and Cheras, Cholas and Pandyas. Sangam is important because of new discoveries, especially Tankai shipbuilding method, which was followed in Sangam age under Cheras, Cholas and Pandyas. Do prepare. After this, it will mark the establishment of Gupta dynasty in North India. They were very powerful rulers, especially Samudragupta and Chandragupta II. And then we had Chalukyas and Pallavas in the Deccan, and at the same time, clear, in North India, it again led to establishment of kingdom by Harshvardhan. Clear? Now you have this idea, this sequence, this chronology is already there with you. Clear? Now, in order to summarize this, we'll have some chronology first of all, and then we'll come. Clear? So chronology starting. Clear? Prehistory, starting with prehistory. For your revision, it's important. Prehistory. Clear? It starts around 5 lakh BC and continued till, and prehistory continued till 25 or till 2500 BC. Long period. Clear? Prehistory marked by Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, and even Chalcolithic. Clear? Then we have proto-history, that is Indus Valley civilization from 2500 BC to 1800 BC. Then it began to decline. Then we have historical phase, or history starts from here. Arrival of Aryans. Clear? From 1500 BC, Indus Valley went on declining. 1500 BC till 600 BC. This marked the beginning of Brahmanism, Hinduism. Now, 6th century BC. 6th century BC, very important one. Second urbanization. Then we have Buddhism. Then we have Jainism. And even Ajivikas. Clear? 6th century BC. And from here, this is also known as Mahajanpadas, period of Mahajanpadas continued. Then 4th century BC to 2nd century BC, we have Mauryas. Then 2nd century BC to 3rd century AD, we have the post-Mauryan phase. We have the post-Mauryan phase, that is Indo-Greeks, Shakas, Parthians and Kushans. Then we have Shungas, Kandwas and Satvahans, and then we have Cheras, Cholas and Pandyas. Then 3rd century to 4th century, there was political vacuum. From 4th century AD to 6th century AD, period of the Guptas. And from 6th century AD to 8th century AD, we have Chalukyas and Pallavas. And at the same time, from 7th century AD, North India, to 7th century AD to mid of 7th century AD, that is 7th century AD only completely, We have Harshvardhan. We have Harshvardhan. Clear? This chronology should be there with you. Clear? So prehistory, proto-history, history. This is also known as the Vedic age. Vedic age, early Vedic age and later Vedic age. 6th century BC, second urbanization, Buddhism, Jainism, Ajivikas and Mahajanpas. 4th to 2nd century Mauryas. 2nd to 3rd century AD, post-Mauryan phase. 4th to 6th Guptas. 6th to 8th Chalukyas and Pallavas. 7th century in between North India, dawn period of Harshvardhan. Clear? No, this is the, no. It's clear. Now coming to again, clear. I'll come to a question. Clear. Now we need to understand about elaborately about cultural growth and development. Clear, because cultural development needs to be emphasized a lot. Have this chronology with you and just try to fit in the cultural developments. Clear. And cultural developments, first of all, we'll discuss art, architecture, sculpture, literature, and even performing arts. Clear. Now coming to this development. Clear. Before we start with this cultural growth and development together elaborately, first of all, we'll take some questions. Clear? So, what is the difference Syadwad and Anekantwad in Jain philosophy? Clear? Syadwad basically means that there are ways to attain or to reach the ultimate truth. Clear? That is different ways. Anekantwad emphasizes that there should not be only a single way. There should be multiple ways or multiple options used by the people to reach to ultimate truth. So both leads us into or leads to ultimate truth, and therefore the philosophy is known as Syadwad and Ekantwad. Clear? So whether Parasnath Hill and Marangburu same or different? Clear? See, basically in Parasnath Hill there's a region known as Marangburu. Clear? Which is claimed by the Santals as their hill deity. Clear? And that resulted into conflict between Santals and the Jain even British period. And in British period, the Privy Purse in London, they give verdict in favor of the Santals. Clear? And this since then it has been a controversial topic between Santals and the Jains. Clear? So with respect to Saptarishi seals, whether these seals belong to Vedic age or Indus Valley, largely it is considered to be belonging to Indus Valley civilization. So stupa is not Buddhist origin, then from when? Clear? So if you look into origin of stupas are purely Buddhist in origin. We don't come across any predecessor of stupas. Clear? So stupas are purely Buddhist in origin. All the mounds which has been found in southern part of India belonging to megalithic phase also, ash mounds also, they cannot be compared with stupas. Clear? Because stupas are hollow from inside and these mounds had solid stuff within itself. Clear? What is Ajivikas? Again, I'll let you know. Clear? Ajivikas basically, clear? Ajivikas was a religious sect established along with Buddhism and Jainism. It was founded by Makkali Goshala and it advocated the principle of Niyati or destiny. So it advocated the principle of Niyati or destiny. Clear? So Niyati or destiny. Now coming to Niyati or destiny, which means that good or bad karma, good or bad deeds cannot change the future. Future is predetermined, it will happen, and this philosophy is known as Niyati or destiny. Since it emphasized on pessimistic approach that nothing can change, nothing can take place in a better form. Clear? This pessimistic approach prevented the Ajivikas to become as popular as Buddhism and Jainism, which provided optimistic approach. Clear? So this philosophy is known as Niyati, and the sect that began to follow this philosophy came to be known as Ajivikas. Theravada Buddhism. Theravada Buddhism means the Buddhism that believed in basically magical rituals and rites. Clear? This Theravada Buddhism became more popular in Tibet and in some parts of Ladakh region. Clear? So many unusual terms were asked from ancient participants from Sangam age. From where to prepare those? Okay. If you want the terms to be given, I'll be giving you terms of Sangam age also. Don't worry. Clear? Okay. Just let me know. We'll be doing the terms also. Don't worry about it. Clear? So terms of Sangam age. Fine. Clear? Any sir, can you provide the list of terms used in ancient history like Sannidhata? Sannidhata and Samaharta were used in Arthashastra. Sannidhata was basically custodian of revenue, treasurer, and Samaharta was revenue assessor. Clear? But if you want terms, okay, terms of ancient history as well, I'll take care of it. So please explain the difference between Syadvad and Ekantvad in Jain philosophy. Clear? See, Syadvad and an Ekantvad. There is also known as Nyayavad. Clear? There are these ways to attain or to reach the ultimate truth. Clear? According to Syadvad, clear? If you apply your rationality, scientific logic, clear? With rationality or scientific logic, you can reach up to the ultimate truth in Jainism. Clear? This is Syadvad. Anekant means not only rationality, scientific logic. There can be multiple ways through which truth can be attained, and this way or this concept of attaining the truth through multiple ways, this concept is known as Anekantvad. Clear? So Anekantvad is a philosophy whereby all major except all major options are to be utilized in order to reach the ultimate truth. Unlike the Sadvad that emphasizes only on rationality and scientific logic. Clear? This is not emphasized only in Anekantvad. There are other options open for the people to reach the ultimate truth. Difference between Syadvad and Anekantvad. Clear? So two things are there, terms in ancient history, and at the same time you want me to discuss about unusual terms. Okay, we'll come to terms also. Clear? Terms can be asked. Is that clear? Now coming to cultural growth and in cultural growth and development also will come to many terms. Clear? Now coming to this. Clear? Just understand. Real beginning of artistic development after Indus Valley civilization. Clear? The real beginning of artistic development, architectural development, sculpture development, and even literature. Clear? Started from the Mauryan phase. Clear? It was the first empire established in India. Before that, everything was going in a flux. Clear? So no royal patronage could be given to cultural activities. So real growth and development in cultural activity started with establishment of Mauryan empire. Clear? And Mauryan rulers contributed significantly towards cultural growth and development. Clear? Now, first of all, what were the elements of culture in Mauryan Empire or elements of Mauryan culture? Clear? See, Mauryans were the rulers who patronized heterodox religions in India. Chandragupta Maurya supported Jainism, Bindusar supported Ajivikas, Asok supported Buddhism, and even weak rulers either supported Ajivikas or Buddhism in India. Clear? In course of time, clear, Mauryan rulers, clear, began to construct Buddhist viharas or the resting places of for Buddhist monks. Clear? These places of Buddhist monks came to be known as monasteries. Clear? So large number of monasteries began to be constructed from the Mauryan period, and in post-Mauryan period, these monasteries or viharas became highly prominent, popular in nature, and these viharas began to be constructed at places like Ajanta, Ellora, Karle, Nasik, Bagh, Badami, and even Kanheri caves. Clear? So from here, clear, architecture and art forms began to take place in real form, starting with Mauryan emperors. Clear? So starting with art. Clear? So coming to art, architecture, right? Cultural developments. Cultural developments. We'll discuss elaborately. Cultural developments in ancient India. In ancient India. Clear? Right. Clear first. Clear? Right. Heading as. Now, and just understand. Clear? Elements of Mauryan culture. Elements of Mauryan culture. From here only. Clear? Now, first of all, the elements of Mauryan culture. Clear? Mauryan rulers first of all began to construct viharas, also known as the monasteries. Viharas, also known as the monasteries, which were places of residences for monks. Clear? In fact, clear, Ashok constructed some viharas at Nagarjuni Hills. At Nagarjuni Hills, known as the Barabar caves, known as the Barabar caves for the Ajivika monks. For the Ajivika monks. Clear? So this marked the beginning of Vihara constructions from the Mauryan phase. Clear? After Mauryan phase, by the end of Mauryan phase only, clear, large number of viharas began to be constructed, and these viharas began to be constructed at places like Ajanta, Ellora, Bagh, Nasik, Kanheri, Nasik, Kanheri, Badami, capital of Chalukyas, Badami, clear, Badami, clear, and even Karle, Badami and Karle. Write these places, clear, and Karle, clear, Karle. Now coming to clear, this was now what was the specific feature of these all viharas? Clear. These viharas had large number of cells, smaller rooms. Clear. So these viharas had large number of cells, and all these cells has stone beds. That is beds made with stone plinth. Clear. So all these had stone beds, a raised portion of which would serve as pillow. Clear. So all these viharas had smaller chambers or cells. Every cell had a stone bed with one side elevated to act as pillow. Clear? Clear is pillow. Clear? And at the same time, a small hollow in the wall of the cell would be a space for keeping an earthen lamp for lighting. Clear? So at the same time, every vihara had smaller cells. Every cell was meant for Buddhist monk. Every cell had a stone bed with one portion elevated to act as pillow, and certain space, hollow space, was kept on the wall so that earthen lamp could be kept for lighting, because of stone caves of viharas, all these were dark chambers. Clear? These were the distinctive feature of all these viharas, which were constructed by cutting the stones. Clear? From Mauryan period only, another concept started, that is the concept of Chaityas. Clear? Or the places of worship. Clear? Chaityas were also constructed along with viharas at all these places like Ajanta, Ellora, Bagh, and even Nasik, Kanheri, and Badami. Clear? Now, what were the distinctive features of the Chaityas? Clear? These Chaityas were prayer halls. Clear? And at the same time, clear, all these were Buddhist shrines. Clear? So most of these were Buddhist shrines, and in Buddhist shrines or prayer halls, there was a stupa at the end of the hall on the side of the pathway. Clear? There was stupa constructed at the end of the path in the chaityas to be worshipped by the members of the Buddhist religion. Clear? At the same time, they also acted as place for community worship by the people. Clear? And these were marked by great development of architectural merit. Clear? The chaitya at Bhaja, it's very important one. Clear? The chaitya at Bhaja, modern Maharashtra. Clear? The Chaitya at Bhaja was a very unique one, because at the same time it's constructed with a hall and semicircular roof. Clear? And this semicircular roof was marked by a hall for worshipping of common people, and it was marked by elaborate designs. So most important, Chaitya was constructed at Bhaja, which was marked by circular and semicircular roof in order to have a feeling of worship among common people with community worship. Clear? This was the most representative Chaityas. Clear? Then at the same time, Mauryan period is also marked by the pillars and the capitals. Clear? So Mauryans constructed large number of pillars or capitals, especially Ashok constructed large number of pillars at this time. Clear? So one is viharas, monasteries, then we have chaityas, and then we have pillars. We'll come to the pillars constructed by Ashok. Clear? So coming to the pillars. Clear? Pillars are also known as stambh. Pillars are also known as stambh. Clear? And capitals are surmounting structure over the stambh. Clear? Now the object of construction of pillar was to carry inscriptions containing the edicts of Ashok. Clear? So Ashok constructed large number of pillars basically to have his inscriptions which could be read by the people to understand his message and to promote the principle of Dhamma. Dhamma was basically a social code of conduct to unify heterogeneous sections of population under one political identity. Clear? The pillars of modern times were rock cut pillars. They were carved out from single stone, and the most distinctive feature was all these pillars were monolithic in nature. All these pillars were monolithic in nature. Clear? And on top of these pillars, animal images or sculptures were carved out, and these animals included lion, bull, and elephant. Largely. Clear? So capitals was marked by lion, bull, and elephant. Clear? Largely. Clear? Lion, bull, and elephant. At the base of these capitals there would be inverted lotus, and this inverted lotus was also known as inverted bell. Clear? So at the same time, what were these major pillars? Clear? We have one pillar at Sarnath near Banaras in Uttar Pradesh, constructed by Ashok. Another is Lauria Nandangarh. Lauria Nandangarh in Bihar. Clear? Then we have Vaishali, again in Bihar, the pillar. Then we have Rampurva, Champaran in Bihar. Rampurva, Champaran in Bihar. Clear? And then we have elephant at Sankisa. Sankisa. Clear? So at Sankisa or Sansika, Farrukhabad in UP. Clear? All these are pillars which are constructed by Ashok at different places. Clear? These pillars are considered to be very important one. Clear? So these are pillars. Sarnath pillar is the most important one because 4 lions are sitting back to back, and this pillar or this image of 4 lions has been adopted as a state emblem by Government of India, which even contains the line Satyamev Jayate, taken from Mundak Upanishad. Clear? Apart from this, Mauryan period is also important for another constructive work, construction, and this construction was in form of the stupas. Ashok started the construction of stupas in India, and these stupas were constructed by Ashok to worship the remains of Gautam Buddha. Clear? The most important stupa being constructed at Sanchi near Sarnath, Sanchi near modern Madhya Pradesh. Clear? Near Bhopal. Clear? Coming to this structure. Clear? It is a hemispherical structure constructed. On top of this structure, there is a rectangular box where remains of Gautam Buddha are kept. This is known in Buddhist religion as Harmika, which is surmounted by 3 circular discs, and this is known as Chhatri, which indicate the teacher, the teaching, the taught. Clear? This is one thing. At the same time, clear? This hemispherical structure is surrounded by a circular path. This path is known as Pradakshinapath or circumambulatory path, so that worshippers can move around to worship the images of Gautam Buddha. Clear? At the same time, this whole structure is surmounted or is enclosed within a large boundary wall. Clear? This boundary wall is known as Vedika. This boundary wall is known as Vedika, and it is interspersed with 4 gateways at 4 corners, and these gateways are known as Toran. These gateways has panels which depict the previous birth of Gautam Buddha taken from Jatak stories, and this place in between the enclosed boundary wall and the Pradakshina path, this place is known as Medhi. This place is known as Medhi. Clear? So these are terms to be known for stupas. Clear? The most important stupa constructed at Sanchi. Sanchi is very important because it has been declared as solar city, first solar city in India. Clear? Now coming to the major stupas, where the stupas are constructed. Clear? coming to this, clear? One stupa is known as Dhamek Stupa. Stupa is known as the Dhamek Stupa at Sarnath. Dhamek Stupa at Sarnath. Then we have Ramabhar Stupa. Ramabhar Stupa. Clear. Which is located in Kushinagar, UP. Ramabhar Stupa, Kushinagar, UP. Then we have Vaishali Stupa. Vaishali Stupa. Then we have Kesaria Stupa, Bihar. Kesaria Stupa in Bihar. Clear. And then we have Amravati Stupa, Andhra Pradesh. Amravati Stupa, Andhra Pradesh. Right, they can give it to match also, clear? Dhamek Stupa at Sarnath, Ramabhar Stupa at Kushinagar, Vaishali Stupa in Bihar, Vaishali region, Kesaria again in Bihar, Kesaria Stupa in Bihar, Bihar only. Amravati, Andhra Pradesh. Amravati, Andhra Pradesh. Clear? Andhra Pradesh, Amravati Stupa. Clear? These were stupas. Clear? Now, coming to Mauryan period, sculptures were promoted. Artistic development that include sculptures as well. Sculptures, clear? Now, among the sculptures, clear, large number of sculptures of yakshas and yakshanis were made, clear? Yakshas were local male deity, yakshanis were local female deities. Large number of yakshas has been found at Parkham near Mathura, and yakshanis has been found at Didarganj and Lohanipur. Didarganj and Lohanipur near Patna. Clear? These are very prominent development. Clear? Parkham and Didarganj. Clear? Now after this, clear? After this, now coming to post-Mauryan phase. After post-Mauryan phase, clear? After the decline of Mauryan Empire, clear? Major sculpture development took place in the region of Kaling. Clear? Kaling or modern Odisha. Kaling or modern Odisha began to be ruled by Kharvel, who supported Jain religion. Clear? Kharvel who supported Jain religion. Clear? And Kharvel constructed a rock cut sculpture of elephant. Rock cut sculpture of elephant. Rock cut sculpture of elephant at Dholi near Bhubaneswar. Rock cut sculpture of elephant at Dholi. Clear? At Dholi. Clear? At Dholi. At the same time, clear? Dholi. Clear? Kharvel also constructed Udaygiri and Khandgiri caves. Udaygiri and Khandgiri caves. Clear? And Khandgiri caves. And Khandgiri caves. Clear? Khandgiri caves. Clear? Right, clear? The caves were also known as Hathi Gumfa caves. It's basically Gufa. Hathi because its rock cut statue or sculpture of elephant was placed in front of these caves, known as Hathi Gumfa caves. Clear? Hathi Gumfa caves. Clear. All these were development that took place. Clear. Mauryan and overlapping post-Mauryan phase. Clear. Now coming to the post-Mauryan phase, exactly continuity what exactly took place. We had discussed that in post-Mauryan phase there were Shungas, Kanvas and Satvahans. Clear. So first of all, coming to the development of artistic development in post-Mauryan phase. Clear. The most important development was in post-Mauryan phase two major schools of art known as the Mathura School of Art and the Gandhar School of Art, and thirdly Amravati School of Art. Clear? So Mathura School of Art, Amravati School of Art and Gandhar School of Art. Clear? Now coming to Mathura School of Art. Clear? Mathura School of Art, clear, was a indigenous school of art promoted in the region of Mathura, which was also the second capital of Kanishk in India. Clear? And at the same time, clear, during this period only Mathura School of Art was promoted as Indian School of Art, in which image or sculpture of Gautam Buddha was made in pure Indian style with shaven head and at the same time with saffron cloth, which were important requirements to enter Buddhist Sangh. Clear? And at the same time, clear, Gandhar School of Art was a hybrid school of art which was promoted by Indian sculptors and Greek sculptors under Hellenistic features. Clear? These developments took place largely, clear, Mathura and Gandhar School of Art. Satvahans promoted the Amravati School of Art, whereby basically the sculptures of Gautam Buddha were made in white marble. Clear? And in this, not only the head, even face was shaven of Gautam Buddha, which was largely inspired by Jatak stories. Clear? Now, at the same time, clear, all these developments were taking place. Clear? And this became a very important development during this phase only. At Mathura, we have found a headless statue of Kanishk, headless stone statue of Ganesh, which indicate use of long coat and even use of swords, clear, which indicate that cloth making and metallurgical science was developed during the period of Kanishk, clear. This developments continued during post-Mauryan phase, clear. Apart from post-Mauryan phase, what were major art and culture development during Gupta period, clear. Now, as we had discussed, Gupta period is known as the golden period of ancient India, and Gupta period promoted several developments in artistic form. Okay? First of all, Gupta period is remembered for fresco paintings at Ajanta, fresco paintings at Ajanta, clear, paintings at Ajanta. We had discussed about this painting, the layer was applied, and after this layer was applied, at the same time, colors were applied in semi-wet condition in order to seep the color and to make it permanent in nature. This was Gupta period, clear. At the sculpture, if you look into that, clear, the most important sculpture promoted by Gupta period was the sculpture of Sadashiv or Trimurti in the Elephanta cave, in the Elephanta cave. Clear? This indicates lordship with three facial depiction as preserver, creator and destroyer of universe, which was found at this time in Elephanta cave. Then at Elephanta cave we have the sculpture of Ardhanareshwar, in which half goddess Shiv and goddess Parvati is shown. There is half male and female is shown, and this is sculpture is known as Ardhanareshwar, which was also a very important development. Clear. Apart from Chaturmukh temple at Nashnakutara, we discussed about this Dashratar temple also. Clear. Made at the same time, post Gupta period, their influence on culture. In post-Gupta period, the Chalukyas and Pallavas contributed significantly, and we had discussed about the temple construction and sculpture art at Mahabalipuram or Mammalapuram. Clear? So all these developments took place, clear, in the ancient times. Clear? These developments or these major two schools must be known to all of you. They are very important ones, and all these are considered to be important for your examination. Clear? So this was all related to ancient India. Now, two things that you have told me. One thing is basically the cultural terms, the terms related to ancient India, and second is terms and terms related to ancient India. I got this. Yeah, terms, many unusual terms. Okay, fine. We'll do the terms also. What was Hindu and non-Buddhist art in postmodern period? Sandhara, Nirantara, and Sarvotobhara. We had discussed about Sandhara is something without Pradakshina path, Nirantara is with Pradakshina path, and Sarvotobhara is access to the temples from all sides. It is applicable initially to Buddhist temples also, that is Chaityas, and even temples constructed by Brahminical faith also. Clear? With respect to religion philosophy, who were Brahmavadini? Brahmavadini were female composers of Vedic hymns. Clear? In the Rig Veda, some female composers also composed the hymns, and these female composers and Vedic experts were known as Brahmavadini. Clear? Prominent Brahmavadini in the Rig Vedic phase included Lopamudra. She was a Brahmavadini. Along with Lopamudra, there was another person, Gargi. All of them composed Vedic hymns, and they were known as Brahmavadini. So Brahmavadinis were composers of Vedic hymns in the Rig Vedic phase. From the later Vedic phase, women were not allowed to compose hymns, and the position began to deteriorate. Clear? So this was basically development related to ancient India, all major developments. Now we'll come to early medieval phase, which is very important for examination. Terms you have asked, we'll have a set of terms. I'll discuss the terms also. Ashes of Buddha is put into Hermika or not? No. Ashes of Gautam Buddha is symbolically, because Gautam Buddha died in 483 BC. Clear? Even ashes could not have been available. So symbolically some ashes were collected from the place where he died, that is Kushinagar, and these ashes were placed in the Hermika of the stupas. Clear? So symbolic ashes. Clear? There are ashes, there's something in the Hermika, but these are all symbolic ashes. They are not the real ashes, because anyway Gautam Buddha died much earlier and Ashok began to construct stupas much later. Clear? So only symbolic ashes are there. It's clear. But Brahmavadini also, is it clear? No, just understand. Clear? Test would be given to you, subject related test, 10 to 12 questions I'll repeat, and current affairs test. Write the test. Tomorrow we'll discuss the answers of those tests also along with explanation. Clear? So tomorrow we'll have a discussion on this test as well. Clear? So questions we had discussed, all the questions. Terms I'll discuss tomorrow related to ancient India, all the major terms related to ancient India. We'll come to those terms also. See, if you find such things, just let me know. We'll come to those terms of those developments as well. Is it fine? So we'll wind up here. We'll continue from here tomorrow. Clear? We'll start first of all complete ancient India. We'll discuss about terms at the same time. Then we'll proceed to discuss about early medieval phase. Clear? Terms are equally important in early medieval phase as well. First of all, before we start, we have a question from Rashmi. Question is, history of Junagadh inscription, its relation with Chandragupta Maurya, Ashok and Rudradaman. Clear? So Rashmi, I'll let you know. Clear? The Junagadh inscription is also known as the Girnar inscription. Clear? This inscription is known as Girnar inscription as well. This inscription is also known as Takht-e-Bahi inscription, and this inscription was inscribed by Shaka ruler Rudradaman. Clear? Rudradaman. And the most distinctive feature of this inscription is that it is the first inscription to be written in pure Sanskrit language, and the style which has been followed in the inscription is known as the Kavya style, that is poetic style. Clear? So even though Rudradaman was a foreigner to India, he became the first ruler to issue pure Sanskrit inscription for the first time, which is known as Girnar inscription, Takht-e-Bahi inscription and Junagadh inscription. Even Ashok, who preceded Rudradaman, issued inscriptions in Brahmi script and Prakrit language, but Rudradaman issued inscription in Sanskrit language. Clear? In this inscription, it is clearly mentioned that Rudradaman repaired the dam on Sudarshan Lake. Clear? So there was a Sudarshan Lake in the region of Kathia war in Gujarat, and the dam got destroyed because of some natural calamity. He got the dam on Sudarshan Lake repaired, which is mentioned in Junagadh inscription. Clear? This inscription is related to Chandragupta Maurya also, Ashok also, along with Rudradaman. Why? Because the same dam had been repaired earlier by Chandragupta Maurya, the founder of Mauryan Empire. It was again repaired by Ashok through his officer known as Tushashpa. Clear? So Ashok got the dam on Sudarshan Lake repaired through his officer known as Tushashpa. Clear? And finally, the dam was again repaired by Rudradaman, which is mentioned in Girnar inscription, also known as Junagadh inscription. Clear? So in this way, Junagadh inscription is related to Chandragupta Maurya, Ashok, and Rudradaman. Clear? So very important piece of information, no doubt. Clear? So Takht-e-Bahi inscription, Girnar inscription, Junagadh inscription, it is the name of common inscription which was written in pure Sanskrit style, in Kavi style, and that mentions about the repair of dam on Sudarshan Lake by Chandragupta Maurya, Ashok, and even Rudradaman, the Shaka ruler. It's clear? Okay, fine. Now, today, let us start with a very important phase of history from where questions are asked. Almost 2-3 questions you will get from this topic, and this is known as the early medieval phase. Clear? So, early medieval phase is an important phase of history. Just understand about this phase. First of all, why do we call this phase as the early medieval phase? This phase starts around 750 AD and continues up to 1200 AD. That is almost for 4.5 centuries. Clear? This phase is known as early medieval phase because it was a transitory phase from ancient to medieval India. Clear? So ancient India started to come to an end by 750 AD and development in medieval course started to take place, and medieval course or medieval culture got finally established around 1200 AD, and this was a transitory phase for 450 years, which is known as the early medieval phase. Why do we call this? First of all, because by our medieval phase, the Turkish rulers came to India who introduced Islamic culture and principles in this country that ultimately led to a composite culture known as Indo-Islamic culture. Clear? So this mixing or blending of Indian culture and Islamic culture started in early medieval phase that ultimately led to the establishment of composite culture by 13th century, and therefore medieval phase starts. Clear? Therefore this period in flux, volatility. Clear? The early medieval phase is very important, and everything has to be understood from transitory character, even though there were some rulers who provided stability like the Cholas in the extreme southern part of India. We'll come to them also, very important for your examination. Clear? Now, first of all, clear, we'll discuss about North India, then we'll go to South India in this phase and what major developments were taking place in North and South India by this time. Clear? Now, first of all, we need to understand, clear, after the end of Harsha's kingdom, clear, phase of political chaos prevailed in India for almost 100 years till the middle of 8th century. Clear? Harshvardhan died in 647 AD, and thereafter 100 years of chaos and anarchy prevailed, leading to political stability once again in 750 AD in the northern part of India. Clear? And coming to that stability that started in the medieval phase from mid 18th century. Clear? So by this time in the northern part of India, 3 contemporary dynasties were established in different parts. First among them were the dynasty of the Palas in eastern India, then the dynasty of the Pratiharas in western India, and the dynasty of the Rashtrakutas in the region of Deccan, who replaced the Chalukyas. We had discussed about Chalukyas and Pallavas. Pallavas were defeated by Chalukyas, and Chalukyas in turn were defeated by the founder of Rashtrakuta dynasty known as Danti Durg. Clear? Now, these three contemporary dynasties were established in northern part of India by mid 18th century, and they provided some sense of political stability. Clear? First of all, politically, the history of these three dynasties are important because all of them began to fight for the mastery of one important region in North India, that is Kannauj. Because since the head days of Harshvardhan, Kannauj became the center of power in northern part of India. Any power having control over Kannauj was supposed to rule over the entire northern part of India. This struggle in history is known as tripartite struggle. Clear? So this tripartite struggle was the major political feature of early medieval phase among Palas, Pratiharas and Rashtrakutas to gain mastery over the region of Kannauj. Clear? Now, among these dynasties, first of all, we'll discuss about the dynasty of the Pratiharas. Why? Because they are in news. Clear? Some rulers among them are in news in recent times, and that is very important for your prelims examination. Clear? The dynasty of the Pratiharas was founded by Nagbhat first in the by the end of 8th century AD. Clear? This dynasty of Pratiharas in Western India, corresponding with Gujarat region, they were known as the was founded by Nagbhat first, and this dynasty was also known as Gurjara Pratiharas because they dominated over the region of Gujarat. Clear? So they were also known as Gurjara Pratiharas, the founder being known as Nagbhat first. Clear? And all the rulers among the Pratiharas, they supported Brahmanical faith. Clear? And most of them were worshippers of Lord Vishnu and his avatars. Clear? The most powerful ruler among the Pratiharas, this ruler was Mihir Bhoj. Clear? So Mihir Bhoj was the most powerful ruler among the Pratiharas, and he ruled over this dynasty for longer period of time. Mihir Bhoj recruited large number of horses, and with horses and cavalry, he was able to retain Kannauj also against the Palas and the Rashtrakutas in tripartite struggle. Clear? Now coming to this warrior, this ruler, that is Mihir Bhoj. Clear? Why Mihir Bhoj is very important? Clear? Mihir Bhoj has been important because in recent times the statue of Mihir Bhoj has been made and inaugurated at a place known as Kaithal in Haryana. Clear? So in the state of Haryana, in recently, clear, the large statue of Mihir Bhoj was inaugurated, and this inauguration was done to highlight the rich role, or rather rich legacy, left by Mihir Bhoj in the western part of India, including parts of present Haryana. So at Kaithal in Haryana, the large statue of Mihir Bhoj was unveiled in recent time. So something to be known about Mihir Bhoj. Clear? First of all, clear, Mihir Bhoj was the follower of Brahmanical faith. He was a great devotee of Lord Vishnu, and in fact Mihir Bhoj claimed himself as an avatar of Lord Vishnu by adopting the title of Adi Varaha. Clear? Varaha is one of the avatar of Lord Vishnu, and to proclaim himself as an avatar of Lord Vishnu, Mihir Bhoj accepted the title of Adi Varaha. Clear? Varaha is a mythical beast that rather started, or rather lifted the whole earth or the globe from the ocean and placed it on its right orbit, and therefore was considered to be preserver of the universe. Clear? This person, Mihir Bhoj, is also important because during his reign, an Arabian traveler, Suleiman, came to India, and Suleiman has glorified Mihir Bhoj. In fact, Suleiman writes that he was the most powerful ruler among the Gurjara Pratiharas, and this dynasty was the powerful dynasty in northern part of India. So power of Mihir Bhoj is also attested by Arabian traveler. This Arabian traveler was Suleiman. Moreover, Mihir Bhoj was not only militarily powerful, Mihir Bhoj was even culturally very rich, and he patronized a very important writer in the western part of India. This writer patronized by Mihir Bhoj was known as Rajshekhar. Clear? Rajshekhar was patronized by Mihir Bhoj, who wrote many works. Clear? And Rajshekhar also wrote Karpura Manjari. Clear? But you should know at least the ruler, or rather the poet, that is Rajshekhar which was patronized by Mihir Bhoj. Clear? So Pratiharas are very important for coming examination. Pratiharas were founded by Nagbhat first, and this dynasty is also known as Gurjara Pratiharas. One of the most powerful ruler was Mihir Bhoj. In recent times, Mihir Bhoj is in news because Mihir Bhoj, a large statue of Mihir Bhoj has been unveiled at Kaithal in modern state of Haryana. He was a devotee of Lord Vishnu and adopted the title of Adivaraha. His powers are attached by Arabian traveler Suleiman, and he gave patronage to a great writer, Rajshekhar, in his court. All these informations must be there with you. Any question can be asked on Gurjara Pratiharas, especially Mihir Bhoj. Clear? This is one thing to be known. At the same time, coming to the dynasty of the Palas. Clear? The dynasty of the Palas was founded by Gopal in 750 AD in province of Bengal. Clear? But the most powerful among the Palas, powerful ruler among the Palas was Dharmapal, who was the son and successor of Gopal. Clear? Dharmapal ruled almost for 40 years, that is from 770 AD to 810 AD. Clear? This person, that is Dharmapal, is considered to be very important because Dharmapal was able to retain control over Kannauj against Pratiharas and the Rashtrakutas. Clear? Most important thing among the Palas is Palas recruited large number of elephants, and with support of elephants they retained control over Kannauj against Pratiharas and the Rashtrakutas. Clear? The most another important thing about Palas is they are the last rulers to patronize Buddhist religion in India. Clear? So Palas were supporters of Buddhist principles in India, and Dharmapal was a great devotee of Buddhist religion, and Dharmapal gave a grant of 200 villages for the maintenance of Nalanda University. Yesterday we had discussed about all these universities, that is Nalanda University, Vallabhi University, Vikramshila University, Udantapuri University, Somapura University. We have written all the universities of ancient India. Clear? He gave grant of 200 villages for the maintenance of Nalanda University, and also established another institution of Buddhist learning, and this was known as Vikramshila University in Bihar for promotion of teachings related to Vajrayan sect of Buddhist religion. Vajrayan sect that believes in magical rites and rituals related to the worship of Bodhisattvas and his consorts Taras. Clear? So to worship Taras and Bodhisattvas and magical rituals to be performed, Vajrayan sect came into being, and this sect was being promoted through Vikramshila University established by Dharmapal. Clear? At this time only, I'll let you know, a Turkish warrior Mahmud Khalji came to India. He attacked India and destroyed the Nalanda Mahavihar, and it was set on fire, and this marked the end of Buddhist University of Nalanda. And with the decline of Palas by 12th century AD, in fact Buddhism came to an end from the land of its birth, even though Buddhism remained to be a flourishing religion in other countries of the world. Clear? This was the developments related to the Palas. Clear? Coming to the Rashtrakutas, very important one. The dynasty of the Rashtrakutas was founded by Danti Durg. Normally, from this topic, we'll get the rulers and the founders of the dynasties. So always remember the rulers. Clear? Pratiharas founded by Nagbhat, Rashtrakutas by Dante Durg, Palas by Gopal. Clear? Dante Durg with his capital at Malkhed or Maniakhed. With his capital at Malkhed or Maniakhed. Clear? And the most powerful ruler among the Rashtrakutas, this ruler was Amogh Clear? Amogh was the most powerful ruler who retained control over Kannauj for relatively longer period of time. And Amogh was a great literary personality who started a new language in South India, Deccan, known as Kannada language. And in Kannada language, he composed a work. This work is titled as Kavi Raj Marg. Clear? So Kavi Raj Marg is the first book on Kannada poetics, and this book was written by Rashtrakuta ruler Amogh Varsh. Clear? From here, one Dravidian language began to develop after Tamil. Tamil developed under the Sangam age, and second was Kannada, started by Amog Varsh. Clear? And at the same time, this language began to be largely promoted by three jewels of Kannada language. These three jewels of Kannada language were Pampa, Ponna, and Ranna. Clear? These were three jewels of Kannada language: Pampa, Ponna, and Ranna. They are known as three Ratna of Kannada literature. Clear? Kannada literature was largely promoted in 12th century by a great saint known as Basav or Basavanna. Clear? We'll come to discuss about Basav or Basavanna separately because he's very relevant for your coming examination. In fact, I'm saying you again, early medieval phase is very important. Prepare these topics, you get questions. Clear? Basav is very important just because he founded the sect of Lingayas and he started the first parliament known as Anubhav Mandap, which has inspired Bharat Mandapam recently, established by our Prime Minister, even in G20 summit. Clear? We'll come to that. Clear? But first of all, Amog was started the Kannada language with Kaviraj Mark, and three jewels were supported to promote Kannada language: Pampa, Ponna, and Ranna. Clear? These developments took place, and therefore early medieval phase became very important because of these dynasties. Now just understand. Clear? Due to continuous struggle among the three dynasties to mastery Kannauj. Clear? All the three dynasties exhausted their energy. They finally came to an end. By the end of 10th century AD, political vacuum again began to prevail in India, and this political vacuum was largely utilized by one warrior from West Asia. This warrior was Mahmud of Ghazni, who raided India 17 times solely to extract resources out of Indian territory. Clear? We'll discuss how he came to India, what factors motivated him to come to India, and how he managed to raid India 17 times to take away the resources from Indian territory. We'll come to his invasion separately. Clear? But at the same time, these developments took place. Rashtrakutas also contributed towards temple construction. We'll come to those temple construction done by Rashtrakuta rulers. Clear? So this was one major development in the northern part of India: Pratiharas, Palas, and the Rashtrakutas. Clear? Meanwhile, here only just understand, when dynasty of Palas came to an end around 11th century AD in province of Bengal, Palas were succeeded by another dynasty known as the dynasty of the Senas. Clear? So this dynasty was replaced by Senas, and the founder of Sena dynasty was Samantasena. Clear? So Samantasena was the founder of Sena dynasty in Bengal. Clear? And this dynasty was ruled largely by one powerful ruler, and this powerful ruler was Balala Sen. Clear? So Balala Sen was the most powerful ruler among the Sena dynasty, and Balala Sen wrote several important works, and the most popular work of Balala Sen is related to astronomy, and this work of Balala Sen is known as Adbhut Sagar. Clear? So the work of Adbhut Sagar was written by Balala Sen, and this work dealt with the theme of astronomy. Clear? So Senas also succeeded for some time in province of Bengal after the Palas, the founder of Sena being Samanta Sen, and the most important being Balala Sen, who wrote several important works, the most important being the work on astronomy known as Adbhut Sagar. Clear? This was minor dynasty established in province of Bengal. So this was the major picture of all these dynasties which were established in northern part of India. Clear? At the same time, clear, apart from this, we need to understand that these dynasties came to an end, and by these dynasties came to an end and Turkish warriors began to attack. Clear? North India witnessed the rise of aristocratic warriors among the Kshatriya class. These aristocratic Kshatriya warriors are known as the Rajputs. Clear? We need to discuss briefly about the Rajputs as well, which became a very distinctive development in northern part of India, not to be seen in the southern part of Indian territory. Clear? So apart from this, when they came to an end, new section emerged in Indian society known as the section of the Rajputs. Clear? Now coming to the origin of the Rajputs in the northern part of India. Clear? There are different theories associated with the origin of the Rajputs, but the most acceptable theory is known as the Agni Kul theory. Clear? What do we mean by this Agni Kul theory? according to this theory, there was a priest known as Vasist, clear? And this person Vasist began to pray to create a class of warriors to defend India from all warriors coming from Central and West Asia. He organized a fire pit at a place known as Mount Abu in Rajasthan. And after years of meditation, it is believed that from this fire pit, Agni Kund, clear, four Rajput clans emerged, and these Rajput clans are known as Agni Kul Rajputs. Clear? Kul means clan. Clear? So four Agni Kul Rajputs emerged from the fire pit at Mount Abu. These Agni Kul Rajputs were Pratiharas. These Agni Kul Rajputs were Pratiharas who began to rule from North Gujarat. Then Parmars, who began to rule from the region of Malwa. Then Chalukyas, who began to rule from South Gujarat. They are also known as Solanki Rajputs. Then we have Chauhans, who began to rule from the region of Ajmer. Clear? So four Agni Kul Rajputs emerged: Pratiharas, Parmars, Chalukyas and Chauhans. Apart from these four Agni Kul Rajputs, clear, there are other Rajput clans that emerged in northern part of India. These Rajput clans that emerged in northern part of India were Gahadwalas of Kannauj, Tomars of Delhi, and Chandelas of Bundelkhand. Clear? So three other Rajput clans emerged. Altogether, these were the prominent Rajput clans that emerged in different parts of north and central India: Pratiharas, Parmars, Chalukyas, Chauhans, Gahadwalas, Tomars, and Chandelas. Chandelas were prolific builder of temples. We'll come to all the temples constructed by the Rajput rulers in northern and central part of India. Clear? So all these developments took place, and all these development resulted into political stability along with political conflict as well. And ultimately, we'll see politically, even the Rajputs got defeated by the Turks, and that ultimately resulted into establishment of Delhi Sultanate. Clear? As the most powerful Rajput warrior of Chauhan clan, that is Prithviraj Chauhan, was defeated by Muhammad Ghori in the Battle of Tarain in 1192, that marked the beginning of Turkish rule in India. Clear? We'll come to that political developments, but meanwhile, just understand. Clear? These all dynasties, maybe the Palas, the Pratiharas, the Rashtrakutas, and even the Rajputs who dominated the early medieval phase in the northern and central part of India. We'll go to South India separately. All of them contributed towards cultural growth and development. We had discussed about some of the works like Adbhut Sagar or the work like the written by Amogh Varsh. Clear? But the most important contribution given by them, this most important contribution was in form of temple architecture in India. Clear? So first of all, we need to discuss about the temple architecture promoted by these rulers in India, and this temple architecture became one of the most distinctive feature of early medieval phase. Clear? So we'll come to all the major temples. Do remember one thing, you will get one or two questions from temple constructions and temples every time. We need to understand about temple construction in early medieval phase, which was the major phase for temple architecture in India, because when Sultanate got established, they began to promote Islamic monuments in India. Clear? So coming to the temple architecture. Clear? We'll proceed region wise. First of all, we'll discuss all the temples in eastern part of India. Then we'll discuss the temples in northern part of India and even in Himalayan region before we go on to discuss about South Indian temples. Clear? Now, first of all, I'll let you know, just understand. Clear? First of all, coming to temples of eastern India or temples in eastern India. Do prepare this topic. It's very important for your examination. Expected question will come. Temples in Eastern India. Temples in Eastern India. Clear? We need to understand what were the temples. Clear? All the temples largely that were constructed in Eastern India, these temples were constructed in the Nagar style of temple architecture. What do we mean by Nagar style of temple architecture, and what are the distinctive features of Nagar style of temple architecture? We need to understand. Clear? First of all, do understand. Clear? That in Nagar style or any temple, clear? First of all, ground plan always remains to be same. Clear? The most important place in any temple is the Garbhagriha or the Sanctum Sanctorum, where the main idol of the god is kept. Clear? First of all, when any temple is constructed, a large platform is created. Clear? A large platform is created. This large platform, which is the ground plan, this large ground plan is known as Jagati. Clear? So Jagati is the large ground plan. Clear? Above this Jagati, there is another contracted ground plan which is connected through flight of steps. Clear? So this is connected with flight of steps, and this structure is known as Pithas. Clear? So Jagati is followed by the Pithas. Clear? And above the Pithas, there's another smaller another place or another structure, and this structure is known as Adi Sthan. Clear? So this structure place is known as Adi Sthan. Clear? And this Adi Sthan basically acts as Garbhagriha, also known as Sanctum Sanctorum. Clear? So this acts as Garbhagriha or Sanctum Sanctorum. Clear? So Adi Sthan can be termed as Garbhagriha. In English, we call it to be Sanctum Sanctorum. Sanctum Sanctorum. Clear? This is one important thing. Clear? And at the same time, above this only, the main idol of the god is also created, and at the same time, this whole structure is covered with two curvilinear tower. This curvilinear tower is known as Shikhar. Clear? So this whole structure is surmounted by two curvilinear tower, and this curvilinear tower is known as Shikhar. This curvilinear tower is known as Shikhar, and Shikhar at the same time, clear, is mounted, or here at the top of the Shikhar, there is a structure which is constructed in stone, and this structure is known as Stupika or Amalaka. Clear? So it is known as Amalaka. It is also known as Stupika. Stupika. And on top of this, there is a kalash that is kept. Clear? And this kalash at the top is known as, we call it also to be kalash. This is the plan of all the temples constructed in northern part of India, Nagar. One is the large platform known as Jagati. Above Jagati, there's a smaller one known as Pithas, connected with flight of stairs. And above Pithas, again flight of stairs, we have another structure known as Adhisthan. Adhisthan is also known as Garbhagriha or Sanctum Sanctorum, where the main idol of the god is kept. And these two are surmounted by two curvilinear tower known as Shikhar. And Shikhar is surmounted on the top by Amalaka and Stupika. And the temple is finally marked by the pot, or rather a kalash, and this technically is also known as kalash. These are the major components of temples under Nagar style of temple architecture. Clear? Now, which were the temples constructed under Nagar style of temple architecture? First of all, start with temples of Eastern India. Do write these terms: Jagati, Pithas, Adhisthan, Shikhar, Amalaka, and then Kalash. Clear? This Adhisthan is Garbhagriha or Sanctum Sanctorum. Now we'll come to the temples constructed in Eastern India, largely in the style known as Nagar style of temple architecture. Clear? So temples in Eastern India. Temples in Eastern India. Coming to this temple, clear? Now, first most important temple, most popular temple, which was in news also and which is always in news, clear? The first most important temple is Sun Temple at Konark, clear? So, the most popular temple in Eastern India is Sun Temple at Konark. Odisha, clear? Odisha is also known as Devbhumi along with Uttarakhand, clear? So Sun Temple, Konark, Odisha, clear? Now something about this Sun Temple, why it is important, clear? Sun Temple was constructed by a ruler known as Narsimha Dev first, who belonged to East Ganga dynasty, clear? So this temple was built by Narsimha Dev first. He constructed this temple, Narsimha Dev first, who belonged to Eastern Ganga dynasty. There was a dynasty in Odisha known as the Eastern Ganga dynasty. Clear? Narsimha Dev first. Clear? Eastern Ganga dynasty. Write the year also. It was constructed in 1235 AD. This temple is very important. Clear? Okay, it was represented even in the Jagannath temple, even in the G20 summit also by our Prime Minister, Jagannath temple. Now, what are the distinctive features of this temple? Clear? These distinctive features are very important. In fact, you will get features only in prelims examination. Clear? This temple complex is in form of chariot of sun god, that is Surya. Clear? So, it is in the form of the chariot of sun god, chariot of sun god, also known as Surya Bhagwan, clear? Surya Bhagwan, chariot of sun god, clear? It at the same time, another distinctive feature is it has 12 pairs of stone wheels, clear? So it has 12 pairs of stone wheels, 12 pairs of stone wheels, clear, which are elaborately carved, and one important thing is these wheels are also marked by erotic designs, clear? So it's marked by erotic designs, also known as erotic images. These erotic images are locally known as Mithun. Clear? So 12 pairs of stone wheels marked by erotic images. These erotic images are known as Mithun. Clear? At the same time, clear, the temple is oriented. Orientation is very important of this temple. The temple is oriented towards the east. Temple is oriented towards the east, so that the first ray of the sun can fall on this temple, and that is why it is known as Sun Temple. Clear? So oriented towards the east. Clear? The wheels of the temple act as sundials. These wheels, clear? These wheels of the temple act as sundials, clear? So the wheels of the temple act as sundials, which can calculate time to the accuracy of a minute, clear? So these wheels act as sundials. That is why it is known as Sun Temple. Sundials that can calculate the time with a perfect accuracy of a minute also, clear? At the same time, this style, or the whole style in which the temple has been constructed, this style is also known as Kaling style of architecture. This is known as Kaling style of architecture, and it is also one of the site included under UNESCO World Heritage Site. Clear? So I'll repeat here only. First of all, clear? Sun Temple at Konark. Clear? So Sun Temple at Konark was constructed in 1235 AD. It was constructed by Narsimha Dev first, who belonged to Eastern Ganga dynasty. The most distinctive feature is it is in the form of chariot of sun god, advocate or addressed to Surya. It has 12 pairs of stone wheels, and these stone wheels act as sundials that measures the time with accuracy, and these wheels contain erotic images who are known as Mithun. Clear? And this temple is oriented towards the eastern direction, so that the rays of the sun first fall on this temple, and the whole style of this architecture is known as Kaling style of architecture, and it is one of the site included in UNESCO World Heritage Site. Clear? Sun Temple to be prepared thoroughly. One of the sundial wheel was basically the center of attraction in which in front of which our Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with several representatives from different countries in G20 summit, and these sundials are very important. 12 pairs of these stone wheels are there. Clear? Very important one. In fact, I'll let you know in course of time. Clear? This is not the only sun temple in India. We have various or multiple sun temples in India. We have sun temples in Uttarakhand also. We have sun temple in Assam also, Bihar also, Andhra Pradesh also, Tamil Nadu also, Gujarat also, Madhya Pradesh also, and even Jammu and Kashmir, known as Martand Temple. I'll let you know about all these sun temples. They are very important temples in India. One among them being the Sun Temple at Konark in Odisha, and this temple is very prominent one. Clear? So the major architecture is very clear. These distinctive features must be known to all of you. They are very prominent one. Especially eroticism is a major feature also that is indicated by Mithun. Clear? So one temple in eastern part of India in Odisha known as Sun Temple of Konark. Clear? Coming to another temple in eastern India, again in Odisha only, and this temple is popularly known as the Lingaraj temple. Clear? So Lingaraj temple, very prominent one. We'll come to this temple. So Lingaraj temple in Odisha. Clear? It is located in the capital city itself, the capital city being Bhubaneswar. The Lingaraj temple at Bhubaneswar. Clear? This temple was constructed in 11th century. This temple was constructed in the 11th century. 11th century. Clear? And it was constructed by a ruler known as Yayati Keshri. This temple was constructed by a ruler known as Yayati Keshri of Somvansh. He belonged to the Somvansh. Yayati Keshri of Somvansh. Clear? No, at the same time. Clear? Some parts of this temple were built in 7th century also, but it was finally completed in 11th century. Clear? This temple, now coming to the features of this temple, Lingaraj temple, this temple was constructed to worship Lord Shiva. Clear? This temple was constructed to worship Lord Shiva, and it is the largest temple of Odisha. It is the largest temple of Odisha. Clear? Lingaraj temple, that's the version. Ling worship, Shivling. Clear? That is phallus symbols. That is what it is dedicated to Lord Shiva. In fact, it is known as Lingaraj because of Lord Shiva. Largest temple of Odisha. It has also been constructed in Kaling style of architecture. Constructed in Kaling style of architecture. Clear? Clear? And at the same time, clear? This temple is constructed in Kaling style, which is known as Deval style. Typical style known as Deval style of temple architecture. Clear? Deval style has 4 important components. Clear? These 4 components of Deval style is the Viman. Viman, that is a structure constructed over the Garbhagriha. Clear? Sometimes in Kaling style, we call this shikhar as Viman also. Clear? So it's basically Viman, but we call it as shikhar, we call it as Viman. Clear? Then we have a large assembly hall. This large assembly hall, which is typical of Kaling style, is known as Jagmohan. Clear? So Jagmohan is a large assembly hall, which is a distinctive feature of Kaling style, and this large assembly hall is known as Jagmohan. Clear? Then at the same time, third component is Mahamandir, the main mandir. Third component is the Mahamandir or the main mandir, and then followed by Bhog Mandap, that is hall of offering. Clear? The fourth component is Bhog Mandap. where offerings are given to God. Clear? So these are four important features of the Deul style or Kaling style. That is a large Viman on Garbhagriha. Then we have large assembly hall, that is Jagmohan. Then the main hall, that is Mahamandir, and the Bhog Mandap, where offerings are given to the God. Clear? These are very important development that took place in the eastern part of India. We need to understand. Clear? So this was Lingaraj temple at Bhubaneswar. Coming to another very important temple in Odisha also only, and this temple is known as the Jagannath temple. Clear? Coming to another temple, it's known as the Jagannath temple. The Jagannath temple. Clear? This temple was constructed in the 12th century. Right, the period also constructed in the 12th century AD, and it was constructed by Anant Varma. This temple was constructed by Anant Varma, who also belonged to Eastern Ganga dynasty, who constructed the Sun temple, who also belonged to Eastern Ganga dynasty. Anant Varma, who also belonged to the Eastern Ganga dynasty. Eastern Ganga dynasty. Clear? Now, coming to this major features of this temple, the Jagannath temple. Clear? Jagannath temple is located on the eastern coast of Puri. Clear? So it is located exactly at Puri in Odisha. Clear? And it is devoted to Lord Vishnu. Lord Jagannath is basically the avatar of Lord Vishnu. So Lord Jagannath is an avatar of Lord Vishnu. Avatar of Lord Vishnu. This temple is unique as they are made in wood. Wood has been used in large amount. Clear? So this temple has been largely constructed not only in stone but largely in wood. And these wood are replaced every 12th year. Clear? So this whole temple has been constructed in wood, which is replaced after every 12th year. Clear? So this is wood. This very distinctive feature. Do remember, this is constructed in wood. Initially, it was constructed in stone, but as we'll discuss, this temple was destroyed by several times by rulers in medieval times, including Firoz Shah Tughlaq. So ultimately, the temple was constructed in wooden material, and this wooden material is replaced after every 12th year. Clear? This very important feature of the Jagannath temple at Puri. Clear? And this temple, clear? This temple mark one of the four dhams. Clear? And these four dhams are four divine sites. Clear? Among the four divine sites of Hindu faith, Jagannath temple is one of them. Clear? And that is associated with Rath Yatra. Clear? So among the four dham, this is one of the dham, and therefore this dham is marked by the Rath Yatra as well at Puri. Clear? This is very important one, and at the same time, clear? This also contains four important. This also has been constructed in Deval style, which is Kaling style. Clear? And Deval style is marked by four important components. These components are: number one, the Viman; second is known as Jagmohan; third is known as Mahamandir; and fourth is Bhog Mandap. Clear? So this temple is also marked by four important features of Deval style. These four features of Deval style are: so first of all, the Viman; then we have the Mahamandir; then Bhog Deval and Jagmohan, the large assembly hall. This is Jagannath temple at Puri. Clear? So three major temples in eastern India, all the three temples belonging to Odisha, and you must be thorough with these three temples, because you get questions from temples, especially in eastern part of India. Clear? Temples all across India are important, but these are very prominent ones. When we move further from, clear, the temples from this region to the region of Bengal and northeastern part of India, there also we have some prominent temples. Clear? Now coming to northeastern. So apart from eastern India, now we'll go to the northeastern region as well. Clear? So northeastern region is very equally important for temple construction. First of all, the most important temple in the northeastern part of India is the Kamakhya temple in Guwahati. Kamakhya temple in Guwahati. Clear? This is a very important temple known as Kamakhya temple. Clear? Now, what is importance of Kamakhya temple? We'll just understand. Clear? See, there is a strong belief. Clear? That Lord Shiv was moving across with his wife Sati. Clear? He carried the dead body of Sati, and he was remembering his old days when they used to live as happy couple. Clear? The pain of Lord Shiv could not be seen by Lord Vishnu, and Lord Vishnu destroyed the body of Sati into different places through Sudarshan Chakra. Clear? Now, there are theories that this body was divided into 18 pieces that fell at different locations of India. Some sources say that the body was divided into 52 pieces. It was divided in different parts of India, and where the parts were divided, all this came to be known as Shakti Peeth in India. Clear? So largely it is accepted that there are 52 Shakti Peeths in India, in which among them 18 are Mahashakti Peeth. Clear? So there are Shakti Peeths in India. Normally 52 pieces of goddess Sati fell on different parts of Indian territory, beyond Indian territory also, and all these 52 places came to be known as Shakti Peeth in India, and all these places are marked by flourishing temples. Clear? One among them, in fact, one of the most important among them, among the 52 sites, is the site of Kamakhya in Guwahati region of Assam, and this temple is worshipped to show gratitude towards Sati. Clear? Goddess Sati. There is no image of goddess Sati here. In fact, this temple is marked by worshipping of by the devotees to show annual menstruation of goddess Sati. Clear? So it is basically the annual menstruation of goddess Sati, which is worshipped as Kamakhya temple, and a very important festival is organized. This festival is known as Ambu Bachi Mela. Clear? So Ambu Bachi Mela is organized annually, and this marked the large number of devotees going to worship the annual menstruation of goddess Sati. Clear? So Kamakhya is one among the 52 sites. Clear? And these 52 sites are located not only in India, even beyond Indian frontier, and these all are very holy places for the members of the community. Clear? So all of them worship the remains or the parts of goddess Sati, who was wife of Lord Shiv, and she was divided into 52 pieces by Sudarshan Chakra of Lord Vishnu. Clear? So Kamakhya temple, very important one. Clear? And this temple is considered to be a very divine place in northeastern part of India. Along with this, there was another temple, and this temple in the northeastern part of India is known as Shiv Sagar, also known as Shiv Sagar Siva Dol Temple. Shiv Sagar Siva Dol Temple. Shiv Sagar Siva Dol Temple. It was constructed by Ahom rulers in 1734 AD. So constructed by Ahom rulers. We'll come to these rulers, very powerful one. Ahom rulers in 734 AD. Clear? These temples, clear? So this temple is known as Shiv Sagar Shiv Dol temple because it is a group of 3 temples. Clear? These 3 temples are Shiv Dol temple, then we have Vishnu Dol temple and Shiv temple or Devi Dol. Clear? So it's Shiv Dol, Vishnu Dol and Devi Dol. Clear? So 3 temples combined together is known as Shiv Sagar Shiv Dol temple. Clear? It is located on the banks of Shiv Sagar Tank. Clear? So this temple is known for worshipping Shiv Dol, Vishnu Dol, Shiv Dol, Vishnu Dol and the Devi Dol. Which is located on the banks of Shiv Sagar Tank. Clear? Shiv Sagar Tank. This temple integrate, clear, that is marked by a home style of architecture, and the most important feature is it is crowned with 8 crowned with 8 high golden domes. Crowned with 8 high golden domes. This is the most distinctive feature of Shivsagar temple. Clear? So high golden domes. Clear? Clear. And this style is also seen in Kamakhya temple also. Clear? So golden domes, 8 golden domes are there in Shivsagar temple. This style of architecture is seen even in Kamakhya temple and Guwahati as well. Clear? So these were major features of the temples found in northeastern part of India. Two temples, Kamakhya temple and Shivsagar Shivdol temple. Clear? In eastern India, we also need to discuss temples in the region of Bengal also. In fact, in Bengal, there's a very important temple known as Terracotta Temple at Vishnupur, which is located in Bankura district of West Bengal. Clear? So coming to this temple located in eastern India in the province of Bengal. Clear? So in province of Bengal, we have a terracotta. We have a terracotta temple of Vishnupur. It is located in Bankura district of West Bengal. It is located in Bankura district of West Bengal. Clear? It was constructed by Malla kings. Constructed in Malla kings during 17th and 18th centuries. Clear? 17th and 18th centuries. Clear? Now this temple, clear? Okay. Now this temple is marked by long pyramid shikhar. Clear? So this temple is marked by a long pyramid shikhar. A long pyramid shikhar. Clear? At the same time, clear? This temple, clear? This temple is also known as the temple of Panchratna temple. Clear? This Panchratna temple is devoted to Lord Krishna. Clear? Panchratna temple devoted to Lord Krishna. Panchratna temple devoted to Lord Krishna. Clear? So this is terracotta temples at Vishnupur. Clear? This very important temple that is located in eastern part of India. Clear? So very important one that took place in eastern part of India. Clear? Now at the same time, clear? If we look into eastern part of India also, we can count Chhattisgarh also, and in Chhattisgarh we have Lakshman temple at Sirpur. Clear? We have Lakshman temple at Sirpur in Chhattisgarh. Lakshman temple at Sirpur in Chhattisgarh. Clear? Chhattisgarh. It was built in way back in 7th century AD. 7th century AD. Clear? It is devoted to Lord Vishnu. Lakshman, clear? Devoted to Lord Vishnu. Clear? Devoted to Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu. And it is a brick temple. It is a brick temple. Clear? By the end of Guptas also bricks continue to be used as for construction of temples. Clear? And this temple is marked by unique symmetry. Distinctive feature is this temple is marked by unique symmetry. Clear? So unique symmetry is the distinct feature. Clear? At the distinct feature, and this site is also marked by Buddhist viharas. So some Buddhist viharas also located within or around the premises of Sirpur temple or Lakshman temple at Chhattisgarh. Clear? So very important temples which were constructed in eastern part of India. Beware about these temples. You get these temples. These are very prominent one. Clear? Now coming to the temples in central part of India. Coming to the temples in central India. Temples in central India. Clear? Now in central India, first of all I want to discuss a temple which is known as Chausat Yogini temple. This has been in news. Clear? This temple known as Chausat Yogini Temple located in Madhya Pradesh. Clear? Chauset Yogasana Temple. Clear? It's located in Metauli village. It is located in Metauli village of Madhya Pradesh. Clear? Now, why this temple has been in news, we need to understand. Clear? This temple has 64 chambers. This temple has 64 chambers along with one chamber, central chamber, along with one central chamber devoted to Lord Shiv. Clear? One central chamber devoted to Lord Shiv. And all these 64 chambers are in circular orientation. Clear? Why this temple is in news? Because it is said that based on the model of Chauset Yogini temple only, the old Parliament of India was planned and constructed. Clear? So the old plan was basically planned and constructed based on Chauset Yogini temple. Clear? So Chauset Yogini temple is a temple in which, clear, the Chauset Yogini temple is a temple in which, first of all, clear, is a temple in which there was 64 chambers constructed in circular form marked by huge pillars. Clear? In which the central deity Lord Shiva was placed in the central chamber, and therefore this orientation was considered to be the similar orientation of the old Parliament building in India. And just because of this old Parliament building, clear, which has been rather, which has not been, which has been destroyed and new Parliament building has been constructed. Clear? In this Parliament building, we need to understand, clear, we need to understand that the new Parliament is based on a new model. We'll come to that. Clear? The old Parliament was constructed by Herbert Baker and Edward Lutyens. Clear? You should also know this. The old Parliament was constructed by or planned by Edward Lutyens and Herbert Baker, British architect, and Herbert Baker. So Edward Lutyens and Herbert Baker, they two constructed, or they two contributed towards construction of old Parliament, and this old Parliament is said to be constructed on the basis of Chauset Yogini temple located in Metauli village, which was constructed to worship Lord Vishnu. Clear? Which was constructed to worship Lord Shiv. Clear? This temple, or this consideration needs to be known with respect to temples. Clear? With respect to temples in central part of India. Coming to another temple in central part of India. Clear? Central part of India. Now, before we go to other temples, there are some questions I need to answer. Questions are, sir, please clarify if Rajshekhar was court poet of Mihir Bhoj or Mahendrapal. Clear? Rajshekhar was in the court of Mihir Bhoj originally, then in the court of Mahendrapal as well. But Mihir Bhoj, Rajshekhar is a court poet of Mihir Bhoj. Clear? Mihir Bhoj gave patronage to Rajshekhar, and Rajshekhar composed several works like Karpura Manjari also. Clear? Now, another question is, sir, is Sun Temple of Konark is considered in Kushi style? Yeah, star-shaped style is a Kushi style, crucified style, which was used in the construction of Sun Temple. Gurjara Pratyahara founded by Harichand or Nagbhat. The founder was Nagbhat. Clear? Nagbhat. Clear? Then the style of Sun Temple of Modhera is same to the Kalighat architecture. To some extent, it is similar to Kalighat architecture, but again, I'll let you know why. All Sun Temple has one common thing. One common thing is that constructed according to orientation of the sun rays, so that the rays of the sun fell into this temple, and therefore it is known as the Sun Temple. So one common feature of all the Sun Temples is the Sun Temples constructed according to the alignment of sun rays, so that the rays of the sun in the early morning falls on the temple and the temple gets illuminated. That is why such temples are known as Sun Temple. Clear? It's clear. Now, Gurjara Pratyahara founded Harichandra Nagbhat. Gurjara Pratyahara was founded by Nagbhat first. Clear? Terapanthi is a part of Shwetambar or Digambar. Terapanthi sect is a part of Shwetambar sect. Clear? Okay, next, please use map. See, if you look at use map, image and map, it will take more time. Clear? But being a crash course, we have to cut short on time also. I want to give as much coverage as possible. If I start showing you map, it will consume time. Clear? What is Rekha Deval, Pitha Deval, and Khakra Deval? Clear? Rekha Deval is basically the three art styles which is followed in Kaling style of architecture. In Rekha Deval, there is basically a kind of shikhar which is constructed in curvilinear tower. Pitha Deval is pyramidal in nature, and Khakra Deval is the shikhar is not used. Rather, other structures are constructed. They are known as Rekha Deval, Pitha Deval, and Khakra Deval. So Rekha Deval means having shikhar like a structure on top. Clear? Pitha Deval means pyramidal structure on top. Khakra Deval means that having large orientation opening, and therefore the structure has large opening around the base. Clear? This is not the case with Rekha Deval and Pitha Deval. Clear? So please discuss yesterday's. I'll be discussing yesterday's test questions. Don't worry. Clear? At the end of the session, I'll be taking the test that was given to you yesterday. Don't worry. Clear? So coming to temples of Chauset Yogini temple, very prominent one. Clear? Now after the temples of central India, after temple. Clear? Now coming to another temple of central India. Clear? There's a temple known as Dashavatar temple. We had discussed about Dashavatar temple earlier also, which was constructed by Gupta rulers devoted to Lord Vishnu. Clear? Then we had Nashnakutara temple. We had discussed yesterday. Nashnakutara temple located in Panna district of Madhya Pradesh, and that was again belonging to the Gupta period. And the most distinctive feature was Chaturmukh Ling temple. Clear? Why is Chaturmukh temple? Because Shivling has four faces, and the Parvati temple. Clear? So Nachna temple is marked by Chaturmukh Ling temple. Why Chaturmukh? That on the rather the Shivling has four faces. Clear? And since they have four faces, this temple, Nachna temple is known as Chaturmukh Ling temple. Clear? So Nachna very prominent temple from Gupta period only. Nachna temple located in the district of Panna in Madhya Pradesh, which is known as Chaturmukh Ling temple. The most distinctive feature, Chaturmukh Ling temple, because Shivling has four facial projections. Clear? And there's another temple all known as Parvati temple beside this, and the whole complex known as Nachna temple. Clear? Now at the same time, clear? Now we'll come to the temples in western part of India, and we'll discuss about some major temples in western India as well. Clear? Khajuraho temple we had discussed. One temple is Kandariya Mahadev temple, which indicate Vesar style to its perfection. The temples in western India. Temples in western India. Clear? We had discussed some temples of western India, like basically the Dilwara temples, that is marked with Jain religion. Then we have Ranakpur temple, again related to Jain religion, located in Pali district. Clear? Now in western India, again we have a Sun temple. Clear? So Sun temple is there in western India as well, and this Sun temple in western India is located in Modhera, Gujarat. It's also known as Modhera temple. Clear? So Modhera temple in Gujarat is also a Sun temple. It was constructed by Raja Bhimdev. Constructed by Raja Bhimdev. Clear? And it was constructed in 1026 AD, early medieval phase. Raja Bhimdev. Clear? It is obviously dedicated to sun god. Clear? And it has got a large rectangular stepped tank. Clear? So one distinctive feature is it has large rectangular stepped tank. Large rectangular stepped tank is there. This is also known popularly as Surya Kund. Large rectangular stepped tank known as Surya Kund. Clear? Surya Kund. Clear? And apart from Surya Kund, there is Sabha Mandap, which is another feature. Sabha Mandap is there, where community worship can be held. There's a Sabha Mandap, and there's known as Guda Mandap. Guda Mandap. Clear? So large rectangular step tank known as Surya Kund, then Sabha Mandap, and Guda Mandap. Sun temple at Modhera in Gujarat, constructed by Raja Bhimdev in 1026 temple, along with Dilwara temple. Then we have Ranakpur temple. Now in Western India, one very prominent temple is the temple known as Kailash temple at Ellora, devoted to worship of Lord Shiv, and this was constructed by Rashtrakuta ruler Krishna first. Clear? So Kailash temple, it was constructed by Krishna first in the 8th century AD. In the 8th century AD, and the most distinctive feature is it is the largest rock cut temple of India. It is the largest rock cut temple of India. It is also known as cave numbering 16 of Ellora. Cave numbering 16 of Ellora. Clear? So this is known as Kailash temple. Clear? It is also included in the list of UNESCO World Heritage Site. Very prominent temple located in western part of India. Clear? So these temples, very prominent one. Clear? So temples in eastern part of India, central part of India, western part of India. Do prepare all these temples properly, because you get questions on these temples and features. Clear? Before we go to South India, first of all, we'll discuss about the political conditions of South India, which was more important in the field of temple construction. Clear? But here, first of all, I'll let you know, we need to have the list of all the sun temples in different parts of India, because questions may be asked on sun temples separately. So we'll look into all the sun temples of India. Clear? So coming to the sun temples. Clear? So all prominent sun temples in India. Sun temples in India. So one is Konark, that you all know. Clear? So first sun temple is obviously the Konark Sun temple in Odisha. Konark Sun temple in Odisha. Second, we had already discussed Modhera Sun temple in Gujarat. Modhera Sun temple in Gujarat. Then we have Martand Sun temple. Martand Sun temple in Jammu and Kashmir. So Konark Sun temple is in Odisha. Then Modhera Sun temple is in Gujarat. Then Martand Sun temple is in Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir. Then we have Brahmanya Dev temple. Brahmanya Dev Sun temple. Brahmanya Dev Sun temple in Madhya Pradesh. Brahmanya Dev Sun temple, Madhya Pradesh. Then Modhera Sun temple we had done. Then we have Surya Mar Kovali temple. Surya Mar Kovali temple in Tamil Nadu. Surya Mar Kovali temple in Tamil Nadu. Then we have Surya Narayan temple. Surya Narayan temple in Andhra Pradesh. Surya Narayan temple in Andhra Pradesh. Clear? Andhra Pradesh. Then we have Dakshinaka. Then we have Dakshinarka Sun temple. Dakshinarka Sun temple in Bihar. Dakshinarka Sun temple in Bihar. Then we have Surya Pahar temple. Surya Pahar temple. Surya Pahar temple. Surya Pahar temple in Assam. Surya Pahar temple in Assam. And then finally we have Katamal Surya temple. Katamal Surya Temple in Uttarakhand. Clear? Katamal Surya Temple in Uttarakhand. Katamal Surya Temple in Uttarakhand. Clear? So, 9 Surya temples in India. Clear? Very important one. Clear? Okay. So, Konark Sun Temple, Odisha, Modhera Sun Temple, Gujarat, Martand Sun Temple, J&K, Brahmanya Dev Sun Temple, Madhya Pradesh, Surya Markovali Temple, Tamil Nadu, Surya Narayan Temple, Andhra Pradesh, Dakshinarka Sun Temple, Bihar, Surya Pahar Temple, Assam, and Katamal Surya Temple, Uttarakhand. Clear? These all are sun temples of India, very prominent one. Clear? So these were basically the sun temples. Clear? Now all these developments are important. Temples are very important. You need to understand about temples thoroughly. Clear? We'll come to temples of South India, but before that, we'll discuss about the major rulers and dynasties in southern part of India. Clear? Now, first of all, I'll let you know. Clear? As far as South India is concerned, we need to understand one thing. Clear? South India has always been known for rich cultural traditions, and in South India during early medieval phase, very important development took place, and that development was related to establishment of a large centralized empire known as the Chola Empire. Clear? Very important one. Our Prime Minister always takes name of Chola Empire in most of the occasions, especially in Man Ki Baat also. So do understand about Cholas thoroughly. You can get any question. Even the statue of Nataraj was basically the center of attraction in Bharat Mandapam, which organized the G20 summit. So all these coming from the Cholas, and these were very prominent ones. First of all, briefly we'll discuss about the political history, and then we'll go on to discuss about cultural growth and development under the Cholas. Clear? So coming to the Cholas, very prominent one. Clear? In the early medieval phase, the Chola Empire. Early medieval phase. Do understand first. Clear? See, yesterday we had discussed that three contemporary dynasties were there in the extreme southern part of India during ancient times. These were the Cholas, the Cheras, and the Pandyas, who all of them contributed to a Sangam literature as well. Clear? This marked the beginning of Tamil literature as the first Dravidian language in southern part of India. Clear? These dynasties continued to flourish till 9th century. However, their prosperity got affected by 4th century AD with decline of Roman Empire in the Western world. Clear? Because the entire prosperity of Cheras, Cholas, and Pandyas were dependent on flourishing trade with the Romans of the Western world. Clear? And thereafter, from here only, the Cholas, the Cheras, the Pandyas, they continued but without much activity. Clear? By 9th century AD, imperial Cholas or mainline Cholas were established, and these imperial Cholas or mainline Cholas, they began to rule large areas, and they defeated both the Cheras and the Pandyas. The imperial Cholas was founded by a person named as Vijayalaya. Clear? So Vijayalaya was a person who founded the imperial Cholas, the mainline Cholas in 9th century AD. Clear? And Cholas from the very beginning emphasized on establishing large naval force. Clear? And with this naval force, Cholas expanded in all major areas beyond even in Indian Ocean as well. Clear? So obviously we need to understand this very important development under the Cholas. Clear? The most powerful ruler among the Cholas were two prominent ones. These two rulers were Raj first, and who ruled from 985 AD to 1014 AD, followed by his son and successor Rajendra I, who ruled from 1014 AD to 1044 AD. Clear? So Raj first and Rajendra first. Clear? Understand about their achievements. Clear? Sir, all sun temples have the same construction style. No, clear. There's only one common thing, that all the sun temples constructed in different parts may have different architecture, but all the sun temples has one common thing. They always face the eastern side. Why eastern side? So that the rays of the sun from eastern side falls on the temple in the early morning. Clear. This is the only common thing among all the sun temples, because all of them are oriented towards eastern side because of sun. Otherwise, regionally the architecture can vary from place to place. Clear? No. Raj first and Rajendra first. Clear? Raj first, with a large naval force, defeated the Chera navy at Trivandrum and even defeated the Pandyas. Clear? So large areas of the Cheras and Pandyas were taken under control by Raj first. Clear? With large military force and naval force, Raj first even annexed the northern part of modern Sri Lanka. So Tamil land is not far away from Sri Lanka. Northern part of Sri Lanka was conquered by Raj first. And more importantly, from contemporary perspective, clear, Raj first, with large naval force, conquered the entire island of Maldives. Clear? So Maldives, which is right now having a rough patches with India, this entire island was conquered by Raj first way back in the 10th and 11th century. Clear? So Raj first defeated the Cheras and Pandyas. Raj first even conquered the northern part of Sri Lanka and the entire island of Maldives in Indian Ocean. Clear? The series of military annexation was carried forward by son and successor Rajendra first. Clear? And Rajendra first, he completely defeated the Cheras and Pandyas, and the entire territory was brought under Chola Empire. So Cheras and Pandyas finally came to an end due to the aggression of Rajendra first. Rajendra first led expedition against Sri Lanka, and the entire Sri Lanka was brought under Chola Empire. Clear? Apart from this, Rajendra first wanted to promote trade relationship with China across Bay of Bengal region. Clear? And therefore, Rajendra first wanted to establish a halting station in Bengal to promote trade with China. But the contemporary ruler of Pala dynasty refused to provide space for halting station, and therefore in 1022 AD, Rajendra first led naval expedition against Pala ruler. He defeated the Pala ruler Mahipal, and since it was a big victory, Rajendra first took the title of Gangai Konda Chola, that is Chola conqueror of the river Ganga. Clear? He also founded a new city which was termed as Gangai Konda Cholapuram, or the city of the Chola conqueror of the river Ganga. Clear? So all these developments took place under Raj first and Rajendra first. Clear? So they are considered to be big warriors, and they established large Chola empire, and this large Chola empire was extended from this region. Both Raj first and Rajendra first even maintained diplomatic and trade relationship with Sri Vijaya Empire of Southeast Asia. Clear? So they extended their arms up to Southeast Asia and even wanted to go up to the region of China as well. Clear? So they were highly enterprising in nature, and they established large Chola Empire, centralized Chola Empire. Clear? The contributions of Raj and Rajendra first were the most important one. Clear? Now, apart from this, clear, Raj first and Rajendra first, after establishing large Chola Empire, they also contributed towards effective administration. Clear? And Chola administration became a very distinctive feature of South India, and this Chola administration has always attracted the attention of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who always keeps on talking about Chola administration because of its progressive character. Clear? Progressive character. And the Cholas contributed towards major developments in extreme southern part of India. Clear? So this was political history, major rulers. Now coming to why Cholas are always in news, why Cholas were in news in contemporary times also. Clear? Coming to this development, clear? First of all, the major thing that is in news in contemporary times is that recently the Prime Minister of India placed an important Sengol or scepter. Sangol or scepter. Sangol or scepter Singol or scepter in the new parliament building. So since new parliament building has been constructed, clear, our prime minister placed Sangol a scepter in the new parliament building, and this is Sangol is largely connected with Chola empire of early medieval phase. Clear. This scepter or this Sangol was given to our prime minister by a leading priest, a leading expert, and this leading expert is Thiru. This leading expert is Thiruvadu Thurai. Thiruvadurai, Thiruvadurai Adhinam, Thiruvadurai Adhinam, which is basically a monastery. So experts of this monastery known as Thiruvaduthura Adhinam gave this scepter or Sangol to our prime minister, and our prime minister placed this Sangol in the new parliament building. Clear? But what is the importance of this Sangol? What is the importance of this scepter? Clear? Do need to understand about historical background. Clear? Way back on August 14, 1947, when real transfer of power was done by British to India. Clear? First of all, this Sangol was given to India's first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Clear? And it indicates basically transfer of power. Clear? Because since Chola Empire only, whenever a new emperor took the charge in Chola Empire, he was basically given this Sangol or scepter that indicate transfer of power. Clear? So to ensure that transfer of power has taken place from the British to Indian leaders, this Sangol was given to Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru on 14th of August 1947 to indicate the transfer of power. Clear? At the same time, clear? Then also this came from Thiruvananthapuram Adhinam monastery to Jawaharlal Nehru. Clear? The word Sangol, clear, is derived from the Tamil word which means semi. Clear? So Sangol is a word which has been derived from Tamil word semi. Clear? And this word semi basically means righteousness. Clear? This basically means righteousness. That is to ensure fair and just rule, fair and just administration. Clear? So righteousness, that is justice to be ensured. Clear? And this symbol is this symbol is engraved with Nandi sitting on the top. Clear? That is bull sitting on the top. Clear? So this symbol is marked by a large rod, clear, on which there is a Nandi sitting on the top. Nandi, that is the bull sitting on the top. Clear? In Chola Empire, Sangol was considered a symbol of path, clear, path of duty, service, and service to the nation. So that is why since indicate righteousness or duty and service to the nation, this scepter with Nandi on top was given first of all to Jawaharlal Nehru by Adhinam monastery. Clear? At the same time, clear? The historians also believe that handing over of scepter denote the transfer of power which has been practiced by the Cholas since 2000 years. Clear? And therefore it became a very important distinctive feature. Clear? But at the same time, clear? This was as of now, after 75 years almost, was placed in new parliament building by our prime minister, that is Narendra Modi at this time. Clear? This Adhinam or this monastery is also very important. This monastery was established in 16th century, that has produced large number of outstanding Tamil and Saivite philosophers. Clear? So large number of Tamil philosophers, Saivite philosophers who believe in Lord Shiv, they came from this Adhinam monastery, and this is located on southern banks of river Kaveri. This monastery is located on the southern banks of river Kaveri, which has produced large number of Tamil and Saivite saints. Clear? This became a very important development, and that was recently in news. That is Sangol or scepter, that is a kind of rod on which Nandi is sitting on the top, that indicate transfer of power. Clear? This is one thing. Now, since this has been acknowledged by our prime minister has also acknowledged several distinctive features of Chola administration. Clear? In fact, clear, our prime minister has always mentioned about one inscription belonging to Chola administration known as Uttara Merur inscription. In his Man Ki Baat, he has mentioned several times about Uttara Merur inscription. Clear? Why this inscription is very important? Uttara Merur inscription. This inscription was inscribed by Chola ruler Parantaka first. Chola ruler Parantaka first, that mentions about local self-government or local administration. Even though Cholas established, even though Cholas established centralized administration, the Cholas always emphasized on giving autonomy to village administration that led to local self-government, and this local self-government is mentioned in Uttara Merur inscription, which mentions that local administration was to be organized on committee system. Members can join the committees on different criteria like the age criteria, the intellectual criteria, and the property criteria. Clear? And they could look after local administration in different committees. Clear? This became a very important development. Clear? And local self-government became the first example of democratic decentralization in India. Clear? So there are many institutions and practices mentioned by our PM that indicate democratic decentralization in India, and that always very important because he keeps on using about these, or rather referring to these inscriptions or practices. Clear? We'll come to those institutions and practices that indicate democratic values in India, which is always highlighted by our Prime Minister. One among them is Uttara Merur inscription of Parantaka first, that mentions about local self-government under the Cholas. Clear? Now here only we'll discuss that what are the roots of democratic values in India, which is referred to our Prime Minister in Man Ki Baat several times. Clear? And that can be asked because that is related to our history and culture. One among them is Uttara Merur inscription. Clear? So coming to another important thing related to this, which is very important from contemporary perspective. Clear? What are basically democratic institutions, democratic institutions and practices, democratic institutions and practices, of the past, democratic institutions and practices of the past referred to our Prime Minister in different episodes of Man Ki Baat. Clear? So we have combined together that have this thing with you together at one place. Clear? One obviously is, the first one is Uttara Merur inscription that mentions about the local self-government under the Cholas. Clear? So it mentions about the local self-government of the Cholas. It was issued by Chola Emperor Parantaka first. Chola Emperor Parantaka first. Clear? So Uttara Merur inscription. Clear? It mentions about the age qualification to join the committees. Clear? That the age qualification should be, person should not be less than 35 years of age but not more than 70 years of age. Person must own 1.5 acres of land, and person must be well versed with both Tamil and Sanskrit. Clear? So all these are classification done basically to show democratic decentralization, which was done at village level under centralized empire known as the Cholas. Clear? Another important thing that is mentioned by Prime Minister off and on that indicate democratic institution practices is Anubhav Mandap. Clear? Second is Anubhav Mandap. Anubhav Mandap established by Basavanna or Basav. 11th century Karnataka. Clear? Basav or Basavanna. Clear? Now do understand, it's very important. Clear? Clear? Basavanna or Basav was a very prominent devotee of Lord Shiv. Clear? And he established a new sect in the region of South India. This sect is known as the sect of Lingayats, also known as the sect of Veera Shaiva. established the sect of Lingas and Veerashaiva. And how he managed to establish? He gave some very important concepts like establishment of Kalyan Raj or the welfare government or welfare state, welfare and development of all known as Sarvodaya. And all these ideas were advocated by Basav through short couplets written in Kannada language known as vachans. Clear? So he wrote large number of vachans or short couplets in Kannada language, and through vachans he advocated concepts like the welfare state or the Kalyan Raj or the welfare and upliftment of all known as Sarvodaya. Clear? In fact, he is given credit of establishing the first parliament in India, and this first parliament established by Basav is known as Anubhav Mandap. Clear? So Anubhav Mandap was basically the first parliament of India established by Basav. Clear? This became a very important development, and that is why, clear, the Bharat Mandapam, which was basically constructed or which was basically promoted in G20 summit, this Bharat Mandapam was highly inspired by Anubhav Mandap of Basav or Basavanna. Clear? So Bharat Mandapam or Bharat Mandap, which is being promoted as of now also by Prime Minister, is largely influenced by Anubhav Mandap. Anubhav Mandap is the oldest parliament in India which was established by Basav or Basavanna in the southern part of India, who believed in democratic values like upliftment of all, that is Sarvodaya, establishment of a welfare state known as Kalyan Raj. Clear? This was Basav or Basavanna, who established a sect known as Lingayas, also known as the Veera Shaiva sect. Clear? This was one thing. Our Prime Minister also refers to the third thing. Clear? And the third thing that is mentioned about democratic values and institutions is Kakatiya tradition. So he refers to Kakatiya tradition as well. Again, in the region of South India, what was this Kakatiya tradition? Again, Kakatiya tradition developing in early medieval phase only. Clear? So all of these are in early medieval phase. Uttara Meru inscription, Anubhav Mandap, and Kakatiya Mandap. Uttara Meru inscription 9th century, again in early medieval phase. Basav in 11th century, early medieval phase. Kakatiya tradition in 9th century, again in early medieval phase. Clear? Now, what was this? Clear? Kakatiya dynasty ruled over the region or present region of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh from 11th to 14th centuries. Clear? And their capital was at Warangal. They are known as Kakatiyas of Warangal. Clear? And they were also the one to promote local self-government like the Cholas. Clear? So local self-government was promoted, in which elected committees were formed in villages to look after different requirements. So Kakatiyas also established a tradition of establishing elected committees, and these elected committees used to take major decisions of local self-government. That also became a rich tradition, which was very similar to the tradition of local self-government under the Cholas. Clear? Our Prime Minister also refers to another tradition of democratic values, and that is known as the Bhakti tradition of early medieval phase. Clear? Because Bhakti tradition always believed in complete devotion to the established system. It emphasized on right to equality, secularism, equality of opportunity, and promotion of welfare of the people. Clear? So Bhakti tradition emphasized on right to equality because it never discriminated the people. It emphasized on secular credential. It is emphasized on equality of opportunity and promotion of welfare of all people. That is Sarvodaya. So democratic values and practices were emphasized by Bhakti tradition as well. Clear? These were very important developments that is always mentioned by our Prime Minister as well. Clear? At the same time, he also mentions about basically about Dharma Shastra also. He mentions about Dharma Shastra, because Dharma Shastra mentions about duties of every person. Clear? So Dharma Shastra mention about not only the duties of the people, duties of the king also, duties of the officers also. So he emphasizes, always mentions about Dharma Shastra because Dharma Shastra mentions about the duties to be performed by every individual and sections of society for the welfare. Clear? He also mentions about Arthashastra of Kautilya. He also mentions about Arthashastra of Kautilya, which is which is an important book on statecraft, how to organize the finances, the expenditure, and to sustain the large state as well by ensuring the welfare of all the sections of society. Clear? So all these are considered to be very important development. Clear? And our Prime Minister always keeps on referring to all these practices that were performed in ancient India, and these practices resulted into democratic values. Clear? And these democratic values are considered to be foundation of the welfare state of India, representative democracy in India, and this are also mentioned off and on by the leading leader of our country in contemporary times. Clear? So Uttaramayur inscription, Anubhav Mandap, very important one, Kakatiya tradition, Bhakti tradition, Dharmashastra and Arthashastra of Kautilya. Clear? So these are major developments of the Chola period. Now apart from this, clear? Who established Kakatiya? The Kakatiya tradition was established by Kakatiya rulers. It was a new ruler, new dynasty that was established in the region of Deccan. Clear? And it was basically along the Andhra coast, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Clear? Now, apart from this, clear? The Chola rulers, coming back to Chola rulers are very important for their contribution to art forms as well. Apart from Bengal that we had discussed, clear? There's also a very important feature that Cholas promoted since they were devoted to worship of Lord Shiv. To promote the worship of Lord Shiv, they began to make some bronze sculptures. The most important masterpiece being known as the sculpture of dancing Shiv, which is known as Nataraj. Clear? Now, what is the major features of Nataraj also promoted by the Cholas? And this Nataraj was also shown in Bharat Mandapam during G20 summit. So Cholas are very close to the heart of our Prime Minister. You can get questions in related to Cholas. Coming to the sculpture of Nataraj. Sculpture of Nataraj. Clear? So Cholas promoted the sculpture of Nataraj, or dancing Lord Shiv. Clear? Okay, so we need to understand what are the major features of Nataraj and why it has been in news in contemporary times. Clear? The world's tallest statue of Nataraj was installed at Bharat Mandapam in G20 summit in Delhi. World's tallest Nataraj. Clear? Now we're coming to the history of Nataraj here. Clear? We need to understand. Clear? Nataraj is regarded as Lord of Dance. Clear? So first important thing about Nataraj is regarded as Lord of Dance, and we all know Lord Shiv is considered to be the Lord of Dance because Lord Shiv is always known for performing a cosmic dance, a divine dance, and this divine dance is known as Tandav. Clear? Wherever there is a huge amount of anarchy in the universe, in order to show his anger, he performs a cosmic dance known as Tandav, and therefore is known as Lord of Dance, also known as Nataraj. Clear? It's a cyclical creation and destruction of universe. Clear? So this dance or Tandav indicate cyclical creation and destruction of universe. Cyclical creation and destruction of universe. First of all, you need to understand the meaning. Clear? Cyclical creation and destruction of universe. Clear? We'll come to all the temples, don't worry. Clear? Cyclical creation and destruction of universe. Clear? And the Cholas constructed Nataraj as their family deity. Clear? Now, clear? The dance is manifestation of 5 activities of Shiv, that is creation, preservation, destruction, wheeling and grace. Clear? So there are 5 Panch Kriyas. Clear? So this dance of Nataraj indicate Panch Kriyas of Lord Shiv. Clear? What are these Panch Kriyas of 5 activities? These 5 activities are: number 1, creation. First is creation. Second is preservation. Third is destruction. Fourth is wailing, cries of the people. Third is wailing, and fifth one is grace. grace. Clear? So Panch Kriyas. So the Lord Nataraj indicate Panch Kriyas of 5 activities, that is creation, preservation, destruction, veiling and grace. Clear? Now these are major Kriyas indicated by Lordship by performing Nataraj. Clear? Now apart from all these things, clear, what are the major depiction in the sculpture of Nataraj? Clear? We need to understand. Clear? In this image of Nataraj, Lord Shiv is shown with having Damru in his upper right hand. Clear? So there is a Damru in his upper right hand. Damru in his upper right hand, and this Damru in his upper right hand indicate creation. Damru in his upper right hand indicate creation. This is one thing clear. Damru is upper hand indicate creation. Then he has upper left hand hold Agni. Clear? So it is holding of Agni in upper left hand. So holding of Agni in upper left hand, clear, and that indicate destruction. Destroying with fire. That indicate destruction. Clear? That indicate destruction. Then lower right hand. Clear? Then lower right hand. Lower right hand. It indicate Abhay Mudra. The lower right hand indicate of Abhay Mudra. Abhay Mudra indicate fearlessness. As we had discussed in Buddhism also, Gautam Buddha also shows Abhay Mudra. That indicate fearlessness or safe existence. Fearlessness or safe existence. Abhay Mudra. Clear? Then lower left hand. This lower right hand, then lower left hand. Lower left hand. Lower left hand indicate Dola Hasta. Dola Hast. Clear? Indicate Dola Hast. Clear? Dola Hast. Clear? Dola Hast. And circular Jav Mala. Circular Jav Mala. Circular Jav Mala. Garland. Clear? Around his neck. Circular Jav Mala. Garland of flame. Clear? Indicate garland of flames. Clear? That indicate garland of flames. Garland of flames. 5 things. Clear? Garland of flames surrounding the entire dancing figuration. Clear? So this entire around him, there's a large circular, and this circular thing is basically marked by circular Javamala, that's garland of flames that indicate his surrounding entire dancing figuration. Clear? So these are major features of Nataraj. Damru indicate creation, Agni indicate destruction, lower right hand indicate Abhay Mudra, lower left hand indicate Dola Hasta, that is his fear or rather his point of saving the universe. Circular Javamala indicate the garland of flames under which he performs the dance known as Nataraj. Clear? So this started with, or rather this reached its pinnacle during the Chola period, and Chola rulers promoted or rather constructed the bronze sculpture of Nataraj through a technique which is known as the lost wax technique. We had discussed this technique yesterday. According to this technique, the sculpture was first made with wax. Clear? And this sculpture was covered with thick layers of clay with certain holes left deliberately. After the clay cover got solidified, the wax was drained away with heating, and metal in molten form, that is of bronze, was poured into the holes, and that took the form of the shape in the frame. Clear? Once it got solidified, the clay cover was removed, and we got a perfect sculpture, the sculpture that is known as Nataraj. Clear? Now coming to the Nataraj, the global relevance. Clear? Nataraj statue. Clear? Just understand, Nataraj statue is located outside the world's largest physical science laboratory. Clear? And this physical science laboratory is known as European Organization Organization for Nuclear Research. Clear? So it is placed in front of European Organization of Nuclear Research. European Organization of Nuclear Research. In short, it is known as CERN. CERN. European Organization of Nuclear Research, which is located in Switzerland. Clear? Because it was given as gift from India to celebrate its association with this global organization. Clear? So Nataraj statue is located outside the European Organization of Nuclear Research at Switzerland, which was given by India as a point of showing its association with this global organization. Clear? In recent times, the world's tallest Nataraj, the world's tallest Nataraj, clear, was installed at Bharat Mandapam, was installed at Bharat Mandapam, Bharat Mandapam, which was the venue of G20 summit at Delhi 2023. Clear? To G20 summit in Delhi. Clear? So world's tallest Nataraj was installed at Bharat Mandapam, which was the venue of G20 summit at Delhi, which was inaugurated by Prime Minister, that is Narendra Modi. Clear? Clear. There's one thing that's clear. Yeah, there is left hand leg also clear. Left hand leg will indicate Bhujanga Tastita stand. Clear. This Bhujanga stand indicate basically represents that is Maya or illusion of the devotee's mind. Clear. So it indicate basically the Maya, the illusion of the devotee's mind that worship Lord Shiva. Clear. So Bhujang Tirska indicate basically the illusion or Maya of the devotees to Lord Shiva. Clear. There's one thing. Clear. There's another technique known as apasmara. Apasmara basically indicate ignorance or forgetful. Clear. So two things are indicated by legs also, but apasmara indicate basically ignorance or forgetful, and basically bhujang trastisa indicate maya or illusion of the worshippers of Lord Shiva. So these are Damru indicate cosmic rhythm or creation, yeah. But Damru also indicate basically creation of universe under in the figure of Nataraj. Clear? Lower hand Dolahast. It's Dolahast. It can be called as Gajahast also. Clear? We sometimes call it as Gajahast. We sometimes call it as Dolahast. Clear? So apasmara indicate forgetfulness, clear, ignorance, and bhujanga trista basically means that basically the person who is devoting they are under maya or illusion. Clear? It's clear. So all these major developments related to Nataraj. Clear? So very important, the Cholas. Now after Cholas will come to the major contribution towards temple architecture. Clear? Cholas constructed large number of temples in India. But before we come to the temples of Cholas, here we'll discuss about other dynasties also, because they also contributed towards temple architecture in India. Clear? Now we'll come to those dynasties of early medieval phase in southern part of India. Clear? Now apart from Cholas, clear, there was another dynasty in southern part of India. This dynasty was Chalukyas of Kalyani. Why I'm discussing? But all of them contributed towards temple architecture. Chalukyas of Kalyani. Clear? This dynasty of Chalukyas of Kalyani was founded by local ruler Taila. Clear? So Tala was the founder. Then second was basically clear. The next was Eastern Chalukyas. Eastern Chalukyas. There was Chalukyas of Kalyani, also known as Western Chalukyas. To differentiate them, there was Eastern Chalukyas, and Eastern Chalukya dynasty was founded by Pulakeshin first. Know the founders, Pulakeshin first. Clear? Then another dynasty was Yadavas of Devgiri. Yadavas of Devgiri, modern Maharashtra. Then we have Yadavas of Devgiri. Then we have Kakatiyas of Warangal. Kakatiyas of Warangal. Then we had Hoysalas of Dwar Samudra. Hoysalas of Dwar Samudra, who also had capital at Halibid or Halibedo. Clear. Hoysalas of Dwar Samud, Kakatiyas of Warangal, Hoysalas of these were major dynasties. So you should know. Clear. Chalukyas of Kalyani founded by Tala, Eastern Chalukyas founded by Pulakeshwan, Yadavas founded by Yadava community together. Kakatiyas again group of people. Hoysalas of Dwar Samudra, Hoysalas of Dwarsamod, who also had the capital at Halibut. Clear? While we come to them elaborately also, Hoysalas contributed towards temple architecture significantly along with these rulers and the Cholas. Clear? So apart from now, with these dynasties, now we'll move on to what were the contributions towards cultural growth and development, democratic values we had discussed about Kakatiya's tradition also. Now we'll come to the discussion on contribution to temple construction in southern part of India. Clear? Now look into the temple construction done by the members of these dynasty. Clear? Coming to temples of South India. Now we'll discuss about the temples of southern India, South India. Very important region for temples. Temples of South India. Temples of South India. It's clear. So a smile of Shiva in Nataraj indicate only joy. Yeah, largely because when you perform cosmic dance indicated joy. The smile of Shiva in Nataraj indicate joy. Clear? It's fine. Clear. Dula. Now coming to temples in southern part of India, we'll look into these temples. Very prominent one. Clear. First major temple of southern part of India can be the Meenakshi temple. Can be the Meenakshi temple, clear, which is located in Madurai, modern Tamil Nadu. Meenakshi temple at Madurai, clear. This temple was constructed by Vishwanath Nayak. This temple was constructed by Vishwanath Nayak in 16th century. Vishwanath Nayak in 16th century. The most distinctive feature of this temple is it has 14 gopurams. It has 14 gopurams. Clear? So this temple has as many as 14 or towers of gateways. Clear? Gopurams basically indicate large gateways, decorated gateways, and these gateways are marked by towers. Clear? And these gateways along with towers were known as gopurams. Sometimes the towers itself is known as gopurams. Clear? So large gateway that enclosed this temple. This gateway had 14 towers, and these 14 towers were popularly known as Gopurams in Meenakshi temple. Clear? Then at the same time, this temple has two golden apart in for apart main part, two golden vimans. Clear? So there are multiple vimans. Among these, two vimans are golden vimans. Clear? 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 The vimans of the main deity are smaller in size as compared to the gopurams. Clear? So the vimans of the main deity, vimans, that is the structure above the garbhagriha, is smaller than the gopurams, meaning that by the gateways and towers becomes more projecting rather than the main temple. Main temple and the Viman is much smaller than the Gopurams or the towers enclosing the entire temple. That is a distinctive feature of Meenakshi temple at Madurai, constructed by Vishwanath Nayak in 16th century. Clear? Apart from this temple, clear, the next major temple in southern part of India is the Brihadeshwara temple. Brihadeshwara temple at Tanjore in modern Tamil Nadu, which was constructed by Raj first in 1010 AD. Raj first in 1010 AD. Clear? It is dedicated to Lord Shiv. This temple is dedicated to Lord Shiv. Clear? dedicated to Lord Shiv. This temple is also known as Raj Rajeshwar Temple. This temple is known as Raj Rajeshwar Temple the because the sculpture of Raj or king was also placed along with the sculpture of the main deity, that is Lord Shiv. Since the sculpture of the king himself was placed, this temple is also known as Raj Rajeshwar Temple. This temple has been constructed purely in Dravid style of architecture. In fact, it marks the climax of Dravidian style of architecture, and at the same time, clear, this is also included in the list of UNESCO World Heritage Site. Clear? So this is Brihadeshwar Temple at Tanjore, constructed by Raj first. Clear? And it is devoted to Lord Shiv, and it is also known as Raj Rajeshwar Temple. Clear? At the same time, adjoining to Tanjore only, temple was constructed by Rajendra first after Raj first, and this temple is known as Gangai Konda Cholapuram Temple. Gangai Konda Cholapuram Temple. It was constructed by Rajendra first, who founded this city after defeating the Pala ruler. Constructed by Rajendra first, clear, Rajendra first in 11th century, clear. It is dedicated to Lord Shiv, and temple only next in size to Brihadeshwar temple. So it is the second is largest temple after Brihadeshwar temple at Tanjore, clear. And the most distinctive feature is this temple is marked by huge Shiv ling, which is 4 meter high, is placed in the sanctum, clear. So in the sanctum sanctorum of this temple, a large shivling almost 4 meter in length, clear, a large shivling almost 4 meter in length has been placed in the sanctum of this temple, that is the temple known as the Gangai Konda Cholapuram temple. This is a city located established by Rajendra I to mark his victory over over Pala rulers in 1022 AD. Clear? Then at the same time, clear, we have a temple known as Shore Temple at Mahabalipuram. We had discussed about this temple. Shore Temple at Mahabalipuram was constructed by Pallava ruler Narsimha Varman first. This temple was constructed basically after establishing the city of Mahabalipuram. Clear? Then at Mahabalipuram we have Panchrath temple also. All these temples were constructed with pure stones material, and Mahabalipuram is also marked by sculpture of Arjuna's penance, also known as descent of the Ganges, and also the sculpture of Mahishasur Mardini. Yesterday only we had discussed about Mahishasur Mardini and Arjuna's penance. Clear? Coming to other prominent temples in southern part of India. Clear? Next major temple in southern part of India is basically Srirangam Temple at Tiruchirappalli. Sri Rangam Temple, Sri Rangam Temple, Sri Rangam Temple at Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. Tiruchirappalli. Srirangam Temple at Tiruchirappalli. It was also constructed by Chola rulers in 10th century AD. Clear? In fact, it is the largest functioning temple complex in the world. Clear? Srirangam Temple. It is the largest functioning temple in the world. Largest functioning temple in the world, constructed in Dravidian style of architecture, clear, and it has 1000 pillared hall. It has 1000 pillared hall. Largest functioning temple all across the world. Srirangam Temple, and constructed, or rather, and this temple is devoted to worship of Lord Vishnu and his avatars. Clear? This was one temple. Then we have Durga Temple at Ayol. We have Durga Temple at Ayol or Ayole. Durga temple at Ayole constructed by Chalukyan rulers. We had discussed about Chalukyan rulers, clear. And this temple ruler is constructed by mixing the techniques of both that is the Nagar and the Dravid style of architecture. And at the same time, clear, we have Virupaksha temple at Pattadakal. We had discussed yesterday. Pattadakal is an World Heritage Site, and Virupaksha temple was constructed by Pulakeshin II, who was a very prominent ruler of Chalukyan dynasty. Clear? Then we'll come to temples constructed by Hoysalas. Clear? Hoysalas contributed significantly towards temple architecture, and the temples constructed by Hoysalas has been included in the list of World Heritage Site in 2023. Clear? Now we'll come to the temples constructed by the Hoysalas with their capital at Dwarsamudra or the capital at Halebidu. Clear? We'll discuss about the temple construction done by Hoysalas. Now coming to Hoysala dynasty, clear? Now the dynasty of the Hoysalas was established in the present state region of Karnataka, clear? And at the same time, clear, this dynasty of Hoysalas was established by Nirpkama, clear? So this dynasty was established by a person known as Nirpkama. He is also known as Nirpkama II, who is considered to be the founder of this dynasty, and he established this dynasty in alliance with the Eastern Chalukya, alliance with Western Chalukyas. Clear? Western Ganga dynasty was known as Chalukyan dynasty. Clear? So Chalukyan dynasty was also known as Western Ganga dynasty. He established the dynasty of Hoysalas with the Western Ganga dynasty. Eastern Gangas being the Eastern Gangas on the eastern side and the Western Gangas on the western heart of India. Clear? This dynasty continued to flourish from 10th to 14th century AD, that is early medieval phase largely, clear, early medieval phase, and at the same time this dynasty had capital at two places. These two places were known as Belur initially, and then the capital being known as Dwarsamudra, which in some sources is also known as Halibid or Halibidu. Clear? So initial capital was Belur, later shifted to the capital of Dwarsamudra or Halibidu. Clear? At the same time, clear, the most important ruler of this dynasty was Vishnuvardhan. The most powerful ruler of this dynasty was Vishnuvardhan, clear, and he was known for constructing large number of temples, clear, and these temples were constructed right from the region of Karnataka up to Tamil Nadu as well, clear. The very important one, and this dynasty came to an end with establishment of Vijayanagar kingdom in Deccan during medieval times. So Vijayanagar ruler gave a setback to Hoysala dynasty. Clear? Now why Hoysalas are important culturally? Hoysalas are important culturally because they constructed large number of temples. Clear? The three temples of Hoysalas has been included as 42nd World Heritage Site from India in 2023. Clear? We'll come to these temples constructed by the Hoysalas. Clear? First of all, the Hoysalas constructed a temple known as Chinna Kesava temple. Constructed the Chinna Kesava temple. This Chinna Kesava temple was constructed at original capital known as Belur in modern Karnataka. Clear? Chinna Kesava temple. Then they constructed Hoysaleshwara temple. Hoysaleshwara temple at Halibid. Hoysaleshwara temple at Halibid, and then Keshava temple. Then Keshava temple at Somnathpura. Three temples. And Keshava temple at Somnathpura. Clear? Now coming to all these temples, very prominent one, the distinctive features as well. First of all, we'll take Chinna Kesava temple. Clear? So Chinna Kesava temple, clear, sometimes is also known as Vijayanagar temple. Clear? So Chinna Kesava temple is also known as Vijayanagar temple. It was constructed by Vishnuvardhan, the most powerful ruler. It was constructed by Vishnuvardhan Chinnakesava temple. Clear. And this temple, Chinnakesava temple, is located in Belur, and Belur is located in Hassan district of modern Karnataka. So Hattan district of modern Karnataka is the original capital of Belur. Clear. This was clear. This temple is dedicated to Lord Vishnu. So Chinna Kesava temple is devoted to Lord Vishnu. Chinna means beautiful. Kesava means Lord Vishnu. Clear. So beautiful Vishnu. This is the meaning of Chinna Kesava. So Chinna Kesava means beautiful, and Kesava means Lord Vishnu. Clear? So this temple is dedicated to Lord Vishnu. Clear? This Lord Vishnu. Clear? This temple stands on large Adisthan or Jagati. We had discussed there's Jagati, and then there's Pithas, and then Pithas Adisthan. Adisthan act as Sanctum Sanctorum. This temple has been constructed over the whole Jagati, not only Adisthan, not only Sanctum Sanctorum, entire basically Jagati, the entire platform. Clear? This at the same time, this temple this temple is stellar in shape. That is, zigzag walls are constructed. This temple is stellar in shape, and basically marked by different vertex, and this temple also has zigzag walls. Clear? It's not straight walls, but zigzag walls has been constructed in this temple. Clear? So this temple is marked by a very important feature. It's a Vishnu temple, beautiful temple known as Chinna Kesava temple. Clear? Then second temple is Hoysaleshwar temple at Halibut. This temple was also constructed by same person, Vishnuvardhan. Clear? Who was the most powerful ruler. Vishnuvardhan. Halebidu is also located in the district of Hassan in modern Karnataka. Clear? Modern Karnataka. This temple. Clear? At the same time, clear? This temple is also is located on banks of Dwar Samudra Lake. Halibut was also known as Dwar Samudra, so it's located on the bank of Dwar Samudra Lake. Clear? This temple is dedicated to Lord Shiv as Nataraj. Clear? So this temple is not dedicated to Lord Vishnu. This temple is dedicated to Lord Shiv or Nataraj. As of now, only we had discussed about the sculpture of Nataraj. The Hoysaleshwar temple is devoted to Lord Shiv. Clear? At the same time, clear? This temple is marked by again the Pithas, then the Adisthan, and then the Jagati. All these are features taken from Chinna Kesava temple only. Clear? So this temple also becomes, Hoysaleshwar temple becomes very important. Clear? But at the same time, in this temple, towers are absent. Clear? So there are no towers in this temple. There's no Viman or no Shikhar in this temple. So towers are absent in Hoysaleshwara temple. Do remember, towers are missing in this temple. Clear? So we have no towers in Hoysaleshwara temple. Do remember this point. No towers are found. Clear? Then lastly, we have Keshava temple as Somnathpura. Clear? Somnathpura. It was constructed by Somnath ruler. Clear? So it is named that the place was known as Somnath. This temple was not constructed by Vishnuvardhan, and it's a blend of Dravid and Nagar style. Clear? So Keshav temple is a blend of Dravid and Nagar style of architecture. And at the same time, clear? This temple indicate regional characteristic, that is Dravidian tradition. Clear? So all these were very prominent features of the three temples. Clear? And all the three temples, clear? The materials used in all these temples were largely soapstone. Clear? So all these temples were constructed in a material that is soapstone was used, that is soft stone, which has been used for the construction of these temples. Clear? So Chinna Kesava temple constructed by Vishnuvardhan is stellar structure. Hoysaleshwar temple constructed by Vishnuvardhan, but it is devoted to Lord Shiv, unlike Chinna Kesava was devoted to Lord Vishnu. Kesava temple constructed in favor of Nataraj structure. Keshava temple also constructed devoted to Lord Vishnu. Keshava basically means Lord Vishnu, constructed by Somnath. All these temples constructed in soapstone, and all these temples has been recently included as the 42nd World Heritage Site declared by UNESCO. Clear? So all the three temples has been included as the 42nd World Heritage Site recently by UNESCO, along with Shantiniketan of Bengal. Clear? So very important one. Clear? So all these temples began to be added, all these temples added to unique features in southern part of India, and Hoysalas proved to be prolific builders of temples. Clear? So very prominent one. Clear. Now, this important things needs to be understood about Hoysala's temple or Hoysala temples. Clear? Clear. Shail Bhanjika is basically the Hoysala sculpture in which these temple sculptures of Lord Vishnu, Lord Shiv, Nataraj has been shown. The typical type of making these sculptures came to be known as Shail Bhanjikas. Clear? In fact, why Shail Bhanjika we use? Because this sculpture is also influenced by Buddhism, Ramayana and Mahabharata. Clear? So sculpture of these temples indicate the stories, the daily life, and also taken from reincarnations from epics like Mahabharata and Ramayana. And these sculptures are known as Shail Bhanjika sculptures in the temples of Hoysalas. Clear? So all major developments related to Hoysalas. Now coming to temples constructed, some temples constructed in hilly region as well. Clear? So we need to discuss some temples in the Himalayan belt also, hilly region as well. Some of them are in news also in recent times. We'll come to those temples constructed in the hilly regions as well. Clear? Now coming to these temples. So temples of South India. So we had discussed all the temples of Eastern India, Western India, Central India, Southern India. We'll take temples even of Himalayan region as well, hilly regions as well. Clear? So coming to the temples of hilly regions. Clear? So temples of hilly regions. Temples of hilly regions. Temples of the hilly region. Clear? Now, first of all, I'll let you know. Clear? In recent time, there has been one temple which is in news, and why this temple is in news, which is the highest Shiv temple in the world. Clear? This temple is known as Tungnath temple. Clear? So there is a temple known as Tungnath temple, very prominent one. This Tungnath temple is basically a very prominent one. Even Archaeological Survey of India has sought approval for monuments of national importance to this temple. Clear? This temple stands at 12,000 feet. Stands at 12,000 feet and is the highest Shiv temple. It is the highest Shiv temple. It is the highest Shiv temple. Clear? Highest Shiv temple in the world. Clear? So Tungnath temple is the highest Shiv temple in the world, and Archaeological Survey of India has asked this temple to be included in the list of monuments of national importance. We'll come to this concept of monuments of national importance. Clear? In fact, Tungnath is a part of 5 temples of Panch Kedar, and these are cluster of Shiv temples in Garhwal regions of Himalayas. Clear? So there is a concept known as the concept of Panch Kedar. The concept of Panch Kedar. According to the concept of Panch Kedar, there are cluster of 5 temples devoted to Lord Shiv in the Garhwal Himalayas. Clear? Tungnath is one of them, in fact the third one, and it is known as Tritiya Kedar. Clear? Which is the Pratham Kedar. The Pratham Kedar on this temple is the temple of Kedarnath. Clear? So Kedarnath is the Pratham Kedar, the first Kedar temple devoted to Lord Shiv in Garhwal region. Then second temple is Mad Maheshwar. Clear? So second one is Mad Maheshwar. Garhwal region, Mad Maheshwar temple. Third one is Tungnath temple. It is on Tritiya Kedar, Tungnath. Then we have fourth one known as Rudranath temple, and fifth one is known as Kalpanath temple. Pancham Kedar, clear? It's known as Kalpanath temple, clear? So we have a concept of Panch Kedar in Himalayan region. Himalayan region normally Lord Shiva is worshipped, clear? And among the Panch Kedar, the five Kedars are Kedarnath, Mad Maheshwar, Tungnath, Rudranath and Kalpanath. Clear? Tungnath, the Tritiya Kedar, has been recommended by Archaeological Survey of India to be included in the monuments of national importance. We'll come to this concept. What do you mean by monuments of national importance? Clear. And this Tungnath temple is at the height of 12,000 feet and is the highest Shiv temple in the whole world. Clear. So Tungnath temple among the five Panch Kedar temple which is found in Garhwal regions. Clear. This is an important one to be understood. Clear. Then at the same time, clear, we'll come to another temple which has been in news recently and that is very important for us. Clear. What is this? Which is this temple in the Himalayan belt of India? We'll come to this temple. This temple is known as Sharda temple. Clear? Now Sharda temple is highly important in contemporary times. Why it is important in contemporary times we'll understand. Clear? This is a newly built temple. Recently only there's a newly built temple which is located close to line of control between India and Pakistan. Clear? This temple is located in Titwal village. This temple is located in Titwal village of Kupwara region in Kashmir. This temple is located near line of control in the village of Titwal in the Kupwara region of Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir. Clear? It is en route to, it is in the way of Sharda Peeth. Clear? So it is on the way of Sharda Peeth in Kashmir. Sharda Peeth in Kashmir, and Sharda Peeth is located in POK, Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Clear? So Sharda Peeth is located in POK. It is under the control of Pakistan. Clear? In fact, Sharda Peeth, Martand Sun temple that we had discussed, and Amarnath temple. There are three shrines before partition. So before India's partition, clear? Before India's partition, there were three major pilgrimage sites in Kashmir. These three parts were Sharda Peeth, one of them. Second was Martand Sun Temple. Martand Sun Temple. And third being Amarnath. There were three major regions located in the borders between India and Pakistan. Clear? These shrines before partition, all these were considered to be very important pilgrimage site. Even now also, clear? Clear. Once operational, clear. If this temple or if Sharda Peeth gets operational because it's located in POK, this Sharda will become the second passage to POK or area controlled by Pakistan after the Kartarpur corridor. So it's very important. If the passage to Sharda Peeth is operationalized, which is under Pakistan, it would become the second pilgrimage site after Kartarpur corridor. After Kartarpur corridor, which was opened last time by Pakistani government. Clear? That is why it has become very important. Clear? Kartarpur corridor. Clear? And this Sharda temple, which has been constructed of late in the borders of LOC, this is considered to be part of the Shakti Peeth. Clear? So as we had discussed, there are 52 Shakti Peeth, 18 Mahashakti Peeth, and this goddess Sharda is basically considered to be goddess of learning, Saraswati. So Sharda temple is devoted to worship of goddess Saraswati or goddess of learning, and this goddess of learning or Sharda Devi, goddess Sharda, was always considered to be Kul Devi by Kashmiri Pandits. Clear? So Kashmiri Pandits considered goddess Sharda to be the chief deity, the main deity known as Kul Devi, and they have been worshipping this temple. And of late, recently, they've been constructed in Titwal village of Kupwara. Clear? And if this temple gets operationalized, it will give a way to the Sharda Peeth, which is located in POK. And if the Sharda Peeth is opened, it will be the second site under POK to be opened after Kartarpur corridor. And before partition, the three major pilgrimage sites in Kashmir were Sharda Peeth, Martand Sun Temple, and the temple of Amarnath. Clear? So very important development taking place at Sharda Temple in Jammu and Kashmir region. Clear? Now in Himalayan belt, we have other temples also. Which are those temples in the Himalayan region of India? Next temple is known as Jageshwar Temple in Almora region. Jageshwar temple in Almora region of Uttarakhand. Clear? Almora region of Uttarakhand. It was constructed in the early medieval phase from 9th to 13th century. Clear? And at the same time, clear, this complex has 124 temples. It's a whole complex, and in this complex we have 124 temples located here. Clear? And at the same time, clear that 124 temples of which Mahamrityunjay Mahadev is the oldest and the largest. So among these 124 temples, Mahamrityunjay is the oldest and the largest. So among the 124 temples, Mahamrityunjay temple is the oldest and the largest temple. And this temple has been constructed in Nagar style of temple architecture. So this is Jageshwar temple complex in Almora, Uttarakhand. 124 temples, the largest being Mahamrityunjay temple in Nagar style of architecture. Then we have Lakshana Devi temple. Lakshana Devi temple. Lakshana Devi temple is located in Chamba, Himachal Pradesh. Is located in the region of Chamba in Himachal Pradesh. Clear. And this temple is dedicated to worship of goddess Durga. So this temple is dedicated to the worship of goddess Durga and with form armed known as Mahishasur-Mardini. Clear? So this temple is dedicated to the worship of goddess Durga and it is known as Mahishasur-Mardini. Clear? It has also been constructed in Nagar style of temple architecture. So both Jageshwar temple at Almora and at the same time Lakshana Devi temple at Chamba has been constructed in Nagar style, and Lakshana Devi temple is dedicated to Lord Goddess Durga, who is worshipped as Mahishasur Mardini, and it has been constructed in Nagar style of temple architecture. Clear? So these are major temple architecture which was promoted throughout early medieval phase and late medieval phase as well. And these temples are very important. We get questions off and on the temples. We had maximum number of coverage related to temples in India, and believe me, do go with all these temples. You will get questions if any questions asked on temples. Clear? Because we normally get questions on temple architecture in early medieval phase and the late medieval phase. Clear? Now at the same time, when we were discussing about the temple known as Tungnath temple, which is Tritiya Kedar out of Panch Kedar in the Garhwal region, we had discussed that Archaeological Survey of India recently has rather recommended the inclusion of Tungnath temple in the list of the monuments of national importance. Clear? Now what do we mean by monuments of national importance and what does the work Archaeological Survey of India does? Clear? Something about Archaeological Survey of India also, organization also. Clear? Archaeological Survey of India, ASI. Clear? Archaeological Survey of India was originally established in the year 1861. It was established by a British archaeologist, Sir Alexander Cunningham. Sir Alexander Cunningham. Clear? He established Archaeological Survey of India. Clear? Survey of India. But due to lack of funds, this organization could not continue effectively. Later on, this organization was revived by another British officer, Sir John Marshall. Sir John Marshall in 1902. Archaeological Survey of India is supposed to ensure the protection and preservation of historical monuments in India. Clear? This is considered to be very important act. Clear? And Archaeological Survey of India always proposes the name for monuments to be included in the list of national importance. Clear? As of now, as presently, clear, India has almost 3,695 monuments of national importance under Amsar Act. We'll come to this Amsar Act also, which is a very prominent act to protect and preserve historical monuments in India. And apart from this, we have 4,500 state protected monuments as well. So national monuments of national importance are different, and monuments protected by state are different. Clear? So we have 3,695 monuments of national importance and almost 4,500 sites of state protected monuments in India. Clear? Now, what do we mean by monuments of national importance? Clear? What do we mean by this concept of monuments of national importance? Monuments of national importance. Monuments of national importance. Clear? Now, why there is a news? We need to understand. Clear? Recently, the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India has released a report. The report is titled as Monuments of National Importance, Urgent Need for Rationalization. Clear? So, in recent times, the Economic Advisory Council of the Prime Minister to the Prime Minister has suggested or presented a report. This report is Monuments of National Importance, Urgent Need for Rationalization. Clear? The word urgent indicate huge amount of importance attached. Clear? And national importance, India's cultural heritage provisions, India's cultural heritage needs to be protected. Clear? Now, why such developments keeps on taking place, we need to understand. Clear? The historical monuments of India represent the glorious past traditions of India. It indicates the tangible World Heritage Site clear across the country, and we all know that 42 of them has also been recognized by UNESCO under World Heritage category. Clear? What are the legal provisions whereby Economic Advisory Council proposed these things? There's Article 49 of Indian Constitution that directs the state to protect monuments and places of national importance. Clear? So there's Article 49 to the Indian Constitution that directs the states to protect the monuments of national and regional importance in India. Clear? Just to protect these monuments accordingly, an act was passed in 1958. This act is known as the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act, known as Amsar Act of 1958. Clear? So these provisions you should know. These can be asked related to cultural development recent times. Clear? So first important thing, why in news? Clear? Monuments of national importance, why this is in news recently? Clear? Why this is a news? Just understand thing. Clear? National is Economic Advisory Council. Clear? Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. Clear? So, Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister has released a report. That report is Monuments of National Importance. Monuments of National Importance dash urgent need for rationalization. Urgent need for rationalization. This is the report. Clear? So, Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister has recently presented a report, Monuments of National Importance, Urgent Need for Rationalization. Clear? That's legislation. Why it has been done? Because this has been in demand since India's independence. Clear? In fact, clear, it was also highlighted that all monuments needs to be protected. In fact, when Constitution of India came into force, clear, Indian Constitution provided for Article 49 of Indian Constitution, whereby it directs the state to protect the monuments of national importance as a mark of cultural heritage. Clear? So Article 49 as a constitutional provision is already there, and as a corollary to this constitutional provision, Government of India Union Parliament enacted the Ancient Monuments. Enacted the Ancient the ancient monuments and archaeological sites, the ancient monuments and the archaeological sites, the ancient monuments and archaeological sites and Remains Act, and Remains Act, clear, and Remains Act, AMASR, Remains Act in 1958. Clear? So a very comprehensive legislation was passed, that is the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act. Clear? Clear? AMSAR. Clear? AMASR. Clear? AMSAR Act 1958. Clear? This act was again amended in the year 2010 AD to make it more stringent to protect all archaeological sites and monuments in India. Clear? And in 2010, when this act was amended, then only, clear, it was declared to be of national importance. Some monuments were declared to be of national importance. Clear? So obviously, when this act was amended in 2010, a new provision of monuments of national importance was rather included in order to identify the such monuments and to protect the monuments in coming time. Clear? This resulted into huge amount of monuments of national importance to be identified. Clear? And therefore it resulted into establishment of National Monuments Authority. To protect the national monuments, it resulted into Monuments National Monuments Authority. As a corollary to this act, National Monument Authority NMA in 2010 itself. Clear? So with the amendment of the AMSAR Act in 2010, the new concept of monuments of national importance was ensured, and therefore authority was constituted known as National Monuments Authority in 2010. Clear? And the purpose of National Monuments Authority was basically to identify monuments of national importance. Clear? And therefore what were the criteria prescribed by National Monument Authority to identify the monument as of national importance? First is basically the monuments must indicate the preservation of socio-cultural diversity. It must be a source of education. It stimulates local economy, source of identity, holds social and cultural values, and at the same time it is also a source of revenue. Clear? So those monuments are to be identified by National Monument Authority as monuments of national importance if those monuments are source of education, those monuments are source of revenue, those monuments preserve socio-cultural values, those monuments gives a separate identity to the region, those monuments stimulates local economy. These monuments can be identified as monuments of national importance. I'll repeat. Clear criteria. Clear? National Monument Authority has identified some criteria to be followed while identifying monuments of national importance, that include basically the monuments must be a source of in education, source of revenue, it must stimulate local economy, it must preserve socio-cultural values, and at the same time it must give a separate identity to the region in which they are located. If these criteria are fulfilled, monuments can be included in the list of monuments of national importance. Clear? So it's a big development that has taken place, and just because of this only, clear, there as of now, clear, there are 3,695. There are 3,695 monuments of national importance. Clear? 3,695 as monuments of national importance under AMSAR Act. Clear? Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act. And at the same time, we have 4,500 sites protected by state authorities under state protected monuments. Clear? So at national level, we have monuments of national importance amounting to 3,695, and state protected monuments are 4,500 in number, which largely comes under Article 49 and AMSAR Act of 2010 that is even led to the enactment of National Monuments Authority. Criteria as we had discussed, that is source of education, source of revenue, stimulate economy, preservation of social culture values, and provides identity to the region to which the monument is or in which the monument is located. Clear? So this is very important, that is monuments of national importance to be done. These provisions, these acts are important. It can be asked for your upcoming preliminary examination. Clear? So this was about monuments of ancient and early medieval phase. Clear? Now apart from these developments, clear? Now we need to move towards the political developments. The political developments needs to be discussed, and then we'll discuss cultural growth and development as well. Clear? So first of all, we'll come to political developments. Clear? So political development, just understand. Clear? That we had discussed that in northern part of India, the Palas, the Pratiharas and the Rajputas exhausted their energy due to the conflict over the mastery of Kannauj region. That is known as tripartite struggle. And when they exhausted their energy by 10th century, a warrior came from Iran, West Asia, and the warrior was Mahmud of Ghazni, who raided India 17 times with sole objective to extract resources from India. Clear? And the basic source of information which was there with him to have to attack on India, especially the leading temples that we had discussed to extract resources out of India. This source of information was provided by an Arabic writer, and this writer was Abu Rehan al-Biruni, who wrote a work of encyclopedia on India known as Kitab ul Hind, or the Book of India. Clear? So we'll discuss briefly about the political history from here, and then we'll come to the major developments related to culture. Clear? So first of all, we need to understand Mahmud of Ghazni. Ghazni is a small province located in Afghanistan. Clear? He came from Afghanistan to rule over Iran. Mahmud of Ghazni raided Indian territory 17 times, 17, in order to extract resources based on the information provided by an Arabic writer, Abu Rehan al-Biruni, through his work titled as Kitab ul Hind, or Book of India. Clear? Book of India. Right. In this work, so right, so understand, in this work he has explained about Indian conditions and has even mentioned resources confined in temples. Clear? Now just understand, based on the information of Kitab ul Hind, Mahmud Ghazni began to attack leading temples of India, including the temple of Somnath in Gujarat. Clear? Temple of Somnath in Gujarat in 1025, and extracted resources. Clear? In this context only, the Rajputs emerged to defend India from such warriors. Clear? Mahmud Ghazni returned back to Iran. Clear? Meanwhile, after some years, after the death of Mahmud Ghazni, weak rulers began to rule in Iran, and in course of time, in the region of Ghor in North Afghanistan, Ghor located in North Afghanistan, another powerful warrior emerged in 12th century, and this powerful warrior was Muhammad bin Sam. Who began to attack India not for resources, who began to attack India basically to establish political rule. Clear? And Muhammad bin Sam began to attack India from the region of Sindh first of all, but failed in this venture as he got defeated by rulers of Sindh. Clear? He changed his route, and then he began to attack India from Punjab, and this ruler or warrior was popularly known as Muhammad Ghori. Clear? When he came to Punjab, Rajputs had already emerged, and decisive battle between Muhammad Ghori or Muhammad bin Sam took place with Rajput ruler Prithvi Raj Chauhan. Clear? This battle took place in the battlefield of Tarain near Delhi in 1191. In the first battle, Muhammad Ghori was defeated. He returned back to Central Asia, but he again came back to India in the next year and defeated Prithviraj Chauhan in the second battle of Tarain. With defeat of Prithviraj Chauhan, Rajput resistance almost came to an end, and that marked the establishment of Turkish rule in India. Clear? With establishment of Turkish rule in India, clear, Muhammad bin Sam again returned back to Central Asia after deputing his trusted slave in India. This trusted slave was Qutb Uddin Aibak. Clear? So Aibak was stationed in India by Muhammad bin Sam or Muhammad Ghuri. Muhammad Ghuri again returned back to India and defeated another Rajput ruler, Jai Chand, in the battlefield of Chandawar, again near Delhi in 1194, that completely ended Rajput resistance for the Turks. Clear? So two battles of Tarain and Chandawar led the foundation of Turkish rule in India by the end of 12th century AD. Clear? Muhammad Ghori died while returning back from India in 1205 when he was assassinated on the banks of river Jhelum in 1205. Thereafter, his trusted slave in India, Qutbuddin Aibak, decided to rule independently, and when he decided to rule independently, he started to rule from Delhi, and that marked the establishment of a large empire in course of time to be known as Delhi Sultanate. Clear? So Delhi Sultanate's first ruler was Qutbuddin Aibak, who was the trusted slave of his master Muhammad Ghori, and that is why the dynasty that he established in Delhi came to be known as Slave Dynasty. Clear? So Slave Dynasty was established within Delhi Sultanate. First of all, let us understand briefly about political history. So this led to the establishment of Delhi Sultanate by Qutb Uddin Aibak. Now just understand, clear? Delhi Sultanate was established in 1206 and continued till 1526 AD. Clear? Delhi Sultanate was established, and the first dynasty to be established in Delhi Sultanate was the Slave Dynasty, also known as the Mamluk dynasty, and all the rulers of this dynasty were pure Turkish people, and they believed in racial superiority of the Turks. Clear? So slave dynasty was established in 1206, and this dynasty continued till 1290. Clear? Important rulers of this dynasty. The founder of this dynasty was Qutb Uddin Aibak. The founder of this dynasty was Qutbuddin Aibak, and prominent rulers of this dynasty included Iltutmish, Razia, Balban, and Balban. They were the prominent rulers of this dynasty: Qutbuddin Aibak, Iltutmish, Razia, and Balban. The right order is also this, clear? And Balban. Slave dynasty came to an end in 1290 to be replaced by the Khalji dynasty. This dynasty was from 1290 to 1320. Clear? So Khalji dynasty was non-Turkish dynasty. They were not Turks. Largely it is believed they were Indian Muslims. Khalji dynasty was established by Jalaluddin Khalji. Khalji, followed by the most powerful ruler, Alauddin Khalji, and Mubarak Shah Khalji. Three rulers, and Mubarak Shah Khalji. Clear? Khaljis were again replaced by another dynasty. This dynasty was known as the Tughlaq dynasty. This was again Turkish dynasty. They belonged to Turkish race. Tughlaq dynasty was from 1320 till 1412. Clear? And the founder of Tughlaq dynasty was Ghiyas-uddin Tughlaq. then followed by Muhammad bin Tughlaq, very interesting personality, then followed by Firoz Shah Tughlaq, then followed by weak ruler Mahmud Tughlaq. Last ruler, clear? So there were major rulers of Tughlaq dynasty: Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, and Mahmud Tughlaq. Clear? Tughlaq dynasty was followed by the Sayyid dynasty after a gap of 2 years from 1400 to 1451. Clear? And Sayyid dynasty was founded by Khizr Khan, Sayyid Khizr Khan. These members declared their descendants from the family of Prophet Muhammad. Clear? So Khizr Khan, clear. This was then Muhammad Shah, Khizr Khan, then Muhammad Shah, and followed by even Alauddin Shah. They were prominent rulers of this dynasty, Muhammad Shah and Alauddin Shah. Clear? Sayyid dynasty was followed by an Afghan dynasty, and this Afghan dynasty was known as the Lodi dynasty from 1451 to 1526. Clear? And Lodi dynasty was founded by Bahlol Lodi, followed by Sikandar Lodi, and then lastly followed by Ibrahim Lodi. Clear? So dynasties, 5 dynasties were there. In 1526, Ibrahim Lodi was defeated by another Central Asian warrior, and this warrior was Zahiruddin Babur, who founded the large Mughal empire in India. So Delhi Sultanate was finally replaced by the Mughals in India. Clear? So these were 5 dynasties of Delhi Sultanate. Slave dynasties were Turks in origin. Khaljis were non-Turks in origin. Tughlaqs were again Turks in origin. Sayyids claimed their descent from the family of Prophet Muhammad, and Lodis were Afghans by race. Clear? So there were large number of Afghans who came to India under the rule of the Lodis. Clear? Founders you should remember: Qutbuddin Aibak, Jalaluddin Khalji, Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, Khizr Khan, and then Bahlol Lodi, the founder of Lodi dynasty. Clear? And all these rulers expanded the territorial frontier, especially Alauddin Khalji, who went to different parts of India and thereafter established large military rule. But all these sultans, you must remember, question is asked from here, all these sultans were completely or consistently challenged by the Mongol warriors from Central Asia, starting with Genghis Khan, who was contemporary of Iltutmish. Mongols went on attacking India continuously. Clear? In fact, during the reign of Alauddin Khalji, as many as 6 Mongol warriors attacked India, and third one even came up to the suburbs of Delhi. Clear? And therefore, Alauddin Khalji had to take several measures to protect Delhi Sultanate from the attacks of Mongol warriors. That included, his reforms included military reforms, agrarian reforms, and importantly, market reforms in order to maintain consistency of prices of essential commodities to sustain large military force. Clear? So all these measures were taken by Alauddin Khalji to protect Delhi Sultanate from Mongol invasions. Mongols came even during the reign of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, the Mongol warrior being known as Tarmashirin. So Mongols are meant to be the perpetual problem for the sultans, and in fact it is said as counted as one of the major factor for decline and disintegration of Delhi Sultanate. Clear? So none of the sultans could rule for more than 25 years, only with some exception, largely because there was a complete threat from the northwestern side related to the Mongol warriors. So politically, to remember, Delhi Sultanate could not find a strong, deep-rooted connection in India because they were always on superficial ground, largely disturbed by the Mongols coming from northwestern side, and they went on attacking and disturbing the powerful sultans of Delhi Sultanate. Clear? But these were 5 dynasties, and the Mongols warriors stopped attacking India with establishment of Mughals, who protected the northwestern part of India with firm and determination. Okay? So these were the major dynasties of Delhi Sultanate, which were established from 1206 to 1526 dynasties changed because of racial affiliation, being Turks, non-Turks, descendants of Prophet Muhammad, and Afghans by race. Clear? Now, apart from this, when all these political developments took place almost for 3 centuries, clear, major developments related to culture, administration took place. Clear? Now, if we look into previous year papers, normally the trend that has been seen is clear. Questions are largely asked politically from Mongol warriors. Questions are largely asked related to some terms in medieval India. Someone asks about terms of ancient India. We'll have terms of ancient medieval India combined together. I'll give you in the last all the terms related to ancient and medieval India. So these terms are asked, and importantly, questions are largely based on culture and even technological developments during Sultanate phase. Clear? So this topic has emerged to be very important in recent times as UPSC is asking questions on technological advancement that took place in the Sultanate phase. So we need to discuss those technological advancements separately because you get technical terms, you get technical devices which are asked from medieval history. We'll discuss about those technological advancement of the Sultanate phase. First of all, coming to cultural growth and development during this entire Sultanate phase from 13th to 16th century. Clear? And in Sultanate or in cultural phase, first of all, we'll discuss about a very important development, and that development is related to Bhakti and Sufi ideology. Clear? So first of all, we'll discuss about Bhakti and Sufi movement in India. What do we mean by Bhakti movement? What do we mean by Sufi movement in India? Clear? So coming to this movement, that is Bhakti and Sufi movement. First of all, we'll discuss about Bhakti movement during Sultanate phase. Very important cultural dimension. Bhakti movement in the Sultanate phase. You need to have all the Bhakti saints together. Clear? So Bhakti movement in the Sultanate phase. Clear? Now what do you mean by Bhakti movement in Sultanate phase? Clear? We had discussed Bhakti related to Hinduism also. Now concept of Bhakti, just understand. Clear? The concept of Bhakti. Bhakti as a concept means complete devotion, and this concept of Bhakti emerged first of all in southern part of India during early medieval phase. It was promoted in early medieval phase by two groups of saints known as Alvars and Nayanars. Alvars and Nayanars. Clear? Alvars were devotees of Lord Vishnu and Nayanars were devotees of Lord Shiv. Clear? Later on in South India, Bhakti ideology also began to be promoted by Shankaracharya, who advocated the philosophy of Advaitavad. We had discussed about Advaitavad yesterday, which means philosophy of non-dualism. There is no difference between the creator and the created beings. It was further popularized by Ramanuj, who gave the philosophy of Visishta Advaitavad, then Madhvacharya, who gave the philosophy of Dvaitavad, and meanwhile, Basavanna advocated the philosophy of devotion towards Lord Shiv and at the same time promoted a new sect known as Lingayats or Virashaivas in present region of Karnataka. Clear? In course of time, clear, Bhakti ideology from South India reached the northern part of India by a Bhakti saint Ramanand. Clear? And under him only a Sampradaya was established known as Ramanand Sampradaya. We had discussed about Sampradayas recently under Vaishnavism. So Vaishnavism is marked by different Sampradayas, clear, and these Sampradayas are known as basically Ramanand Sampradaya, then Brahmadev Sampradaya. On all these Sampradayas were established by one preacher in medieval times, clear. Now at the same time, clear, what do we mean by Bhakti? Clear? The Bhakti ideology that developed in Sultanate phase is broadly divided into two groups of saints. These group of saints are known as Nirgun saints and the Sagun saints. Nirgun saints were those saints who believed in worshipping one single god without any human form. Clear? So they came to be known as Nirgun saints. Clear? And Sagun saints were those saints who believed in worshipping multiple gods in human form. Clear? So they came to be known as Sagun saints. Clear? Nirgun Bhakti, that is worshipping single god without human form, Nirgun Bhakti was largely promoted by two prominent saints of Sultanate phase, Kabir and Nanak. Clear? And Sagun ideology of bhakti was promoted by series of saints also known as Vaishnavite saints, because most of them believed in worshipping Lord Vishnu and his avatars, especially Lord Krishna. Clear? So all these saints began to promote bhakti ideology, and this bhakti ideology resulted into development of great merit in the Sultanate phase. Clear? Now coming to all these saints. Clear? Now we will start with, clear, we had discussed about Sankarachar, we have discussed about Ramanuj, we have discussed about Basavanna, Anubhav Mandap also very important one, clear, and at the same time we had discussed about Madhivachar who gave Dvait philosophy, clear. Now coming to first of all Nirgun saints, and these Nirgun saints like Kabir and Nanak, clear. Now Kabir and Nanak first of all, clear. Early life of Kabir is obscure, but he prevailed in 15th century, born to a Brahman widow and brought up by Muslim weaving family of Banaras. Clear? Kabir questioned the teachings of both Orthodox Hinduism and Islam, as he wanted to establish unity among the followers of Hinduism and Islam. Clear? The teachings of Kabir are in form of short couplets. These short couplets are known as the dohas. Clear? And these dohas are written in Khari Boli. Clear? So these dohas are written Kabir Boli. Clear? And these works are compiled in different forms. These works are known as Kabir Bijak. These works are known as, all containing the couplets, Kabir Bijak. Clear? This is one part of this work. Then it also includes Kabir Parchai. Kabir Parchai. Clear? And then we have Kabir Granthawali. Kabir Granthawali. Clear? So Kabir Bijak. Bijak is the most important one. Then Parchai and then Granthawali. Clear? Okay. Some of the Kabir's teaching has also been included in Adi Granth also. Clear? So always remember his teachings are also included in the sacred text of Sikh religion, that is Adi Granth as well. Clear? So Kabir believed in Nirgun Bhakti, that is God without any human form. He called his God as Ram also, Rahim also. Clear? And most of the time he preached his teachings among the people of lower caste, like Sena, who was the barber, Sadhna, who was the butcher, Raidas, who was the cobbler. So most of the time he preached his message among the people of lower social order. Clear? So dohas divide into Kabir Bijak, Pirchai, Granthwali, and even his teachings included in Adi Granth. Clear? So Kabir, clear? All the followers of Kabir in course of time got organized into a sect. This sect came to be known as Kabir Panthis. Clear? Now after this, clear, we'll come to Nanak. Clear? Now we have concrete information about Guru Nanak. Guru Nanak was born at Talwandi, presently known as Nanaksar, in 1469 AD. Clear? And at the same time, when Nanak was born, Nanak started to worship formless God, and for him the God was Nirankar, that is without any akar. Clear? And at the same time, Nanak began to preach his message along with his Muslim companion Mardana. Clear? And he is considered to be founder of Sikhism. Even though Nanak never wanted to establish a religion, he also wanted to establish unity among the followers of Hinduism and Islam. Clear? At the same time, clear, Guru Nanak went on preaching his message for several years, and ultimately the legacy set by Guru Nanak was followed by 9 other spiritual gurus, and based on the teachings of the 10 spiritual gurus, Sikhism was established. The 11th guru was Adi Granth only, a Guru Granth Sahib only. Clear? And this Guru Granth Sahib was considered to be the follower of Guru Gobind Singh, the last and the 10th Guru. Clear? Thereafter, Sikhism was established in a proper sense, the first political leader of Sikh community being Banda Bahadur. Clear? So all the teachings of the Gurus are contained in Guru Granth Sahib with 974 verses, holy text of Sikhism, and all these are considered very important. Clear? So Guru Granth Sahib. Clear? So Nanak, clear, he was the first Sikh Guru. Guru Nanak, born in 1469. Guru Nanak was followed by Guru Angad, Guru Nanak was followed by Guru Angad. The chronology can also be added. Guru Angad, then Guru Amar Das, Guru Amar Das, then Guru Ramdas, then Guru Arjan. He only compiled the Adi Granth or Guru Granth Sahib, Guru Arjan 1604, Guru Arjan, then Guru Har Govind, Guru Har Govind, Guru Har Rai, Guru Har Rai, Guru Har Krishan, Guru Har Krishan, then Guru Tegh Bahadur, and then Guru Gobind Singh. Right in this order only, Guru Gobind Singh, the 10th and the last Guru. Clear? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Clear? Guru Gobind Singh. For some time, the Guruship was passed to Guru Granth Sahib only. Clear? Later on, Sikh Committee Commander Banda Bahadur in Punjab. Clear? So, Guru Nanak. Clear? Now, after this, clear? These were the two prominent Nirgun saints. Coming to the Sagun saints. Coming to the Sagun saints. Clear? So Sagun saints were much more popular in nature. We'll come to those Sagun saints. Clear? So first of all, clear? We'll come to Sagun saints. Clear? Sagun saints basically is first Sagun saint starting with Maharashtra. Clear? The first Sagun saint was Gyaneshwar, also known as Jnaneshwar. Gyaneshwar, who promoted the Marathi language. Clear? Gyaneshwar. 13th century in Maharashtra. Clear? So Gyaneshwar was a Bhakti saint in Maharashtra. Clear? Maharashtra. Clear? He was also a philosopher and yogi of Nath tradition. So Nathpanthis. Nathpanthis are not Nirgun. Nathpanthis are Sagun. Clear? So Nathpanthi. Clear? So basically he was the first yogi of Nath tradition. So he was the first yogi of Nath tradition. First yogi of Nath tradition. Clear? Yogi of Nath tradition. Clear? And he also established the tradition of Varkari sect. Varkari sect. Why Varkari sect? These was a sect that believed in propagating the messages among common people without getting involved in worldly politics or state politics. Clear? And therefore they are known as Varkari sect, in contrast to the Dharkari sect who actively participated in state politics. Clear? So this was Gyaneshwar, the first one. Clear? Gyaneshwar was followed by Eknath, Tukaram, Eknath, Namdev and Tukaram. Gyaneshwar, Eknath, Namdev and Tukaram. And all these sects promoted Marathi language and they established a religion known as the Maharashtra Dharma. Known as the Maharashtra Dharma. And they even established the temple of Vithoba at Pandharpur. They also established a temple of Vithoba at Pandharpur in Maharashtra. Clear? Naneshwar. These were all Varkari sect, members of Varkari sect. Clear? There was a Dharkari sect also in Maharashtra Dham who actively participated in state politics, and this Dharkari sect was Samarth Ramdas. Was Samarth Ramdas, who was also the spiritual teacher of Shivaji. Clear? So these were saints of Maharashtra Dharma. Clear? So now Maharashtra Dharma. Clear? Coming to another Bhakti saint or Sagun saint after Gyaneshwar, Namdev, Eknath and Tukaram. Gyaneshwar, Namdev, Eknath and Tukaram. The right order is clear. I'll explain again. Right? Clear? Gyaneshwar, because chronology is asked. Gyaneshwar, Namdev, this is the right order. Gyaneshwar, Namdev, Eknath, and Tukaram. And all of these were Varkari saints. Gyaneshwar, Namdev, Eknath, and Tukaram. Clear? After this, clear? The next very popular Bhakti saint or Sakun saint was the saint known as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the region of Bengal. Clear? So it was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the region of Bengal. Clear? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is also considered to be founder of Gaudiya Vaishnavism in the region of God in Bengal. He is also known as the founder of Gaudiya Vaishnavism. Clear? Founder of Gaudiya Vaishnavism. Clear? Bhagavad Quran. Clear? This again clear, and at the same time clear, his teachings are recorded in Shikastakam. Shikastakam, Shikastakam is a work that contains the devotional songs of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Clear? He was a prominent one. Then another Bhakti saint was Narsin Mehta in the 15th century. He is also known as Adi Kavi of Gujarati language. He promoted Gujarati language. Adi Kavi of Gujarati language. Clear? At the same time, this person, Narsin Mehta, Adi Kavi, he is also remembered for his song known as Vaishno Jan To Tere Kahiye Ji. Clear? Which was recited by Mahatma Gandhi. So Mahatma Gandhi, who recited the song Vaishno Jan Te To Tere Kahiye Ji, it was written by Narsin Mehta in Gujarat. Clear? At the same time, there was another Sagun saint known as Vallabhacharya. Known as Vallabhacharya. And Vallabhacharya was basically propounder of Pushti Marg, path of grace. He was the founder of Pushti Marg, which is known as path of grace, path of devotion. Clear? And that resulted into establishment of a sect known as Pushti Sampradaya. So Pushti Sampradaya, also known as Vishnu Swami Sampradaya, was established by Vallabhacharya. Clear? So Vallabhacharya gave the concept of Pushti Marg. Surdas was a devotee of Lord Krishna, and Surdas also wrote several works like Sursagar and Sursuravali. Clear? Sahitya Lahari is another work of Surdas. Clear? So Surdas was another devotee of Lord Krishna, and Surdas wrote several works like Sursagar, Sursuravali, Sursagar, Sursuravali, and Sahitya Lahari. And Sahitya Lahari. Surdas. Clear? This was prominent one, Surdas, who promoted this ideology. Clear? Then we have Shankar Dev in Assam. Clear? Then we have Shankar Dev in Assam, who was also a Sagun saint. Shankar Dev in Assam. Clear? So he is also known as the founder of Neo Vaishnavism, new form of Vaishnavism. He is the founder of Neo Vaishnavism. Clear? Vaishnavism. Clear? Neo Vaishnavism, and at the same time, he also started the concept of Eksharshna. Also started the concept of Ekash, Ekasharn, Ekasharn movement or Ekasharn Dharma. He also started the concept of Ekasharn Dharma, which is based on devotion to Lord Krishna. Clear? So Lord Krishna was a very important deity, and it was worshipped by Shankar Dev. Clear? Shankar Dev. Clear? He largely tried to reform Hindu society in Assam region. Clear? Next one was Bhakti saint was Mirabai in Rajasthan. Mirabai in Rajasthan. She was a devotee of Lord Krishna. Clear? Lord Krishna. And at the same time, she also composed large number of dohas, and all these dohas are known as padas, or these dohas of Mirabai are known as padas to express her love and devotion. Clear? The next major person of Bhakti saint was Tulsi Das, who wrote Ramcharitmanas in Avdi dialect of Hindi language. Clear? In fact, he was a follower of Ramanandi Sampradaya or Ramanand Sampradaya. Clear? And he was devoted to Lord Ram. Clear? He wrote several important works like Ramcharitmanas, and other works of Tulsidas include Vinay Patrika. Apart from Ramcharitmanas, the works include Vinay Patrika, Hanuman Chalisa, Hanuman Chalisa, Hanuman Chalisa, and Hanuman Ashok. These are all works of Tulsidas along with Ramcharitmanas. Clear? Now, the next major was Dadu Dayal, another Sagun saint. Dadu Dayal, clear? And Dadu Dayal was basically a founder of a new sect known as Dadu Panth. Clear? Dadu Panth, clear? And clear? Dadu means brother and Dayal means compassionate. Clear? So Dadu Dayal, clear? Very prominent one, and at the same time, clear? He composed 5,000 verses. Clear? Clear? The 5,000 verses was composed by Dadu Dayal, and these verses are also known as Dadu Anubhav. Dadu Anubhav, that is by his experience. Dadu Anubhav Bani. 5,000 verses in by Dadu Dayal known as Dadu Anubhav Bani. Clear? So these were prominent Sagun saints. So Nirgun saints were only two prominent, Kabir and Nanak, and Sagun saints were large numbers, starting with Gyaneshwar and with large number of members all across Indian territory from western towards eastern side of India. Clear? So Bhakti ideology became a very important trend in the Western or in the Sultanate phase, and it was one of the major development in cultural aspect of Delhi Sultanate. Clear? At the same time, clear? Apart from Bhakti, the Sufi movement also took place during Delhi Sultanate. Clear? Now, with respect to the Bhakti movement in Maharashtra, the Bhakti movement was divided into two sects. Clear? The Varkaris and Dharkaris. What is the difference between them? Varkaris are those Bhakti saints who always wanted to promote their concepts and teachings among common people of the society. Clear? Not among the elite classes or the ruling authorities. Clear? They were known as Varkari saints. Dharkari saints were those saints who always being attached with the royal authority, the rulers, the kings at that time, and they always gave blessings to the royal people, not to the common masses. Clear? This is the basic difference between Varkari and Dharkari saints. So Varkari saints were more popular among masses. Dharkari saints were not popular among masses because most of the time they were with ruling elite or ruling classes of Delhi Sultanate. Clear? This is the difference Varkari and the Dharkari saints. Clear? Now after this, clear? Now we'll come to the Sufi ideology or the Sufi movement. Clear? We'll discuss about the Sufi movement as well. Clear? But before we discuss about Sufi movement, clear? Now we'll just take your questions which were asked to you yesterday, because the questions also needs to be discussed. Clear? So what were the questions given to you in the class yesterday? See, first of all, I'll let you know. Clear? This course has been designed in such a manner that apart from the rich content that I am giving you in the class, clear, we will have exclusive questions not from class notes, just to have wide coverage of the topics. Clear? So even use the questions also for preparing for prelims. Clear? So don't throw the question papers. Clear? Question papers should supplement, because we want to give you maximum coverage within limited time. So questions are largely framed not from the class notes. Questions are largely framed with exclusively of the exclusive class notes to have wide coverage of the topic, so that multiple dimensions and angles could be covered and you can get questions in prelims examination. Purpose is this. Clear? So now we'll take up the questions, clear, which was given to you yesterday. Clear? We'll take these questions. Am I right? This is the question related to Harappan civilization. We'll discuss these questions. Clear. What exactly are these questions? We need to understand. Clear. Coming to the first question itself. Clear. Now, first question is, which of the following statements, read the question very carefully, which of the following statements about Harappan civilization are correct? You have to identify correct statements. Clear? Harappan text refers to Meluha as land of seafarers. Meluha. Clear? The Harappan text does not refer to Harappan to Harappans as to Indus Valley as Meluha. In fact, the Mesopotamian text, clear, refer to them as Meluha, clear. So it can be Mesopotamian text, Mesopotamian text, also can be called as Sumerian text. Clear? They refer to the Harappans as Malwa, not the Harappan text. Clear? There's a huge concept involved here. Why? Because you need to get to know the Harappan script has not been deciphered here. Since Harappan script has not been deciphered here, how can we know about Meluha from Harappan text? Clear? So there cannot be text. Clear? So Meluha is a term used in Mesopotamian records, which was a contemporary civilization to Indus Valley in the region of modern Iraq. Clear? So this statement would be a wrong statement. Clear? Pottery, seals, bricks and weights exhibit extraordinary uniformity during this period. Yeah, Indus Valley was marked by extraordinary uniformity. This statement is absolutely right. The Harappan civilization occupied a larger territory than Mesopotamia and Egypt together. This is also right. It was 13 lakh square kilometer. Clear? So extent of Indus Valley civilization was 13 lakh square kilometer, which was much larger than the territory of Mesopotamia and Egypt put together. Clear? So big territory at this time. Clear? In fact, I'll let you know. Clear? If you are discussing about this, Indus Valley civilization was almost in this shape. It was almost in this shape. Clear? The topmost or the northernmost site of Indus Valley civilization was the site of Manda in Jammu. The southernmost site was the region of Daimabad in Maharashtra. The easternmost site was the site of Alamgirpur in western Uttar Pradesh, and the westernmost site was the site of Sutka Jindor on the Iranian coast. Sutka Jindor. It was larger, 13 lakh square kilometer was the area that was covered by Indus Valley civilization. Clear? So it was much larger than Mesopotamia and Egypt put together. Have additional information. Keep on having this. Clear? So two statements are right. How many of the statements are correct? Only two. Clear? So two statements are wrong. One is right. One is wrong. That is Harappan text cannot refer to Meluha. It was Mesopotamian text that referred to Indus Valley as Meluha. Right? Clear? Now coming to the next question. Clear? Next question is question number 2. Consider the following pairs. Clear? Consider the following pairs. Historical place and well known for. Clear? Chanudaro was known for craft production. This is right. Chanudaro was Indus Valley site located in Balochistan region. Ganeshwar Jodhpur, that is located in Rajasthan, was known for copper just because of Khetri mines. Clear? So it was basically because of the Khetri mines in Rajasthan, in the region. In fact, there was a very important place in Rajasthan which was known for copper availability. Clear? And this was known as Ahar and Gilund. Ahar and Gilund. Copper began to be used in Chalcolithic phase. Ahar, therefore, in ancient India was known as Tambavati. Tambavati means place possessing copper. Clear? So what is the meaning of seafarers? That is people who does not fear about the sea. Clear? They basically can go for long distances in the sea region, maritime trade. They are known as seafarers. Clear? Ahar and Gilund. This is right. Shortugai. Shortugai was located in the region of Afghanistan. Lapis lazuli came, precious stone came. Balakot. northwestern part of India, shell. All the four are right. Clear? So these are basically given to as a source of information to you to understand all the materials coming from different cities, or different cities were known for these materials to have this idea. Clear? So craft production, Chandudaro, Ganeshwar, Jodhpur, copper, Shortuga, Lapis Lazuli, Balakot, shell. Clear? All the four is right. Clear? Now coming to the third question. Third question. Clear? Third, with reference to Inam Gaon is located in Maharashtra. Clear? With reference to Inam Gaon, in ancient history, consider the following statement. It is a Neolithic site in the state of Maharashtra. No, it is a Chalcolithic site, not a Neolithic site. Clear? Because settled agriculture is found, and at the same time pastoral economy was not there, settled agriculture economy was there, and it was marked by use of copper and stone both, which was not in Neolithic. Clear? It is situated on river Krishna. No, it is situated in river Ghod. Clear? There's a river known as Ghod. Clear? And it is located on the banks of river Ghod. Clear? So it is wrong. Krishna cannot be there. Krishna flows in further south. Clear? So which of the statements above correct? Neither one nor two. Both the statements are wrong in this case. Clear? It's clear? Okay, now coming to the next one. With reference to the Rigveda time, consider the following statements. The battles were fought to capture the people. Now, these questions are trapped here. The battles were largely fought for cattle. Clear? Most of you will get confused. Clear? The battles were largely fought for cattle because we have a term in Rigveda that indicate the fight for cattle known as Gavishti. Clear? Gavishti is a term frequently mentioned in the Rigveda. The most important battle being Battle of 10 Kings. So, Battle of 10 Kings were fought to acquire more and more cattle. Clear? But apart from cattle, obviously, clear, people were also needed, people were also required. So we cannot deny this altogether. Clear? If the word would have been the battles were fought largely to capture the people, the statement could have been wrong. But if there is the battles were fought to capture the people, obviously with cattle, peoples were also captured. But the most important item for which battle was fought was cattle. The term used for cattle is basically Gavishti. Clear? So Gavishti is basically the term used for battles. Clear? So this battles were fought to capture people. That is right. Clear? We cannot deny this. If the word would have been the battles were fought largely to acquire people, the statement could have been wrong. Clear? There's one thing. The king relied on the voluntary contribution like Bali. Yeah, this is right. The king relied on voluntary contribution or Bali. Bali was voluntary offerings given by the Jan, by the people to the Rajan, that is the king. Clear? So both 1 and 2 are right. Clear? Both these statements are right. Clear? So Bali was given voluntary offerings in later Vedic texts. Apart from Bali, they began to give land produce, also known as Bhag. Clear? So Bali, Bhag were two major types of taxes. And from Mauryan period, even Shulk began to be collected. So three kinds of taxes were Bali, Bhag and Shulk. Bali started from the Rigvedic phase. Clear? Now coming to the next question. With reference to Buddhism, consider the following statements. Clear? The statement is, the principle of equality was followed inside the Sangh irrespective of individual background. Yeah, the principle of equality was followed. No doubt, was followed inside the Sangh, that is Buddhist organization. In Buddhist legend, we have three concepts, that is Buddh, Dham and Sangh. Buddh, Dham and Sangh. Teacher, taught, teaching and the taught. Clear? So, in Sangh, there was complete equality. The decisions inside the Sangh were taken by voting only. No, it was not taken by voting only. Voting was there, but not only. The decision was taken on the basis of consensus. So this statement would be wrong. Clear? The administration of the Sangh was dependent on Ganas. Ganas basically means republics. Ganas basically means republics. Clear? Out of 16 Mahajanpadas, there were 5 Ganas or republics, mostly located in Nepal, Terai. Clear? Do understand? I'll show you. Clear? So Ganas are very republic. In fact, why we call India to be mother of democracy? Because, clear, the first republican system was established in these Ganas only. These Ganas are also known as Gana Samghas. Clear? So they are also known as Gana Samghas. They were republics, that is having elected head. Clear? So large number of these Ganas were ruled by elected head by the people. They were known as Gana Samghas. They are also known as republics. In fact, clear? We'll understand about this. Out of 16 Mahajanpas, 5 were republics, 11 were monarchies. Clear? Which were these republics? Just understand. Clear? Look into this. Clear? These were 16 Mahajanpas. Clear? I'll mark the day, mark the things. Clear? See, first of all, I'll let you know the 16 Mahajanpas. The first Mahajanpad was Ang with its capital at Champa. Second Mahajanpad was Magadh with its capital at Rajgriha, then Vaishali. Then third was Kashi with its capital at Banaras. Then we had Vats with its capital at Kaushambi. Then Chedi with its capital at Tripuri. Then Avanti with its capital at Ujjain and Mahishmati. Then Surasen with the capital at Mathura. Mats with the capital at Viratnagar, and in the northwestern part also. Clear? This we had some Mahajanpas. These were Kamboj Mahajanpad, and then Gandhar with capital at Takshila. Clear? So this was 1, 2, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. And then we have 9. This is 10. There's one more. Clear? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10 and 11. 11 were monarchies. Clear? Apart from 11 being monarchies, clear? 5 we have 5 were republics. Which were these republics? Vrijji with this capital. Clear? This was one republic with its capital at Vaishali. Then Mallas. They performed the last rites of Gautam Buddha and Mahavir. Then we had Koshala. Clear? Then we had Panchala, and then we had Kuru. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 11 plus 5, 16. Clear? These were republics. These republics were also known as Gana Samghas. And just because of them only, India is known as the mother of democracy, because representative government, Republican form of government existed in this region, and all of them were located in Nepal, Tarai, marked by equality and democratic system. And this is not a surprise. Both Gautam Buddha and Mahavir emerged from these Gana Samghas. Clear? So Gana Samghas or republics, that is Vrajji, Mallas, Koshalas, Panchalas and Kuru, and remaining 11 being monarchies, altogether 16 being known as large kingdoms or large janpas known as Mahajanpad. Clear? So this was question. Clear? So question was Bali. This question, the principle of equality was followed inside the Sangh, irrespective. This is right. This is right statement. Decision by voting only, no, this is wrong. It was taken on consensus. Administration of Sangh was dependent on Ganas, yeah, because democratic system was followed. So both two statements are right. Clear? 1 and 3 are right. Answer would be only 2. Fine. It's clear about Ganas. Coming to another question. Question number 6. Consider the following statements. The concept of Bodhisattva emerged under Hinayan Buddhism. No. Clear. Concept of Bodhisattvas did not emerge under Hinayan Buddhism. It emerged under Mahayana Buddhism. Clear. Bodhisattvas emerged under Mahayana Buddhism, whereby they began to worship the images also, and Bodhisattvas in course of time began to worship because for compassion. Clear? They showed compassion to their other fellows, and all of them wanted to attain nirvana, that is freedom from all dukh or suffering. The Bodhisattvas help others to nirvana, to attain nibbana. Clear? Clear. Bodhisattvas help others to attain Nibbana. No, they were compassionate enough. They did not help, clear? But they were compassionate enough and they wanted to teach them to attain Nibbana, clear? But that the Bodhisattvas help others to attain Nibbana? No, not others. Others can be anyone, clear? They always try to attain Nibbana only to the members who are following them, not to general, clear? So this statement would not be right, clear? Idol worship of Buddha became important of Mahayana Buddhism. Obviously, that led to Mathura school, Gandhar school. Clear. So 1 and 3 are right. Second statement is wrong. So second statement is answer would be B. Clear. So it was not Hinayan Buddhism. It was Mahayana Buddhism, the Bodhisattvas help others to attain Nirvana. No, they were compassionate enough, clear, but they never allowed everyone to attain Nirvana, clear. This was one thing. Now coming to another question with reference to Shramana tradition. Now again I'll let you know, Shramana tradition means Buddhist and Jain tradition, heterodox tradition, clear. So with respect to Shramana tradition, consider the following statements. It included Buddhism, Jainism, Ajivikas, Charvaks and Ajnanas. Okay, fine, clear. This is right, clear. Because all heterodox sects are included under Shramana tradition, clear. So Shramana tradition will include Buddhism, Jainism, Ajivikas, Charvaks. Charvaks philosophy we had discussed, and at the same Ajivikas also, Ajnanas also, clear. Ajnanas were very minor sect. Ajivikas believed in Niyati or destiny, which was founded by Makali Goshala, and at the same time Charvaks believed in Lokayat philosophy, that is worldly pleasure without caring for life after death. He never believed in life after death, clear. So all this comes under Shraman tradition, no doubt about it. It rejected the Vedic Hindu ritualism and authority of Brahmins. Yeah, it rejected Vedic Hindu ritualism, complex rituals and authority of Brahmins, and that is what they wanted to establish liberal religions known as heterodox religions. So both the statements are right, no doubt, clear, straightforward one. Okay, now coming to the eighth one, clear. Eighth question is, by the mid of 6th century BC, the small and weak kingdoms out of the 16 great kingdoms, also known as 16 Mahajanpas, were eliminated and conquered by the 4 strong kingdoms. Which among the following were these 4 kingdoms? We had discussed about Mahajanpas, 4 kingdoms, clear? These kingdoms were obviously Avanti, then Koshala, then Magad and Vats, clear? So these were the 4 major Mahajanpas that basically fought against each other, and even among them, Magad emerged to be victorious among Avanti, Koshala and Vats also, clear? So Magad finally succeeded in defeating Vats also, Koshala also, Avanti also. Koshala was defeated by Ajashatru, Avanti was defeated by Sishuna, clear? And therefore Vats also was brought under Magad control. So obviously the 4 kingdoms that defeated other Mahajanpas were Avanti, Koshala, Magad and Vats, clear? This is the one question, clear? Coming to next one, question number 9. Question number 9, clear? With reference to the Ganas during the Mahajanpas, consider the following statements, clear? The Mahajanpas were oligarchies and were called Sanghas, clear? Yeah, Mahajanpas which are oligarchies, that is republics, Ganas, clear? Oligarchies means having multiple rulers, not one single ruler. They were not monarchies, clear? So Mahajanpas which were oligarchies, republics, clear, were called Sanghas, also known as Gana Sanghas, also known as republics, having elected head, that too multiple heads. Mahavir and Buddha belong to Ganas. We had discussed as of now only, both belong to the Ganas. Both 1 and 2 are right, clear? Next question, clear? Question number 10th, clear? Consider the following statements. Both Mahavir and Buddha raised doubts about the supremacy of the Vedas. Yeah, this is right. Both challenge the authority of the Vedas. Next is, Jainism condemns the cycle of birth and death. No, Jainism does not condemn the cycle of birth and death. In fact, Jainism believes in the cycle of birth and death because it believes in moksha or integration of soul with ultimate reality, clear? So since Jainism believes in the concept of moksha, that is freedom from the cycle of birth and death, it cannot be said that Jainism does not condemns the cycle of birth and death. In fact, Jainism believes in cycle of birth and rebirth, clear? Even Gautam Buddha believed in the theory of rebirth, but Gautam Buddha did not believe in the existence of God, clear? In fact, some philosophy needs to be understood, clear? So here Jainism recognized the existence of God but placed the God below the Jina, clear? And therefore it believes in the cycle of birth and death because ultimate objective is to attain moksha or salvation. In Buddhism, moksha is not the ultimate objective. Ultimate objective is nirvana, end of suffering in this world itself, clear? So Jainism did not condemn the cycle of birth and death, rather Jainism accepted cycle of birth and death, clear? According to Jainism, only monks can escape the cycle of birth and death. Yeah, this is again different from Buddhism. In Buddhism, Nirvana can be attained by any person following, even by householder. It is known as Madhyam Marg. But in Jainism, moksha can be attained only by monks, only by the sannyasis. It cannot be attained by the householder. So obviously, this is right statement. So 1 and 3 would be the right option. Clear? So these are conceptual questions. Such kind of questions are asked in examination. Clear? So 10 questions were given to you, all of you. Clear? Questions were quite conceptual in nature. It was not to check your knowledge alone. And these questions are exclusive of the things that we are discussing, just to have wide coverage. Clear? Question number 6. Yes, please explain question number 6. Okay, I'll come to question number 6. 6. Consider the following statement. The concept of Bodhisattva emerged under Hinayan Buddhism. Clear? See, I'll let you know. Clear? Bodhisattva. What do you mean by this concept? Clear? Bodhisattvas are those Buddhist monks who are on the path of attaining Nirvana, but they delay the attainment of Nirvana out of compassion for other members. Clear? Therefore, they are known as Bodhisattvas. Clear? So, Bodhisattvas are those Buddhist monks who are on the path of Nirvana, but they delay Nirvana deliberately. But they delay Nirvana deliberately due to compassion. But they delay Nirvana deliberately due to compassion. Clear? This is one thing. Clear? So these are, and this concept is there in, not in Hinayan. Clear? This concept is there only in Mahayana. Clear? Hinayan Buddhism is an orthodox Buddhism, conservative Buddhism that always believes in worshipping or following the teachings of Gautam Buddha, not to worship anyone, not to follow anyone else except Gautam Buddha. Here the following is related to Bodhisattvas. Clear? So this is not acceptable to Hinayan followers. Hinayan followers only believe in following teachings of Gautam Buddha, not Bodhisattvas. Clear? The concept of Bodhisattvas is basically related to Mahayana sect. So this statement is clearly wrong. The Bodhisattvas help others to attain Nirvana. No, they don't help others. Clear? But they show compassion towards others so that they can also attain Nirvana. There's a difference between helping others and showing compassion. Clear? Compassion means you are showing certain amount of sorrow that these people are not able to attain Nirvana. Clear? And therefore, just because of that sorrow only, just because of that compassion only, you are also delaying your attainment of Nirvana. Clear? Therefore, that does not help others. Rather, but they show compassion towards others for not attaining Nirvana. Clear? So they don't help others. This is wrong statement. This is basically the Bodhisattvas help others. Sorry. The Bodhisattvas help others to attain Nirvana. Compassion and Nirvana. Yeah. The Bodhisattvas help others to attain Nirvana. Compassion also, but not largely compassion to help others to Nirvana. But just because they show compassion towards other fellow members, obviously these members also show the point of attaining Nirvana, and ultimately all of them attain Nirvana. Nirvana means end of dukkha or suffering. Clear? So Bodhisattvas help others to attain Nirvana. This can be a right statement. Clear? They show compassion, and with this compassion, the other members get motivated to attain Nirvana. They don't directly help, but they show compassion. Clear? And with compassion, other people also get motivated. They follow them, and they also attain. They are also on the path of Nirvana. So that can lead to helping others to attain Nirvana. Clear? Idol worship of Buddha became important of Mahayana Buddhism. That is right. Clear? So 2 and 3 are right. One statement is wrong. So just understand this statement. I hope this statement was basically to be understood. The statement is Bodhisattvas help others to attain Nirvana. They show compassion towards other followers. They don't directly help. But with this compassion, obviously, certain amount of motivation comes, and this amounts to help, and this help results into attainment of Nirvana or on the path of Nirvana. This can be right. Clear? So 2 and 3, only to both the statements are right. Clear? Is it fine? Clear? First statement is clearly wrong. It is not under Mahayana Buddhism. It is under Mahayana Buddhism. Clear? So only 2 statements are right. Anything else? Sir, please explain the difference between Buddhism and Jainism. Okay, fine. We'll come to the difference between Buddhism and Jainism also. Clear? Now understand the difference between Buddhism and Jainism. Buddhism and Jainism. Buddhism and Jainism. Clear? Now, first of all, I'll let you know. Clear? Apart from difference being that the founder of Buddhism was Gautam Buddha, and founder of Jainism was Mahavir. Clear? In Jainism there are 24 Tirthankars. In Buddhism there is only 1%, that is Gautam Buddha. Clear? Now coming to the difference between Buddhism and Jainism. Clear? The ultimate aim in Buddhism is to attain nirvana. First of all, ultimate aim is to attain nirvana, that is end of dukh or suffering. Clear? And ultimate aim of Jainism is to attain moksha or freedom from the cycle of birth and death. This is one difference. Clear? One difference. Clear? Nirvana can be attained in Buddhism even by householder, and this philosophy is known as Madhyam Marg. Clear? That is balanced way. Clear? In Jainism, moksha can be attained only by ascetics or monks, not by householder. So there is no concept of Madhyam Marg in Jainism. Clear? Third major difference in Buddhism is, clear, in Buddhist religion is that in Buddhism, clear, in Buddhism there is no concept of ending the life through violence. Clear? So no concept of self-mortification. Clear? It is basically to end the suffering peacefully. Clear? So no self-mortification. Peaceful religion. Here it is Sallikhan or Santhara, that is self-mortification. Sallikhan is also known as Santhara. Clear? There's another difference. Next major difference in between Buddhism and Jainism is related to God. Clear? Buddhism does not recognize the existence of God. Clear? So God is not recognized. Make it very clear. God is not recognized. Here, God is recognized. Clear? God is recognized, but placed under Jina, self-conquered person. Placed under Jina. There's another difference. Clear? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's another difference. Clear? Buddhism and Jainism. Clear? Fifth one is clear in Buddhism and Jainism. Buddhism. Clear? In Buddhism, basically there are 3 Pitak, the sacred texts of Buddhist religion, and here it is basically 12 Angs as the sacred text of Jain religion. These are major conceptual difference between Buddhism and Jainism. Clear? So Buddhism and Jainism differences. Clear? So please give the brief about all the Mahajanpas. Clear? Okay, if you want all description of all the 16 Mahajanpas, I'll give you all the differences. Mahajanpas. Clear? Coming to Mahajanpas. Here only. Clear? Now coming to this Mahajanpas, I'll let you know. Brief description, clear? So brief description of 16 Mahajanpas. Just start, clear? Start with Magad, clear? I'll let you know, clear? Magad Mahajanpat, located in the lower Gangetic plain, had abundant resources of iron and at the same time provided liberal atmosphere. In the region of Magad, first major ruler was Bimbisar. Bimbisar, clear? Bimbisar defeated Ang. So Ang with its capital at Champa was conquered by Bimbisar towards his eastern side and was given to his son. The son of Bimbisar was known as Ajatshatru. The son of Bimbisar was known as Ajatshatru. Ajatshatru in turn conquered the region of Vaishali and at the same time Kashi. Clear? So Kashi and Vaishali was conquered by Ajatshatru. So Magad got enlarged in course of time and included this entire region. Clear? After Ajatashatru, there was a ruler known as Udain. Clear? Udain constructed a large fort at Patliputra, which was the capital or which was the next capital of Magad. Clear? Udain. Udain was followed by another ruler known as Sishunak. And Sishunak defeated Avanti, the most powerful Mahajanpad after Magad. Avanti with its capital at Ujjain and Mahishmati. Clear? So when it was conquered, obviously, the whole kingdom extended from here to this area and Magad became a large kingdom. In course of time, all these began to surrender before Magad in course of time. Clear? Ultimately, after Sishunak, the next major ruler of Magad was Mahapadmanand. Mahapadmanand. Mahapadmanand, who established control over Kaling, modern Odisha, clear, and took the title of Ekrat, single monarch, clear. So obviously Ekrat means he conquered the whole region completely, clear. This was development related to Magad, clear. After Mahapadmanand, there was a ruler known as Dhananand. He was a weak person, and Dhananand only humiliated a Brahman, and that Brahman was Kautil or Chanak. Chanak decided to take revenge, and with support of Chanak, Chandragupta Maurya defeated and assassinated Dhananand. Once Dhananand was assassinated at this time, clear, Chandragupta Maurya established Mauryan Empire, and after establishing Mauryan Empire under the guidance of Chanakya Kautil, Chandragupta Maurya defeated and conquered Gandhar region in the northwestern part of India, and in this way the entire region came under Mauryan control. So Mauryans began to rule over this large region, and this large region came under Mauryan Empire. Even Asmaka also came under Mauryan Empire. So large Indian territory came under Mauryan Empire, under Mauryan Empire. After Ashok came to power, he fought only one war, that is Kaling War, and since large area had come under his control, in fact, Bindusar had established control over the region of modern Karnataka as well. Clear? So entire or large parts of Indian territory came under Mauryan rule, and Ashok, after Kaling War, abandoned the policy of physical annexation, adopted the policy of cultural annexation, which is indicated through his 13th Rock Edict, Major Rock Edict. Clear? And in this way, large Indian territory came under Mughal Samrat, because the title for ruler used by Kautil was Samrat or Swami under the Saptang theory. We had discussed about Saptang theory and even Mandala theory, which was given by Kautil in his Arthashastra related to foreign policy. This was expansion of Magad into a large empire. 16 Mahajanpads is clear. The conflict is clear. Anything else to be asked? Till the point we had done. Anything to be asked? Anything to be asked? Clear? Clear? Fine. Any other question? Now, there's another question, that is, who were Arhat? Clear? Now, coming to this meaning, who were Arhat? Clear? This term is normally used in Jain religion or Jainism. Arhat. Clear? Arhat is a person who is free from all desires, hatred, and at the same time delusion, and who knows everything, clear, and is endowed with miraculous powers, clear. So something like a Jina, clear. So Arhat is almost a perfect man, clear. So the term Arhat indicate a perfect man who has no desire, no hatred, no other thing, and at the same time is endowed with all knowledge and has miraculous powers. These are known as Arhat in Jain religion. Clear? So Arhat is a term that indicates person with perfection in Jain religion, who has all control over desire, attachment, ignorance, and has endowed with all knowledge with miraculous powers. They are known as Arhat. It's clear? Any other question to be asked? So tomorrow we'll start with Sufism. We'll discuss about all the major sects. Clear? Not only the Chishti and Surawardi. We'll discuss about Qadri sect. We'll discuss about Naqshbandi sect. We'll discuss about Rishi order that was there in Kashmir, promoted by Nuruddin Wali. We'll come to all these things. Clear? Arhat. Clear? Arihant basically means something supernatural powers. Arihant is a different concept. Clear? Arhat is only related to knowledgeable. Arhat is perfect by practice, perfect by completely control. So the concept of is related to Hina. Yeah, Arhat is related to Buddhism also. Clear? And in Arhat also the same concept applies. Clear? Arhat means basically a person who is knowledgeable, who is on the path of attaining all supreme knowledge in course of time. Clear? They are known as Arhat. Bharat, clear? Arhat is clear, perfected soul, perfected willing, clear. Who is spiritually aligned? Arhat is used Buddhism, Jainism. Sir, please explain the different Buddhism and Jainism with respect to soul. Okay, fine. With respect to soul. Clear? With respect to soul, we can understand both Buddhism and Jainism accepted soul, no doubt. Clear? Both accepted soul. Jainism, in fact, wanted soul to be liberated from the cycle of birth and death. Even Buddhism recognizes the soul because Gautam Buddha believed in the concept of rebirth. In fact, before being born as Gautam Buddha, he took almost 556 births and 550 births which are mentioned in Jatak story. So he mentioned about rebirth, and at the same time both believe in soul because soul can be liberated only through the action, only through the theory of action, also known as karma. Clear? But here soul is not largely emphasized by Gautam Buddha. Clear? Because soul is only with respect to rebirth. If the karma is not according to four noble truths and eightfold path, the soul will get transferred to another creature, the creature will take rebirth, and this cycle will continue till the attainment of nirvana or end of suffering. This is Buddhism. In Jainism, soul will continue to remain in the body or translate into body till the body attains complete moksha or salvation. So soul with respect to Buddhism is only to indicate rebirth, not a belief in God. Clear? Soul with respect to Jainism is an important concept which needs to be liberated from the cycle of birth and death to attain moksha or nirvana. Clear? This clear. Next is Sir Chandragupta II is the son of Samudragupta. Yeah, Chandragupta second was the son of Samudragupta. He followed Samudragupta. Clear. Because Samudragupta, again, why there's a reason. Samudragupta was immediately followed by his eldest son, Ramgupta. Ramgupta was defeated by Shaka ruler, and therefore Ramgupta was assassinated by his younger brother, Chandra. And who came to power as Chandragupta II. So Chandragupta II is the younger son of Samudragupta. Clear? And this is mentioned in a drama known as Devi Chandraguptam, written by Vishakha Dutt, which was asked in prelims last year only. Clear? So please explain that from Buddhism and Jainism soul will have done that. Bhakti movement came first in southern India or northern? Bhakti movement first emerged in southern India. From south India it came to northern India and Sultanate phase. So Arhat in Buddhism now which were followed without subscribe. Arhat in Buddhism which were follower but they had attained perfection, perfect knowledge. Clear? Since they had attained perfect knowledge, they are known with perfection, and therefore the term Arhat is used in Buddhism also. Who has attained enlightenment also, in fact Nirvana also, they are known as Arhat. Clear? And same thing applies in Jainism also, but since Jainism does not believe in Nirvana, it is said perfect man with all power, miraculous spirits. Today we'll start with another movement, that is the Sufi movement, which is very important for your prelims examination. See, I'm trying to cover those areas which are much more expected in prelims examination. I'm trying to focus on those areas as elaborately as possible so that you can get question in the question paper of prelims 2024. So I'm touching upon those areas. I'm trying to go into depth of those areas, looking into the previous trends of the question from where questions are being put in the question paper. Clear? So it has been done after thought a lot of research, and we are working on this. We are looking into previous year papers, trying to understand the trend, and then identifying the topics to be covered in this crash course. Clear? So we are covering those areas more elaborately, more intensely, which are likely to be covered or asked in prelims examination of 2024. So with that respect, Bhakti is very important. Even Sufism is very important. We'll discuss about Sufism in Sultanate Fest during in the class today. But before that, we have a question from one of our students. The question is, sir, please teach about Sangam age little more. Clear? Okay, I'll teach about Sangam age little more. Don't worry about it. Clear? See, First of all, coming to the Sangam age, if you look into that, clear? So, Sangam age, clear? Sangam age. The first thing that you need to know about the Sangam age is the dating of Sangam age, clear? There are different dates given by different scholars, clear? But normally what is accepted is the Sangam age starts around 300 BC and it continued till 300 AD. Clear? This is the most probable date given to the Sangam age. So first of all, dating needs to be known. Clear? So Sangam age dates back from 300 BC to 300 AD. Clear? This is the phase. Some scholars give from 6th century BC to 6th century AD also. Clear? But most plausible date, most acceptable date is 300 BC to 300 AD. This first thing to be known. Second is the Sangam age was in the extreme southern part of India. In the extreme southern part of India. Extreme southern part of India where three dynasties were established. Clear? These dynasties were the dynasty of the dynasty of the Cholas, the dynasty of the Pandyas, and the dynasty of the Cheras. Clear? So three contemporary dynasties were established in the Sangam age in the extreme southern part of India, that is the Cholas, the Pandyas and the Cheras. Clear? These three contemporary dynasties and Pandyan rulers convened three Sangam assemblies that led to the compilation of rich corpus of literature which is known as Sangam literature, and that is why this is known as Sangam age. Clear? So first of all, coming to the Sangam literature or the Sangam age. Clear? So class of Pandyan rulers convened. Pandyan rulers convened. Pandyan rulers convened the first Sangam assembly at Madurai. First Sangam assembly at Madurai, which was the capital city. This first Sangam assembly was attended only by the Tamil gods like Subramanyam. No deliberation, no discussion of this assembly has survived. Everything has been lost. Clear? Second Sangam assembly was held at a place known as Kapatpuram, which is located near Madurai. In this second assembly, some Tamil poets along with Tamil gods participated. Again, all the deliberations of this assembly are also lost except one work, and that work is known as Tolkappayam. The work is known as Tolkappayam, which was written by a Tamil poet Tolkappayar. Clear? So this is the first work, and this work deals with the rules of Tamil grammar. Clear? So Tamil grammar starts from here. In fact, Tamil is the first prominent language and the classical category which started during Sangam age, and therefore the first Tamil work is the book on Tamil grammar, Tolkappayam, written by Tolkappayar. Clear? After this, the third Sangam assembly was again held at Madurai, and this third Sangam assembly was attended only by the Tamil poets, and all the works compiled in the third Sangam assembly has arrived or survived till this time. These works are divided into 18 major works. These works are divided into 18 major works, which is known in Tamil as Melkanakku, and the 18 minor works known as Kilkanakku. 18 minor works known as Kilkanakku. Clear? So 18 major works, 18 minor works that mentions about powerful rulers of the Sangam dynasties, that is the Cholas, the Cheras and the Pandyas, and the flourishing trade also with the Roman world. Clear? Because flourishing trade existed with the Roman world. Clear? And this trade was the basic reason for the prosperity of Cheras, Cholas and the Pandyas. Clear? And by the end of Sangam age, two Sangam epics were written. These two Sangam epics are known as Silapatikram and Manimekalai. Sheela Pattikram and Manimekalai. Sheela Pattikram was written by Elango Vadigal and Manimekalai was written by Tamil poet Sattanar. Clear? These are two Tamil epics. They are also compared with Ramayana and Mahabharata of North India. Sheela Pattikram mentions about a trade merchant, grain merchant, Kovalan, who fell into love with a courtesan, Madhavi, even though he was married to his wife, Kannagi. And Manimekalai deals with the adventure of a girl born out of the union of Kovalan and the courtesan, Madhavi. So both are interconnected as well, and all these are developments related to Sangam age. Clear? More importantly, again, in the Sangam literature, the important rulers of Cheras, Cholas, and Pandyas are mentioned. Clear? Among the Cheras, the most powerful or most popular ruler was known as Senguttuvan. Senguttuvan, also known as the Red Chera, also known as the Red Chera. Among the Cholas, the most important ruler was Ilara, and second was known as Karaikal. Ilara and Karaikal, clear. And among the Pandyas, the most important ruler was Nedunjelian. Nedunjelian, clear. So Ilara and Karaikal. Ilara conquered the northern part of Sri Lanka and Karaikal conquered the whole part of Sri Lanka, who were the Chola rulers, clear. So these were all Sangam dynasties, the important rulers and the works written by Sangam age. And the greatest historical authority who has written about Sangam age, this authority is Neelkant Shastri. Neelkant Shastri. Clear? So these are important things to be known about Sangam age. It's clear to all? Clear? So please teach about Sangam age little more. This is that, and this all these two should be known. Clear? 18 major works also divided into 8 anthologies and 10 poems. Anthologies being known as Ittutogai and the 10 poems being known as Pattu Pattu. Clear? So Ittutogai and Pattu Pattu as well, depending on the style of composition. It's clear, Sangam age. Sir, we can get about all the current aspects at last class. Sir, can we get to know all the current aspects at last class? Obviously, I'm trying to cover current aspects side by side, like we had discussed about the rulers who are in news and all. At the same time, I'll be summarizing the things as well. Don't worry about it. Sir, please put some light. Sir, please put some light on women bhakti saints and also status of women in ancient medieval India. Okay, we'll be doing that. Clear. Light on women bhakti saints. The most important being Mirabai. Clear. We are celebrating celebrating her birth anniversary as well. And Mirabai is very important, who composed the major works related to Lord Krishna, and at the same time these are known as padas. Clear. And these padas are very important, composed by Mirabai in praise of Lord Krishna, and she was the most popular women bhakti saint of medieval times. Clear? Apart from this, the bhakti saints that existed in southern part of India included the composers of Tamil devotional songs. Clear? But most popular being the Mirabai. Now coming to status of women in ancient and medieval India. Okay, let us have a separate topic altogether, status of women. Just remind me, after medieval India, we'll be doing women throughout ancient and medieval India as well. Clear? Next, sir, other sources say Buddhism doesn't believe in soul. Please explain it. Coming to this point. Clear? Other sources said Buddhism doesn't believe in soul. Coming to the concept of soul. Clear? Now, again, I'll let you know why some sources say that Buddhism does not believe in the existence of soul. The reason behind this is that Buddhism does not believe in the existence of God. Clear? Some sources will also say that Gautam Buddha was agnostic. Agnostic means a person who does not accept the reality of God, nor does deny the existence of God. Clear? But no, Gautam Buddha did not recognize the existence of God, nor does Buddhism recognizes the existence of God. That is why it is a controversy related to soul. Clear? But why we say that he believed in soul? Because Gautam Buddha and Buddhism believes in the existence or believes in the concept of rebirth. Clear? Since they believe in the concept of rebirth, clear, we accept that they believe in soul. Because in rebirth means soul being transmitted from one body to another body till the time the person attains nirvana or end of all suffering. Since persons does not attain nirvana suffering, the soul gets on transmitted from one body to another body in form of rebirth, and therefore it is accepted that soul was recognized in Buddhism. So make it very clear, soul was recognized in Buddhism, and this soul was very important in Buddhism because concept of rebirth is accepted. Even Gautam Buddha took 550 births before being born as Gautam Buddha, which is mentioned in Jatak stories. Clear? Okay, soul is clear. So please cover philosophy in some detail as well. We had discussed about the philosophy, 6 schools of philosophy as well. We had discussed those schools of philosophy starting with Nyaya, that is logic, Vaisheshika, then we had Yoga, Mimamsa, Sankhya. We had discussed those schools of philosophy. Clear? If you want to be covered in more detail, okay, just write these topics clear. So please add PYQ after topic related with that topic. See, PYQs will be given to you by the mentors. Be in touch with the mentors. Clear? Mentors is working backhand, and he will be providing you all the PYQs related to the topic. Clear? So all PYQs will be given to you. Please be in contact with the mentor. Clear? So please elaborate difference between Sangam Chola and Imperial Chola. Okay. Now, right now we were discussing about the Sangam Cholas. These Cholas were in the Sangam age, that is from 3rd century BC to 3rd century AD. Imperial Cholas, why? They were royal Cholas, powerful Cholas, dignified one. Clear? These Cholas emerged in 9th century AD because they emerged from the existing Cholas only, but they were more powerful than the Sangam Cholas. So the differences of time gap. Clear? Sangam Cholas was from 3rd century to BC to 3rd century AD. Imperial Cholas came from 9th century AD after a gap of 6 centuries. They emerged from the same Cholas, but they were more powerful mainline Cholas. They dominated the large parts of Indian Ocean, and they established a large centralized empire. This is the difference between Sangam Cholas and the Imperial Cholas of 9th century AD. Clear? Sir, do Jainism recognize soul? Obviously, Jain clearly recognizes soul because Jain believes in moksha also, rebirth also. Clear? Since Jainism recognizes rebirth also, theory of karma also, and moksha also. Moksha basically means liberation of soul from the cycle of birth and death. So obviously Jainism recognizes soul. There's a difference, there's a issue related to Buddhism. In Buddhism also soul is recognized because Gautam Buddha believed in the concept of rebirth, even though he did not believe in the existence of God. Clear? All these things done clear. So role of women in ancient medieval India, will be doing it. Then at the same time philosophy, okay, we'll do 6 schools of orthodox philosophy or darshan separately along with the Charvak philosophy given by Charvak give the philosophy given in form of Lokayat. We'll come to that. Clear? Okay, sir, Avdan Sutra is a Avdan Sutra like the Divya Vadan. Clear? It's basically a sutra that promote or rather they mentions about of popularity of Buddhist religion. Clear? So there were some Avdans written like Divya Vadan that mentions about the expansion and popularity of Buddhist religion course of time, but at the same time they also mentions about contemporary political developments as well. Clear? How Jainism didn't recognize God if some sect worshipped idol gods. Jainism recognizes the existence of God. God is not recognized by Buddhism. We had discussed yesterday also. Clear? Jainism recognizes God but places God below the Jina. Buddhism does not recognize the existence of God. Don't get confused, please. Clear? I'll repeat again. Buddhism does not recognize the existence of God. Jainism recognizes the existence of God but places the God below the Jina. Jina is a self-conquered person. Don't get confused, please. We have explained the difference also related to God yesterday only between Buddhism and Jainism. So Buddhism does not recognize the existence of God. Jainism recognizes the existence of God but places it below the Jina. Clear? What is Dola Hasta in Nataraj sculpture? Dola Hasta basically indicate the concept of the dancing gesture, rather basically the movement of the body, and this is known as Dola Hasta. Dola Hasta is a generic term that is used for dancing gesture by Lord Shiva. It's clear. Now coming to, let us start with the topic. Now we'll start today with Sufism. start with Sufism today and growth and development of Sufism from early medieval to medieval phase. Clear? But meanwhile, just understand. Clear? We will be Avdan Sutra is also a Divya Vidan also. Yes, clear. Now, as far as Sufism is concerned, clear. Coming to Sufism again, I'll let you know, clear. Here we'll be discussing from here some terms also related to Sufism. Even though I'll make it very clear, we'll be having a separate session for all the terms. Clear? Maybe tomorrow only we'll discuss all the terms, or day after tomorrow, all the terms related to ancient and medieval India. Make sure ancient India still is not over. We'll be reverting back on many issues like painting also in ancient India, and we'll be covering it elaborately as a single topic. Clear? So we'll be taking all the terms of ancient and medieval India separately, and we'll be going to ancient India again for some artistic developments like painting and music. Still painting and music are to be covered thoroughly. Clear? So painting, music are to be done thoroughly, and we'll be reverting back to ancient India for these topics once again. First of all, let us start with Sufism. After Bhakti, Sufism was a very important development related to terms related to Sufism. We'll be discussing here itself. Clear? To understand the topic. Clear? The word Sufism. Clear? The word Sufism or the concept of Sufism emerged within the Islamic faith. Clear? This concept of Sufism emerged in Islamic faith in West Asia that emphasized on establishing connectivity with Almighty God. Clear? This connectivity with Almighty God is known as tasawwuf. Clear? And this concept is started first of all in West Asia. Clear? So in West Asia, the concept of Sufism started by the cattle, or rather shepherds of West Asia, who were known for producing wool. Clear? And in fact, clear, the literal meaning of the word Sufi is wool. Clear? So this concept, since it was promoted by the shepherds of West Asia, this concept has been derived, word has been derived from the word wool, which means Sufi. Clear? And therefore from Sufi we have derived the ideology of Sufism. And these shepherds, they wanted to get connected with Almighty God, which is known as tasawwuf. Almighty God, tasawwuf, not only through formal worship, but by following certain non-formal concepts like music, dance, and drama. Clear? Therefore, among these people, some persons wanted to get connected purely with God through Islamic principles of formal worship. They came to be known as Bishara group. Clear? So those people who wanted to get connected with God through following Islamic principles, they came to be known as Bishara. And those Sufi saints who wanted to get connected with God by not adhering to Islamic principles alone, they came to be known as Bashara. Clear? So Bishara means strictly according to Islamic principles. Bashara means without adhering to Islamic principles. Clear? So those people who wanted to get connected with God, clear, by adhering to Islamic principles, they came to be known as Bishara. Those Sufi saints who wanted to get connected with God or to feel tasawwuf with God without adhering only to Islamic principles, they came to be known as Bashara. Clear? These terms are important. Clear? Now, at the same time, clear, when any person wanted to feel connected with God, clear, the connected God, he could follow his own way, he could follow his own method, and that method could be continuous singing like sama, meditative practices, fasting, dancing, anything. Clear? And the any way that was followed by a person to feel tasawwuf with God, connected with God, that way, that method was termed as tariqa. Clear? So tariqa is a term that indicates the way followed by a person to get connected with God. Clear? And at the same time, clear, when this connection with God was established, clear, by following any tariqa, this connection with divine, or this divine connection, was termed in Sufism as hakikat, the reality. Clear? So in order to, or when the person felt tasawwuf with God, it was the real thing that we achieved, and this reality is known as hakikat in Sufism. Clear? At the same time, clear, any person who attained this hakikat, who attained this divine reality, clear, that person came to be known as Peer. also came to be known as Wali, also came to be known as Khwaja. In fact, we use another term also. They also came to be known as Murshid. Clear? So, any person by following any tariqa like singing and dancing, when he established the subbab with God, connectivity with God, the person came to be known as Pir, Wali, Khwaja, or Murshid. Clear? This is the term used in Sufi religion or Sufi saint. Clear? After any person attained tasabbub with God through his own tariqah or attained hakikat, clear, this person began to be followed by large number of disciples. These disciples wanted to follow the tariqah of the Pir to establish tasabbub with God or to attain hakikat. Those disciples who began to follow the tariqah of the Pir, these disciples came to be known as murids. Clear? So large number of murids were basically the disciples of the Pir, and both Pir and murids began to stay at specific locations. These specific locations came to be known as khankas. Clear? So khankas are different from madrasas, and both Pir and murids began to stay at khankas to practice the tariqah of the Pir, to establish the sabuf and to attain hakikat or the reality, connection with divinity. Clear? And at the same time, when one Pir taught his tariqah to his murids, and the murids went on following the tariqah from generation to generation. Clear? This resulted into Sufi order, mystic order, and this mystic order in Sufism is known as silsilas. Clear? So several silsilas were established, and all these silsilas marked the tradition of Sufi order or Sufism in India. Clear? This developments began to take place from 10th century AD, and such Sufi ideology began to be promoted all across the world. Clear? So all across the world, the Sufi saints began to promote their ideas. Clear? And several Sufi traditions began to be established. Clear? With respect to India, the first Sufi order to be established was the Chishti order, which was established by Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti. Clear? But here we need to understand that most of the Sufi orders initially were established in Central Asia and West Asia. Clear? And who were the prominent Sufi saints of Central and West Asia? We need to understand about those Sufi saints. Clear? In fact, the first major Sufi saint of the Islamic world, clear, this Sufi saint was named as Sheikh Shahabuddin Suhrawardi. Sheikh Shahabuddin Suhrawardi. Sheikh Shahabuddin Suhrawardi, who established the Suhrawardi Silsila, named after him, who established the Suhrawardi Silsila. This was one. Second was Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti, who established the Chishti Silsila. Who established the Chishti Silsila or Chishti order. Clear? Third major person after this was Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani. Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, all from Central Asia, West Asia, and even the region of Baghdad. Clear? Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, who established the Qadri Silsila, who established the Qadri Silsila. Then fourth one, clear? Fourth one is known. Fourth one was a prominent leader, Bahauddin Naqshbandi. Bahauddin Naqshbandi, who established the Naqshbandi Silsila. Who established the Naqshbandi Silsila. Clear? So we have four prominent ones. There are other also will come to that, but these are the four prominent ones. Clear? Sheikh Shahabuddin Suhrawardi established Suhrawardi Silsila. Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti who established Chishti Silsila, Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jalani who established Qadiri Silsila, Bahauddin Naqshbandi who established the Naqshbandi Silsila. Clear? So these were prominent saints not from India originally. These were from West Asia, Central Asia, even Baghdad. And from there they started the idea. Some of them came to India also, like Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti who established Chishti Silsila in India. Some saints even promoted Surawardi Silsila also in India. Even these silsilas got established, but the founders of these silsilas were not from India. They were from West and Central Asia, where they established Sufi tradition or Sufi silsila. Clear? This one thing. Now, how Sufism and the ideology of Sufism began to be codified, we'll just understand. Clear? What was the formative stage of Sufism? Clear? So, coming to the phases of Sufism. Coming to the phases of Sufism, first is the formative phase. First is the formative phase of Sufism, and this formative phase was from 8th to 10th century AD. This was the formative phase. What were the major developments in the formative phase of Sufism? All these ideas that we had discussed, that is concept of Pir, Murid, Wali. At the same time, the followers known as Murids began to develop. Concept of Khanqahs began to develop. Clear? So all these began to develop in the formative phase itself. Clear? Now at the same time, clear? What exactly was the development in Sufism by this Sufism? Clear? In fact, clear? Early Sufis applied basically the principles of Holy Quran only, and they expressed virtues of repentance. Clear? So any person who committed any error, the first of all they wanted to show their repentance. Clear? And some of them showed repentance by formal worship. Some of them wanted to show repentance. Clear? By renunciation, at the same time by abstinence. Clear? And by showing complete trust in God. Since people were basically committing some problems, committing some wrongs. Clear? Initially, the wrong committed by the people created a sense of repentance among them. In order to show repentance, they wanted basically to show trust in God, to show abstinence, and at the same time to show renunciation. Such concepts to show renunciation became very prominent in formative phase, and this is known in Sufism as Tawbah. Clear? So they wanted to show Tawbah. They wanted to show sense of repentance towards the wrong done by them, because every human being was vulnerable to commit mistakes, and whenever the people committed mistakes, they wanted to ask repentance or wanted to show repentance to God by showing complete trust to them, and at the same time by abstinence. Clear? This concept of Tawbah basically convinced the many people to abstain from the worldly life and to go for mystic tendencies, and by mystic tendencies to show trust in God. Clear? And this trust in God is known as Iman. Clear? And this showed the Iman not only through formal worship, they began to show this Iman even through some mystical activities like singing, dancing, drama, music, addressed to the God. And therefore, this concept of Tawbah or repentance was the major factor for the rise of Sufism in its formative phase. Clear? So you must understand one thing. The most important factor that led to the rise of mystical tendencies or Sufism within Islam was the sense of repentance, also known as Tawbah. When any person committed any mistake, they wanted to ask sorry from God. They wanted to show trust to God, and therefore this concept of repentance came to be known as Tawbah. And from Tawbah only, mystical tendencies began to develop, which marked the beginning of Sufism in India. Clear? And at the same time, clear, Sufism in this concept was promoted in West Asia, and it was promoted in the region of Basra in West Asia. It was promoted in the region of Basra in West Asia by a women mystic, and this women mystic promoted the concept of Tawbah, and this women mystic was Rabia. Clear? So Rabia promoted, and she was in 9th century AD. Clear? By the end of it and beginning of 9th century AD, women mystic Rabia she began to show, or she wanted to show repentance or tawbah, and therefore at Basra she began to promote mystical tendencies, leading to the beginning of Sufism. Clear? And at the same time, when such Sufism began to be promoted, clear, this Sufism resulted into very important developments like the concept people began to show complete trust in God or Iman to God, and they began to perform mystical tendencies, and in this mystical tendencies they resulted into performance of some major activities in West Asia. Clear? At the same time, clear, when all these developments began to take place, people also began to promote the concept, clear, people also began to promote the concept of insan a kamil, or the perfect man. Clear? So according to these mystical saints, clear, when any person followed these concepts, he could become perfect man on the earth, also known as insan a kamil, by showing repentance for the wrongdoings and showing complete trust in God. Such persons could become insan a kamil, or the perfect man on earth. Clear? This became developments, clear, in the formative phase. This concept was carried forward in the second phase, and this second phase, clear, after formative phase, started from 10th century AD. This was known as the second phase of Jainism, second phase of Sufism, and this was from 10th to 12th century AD. 10 to 12th century AD. Clear? What happened during this second phase? This second phase, the teachings of Sufi saints began to get more formalized, more organized in nature, and in which the most important contribution was given by a very prominent expert, Al-Hujwiri. Clear? Al-Hujwiri wrote a work titled as Kashf-ul-Mahjub, wrote a work, Kashf ul Mahjub, in which he gave the philosophy known as Wahdat ul Wujud. He gave the concept of Wahdat ul Wujud, which means unity of being. It is same as Advaitwad philosophy given by Shankaracharya. Clear? According to the concept of Wahdatul Wujud, there is no difference between the Creator, the Almighty God, and the created beings, and the created beings can establish the sabuf or connectivity with God, that is divine reality or hakikat, by following his own tariqah. Clear? So obviously this emphasized on connectivity between the creator and the created beings, and this concept of unity of being is known as Wahdatul Wujud, which was explained properly by Al-Hujwiri in his work Kashf ul Mahjub. Clear? And at the same time, when this concept of Kashf ul Mahjub began to be promoted, clear, it resulted into a big development, and this Kashf ul Mahjub was written in the year 1088 AD, that is in 11th century AD. Even the date is important. So this was written in 1088 AD. Clear? Now from here, Sufi poet, or rather Sufism, began to be promoted by some prominent poets also in West Asia. Clear? And among the poets who began to promote this Sufism in West Asia, the most prominent was known as Abu Hamid al-Ghazali. Clear? So this Sufism began to be promoted by some Sufi saints, and these among them the most prominent was Abu Hamid al-Ghazali. Abu Hamid al-Ghazali was a great expert of Islamic faith. He was also known as Alim. Alim means great expert of Islamic faith. He was an Alim or theologian, and he began to lead a life of a Sufi saint a Sufi saint in later course of time. He promoted the concept of Sufism through his literary compositions. Clear? In course of time, clear, Sufist ideology began to be promoted by some other poets also, and among those poets, the next major person were Farid Uddin Attar. Farid Uddin Attar. Farid Uddin Attar, who also composed works to promote Sufi literature, and second was Jalaluddin Rumi. Jalaluddin Rumi. So in West Asia, Sufism in its second phase took a more organized form. Some literary personalities came forward, Islamic theologians came forward. It started with Al-Hujwiri. He wrote Kashful Mahjub in 1088 AD, where he highlighted the philosophy of Wahdat ul-Wujud, that is unity of being. Clear? Wahdatul Wujud. The Sufism or Sufi ideology began to be promoted by some great writers in West Asia, the most prominent being Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, who was an alim or great expert of Islamic faith, and two poets also, Fariduddin Attar and Jalaluddin Rumi. Clear? They began to promote Sufism in a big way in West Asia. In course of time, it had impact on India as well. Clear? Now, apart from the second phase, we'll come to the third phase of Sufism. We'll come to the third phase. That is from the third phase is in from 12th to 13th century AD. 12th to 13th century AD. Clear? And in this century, from 12th to 13th century AD, large number of Sufi saints began to emerge. They developed their own tariqah. Through the tariqah, they established tasawwuf with God and attained haqiqat or reality. And this resulted into establishment of khanqahs as well. And we all know khanqahs were marked by Pir, Wali, Khwaja or Murshid and the disciples known as Murids. Clear? So large number of these persons began to be established, and in course of time several Sufi silsilas established, and we had discussed about these silsilas like the Chishti silsila, the Sohrawardi silsila, the Qadri silsila, as well as the Naqshbandi silsila. Clear? So these developments all took place in Central and West Asia, and in course of time it began to have impact on India. So in the third phase, the concept of Pir, Wali, Murshid or Khwaja emerged, followed by the Murids, and both of them began to stay at Khanqahs, and that resulted into growth of Sufi silsilas. The four silsilas we had discussed that were established in West Asia, West and Central Asia, Chishti silsila, Sohrawardi silsila, Naqshbandi silsila and Qadri silsila. The founders also we had done. Clear? So these are very important development to take place. Clear? Now all these developments that took place Central and West Asia had huge impact on India, because these Sufi saints and the followers like Murids, they began to come to India with arrival of Turks from Central and West Asia. So when Turkish warriors began to enter India from 12th century, along with these Turkish warriors from 12th century, these Sufi saints began to enter India, and therefore Sufism began to grow in India as well. Clear? And when Sufism began to grow in India, the first Sufi order to be established in India was obviously the Sohrawardi silsila. Clear? Because Sohrawardi silsila was the first one to be established in West Asia. Some Sohrawardi saints came to India, and Sohrawardi silsila got established during the phase of Delhi Sultanate. Clear? Now coming to Sufism in India. After three phases from 12th century, Sufi saints began to come to India. The first Sufi silsila to be established in India was the Sohrawardi silsila. We had discussed that this silsila was founded by Sheikh Shihabuddin Sohrawardi. Sheikh Shihabuddin Sohrawardi. Clear? Shihabuddin Sohrawardi. In India, this silsila was largely promoted by a Sufi saint, Sheikh Bahauddin Zakaria. Sheikh Bahauddin Zakaria. He was contemporary of Delhi Sultan Iltutmish. Sheikh Bahauddin Zakaria. Clear? Now one thing about them, very important. Clear? The Sohrawardi saints believed in active participation to the state politics. Clear? In fact, the Suhrawardi saints supported the sultans of Delhi, and they always remained to support the sultans or the ruling authority. They did not remain popular among the masses. Clear? Just understand this feature that makes them different from Chishti Silsila. Clear? So Suhrawardi saints, they largely believed in Islamic principles. They gave full support to the sultans of Delhi. Clear? And at the same time, clear, all these basically, clear, were known as basically Bishar. Clear? All these were, however, clear, all of them supported Islamic principles, clear, and they were considered to be supporters of faith or Islamic religion and sultans of Delhi. In fact, Bahauddin Zakaria was contemporary of Iltutmish. He gave blessings to Iltutmish, clear, and in turn, Iltutmish gave him the title of Sheikh ul Islam, which means the leader of Islam. Clear? So Sheikhul Islam was a title given to Bahauddin Zakaria by Iltutmish, and that indicate close association between Suhrawardi saints and the sultans of Delhi. But since the Suhrawardi saints were attached to the court politics, they could not become popular among masses, and that is why Suhrawardi Silsila could not be popular among the common people of India. Clear? The most popular Sufi Silsila that developed in India, this most popular Sufi Silsila was Chishti Silsila, because Chishti saints did not support sultans of Delhi, they did not participate in court politics, and they remained directly attached with the masses. Clear? So main difference between Suhrawardi and Chishti Silsila is Suhrawardi saints took active part in state politics, but Chishti saints remained aloof from court politics and propagated the message among common masses by living simple and pure life. Clear? Now we'll come to the most popular Sufi sect, that is the that is the Chishti Silsila in India. Clear? Now coming to the Chishti Silsila. Clear? Chishti Silsila was founded by Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti, clear, who came to India and during the Battle of Tarain, which was fought with Muhammad Ghori and Prithviraj Chauhan. Clear? So he came to India during with the troops of Muhammad Ghori, but while witnessing the violence in the region of Delhi, Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti shifted to Ajmer and he began to propagate his message among common masses in Ajmer. Clear? So this was a very prominent development that took place related to Chishti Silsila. Clear? Now coming to this Chishti Silsila, first of all we'll discuss about the Chishti Silsila in phases. The first phase. Clear? So first phase started from 12th century when Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti came to India with the forces of Muhammad Ghori, witnessed the Battle of Tarain, and just because Delhi being vulnerable to crime, he shifted to Ajmer where he died in the year 1236 AD after preaching his message for several years among the common masses. Clear? This was the first phase, and after this, clear, large number of Sufi saints continued thereafter, and all these Sufi saints are collectively known as Sufi saints of Delhi because most of the time they preached their message in Delhi, starting with Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti. So Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti was the first Sufi saint of this order, the one in the first phase. The second Sufi saint after Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti was Khwaja Qutubuddin, who carried the legacy of Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti. Khwaja Qutubuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki. Clear? In memory of this Sufi saint only, Alauddin Khalji started the construction of started the construction of Qutub Minar in Delhi, which he constructed up to the 4th story. The 5th story was completed by Iltutmish. So Qutub Minar is constructed in the memory of Khwaja Qutbuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki. Clear? Now, at the same time, I'm coming to cities also, cities and places. Clear? So, first is basically Ajmer. Clear? So, first from Delhi to Ajmer. So, Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti died at Ajmer in 1236 AD. Still now, Ajmer is one of the leading pilgrimage centers for Sufis members from all across the world. Clear? After this, the tradition, the silsila of Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti was carried forward by Khwaja Qutbuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki. Clear? The third Sufi saint after Khwaja Qutbuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki was Farid Uddin Ganj-e-Shakar. Farid Uddin Ganj-e-Shakar, who is also popularly known as Baba Farid. Clear? After reaching his message at Delhi, Baba Farid went to a place known as Ajodhan in Punjab. Clear? And where he began to preach his message. Now, just understand, Ajodhan in Punjab became a very important center of Baba Farid, where he established a large khanka. And this khanka was even visited by large number of Nath yogis. Clear? The large number of Nath yogis. And these Nath yogis were highly impressed by Baba Farid. Clear? The Nath yogis are given credit of starting the Punjabi language, who gave the slogan of Alakh Niranjan. Clear? And Nath yogis contributed towards Punjabi language and literature. They were the first one to start Punjabi language literature. And at the same time, Fariduddin Ganj-e-Shakar is considered to be first Punjabi poet of India. So first Punjabi poet of India was Baba Farid. That is why the teachings of Nath yogis, the teachings of Baba Farid are incorporated in Adi Granth of Sikh religion. It's very important information. Do write. Clear? Do understand. Fariduddin Ganj-e-Shakar preached his message for some time in Delhi. Then he moved to Ajodhan in Punjab. At Ajodhan, he became very popular. He established a large khanka. This khanka was visited by the Nath yogis. Nath yogis were impressed by Baba Farid. Nath yogis are the persons who started the distinct language known as the Punjabi language in India. In fact, Baba Farid also contributed towards Punjabi language, as Baba Farid is regarded as the first poet of Punjabi language. Clear? This language became an integral part of Indian culture in medieval times, and this language initially started with a script. Clear? This script is known as Shahmukhi script. Clear? So initially this script was known as Shahmukhi script, which was Perso-Arabic script, a script of Persian Arabic. Later on, another script was developed by second Sikh Guru, Guru Angad, and this script came to be known as Guru Mukhi script. Clear? So Sikh language or Punjabi language developed by two scripts, Shahmukhi script and Guru Mukhi script. Shahmukhi script is a pure Perso-Arabic script, and Guru Mukhi script is the script of Persian along with Pali, Prakrit and Sanskrit as well. Therefore, this Punjabi language developed, and Fariduddin Ganj-e-Shakar contributed towards Punjabi language. He is regarded as the first poet of Punjabi language. Clear? So, Shahmukhi script and Guru Mukhi script. Ajodhan. Clear? This was third Sufi saint of Delhi, continuing the tradition of Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti. Fourth important saint of Chishti Silsila at Delhi was Khwaja Nizam-ud-Din Aulia. Nizam-ud-Din Aulia. Clear? He witnessed the rule of 7 sultans of Delhi, but did not visit the court of any one of them. Clear? Because Sufi saints kept themselves aloof from court politics. Clear? So he himself kept aloof from court politics, and one of his major important popular disciple of Khwaja Nizam-ud-Din Aulia was Amir Khusro. Clear? Great expert of Persian language. Amir Khusro was the disciple of Khwaja Nizam-ud-Din Aulia. Nizam-ud-Din Aulia was also known as Siddh or perfect. He was known as Siddh or perfect because he performed yogic exercises with perfection, and he witnessed the rule of 7 sultans, did not visit the court of any one of them. Clear? Then the fifth and the last Sufi saint of Delhi was Nasiruddin Chirag-e Delhi or the lamp of Delhi. Nasiruddin Chirag-e-Delhi or Lamp of Delhi. Clear? His teachings became so popular that he was given the title of Lamp of Delhi or the Chirag-e-Delhi. Clear? These were the five major Sufi saints of Chishti Silsila: Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti, Khwaja Kutubuddin Bakhtiar Kaki, Fariduddin Ganj Shakar, Khwaja Nizamuddin Aulia, Nasiruddin Chirag-e-Delhi, and all these saints comes under the first phase of Chishti Silsila at Delhi. Clear? So these Chishti saints contributed significantly in the first phase. Now we'll come to the second phase. Clear? After the death of Nasiruddin Chirag at Delhi, the Chishti Silsila at Delhi started to decline. Clear? And therefore this Silsila began to decline during the rule of the Tughlaqs and the Sayyid dynasty. They never supported the Sufi saints, and Sufi order began, Chisti Silsila began to decline thereafter. Clear? The second phase of Chisti Silsila started during 14th century and started largely in Deccan or southern part of India, not in the northern part of India. We'll come to the second phase as well. Clear? So this was the first phase of Chishti Silsila in Delhi. Most of the saints from at Delhi only, starting with Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti, ending with Nasiruddin Chirag at Delhi. Coming to the second phase of Chishti Silsila. Second phase of Chishti Silsila. The second phase of Chishti Silsila started in the region of Deccan. Clear? So in the region of Deccan started, and the most prominent Sufi saint of Deccan to promote Chishti Silsila in this region, this person was Muhammad Banda Nawaz or Gesu Daraz. He was person known as Gesu Daraz, also known as Banda Nawaz, as he served large number of common masses. Clear? So Gesu Daraz was a very prominent Sufi saint, and he was supported by even the Bahmani sultans. Clear? So the difference between the Sufi Chishti Silsila of the first phase and Chishti Silsila of second phase is that these Chishti Silsila was even patronized by the rulers, especially the Bahmani rulers at this time. Clear? In fact, I'll let you know, Gesu Daraz was closely associated with a prominent ruler of Bahmani kingdom known as Ahmad Shah. And just because he was associated with Gesu Daraz, he was also known as Ahmad Shah Wali. Wali means learned. That indicate that Chishti saints of Deccan were associated and affiliated to the ruling authorities, unlike the Chishti saints of Delhi, who remained completely aloof from court politics. Clear? In fact, Gesu Daraz or Banda Nawaz is also important because he started a new language in Deccan. This language is known as the Urdu language. Clear? So Urdu language was started by Gesu Daraz or Banda Nawaz, as he composed the first work of Urdu language, and this first work of Urdu language is titled as Miraj ul Ashikin. Clear? So Miraj ul Ashikin is the first work of Urdu language which was started by Gesu Daraz or Banda Nawaz. Clear? So difference, we had made it very clear. The difference is that these Sufi saints was basically supported the sultans and took support from the sultans to promote Sufi order, or rather Chishti order in Deccan. Clear? This was the second phase of the Chishti order in the region of Deccan. Clear? So at the same time, clear, in northern India, the resurgence of Chishti order took place during the 15th and 16th century. Clear? Now coming to the third phase as well. This was the second phase in Deccan. Now coming to the third phase of Chishti Silsila. The third phase of the Chishti Silsila. Clear? In northern India, in northern India, so Chishti Silsila again started to get revived, and this revival took place in 15th and 16th centuries. Clear? And at the same time, Chishti Silsila in northern part of India in 15th and 16th centuries took basically three different branches, or developed in three different branches. Clear? So in the third branch, what happened was resurgence of Chishti Silsila, in North India once again, North India once again. The period is 15th and 16th centuries AD. It developed in form of three branches in North India. Three branches in North India. And which were these branches? Clear. The first branch was basically the Nagaria branch. The first branch was in form of the Nagaria branch. Clear. Named after Sheikh Hamiduddin Nagori. Clear. It was named after Sheikh Hamiduddin Nagori. Sheikh Hamiduddin Nagori. Clear. Second was basically the Sabiria order, Sabiria branch. Sabiria branch. Clear. This Sabiria branch was established and was established by Sheikh Alauddin Kalyari. Sheikh Alauddin Kalyari. Third was, after Sabiria order, third was Nizamiya order, Nizamiya branch, Nizamiya branch, and Nizamiya branch was established by Sheikh Nizamuddin Aulia. Clear? So we have discussed about him. They were followers of Sheikh Nizamuddin Aulia. They established their own branch known as Nizamiya branch in the third phase, 15th and 16th centuries. Clear? So three branches were developed in the second resurgence of Islam in North India. That was Nagaria branch, Sabiria branch, and Nizamiya branch. Nagaria branch founded by Sheikh Hamiduddin Nagori, that is in Rajasthan region. Sabiria by Sheikh Alauddin Kalyari, and Nizamiya by Sheikh Nizamuddin Aulia, or followers of Sheikh Nizamuddin Aulia. Clear? So these developments took place, and therefore the Chishti Silsila developed in India in three phases. I'll summarize. Clear? The first phase of Chishti Silsila started in 12th century with the arrival of Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti, and he started a silsila known as Chishti Silsila. 5 saints are there in Chishti Silsila Delhi. The most distinctive feature is none of them ever supported and took support from sultans of Delhi. Clear? Second phase started in Deccan from 14th century, and then second phase, clear, in 14th century. The most important saint was Muhammad Gesudaraz, also known as Banda Nawaz, who was contemporary of Ahmad Shah, the Bahmani ruler. And Ahmad Shah was known as Wali because of his association with Gesudaraz, and he started the language of Urdu. The first work written by him is known as Miraj ul Ashiqeen. Clear? The third phase is marked in 15th and 16th century with the resurgence of Chishti Silsila in North India once again. That was promoted in form of three branches: the Nagaria branch, the Sabiria branch, and the Nizamiya branch. Clear? This was development of Chishti Silsila in three phases in the medieval times. Clear? Now at the same time, apart from Surawardi and Chishti Silsila, some more silsilas were established in India, and these Sufi silsilas are equally important. We'll come to those Sufi silsilas as well. Clear? Meanwhile, clear? Taking some questions. So since Moinuddin Chishti came with Muhammad Ghori, by this means Chishti Silsila came before Surawardi Silsila. See again, I'll let you know. Clear? Surawardi Silsila was established first of all in West Asia before Chishti Silsila. Clear? So obviously some sense of Surawardi Silsila was already coming to India, even though it was given a formal shape. Clear? Later on by Sheikh Bahauddin Zakaria. Clear? But if you look into that, Sheikh Bahauddin Zakaria was during Iltutmish reign. There's not much a gap between Iltutmish and Qutbuddin Aibak or Muhammad Ghori. So obviously both of them came more together, but we count Surawardi Silsila to be first because it was established first in West Asia, and some saints started to come to India since then. Clear? So good afternoon, sir. Whether it is Fariduddin Ganj Shakar or Fariduddin Masood? No, it's Fariduddin Ganj Shakar. Fariduddin Ganj Shakar, Shakar. Clear? So please clarify about Qutbuddin Bakhtiyar and construction of Qutbuddin. See, Qutbuddin Aibak was the Sultan of Delhi who began to construct Qutb Minar in memory of Qutbuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki, the second Chishti saint after Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti. So Qutb Minar was constructed in memory of Qutbuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki, which was completed by Iltutmish. Clear? So even during the period of Qutbuddin Aibak, Chisti saint Bakhtiyar Kaki was influenced. Then how did the period of Iltutmish and Sufi saint of Surawardi Silsila emerge? See, Surawardi Silsila emerged because Surawardi saints were closely tied up with the sultans of Delhi. But Chisti saints never took part. Clear? Chisti saints were revered, respected by sultans of Delhi, but they themselves never went to the court of sultans. They always remained associated with common people. So even though they were associated with common people, some sultans had respect for Sufi saints, and that is why they promoted Sufi saints. But Surawardi saints were more close to sultans because they actively participated in court politics. Clear? So since Moinuddin Chishti came with Muhammad Ghori, by this means Chishti came before Surawardi Silsila, obviously clear. But most of the time, again, he was the first one who started as a Peer in India. Before Peer, common members of Surawardi Silsila were already coming to India from West Asia. Sir, Urdu started in Deccan, not in Delhi Agra region. No, Urdu is started in Deccan. Since Urdu started in Deccan, it is also known as Dakhini. Clear? This language is also known as Dakhini because started in Dakshin or Deccan region, not in Delhi Agra region. It's clear. So this resulted into two major Sufi silsilas. Now coming to other silsilas as well, there are other silsilas which were established in India in medieval times. They are equally very important. Clear? Apart from Chishti and Surawardi silsila. Clear? So these silsilas also became important. Next was the Qadri silsila. So apart from Chishti and Surawardi silsila was the Qadri silsila, which was established in India. Clear? Qadri Silsila, we all know, was established in West Asia by Shah Abdul Qadir Jilani. Clear? In India, it was established in the region of Punjab, Sindh, and even in the region of Deccan. Clear? So even Qadri Silsila became popular in India, which was established in West Asia by Shah Abdul Qadir Jilani, and Qadri Silsila became popular in the region of Punjab, Sindh, and even the region of Deccan. This was about Qadri Silsila. Clear? Then in India we had Shatri Silsila also known as Shattari Silsila. Shatri or Shattari Silsila. Clear? Shattari Silsila was also established by Sheikh Abdullah Shattari, and it was basically a very important sect and that followed orthodox order. Clear? So Shattari Silsila also accepted the patronage of the state. Clear? This Shattari Silsila was established by Sheikh Abdul Shattari, and they accepted state patronage like the Surawardi Silsila. Then we have Kalandri Silsila. We have Kalandari Silsila. This Kalandari Silsila, clear? Kalandars are basically known as Sufi saints only. Clear? This Kalandari Silsila became very important. Clear? And they roughly refer to wandering ascetics. Clear? The ascetics that went on moving from place to place. They established the Silsila known as the Kalandari Silsila. Clear? And Kalandari Silsila had close connectivity with Nathpanthi yogis. So they were closely connected with Nathpanthi yogis. Clear? And they were basically wandering ascetics from place to place. Clear? Next was the Rishi Silsila. Very prominent one. Rishi Silsila. Rishi Silsila was established by Nuruddin Wali, and it was established in Kashmir. Nuruddin Wali, it was established in Kashmir. Nuruddin Wali was known for performing yogic exercises with perfection. In fact, Nuruddin Wali was highly influenced by a Bhakti leader, and this Bhakti leader of Kashmir was Lal Ded. Clear? So Nuruddin Wali was highly influenced by a Bhakti leader, that is Lal Ded, in the region of Kashmir. Clear? This was a very important order, and this was established in the region of Kashmir. And Lal Ded was a Bhakti leader who was devoted to worship of Lord Shiv. Clear? So he was a Shaivite. Clear? And she was known for worshipping lordship. And she had huge influence on Nuruddin Wali, who also began to follow yogic exercises, and that led to Rishi order in Kashmir. Clear? So these are major orders which were established. Clear? At the same time, there was another order that was established, and that is order is known as Firdausi order. Firdausi or Silsila or Firdausi order. This Firdausi Silsila or Firdausi order was established at Rajgir in Bihar. At Rajgir in Bihar. Clear? So at Rajgir in Bihar, we had a silsila known as the Firdausi order, which was established by Sheikh Sharfuddin Yahya Maneri. Clear? Sheikh Sharfuddin Yahya Maneri. Clear? Maneri. So these were the other silsilas which were established apart from Chishti and Sohrawardi silsila. Qadri silsila, Shah Abdul Qadir Jilani in West Asia. In India, it became popular in Punjab, Sindh, and Deccan. Shatri silsila, Sheikh Abdul Shatri, established in India. Kalandri by moving dervishes, moving wanderers, and they were closely tied up with Nathpanthi yogis. Rishi Silsila in Kashmir by Nuruddin Wali was highly influenced by Lal Ded, who was a Shaivite in Kashmir. Firdausi Silsila in Bihar, Rajgir, founded by Sheikh Sarfuddin Yahya Maneri. Clear? These are very important Sufi silsilas which were established in India, and they contributed significantly towards promotion of major idea of promotion of harmony, tolerance, and vernacular languages in India. Clear? So these became very important developments in course of time, and they are very important for your examination as well. Clear? So all these Sufi silsilas contributed towards major developments related to tasawwuf or connectivity with God, and they promoted local culture as well in India. Clear? And the major contributors you must remember, even Al-Ghazali in West Asia, and then Jalaluddin Rumi, and in India you need to remember about all the Sufi silsilas and the founders and the major leaders as well. Clear? So these was Sufi silsila or Sufi movement in the medieval times. So Bhakti movement and Sufi movement need to remember all the major Sufi saints or Sufi silsilas and their contribution to Indian culture. Clear? So this was Bhakti and Sufi movement. Nizamiya is basically originated by the descendants of Khwaja Nizamuddin Aulia. Did phase 3 saints believed in patronizing rulers? Yeah, they also believed in patronizing rulers. Clear? In fact, Nagaria order also believed in patronizing the rulers. Clear? That is why the first one was highly pure in nature, no doubt about it. That is Tishi saints of Delhi, and that is why they are considered to be most popular in India, including Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti. Clear? Now this was Bhakti and Sufi movement in India. Very important development that needs to be done. Now, after this, coming to this after this development, clear? If you look into previous year papers or prelims examination, even mains also last year only, one topic that is always at the center of the examiner in UPSC is growth and development of technology and devices during the phase of Delhi Sultanate. Clear? Because Delhi Sultanate was marked by a great phase of technological advancement in different sectors, and therefore this technological advancements needs to be given separate treatment for our prelims examination. So we'll come to the growth and development of technology and devices in Sultanate phase. Very important one. Clear? Now coming to this. Clear? This is very important. Clear? So technological advancement during the Sultanate phase. Clear? Now just understand first of all technological advancement. First major technological advancement we need to discuss related to agriculture. Clear? So what were major developments in agricultural technology? Major advancements in agricultural technology. Coming to agriculture technology, here also we'll discuss about the terms. Do remember these terms. Terms are asked. Clear? Now coming to agriculture technology. Now here also we'll refer to ancient India also, because some technology was considered to be developed in ancient India. How far they were replicated in medieval India, we'll come to that. Ancient India will be referring off and on. It's not over, because we are looking from the prelims perspective and how the questions are framed. Clear? So depending on the nature of questions being framed, we'll be referring to all those advancement in ancient India and how they were replicated and developed in medieval times. Clear? First major development in agriculture technology was related to plow. Clear? Plowing the field basically for agriculture. Clear? Now coming to plow. Clear? Now first of all, clear, we all know why we have to refer to ancient India. We all know that use of hoe or hoeing, use of hoe, that is to basically unearth the ground. Clear? The use of hoe or hoeing was basically followed in India since centuries back, from ancient times only. Clear? In fact, archaeological evidences indicate a site in Indus Valley civilization, the site being known as Kalibangan, which provide the evidence of furrowed field. Clear? So that provide the evidence of furrowed field. Furrowed field means the field was plowed enough. Clear? So this was plowed. Clear? And archaeological evidence also made it clear that this plowing at Kalibangan was done with ironless plow. So because iron was not discovered at that time, so the field was plowed with ironless plow, and we have the first evidence of furrowed field in Indus Valley civilization at Kalibangan, which indicate that the fields were properly furrowed for proper germination of seeds, but this was done with ironless plow. Clear? This evidence is there. There's no doubt about it. Clear? At the same time, coming to plow. Clear? Next major development was iron was discovered around 1000 BC at Atranji Khera, located in the district of Eta in modern Uttar Pradesh. Clear? And with discovery of iron in 1000 BC at Eta, iron began to be used by the Aryans to use, or to rather unearth the field much easily. So in Indus Valley we have ironless plow, because iron was not known to them. Iron was not discovered. The only metal known to them was basically copper, and by mixing copper and tin they developed bronze. Clear? But they never had any idea of iron. Clear? Iron was discovered in 1000 BC. That in fact proved to be revolutionary, which transferred the life of Rig Vedic Aryans into later Vedic phase, where the life became settled and sedentary due to practice of agriculture. So Atranji Khera was marked, the place was a place where iron was discovered in 1000 BC, and thereafter iron plow began to be used. Iron plow began to be used in the later Vedic phase. Iron plow began to be used in the later Vedic phase for agriculture, for furrowing the field. Clear? This was in ancient India. They can give you connecting questions from ancient and medieval India regarding technology. Clear? Now at the same time, coming to the medieval phase, what about the plowing of the field? Agriculture remained to be a primary economic activity in medieval India also, and therefore, clear, we have a reference of even furrowing the field or following the field in a work, a Persian work. This Persian work is known as Miftah ul Fuzula. Clear? So there is a Persian work known as Miftah ul Fuzula, and this Miftah ul Fuzula provides illustration of furrowing the field. Clear? And in this work it is clearly mentioned that field was plowed with iron shear. Clear? So field was plowed with iron shear tied to the bullocks. Clear? So field was plowed with iron blocks tied with the oxen, and it was operated by the men. Clear? So field was furrowed through iron shear tied to two oxen, and a human being. Clear? So in this way, clear, or rather the hard soil was unearthed, and therefore the field was furrowed so that seeds could be distributed for proper germination. Clear? So Miftah al-Fuzula mentions about the iron shear, and this iron shear was tied up with two oxen and a human being who furrowed the field. That is even practiced to some extent in India in contemporary times. Clear? So this is the brief history of plowing the field, starting with hoe, that is the kurpi, from the ancient time, that is Kalibangan, and we have the first evidence of furrowed field from Kalibangan, which was furrowed with ironless plow. Iron was discovered at Atrunchikera in Eta, and in later Vedic phase, iron plow began to be used for cultivation, and that led to cultivation in lower and middle Gangetic plains, that led to cultivation of rice, paddy cultivation in waterlogged regions. And this paddy cultivation led to economic diversification and even second urbanization in 6th century BC. In the medieval phase, clear, iron shear tied with two oxen and a human being was used to furrow the field, and that is mentioned in the Persian work Miftah ul-Fuzula, which was written in 1460. Clear? So it was written in 1460 AD, that is 15th century AD, and that indicates advancement in technology related to agriculture from ancient to medieval times. Very important one, technological advancement is asked. Clear? Now coming to another major thing related to agriculture. Another major thing coming related to agriculture after plowing. Second major development related to agriculture technology is sowing the seeds. Clear? So next major technological advancement is related to sowing the seeds. Clear? Now what about sowing the seeds? Clear? Sowing seeds, basically it is broadcasting method. Broadcasting method means basically the scattering the seeds in the field for germination. Clear? This concept of basically scattering the seeds or broadcasting the seeds, having them in the large cloth, clear, or bag, a bag tied over the shoulder. This practice was followed right from ancient India, whereby the seeds were thrown, or seeds were distributed, scattered by taking away from the bag, tied at the back, and that was followed right from ancient times. Clear? But at the same time, clear, the seed drill began to be used, clear, used to distribute seeds uniformly, and there's a controversy related to the concept of seed drill. Clear? So seed drill, when the seed drill began to be used, initially it was manually done, that is large bag was tied up at the back, one or rather handful of the seeds were taken and they're scattered or broadcasted on the field. This was the traditional method. Clear? But in course of time, seed drill began to be used so that uniform scattering of the seeds could be done in the battlefield. Clear? Some scholars believe that seed drill can be traced back to the Vedic age. Clear? Vedic age obviously means the later Vedic age, because agriculture was largely practiced in the later Vedic age. Clear? But at the same time, even though it is said by some scholars that it was started during Vedic age, clear, largely the most concrete evidence for this is that seed drill began to be used in the western coast of India for the first time. Seed drills were used for the first time in the western coast of India, western coast of which is mentioned by a Portuguese, traveler Barbosa. So Portuguese traveler Barbosa mentions for the first time the use of seed drill, and this was largely related to, mentioned in connection with rice cultivation. Clear? So with respect to rice cultivation in western coast of India, Barbosa mentions about the use of seed drill. Clear? So some scholars believe that seed drill was originally used in the Vedic age, but some scholars believe that concrete evidence of the use of seed drill is provided by Barbosa, who was a Portuguese traveler who came to India in medieval times, and he mentioned that the seed drill was used for rice cultivation in the western coast of India. Clear? This was one development or another development related to agriculture technology. Clear? Now next major development related to agriculture technology is related to harvesting, then threshing, and then winnowing. Harvesting, threshing and winnowing. Clear? Now what harvesting? Clear? Now initially harvesting of the crop, harvesting was done with a sickle, that is cutting of the crops. Clear? So initially harvesting was done with originally by sickle. Clear? So sickle was used basically for harvesting the crop. Clear? And at the same time, threshing was done by using oxen. Clear? So threshing of the crop was done by the help of oxen that moved around the crop. Clear? Threshing was done by oxen who walked around, and at the same time threshing floor. Clear? At the same time, is basically the crops are put on threshing floor as well. Wind power was used in winnowing in order to separate the chaff from grains. Clear? So wind power was used. Wind power was used to separate the chaff from the grains. Clear? So first of all, harvesting was done with sickle. Harvesting was done with sickle, threshing was done by oxen, and winnowing was done by wind power, whereby seed was to be separated from the chaff. Clear? Because with air, the lighter material chaff could be separated and seed could fall down on the ground and we could achieve the seed. Clear? This was followed in medieval times, no doubt. Right from ancient times also, but medieval times became very prominent because with sickle made of iron, it became very important for harvesting the crop, then threshing the crop, and then separating the seed from the chaff through the wind power of winnowing. Clear? These were followed medieval times. So agriculture techniques include, first of all, the use of plow, then the use of sowing, then the concept of harvesting, threshing, and winnowing. Clear? The most important thing was what were the technological advancement with respect to irrigational devices. Clear? Now there are many debate around irrigational devices of medieval times when it got evolved. We'll come to those irrigational devices as well. So within agriculture technology, the next major component is of irrigational devices. Clear? So coming to the fourth one, and the fourth one is irrigational devices. Irrigational devices. Clear? Irrigational devices. Now just understand. Clear? What was the traditional method of irrigating the field in ancient and medieval times? Clear? The most important techniques which were used in from ancient times for irrigation was, the most simple technique was to draw water from the well with a rope and bucket by using hands. Clear? So most technical thing was to draw water with rope tied with bucket, clear? Bucket, clear, in small size. So traditional method was simple, to draw water with rope tied with bucket. It was pulled through hands. This was the most important technique. Clear? Second technique was basically application of pulleys or charkhi. Second major technique was applying of pulleys, which is also known as charkhi. Pulleys or charkhi. Clear? Now charkhi was basically the rope bucket which was tied with the moving material so that it could be lifted. Clear? So charkhi was basically a pulley. Clear? There was a well, and around the charkhi basically the rope was fixed, and through charkhi it was pulled. That consumed less energy, and the bucket could be lifted from the well to procure water. This was the concept of pulleys or charkhi, which was the second method, traditional again. Clear? The third method was improvement method of rope bucket pulley. Clear? So it was basically rope bucket pulley, also known as rope bucket pulley system. So that consumed less human energy, manual energy. Now third improvisation of rope bucket pulley was clear. Now the concept was that in North India there was a concept of charsa. Clear? Now charsa began to be used for procuring water. What was the concept of charsa? Clear? Charsa was basically a concept in which, clear, in which immense quantity of water could be raised from the well with one single haul up. Clear? Meaning thereby, what in charsa, large number of pulleys were connected. Sir, pulleys are used in ancient medieval India. Pulleys were used basically in medieval India. In ancient India, this was the technique followed. That is, water to being taken from the rope and the bucket. Traditional method. From medieval India, we began began to use the concept of pulleys or charkhi, rope bucket pulley, and then began to use charsa. Clear? Now charsa was basically what happened. Clear? It was also rope bucket pulley system, but it was not given handed by the manually human being. It was basically taken by another metal like bulls. Clear? So bulls were used basically to track or to raise the water from the bullock. Clear? So bullock track was used. Clear? So the moreover the bullock track was like a ram. Clear? So in charsa it was the same thing, rope bucket pulley, but it was basically bulls which were used to catch or rather take the pulley or take the rope, so that large number of water can be, a huge quantity of water could be lifted from the well, which was not humanly possible. Clear? And this bulls used to run on an area which was almost like a ramp. Clear? So it was almost a rank, so that smoothly the bull can pass away. Clear? And ramp was in a slanting way, so that it could become easier for the bull to go to the lower area, and meanwhile the bucket could be lifted, large bucket could be lifted to lift the water from the wells. This concept of using the rope bucket pulley with the help of bulls on a ram, this concept came to known as charsa in medieval India. Clear? This was the third major technique that was used. Clear? The fourth major technique was basically first class lever principle. Clear? So it was semi-mechanical technique. The fourth was semi-mechanical technique. Semi-mechanical technique was applied in the fourth phase in medieval India, which is also known as first class lever principle. First class lever principle. First class lever principle. Clear? Now what is this first class lever principle? A long rope is lashed to the fork of an upright beam or trunk of a tree. Clear? Especially meant for this purpose, to put in a swinging position. Clear? And at the same time swinging position. Clear? The bucket is fastened to a rope whose other end is tied on the one side of the swinging pole. Clear? Swinging hole. Clear? The pole's other end carries a counterweight a little heavier than the bucket with the water. Clear? Thus the fulcrum forms at the center of the pole with weight and counterweight effort at its two ends. Clear? This device came to be known as shaduf. Clear? So in first class lever principle, what has happened is that there was a large trunk of a tree taken. This large trunk of a tree was tied up or rather on the well. Clear? And at the same time, the more than the weight of the bucket, slightly more than that weight, the other weight was attached on the end of the other side of the trunk. Clear? And when the bucket got filled up, it was just pushed back and the bucket got lifted. Clear? This technique of first class lever principle, through which the weight and counterweight could be used to minimize the effort for for lifting the water. This concept of using weight and counterweight to minimize the effort, this device came to be known as shaduf. This device was known as shaduf, which was used in medieval times. Clear? It is also called tula in Sanskrit. Shaduf is a term used in Persian. This was known as tula in Sanskrit. This was known as tula in Sanskrit. Clear? Sanskrit. And in Bihar and Bengal, it was known as dhankli. In Bihar and Bengal, it was known as dhankli. Clear? Dhankli was also used. Clear? Sometimes it was also used as lat or lat. Lat or lat. Clear? So there were different terms used for this: shaduf, tula, dhankli or lat. Clear? So this was with a semi-mechanical device. In this semi-mechanical technique, what happened was there was a large trunk of the tree taken. On the one side of the tree, the bucket was tied up. On the other side, the more than the weight of the filled water of the bucket was kept together, and the bucket was allowed to go deep. Once the bucket filled up the water, it was left, and therefore the outer counterweight basically pushed down and the water came up, and that could be used for irrigation and other purposes. This device came to be known as shaduf, tula, dhankli or lata or lat. Clear? This was next major device. The fifth major device which was used for irrigation, this fifth major device was known as shakya. Was known as Shakya. It was also known as Rahat. It was also known as Persian wheel. It was also known as Persian wheel. And in Sanskrit, it is known as Araghat or Ghatiyantra. All the terms Araghat or Ghatiyan. Clear? So Shakya, Rahat, Persian wheel, Araghat or Ghatiyan. Now what was this? All the name two common thing. Clear? This according to this there was a pulley in center. That pulley was tied up with rope. Clear? Which could be rotated not humanly manually but mechanically, and this pulley had large amount of rope connected with the buckets or with the pots. Clear? These pots rotated, the empty pots went to the water level, got filled up, the filled pulleys or filled pots came up and they automatically got drained up and got emptied and again got filled up, and this was rotated and therefore mechanically the water was lifted from the wells. Clear? This concept of lifting the water was known as Persian wheel. In Persian, we also call it Sakya and Rahat, and in Sanskrit, we call it Araghat or Ghatiyantra. Clear? It was used basically right from, some scholars believe they were used right from ancient times. Sanskrit term therefore is known as Araghat or Ghatiyantra, but it is largely believed that it was used in medieval times, and in medieval times it was known as Persian wheel because it originated from Persia, but in India it was known as Shakya or Rahat. Clear? These were basically irrigation devices, and this irrigation devices became very important one. Clear? In fact, clear, the reason is that this was in the form of a garland, therefore it is known as Persian wheel. Since it gave relief to the people, it was known as Rahat. Clear? And Ghatiyantra because large number of pots were tied up. So all the terms are relevant, and these indicate progress in agricultural technique, agriculture technology. Clear? So in agriculture technology, you need to go through different major technological advancements related to plowing of the field, related to sowing of the seeds, related to harvesting, threshing and winnowing. Clear? Then irrigational devices, starting with simple technique of to draw water with rope bucket, then rope bucket pulley known as pulley, charkhi, then ramp bullies known as charsa, then semi-mechanical device known as saduf or tula, and then finally Sakya, Rahat, Persian wheel, Araghat or Ghatiyantra. Clear? Be prepared. The terms are used. Clear? Pulleys were largely used in medieval India, not in ancient India. Clear? This was all technological advancement done related to agriculture. Clear? Now I'm again coming to technological advancement related to textile. Clear? Now coming to textile technology as well in medieval India. Textile technology in medieval India. Clear? Now coming to textile technology. Clear? Now coming as far as textile technology is concerned, cotton cultivation was practiced in India right from Indus Valley civilization. We all know. Clear? Now coming to this, that is why we'll take ancient India off and on. Don't worry. Clear? So cotton was cultivated in India right from Indus Valley civilization. Clear? In fact, the basic proof for cotton cultivation in this valley is provided by Mesopotamian records. Clear? So Mesopotamian records mentions about cultivation of cottons, mention about cultivation of cottons at Meluha. Clear? So Mesopotamians or Sumerians refer to Indus Valley as the region of Meluha. Clear? And Meluha was a region corresponding with river Sindhu. Clear? And the Mesopotamians refer to cotton produced in India as Sindon. Clear? This word Sindon has been derived from the word Sindhu or the river Indus. Clear? So this indicates that since cotton was cultivated, which is referred to by the term Sindon, by the Mesopotamian records, it clearly indicates that cotton cultivation was done right from ancient times. Clear? This is also proved by the fact that there is a priest image, there is a stone statue of a man found at Mohenjo-daro that is depicted with decorated shawl or cloth on his body, which indicate cotton cultivation was known to the Harappan people. So Harappans knew about cotton cultivation. The term for cotton mentioned in Mesopotamian records is Sindon, and since cotton cultivation was there, obviously, clear, this needs to be understand that they began to had some techniques related to promotion of core textile technology as well. What were this textile technology? We'll come to this technologies. Clear? So what is Kalhan device which was used in Kashmir region? Basically, Kalhan device was basically the same concept, semi-mechanical device. There was basically water that was posted on a trunk and counterweight was applied, and this was named as Salhan Kalhan, named after a great Sanskrit expert and historian, Kalhan, who wrote Rashtarangini in Kashmir. It was same thing said, it is the pulley device which was used in form of trunk. Clear? Now coming to the textile technology, as we all know, cotton had been cultivated right from Indus Valley civilization. Clear? So there are different technology associated after picking up the cotton balls, cotton collected from the cotton seeds. Clear? There are three basic stages before cotton could be used for weaving. Clear? So before cotton, raw cotton is first of all separated from cotton seeds, and then cotton balls are prepared. Clear? These cotton balls can be used for weaving after three major processes. Clear? Now what are the three major processes whereby raw cotton or cotton balls can be used for weaving of clothes? Clear? The first major process known as ginning. The first major process is known as ginning. What does ginning mean? Ginning means extraction of seed. Clear? So ginning indicate the technique of seed extraction, that separating the raw cotton from the seeds, that is known as ginning. Clear? So first major thing that is required is the technique of ginning. Second is the technique of carding. Second is the technique of carding. Carding meaning thereby it was basically loosening of the fiber. So fiber loosening. This is known as the technique of fiber loosening. Clear? And third is known as spinning. Spinning is making yarn. That is the threads for the weaving of clothes. Clear? So this is basically the technique. Clear? Ginning, carding and spinning. Ginning means seed extraction, carding means fiber loosening, spinning means making the yarn. Clear? Okay, now at the same time, clear? Now most of the time, clear, this concept, the first one, that is ginning, seed extraction, clear? Seed extraction was done manually also, but in medieval times, clear? Seed extraction could be done by pressing the seeds with certain device, and this device in medieval India came to be known as charkhi. Clear? So charkhi was a term used even for a mechanical device which was used for pressing the seeds and to separate the raw cotton from the seeds, and this was technological development in medieval times known as charkhi. Clear? Now cotton thus separated from the seeds was beaten with sticks and or sticks or carded with bow string in order to separate and loosen the fiber. Clear? So at the same time, once cotton was separated from the manually or through the use of charkhi. Clear? This cotton after being separated was beaten. It was beaten to loosen the fiber. Fiber loosening to be done. Clear? So in order to loosen the fiber, it was beaten with sticks, the raw technology, or at the same time it was carded with bow string. Clear? There was a bow string also in which it was pulled together, and therefore the raw cotton could be loosened. Clear? So it was done through bow string also, it could be done through beating up through sticks also. Clear? So either through beating by sticks or through bowstring, or even through bowstring, the fiber loosening was done. Clear? So it was done through fiber loosening. Clear? This concept, clear, of fiber loosening either through beating with sticks or through bowstring, this was known in Persian as nadafi. Clear? So in Persian, this concept was known as nadafi. Clear? was known as Nadafi, and Hindi, this concept was known as Dhunna. Dhuning, that is beating, clear? And from this concept only we have derived a caste among Muslims known as Dhunia. Dhunia are those castes that is known for dhuning or loosening the fiber, which is basically used for weaving the clothes. So Persian term is Nadafi, Hindi term is Dhunna, clear? And this is done either through sticks or through bowstring, which was developed in medieval times, clear? Apart from this, clear, spinning was traditionally done with spindle. Spinning was done basically with the help of a spindle. A spindle was used basically for spinning, clear, and this spindle which was used for basically for weaving, or rather the concept of spinning the cloth or making the yarn, clear, it was done with spindle, and spindle in turn in Persian was known as duk. D-U-K. It was known as duk, clear, in Persian, and at the same time in Hindi it was known as takla. It was known as takla, or it was known as duk, clear. This was a spindle technology which was done, clear, done, and all these was basically used to develop the yarn or the thread for cotton culture, for conversion into cotton clothes, clear. This technological revolution, clear, this was very important development. Now apart from this technological advancement, the most important technological advancement in the textile technology was the development of spinning wheel. So a spinning wheel was developed in medieval times, and this spinning wheel is popularly known in Indian society as charkha, clear. So spinning wheel or charkha was done, clear, and it was started by the Turkish rulers in India during 13th and 14th centuries. Right, the centuries also is the most revolutionary development. So in 13th and 14th centuries, spinning wheel was invented, or rather produced. This spinning wheel proved to be the most revolutionary development, clear. Make it clear that charkha did not exist in ancient India, clear. So this concept of spinning wheel or charkha was not there in ancient India. Make it very clear. It was invented in 13th and 14th centuries during the rule of the Delhi Sultanate, clear. This charkha proved to be the most important achievement of the medieval monarchs in India that led to conversion of cotton yarn into clothes, clear. In fact, clear, this is clearly mentioned in Miftah ul Fuzula, clear. So even spinning wheel is mentioned in a literary work, Miftah ul Fuzula. Miftah ul Fuzula, which was used for converting the yarn into clothes, clear. So this was the most revolutionary development, that is spinning wheel. So with respect to textile technology, ginning, carding and spinning. Ginning means seed extraction, which was done with mechanical, it was known as charkhi. Carding means loosening of fiber, which was done with beating by sticks or bowstring, and that was now termed in Persian as nadafi, in Hindi as dhunna. And then spinning, making of yarn, which was done with spindle, known in Persian as duk, and Hindi as takla. The most revolutionary development was spinning wheel or charkha in 13th and 14th century. Spinning wheel was not there in ancient India. Make this clear, and it is mentioned in Persian work Miftah ul Fuzula, clear. This was very important, and after spin, or after rather the seed was, or rather threads were developed, weaving was done, and even weaving method is mentioned in Miftah ul Fuzula. So in Miftah ul Fuzula they are mentioned about spinning, or rather weaving of clothes as well. This technological advancement took place in medieval times largely, even though cotton cultivation was practiced in India from Indus Valley civilization. Clear? This homespun cotton means at locally, domestically, the cotton was being produced. The cotton was rather separated. Ginning, carding, spinning was done at domestic level. It's clear. Now, apart from associated with textile technology, we have another concept. Clear? And that concept related to textile technology is dyeing of clothes. Clear? So, coming to the concept of dyeing and printing of clothes. Dyeing and printing of clothes. Dyeing and printing of clothes. Clear? Dyeing means coloring the clothes and printing means having some desired print on the cloth. Clear? So various colors derived from vegetables and mineral sources were used for dyeing. So dyeing was done with the help of several colors derived from vegetables and large number of mineral sources as well. Indigo, madder, and at the same time one another lac was used for basically dyeing the clothes. Clear? So most important thing that was used for dyeing the clothes was indigo, natural commodity that get blue color to the clothes. So indigo was used for dyeing clothes. Indigo was used not only for dyeing clothes, it was used for bleaching of clothes as well. Clear? So indigo was one thing which was used for both dyeing of clothes as well as bleaching of clothes. Dyeing of clothes or bleaching of clothes. Clear? This was used for fast colors. Many articles like alum were used for dyeing for fast colors. Clear? At the same time, clear, there was a term used for Indian dyer, and the person who was associated with dyeing, this person was known in Persian as Rangreiz. Because they gave certain colors to the clothes, they were known as Rangreiz. Clear? So Rangreiz were basically person who were engaged in dyeing the clothes. Clear? And at the same time, clear, clear, and the person who was associated with tying and dyeing the clothes, clear, they were also associated with the Rangreiz itself. Clear? Block printing was also followed, and block printing was known as chap. Block printing was known as chap. Clear? Chap. Clear? And chap again was not known in ancient India. Normally they will give you a statement. Clear? This was not known in ancient India. It was a technology developed in the medieval times. Clear? And therefore it was, the credit is given to the Muslim warriors or people who came from Central and West Asia. So dyeing was done largely with indigo. Indigo was used for dyeing and bleaching clothes. Clear? The persons who were associated with dyeing, they were known as Rangreiz. Clear? Printing of clothes was done, whereby the printing was, block printing was given, and this block printing was known as chap. Clear? So block printing on clothes was known as chap. Chap means leaving a mark, permanent mark, and this was not practiced in ancient India. This was in development in medieval times. Clear? So these were technological advancement related to textile technology. So agriculture technology, textile technology. Clear? Now some major advancement in technology was done in medieval times related to construction activities as well. Clear? In fact, in building construction also, they made some major contribution. What were the major developments in technology related to building construction? Coming to building construction. Clear? So first of all we need to understand, clear, the basic ingredients was basically lime and mortar. Clear? And lime and mortar, in which lime was used. The Muslim rulers who began to construct large monuments, clear, they began to use lime and mortar together in order to construct big monuments including walls and arches as well. Clear? And therefore, clear, no, textile technology is not mentioned in ancient texts. Clear? That is why we are referring to text also known as Miftah ul Fuzula. This work clearly mentions about techniques like chap. Clear? As well as techniques used like Persian wheel. Clear? All these are mentioned in the Persian work. Therefore, it was not practiced in ancient India. There was some scholars who claimed that it was practiced in ancient India, but we normally follow that these were largely introduced by the warriors or the sultans of Delhi and the followers in India, not mentioned in Indian sources. Clear? Some sources mention about Araghat or Araghatian and the work that is known as Sukraniti. Clear? But that argument is not acceptable. It is largely believed that Persian wheel came to India during the rule of Delhi Sultanate. They were known as Rahat or Sakya. So there are not major references to these technology in ancient texts. They are largely mentioned in medieval texts. Clear? Now at the same time, coming to building constructions, clear, the basic ingredients were basically lime and mortar. Lime and mortar was used to construct, lime mixed with mortar was used to construct big monuments. Lime was used, known by the term chuna. Clear? So lime is normally used by the term chuna, which was used, and at the same time mortar was prepared. Mortar was prepared Mortar was prepared by pounded rocks. Clear? Pounded bricks. Mortar was prepared by pounded bricks, and pounded bricks were known as surkhi. Clear? So lime and surkhi, that is chuna and surkhi, were used to construct monuments. Lime and mortar. Mortar was prepared by pounded bricks, broken bricks, crushed bricks, and they were known as surkhi. Clear? So this was used, clear, at the same time. Clear? Moreover, in this mortar which was used, there was huge mixture of large number of gravel also. Gravel was also used, and this gravel, clear, gravel, that is smaller pieces of stones, and these gravels which were used were known as kankar. Smaller pieces came to be known as kankar, which was used, clear, and all these mixed together were used with lime to construct monuments in medieval times. Clear? Now at the same time, clear, when with these items began to be used, the medieval monarchs began to construct some big monuments in India, and all their monuments had angular or circular orientation, and this angular circular orientation was given through arch and dome. Clear? So arch and dome began to be promoted by all the rulers of medieval times. Arch indicated basically angular entrances to the monuments, especially religious monuments, and dome indicated a hemispherical circular structure surmounting the religious monument like the mosque or the mausoleums. Clear? So arch and dome began to be largely constructed by the rulers of medieval India in order to mark the entrances and the surmounting structure over religious monuments. Clear? And all these structures which began to be constructed, they constructed with pure scientific technique. Clear? And this scientific technique came to be known as prominent development. No, arch. Clear? Arch was constructed in this way, that is entrances. Clear? And this arch, when was constructed, clear, in course of time these arches were marked by a triangular stone in between. This triangular stone was known as keystone, and this was introduced by Delhi Sultan Alauddin Khalji. Keystone has been first used in the entrances to Qutb complex known as Alai Darwaza. Clear? And this a true arch where keystone has been used for the terms for this true arch is known as Mehrab. Clear? So Mehrab is a Persian term for the true arch, and this Mehrab began to be constructed with pure scientific technique. So Mehrab is a Persian term for the true arch marked by keystone. Clear? And at the same time, the surmounting dome which was constructed on the hemisphere on the religious monument, this surmounting monument was known as Gumbad. Clear? So arch and dome are known as Mehrab and Gumbad. Mehrab and Gumbad were constructed by the rulers of medieval times, the sultans of Delhi. Clear? These were constructed and they became very important developments. Clear? So arch and dome were constructed in large amount. Meanwhile, at the same time, the Muslim monarchs or rulers also started the different concept of beautifying the monuments, and in the beautifying of monuments, they also made a very important development known as the technique of calligraphy, which was pure scientific. Technique of calligraphy means holy verses or verses of Holy Quran were inscribed on the walls and panels of the monument, and these holy verses were written through Arabic script, angular script known as Khufi, and this whole concept came to be known as arabesque. Concept came to be known as arabesque. Clear? So very important technique innovated by the Muslim rulers were they began to have whole verses of Holy Quran inscribed through angular script Kufi, the style being known as arabesque. They also applied the technique of foliation to beautify the monuments. According to foliation, main stem of a plant was shown, and in this main stem, branches and sub branches were shown, and all these branches converged at common point with perfect symmetry. This is known as layering, also known as foliation. So apart from Mehrab and Gumbad, that is arch and dome, they also innovated with calligraphy and foliation to beautify the monuments. Clear? This was new technologies introduced in building construction. Clear? After building construction, they made some technological advancement even in the field of book binding and paper making. Clear? So they made some advancements in paper making and book binding. Paper making and book binding. Clear? Paper making and book binding. Clear? No, clear? With arrival of Turkish rulers in India, Muslim rulers in India, clear, they contributed towards paper making in India. Paper making was not developed in ancient India, clear. Paper making developed largely with the arrival of the Turkish warriors in India. So paper making was a big contribution of the Turkish warriors in India. The writing materials in ancient India were many stones, copper plates, silk and cotton clothes, clear. And they also wrote on palm leaves known as talpatra. Clear? So they largely use talpak and the bark of the trees known as burjpatra. Clear? So in ancient India, paper was not developed, not used for writing. Paper, or rather in ancient India, the writing was done on stones, that is stone inscriptions. They were written on copper plates. They were written on silk and cotton clothes, and they also wrote something on palm leaves. Even Buddhist texts were written on palm leaves like Sutta Pitak, Vinaya Pitak, Abhidhamma Pitak. These palm leaves were used, which was known as Talpatra, which was used as Talpatra. Clear? At the same time, they also used the birch bark as a material to write the items or write the materials. They were also used the birch bark. Clear? And this was known as Burjpatra. They were known as Burjpatra. Clear? So palm leaves and the birch bark were used as materials along with stones and copper plates. Clear? Paper was first manufactured in China. We all know this. Clear? And this paper was first manufactured in China around 1st century AD. So paper was first manufactured in China all across the world in 1st century AD, and it was made with bamboo pulp. Clear? So bamboo pulp was used to make paper. Clear? All the Muslim warriors brought this, or rather learned paper making from Chinese, and at the same time it's in Chinese they brought the paper making to India as well. Clear? And when Arab invaders, Muslim invaders came to India, they promoted this concept of making paper through bamboo pulp in India as well. Clear? And during Delhi Sultanate, paper was used for many purposes, especially for books and even royal orders like farmans, which were used by or which were issued by the sultans of Delhi. Clear? So all these paper was began to be used, and paper began to be largely applied for royal works in India. Clear? Where at the same time, clear, in the 14th century, Chinese navigator Ma Huan came to Bengal, and they realized that paper was produced in Bengal itself. Clear? However, the bulk of paper was imported from Islamic countries, especially Samarkand and Syria. Clear? So paper was introduced to India by the Arabs, and they brought the paper from the Chinese, and in course of time paper began to be produced in Bengal through bamboo pulp. Clear? Bamboo pulp was largely used for making the papers, and these papers were used basically for book making, book binding, and at the same time also began to be used for issuing farmans as well. Clear? The writing or the practice of writing books on paper, writing books on paper was accompanied by the craft of book binding as well, which was an innovation in India because the technique was different from that followed in India for putting sheets of writing material together, palm leaves and birch bark. Clear? Even when Buddhist sources or Buddhist words they wrote the teachings of Gautam Buddha, Sutta Pitak, they keep the palm leaves one above the another in a basket. The Pali term for basket is known as Pitak. Therefore, it is known as Sutta Pitak, Vinaya Pitak, Abhidhamma Pitak. There was no concept of binding the palm leaves, clear? But at the same time, the Turkish rulers in India introduced the concept of book binding. Since paper came into existence, they started the concept of book binding as well. That led to more formal development of writing books in India, which was a great innovation done by the Turkish warriors in India. So both paper making and book binding was started by them. In ancient India, there was material that was used for writing was talpat and bhojpat, but paper was invented for the first time by China in first century AD. Arabs brought this paper to India, and bamboo pulp began to be used to produce paper. Papers first of all began to be produced in Bengal, from Bengal to other parts of India. Since paper began to be produced, the concept of book binding or binding the papers together also started, and this was a great innovation done by the Turkish rulers in India. Clear? This was related to paper making and book binding. Clear? Now coming to another major technological aspect, and that was advancement made in military technology. Clear? This is very important because all the sultans of Delhi, they ruled with military force, and therefore they emphasized more on military technology. Now we'll come to the advancement in military technology done by the sultans of Delhi. Clear? Or the rulers of Delhi. Clear? Very important one. Now coming to this. Clear? So there are some questions. Sir, is foliation same as Petra Dura? No, Petra Dura is very different. That was introduced by Noor Jahan in India. Petra Dura is not same as foliation. We'll come to Petra Dura. So was arch and dome technology both introduced by Alauddin Khalji? No, it was introduced before Alauddin Khalji, but Alauddin Khalji began the concept of scientific arch, true arch with the help of keystone in between, and therefore it came to be known popularly as Mehrab. Clear? So Mehrab was introduced by Alauddin Khalji. Arches and dome were constructed earlier. Alauddin Khalji constructed the first monument known as Quwwatul Islam Mosque, which had arches also, which had dome also, much before Alauddin Khalji. So it was introduced before Alauddin Khalji. Clear? Now we'll come to military technology. Military technology. This is very important. The reason being that all the Turkish rulers who came to India, they defeated the native warriors of India, including the Rajputs, and established the political authority largely due to their advancement in military affairs. Clear? So apart from bravery and strategy they displayed, clear, they also were facilitated by the technological advancement in military sphere, and this facilitated them to be successful, and they ruled over India with force and force alone, which was exercised with the help of military forces and the new technology. So coming to the technology or technological aspect of the Turkish rulers in India. Clear? So first of all, we'll discuss about the major technological advancement done in the military sector. Three major advancements were done. One was in form of iron stirrup. So iron stirrup was one of the major advancement which was done by the Turkish rulers in India. Second was the basically horseshoe. Second advancement, and the third advancement was in form of gunpowder. Was in form of the gunpowder. So iron stirrup, horseshoe and gunpowder. Will have discussion on these three major things. Clear? Now it is clearly accepted that iron stirrup was not unknown in India. Iron stirrup, as it was claimed by Europeans that iron stirrup was not known to India. No, iron stirrup was known to India, and the Persian term for iron stirrup used in the sources of medieval time is rakab. Clear? So rakab or rakab is a Persian term for iron stirrup. Clear? And why this was very important, iron stirrup? Clear? To balance the speed of the horses, either to accelerate the speed or to rather decelerate the speed. Clear? Iron stirrup was used by the horsemen, which was placed on the back of the horse, and they balanced the horsemen in such a manner that they could use the bow and arrow in different directions in the battleground. Clear? So iron stirrup gave them huge amount of control over the running horses, and that enabled them to have huge mobility as required to defeat the adversary power, and therefore iron stirrup became a very important innovation in the military sector by the Turkish warriors in India. Clear? Apart from iron stirrup, they began to use horseshoes. Why horseshoes? Clear? Horseshoes basically mean, in Persian term, the term that is used for horseshoe is nal. Clear? Basically, horseshoe, that is iron nal, was basically fixed on the toe of the horses so that they could run on any topography inconsistent speed. The speed of the horses could not be affected because of difference in topography, and these horseshoes became very important one, and it was sticked with iron nails on the toe of the horses so that they could run at a rapid pace without irrespective of topographical differences. Clear? In fact, clear, this concept of fixing the iron nail on the horseshoes, this concept or this process itself also known as nal bandi. Clear? But at the same time, there's some controversy also related to horseshoes. Clear? Because there is a Sanskrit literature known as Salihotra. Clear? It's a Sanskrit literature on horses, and this Sanskrit text is known as Salihotra. Clear? And this text Salihotra mentions the use of iron nails even in ancient India. But since we all know that horses were used in ancient India with the arrival of Aryans in India, but at the same time, this is only textual reference. No evidence or archaeological evidence of horseshoe has been found from ancient India. The iron stirrup or the horseshoes were found from medieval times only, and they were used by Persian term as nal and nal bandi. So even if it is asked, be clear, it was not used in ancient India, even though there's a textual reference to horseshoes in Sanskrit text, that is Salihotra. Clear? At the same time, clear, coming to gunpowder and firearms. Clear? So along with gunpowder, there were some firearms which were also used by the Turkish warriors in India. Clear? Now coming to gunpowder. Clear? Normally it is believed that gunpowder was introduced by Europeans in India. True. Clear? Portuguese brought the gunpowder to India. They were the first to introduce gunpowder in southern part of India, and that was even given to Vijayanagar ruler Krishna Dev Raya. Clear? In fact, clear, there's a Sanskrit work known as Sukraniti. There's a Sanskrit work known as Sukraniti. Clear? Salihotra is a work on horses, Sukraniti on gunpowder. Clear? There's a work known as Sukraniti that mentions about the use of gunpowder. Clear? But at the same time, gunpowder was not used in ancient India. Portuguese introduced gunpowder in the 15th century, and that was a big development. Clear? And they came to India with gunpowder. Clear? But gunpowder was first used in India in the warfare by Babur, who was the founder of Mughal Empire in India. Clear? Gunpowder was made by mixing saltpeter, sulfur and charcoal. Clear? So gunpowder was made by mixing sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter. Which was produced in the region of Malwa. Clear? So it was first invented in China, but it was brought to India by the Portuguese. Clear? And at the same time, the Mughal ruler, or rather the sultans, did not use this gunpowder. Babur was the first one to use gunpowder. The sultans of Delhi used the firearms, and there's a Persian term for firearms. This is known as Atashbazi. Clear? So Atashbazi is the term for firearms, which was basically used to show, or to be used on occasions, especially to show military victories, and they were used in large number. Clear? In fact, firearms also began to be introduced largely when Portuguese came to India, and later on it began to be used by sultans of Delhi. So both gunpowder and firearms were introduced in India by the Portuguese, but they were largely used by, first of all, by Mughal emperor, and then the sultans of Delhi in form of firearms. So gunpowder was first used by Babur, firearms or Atashbazi was used by sultans of Delhi. Both were originally introduced in India by the Portuguese in medieval times. Clear? So these were three major technological advancement in military department during medieval times: iron stirrup or rickup, horseshoes or nal, gunpowder and firearms, being known as Atashbazi. Remember two sources mentioned about horseshoes and gunpowder, Salihotra and Sukraniti. but these are only textual references. Archaeological evidences is not found. Clear? This is one major development to be known about technological advancement. Clear? Technological advancement also took place in the medieval times related to the concept of tin coating, which was also introduced by the Turkish rulers in India. Clear? Tin coating was not practiced in ancient India. It was introduced by Mughals or by the Turkish rulers. Now, when we use domestic utensils of copper and even of brass, clear? These domestic utensils made of copper and brass are prone to be rustic or prone to be poisoning just because of acid or just because of sour food. Clear? So when we cook sour food, it lead to acidic reaction and they become rather acidic or rather acid poisoning, and therefore these utensils need to be coated with certain material so that it can be made or it can be kept safe. Clear? This concept whereby the craftsmen began to have coating over these utensils came to be known as tin coating, and tin coating was done by craftsmen who were known as Kleiger. Clear? So there were large number of reference to Kleiger in medieval times, and they were basically craftsmen associated with tin coating. Clear? And tin was basically a tin is referred to in medieval times as ranga. Clear? So ranga was basically a tin cover which was applied or was highly malleable and ductile, which was applied on the used surface of the utensil so that this could be covered with the tin and it could be prevented from acid poisoning by through cooking food. Clear? At the same time, while applying this tin coating on the utensils, clear, the next major development was the use of pure tin at some places, and this pure application of pure tin at some distinct places in the utensil, this concept came to be known as Noshdar. Clear? So Noshdar was a phenomena whereby the pure tin was applied on the layer or at some places, and this concept of applying pure layer of tin on the utensil was known as Noshdar. Clear? And these techniques are clearly mentioned in a work Ain-e-Akbari written by Abul Fazl, who was the court poet of Akbar. Clear? So it was followed even in the period of Delhi Sultanate. It was followed even in Mughal Empire, and this concept of the craftsman associated with tin coating was known as Kalaigar. The tin was known as Ranga. In fact, this technique also came to be known as technique of Ranga in India. And at the same time, where the fresh or pure tin layer was applied on utensil, this was known as Noshdar. Clear? So tin coating also became a very important development in as far as technology is concerned in medieval times. Clear? Apart from tin coating, clear, another technological advancement that took place in medieval time was in form of glass manufacturing. Glass manufacturing also started during medieval times. Glass manufacturing, which was a very important development. Clear? And at the same time, another major advancement was in form of shipbuilding. Shipbuilding also started, though rudimentarily, in medieval times. Clear? Europeans who came to India by this time in 1498, like Vasco da Gama, came with ship, and thereafter shipbuilding started in India. Clear? Apart from glass manufacturing, shipbuilding, even the concept of distilleries started in the medieval time, or distillation started in the medieval times. Clear? So distillation also began to take place. Clear? And in distillation, intoxicating drinks, clear, the intoxicating drink began to be made. Clear? So intoxicating drink also began to be made in course of time. Even intoxicating drink, we have a reference from the Vedic age. Clear? Distillation or intoxicating drink, the first evidence of intoxicating drink come from the Rig Veda. From the Rig Veda, that mentions about the god of plants known as Som, and based on the plants, the distillery or rather intoxicating drink known as Som Ras was made in ancient India. Clear? So in ancient India, Somras was made, and this was made by crushing the plants, and the god of plants was known as Som, which is mentioned in Rig Veda after major gods like Indra, Agni, Varun, Marut and Som. Clear? All these were male divinities along with two female divinities, that is Usha and Aditi. Clear? So Som was god of plants. An intoxicating drink was prepared after Som known as Som Ras. Clear? But at the same time, clear, in the Sultanate phase, clear, the concept of making wine is started, and this concept of making wine started with fermentation and distillation. Clear? Now, the concept of fermentation was known all across the world. Clear? But at the same time, wine was procured by fermenting rice, sugarcane, juice, and mahua flowers. Clear? So, fermentation and distillation started during medieval times, and through fermentation distillation, wine began to be made during medieval times. Clear? And distillation started to take place. Clear? All across the world, distillation first started in Italy. Clear? And distillation started to spread all across the world, and at the same time, clear, distillations began to take place in India also. Large amount of wine began to made under Turkish rule, and this was another advancement that was done, even though we have reference of intoxicating drink in the Rig Veda itself. Clear? So all these developments, technological advancement took place, and all this technological advancement became a very important feature of medieval times. Do remember, questions are asked. Clear? Have this all technological advancements with you. Clear? Now, apart from technological advancements during Sultanate phase, clear, now we'll come to discuss about other major aspects of Delhi Sultanate, and now we'll move on to discuss about administrative structure and organization of Delhi Sultanate. Clear? What was the administrative structure and organization of Delhi Sultanate? Administrative structure and organization. Administrative structure and organization. Clear? Now just understand. Clear? As far as administrative structure is concerned, the most important administrative structure of Delhi Sultanate was in form of the Ikta system, which was introduced in Delhi Sultanate by Iltutmish. Clear? So first major structure of administration Delhi Sultanate was the Ikta system introduced by Iltutmish. What was this Ikta system? And terms related to Ikta system only we'll understand here itself. Clear? According to Ikta system, the entire territory which was under the control of Delhi Sultan was broadly divided into two sections. The larger section was known as the Ikta land, and the smaller section was known as the Khalisa land. Clear? The revenue produced from Khalisa land was to be exclusively used by the Sultan and his family, and therefore Khalisa land was also known as the King's land, also known as the Crown's land. Clear? Because produce directly went to the royal family to meet the expenditure of royal family. The Khalisa land was further subdivided, Ikta land was further subdivided into smaller pieces of agriculture lands, and all these smaller pieces of agriculture lands were allotted to leading military generals who were known as Iktadars. Clear? These leading military generals were supposed to get the Ikta land cultivated with the help of peasants, and out of total produce generated, 1/3 was to be collected as land revenue. This 1/3 amount collected as land revenue was known in Persian as Kharaj. Clear? So Kharaj was the U term for land revenue amounting to 1/3 of the produce. Out of this 1/3 amount, Iktadar or military soldier was supposed to deduct his own salary known as Tankhwa. Clear? As well as the expenses of horses known as Ashpa. Clear? As well as the horses and sawars. Clear? The troopers. Clear? So after deducting his own salary as well as the expenses of horses and soldiers, the remaining amount to be known as Fawazil was to be remitted back to Sultanate treasury. In this way, clear, the Sultan maintained financial centralization Delhi Sultanate, as all revenue was supposed to go to the center at this time. Clear. Meanwhile, clear, this must be understood that the distinctive feature of Khalisa Iqta system was these lands were given to Iqtadars as purely revenue assignment. They could be transferred from one Iqta land to another Iqta land at any point of time. So these were transferable revenue assignment which was given to Iqta holders, given to Iqta holders, not as hereditary assignment, and that is why in this case it is completely different from the feudal system known as the Samant system of ancient India. Clear? Therefore, we'll understand. Clear? From the Gupta period in ancient India, lands began to be given hereditarily to the Brahmins. Since Brahmins began to own large pieces of agricultural lands, clear, they got the lands cultivated with the help of the peasantry class, and therefore they emerged as landed intermediaries. These landed intermediaries or feudal lords came to be known as the Samantas, and therefore the Brahmins were the Samantas, followed by other communities, and this system came to be known as feudalism in India. This more popular known as the Samanta system in India. Clear? This Samanta system was completely ended with the Iqta system, which was marked by complete centralization, and lands were not allotted for hereditary purposes. It was allotted only for temporary purposes, and therefore Iqta system gave a complete blow to Samanta system or feudal system of ancient India, which started way back from the Gupta period with land grants. Clear? These land grants given to the Brahmins. Clear? These land grants were known as Brahmdeh grants, which were given to the Brahmins. Clear? So large number of land grants were given to Brahmins, known as Brahmdeh. Some land grants were given to the religious institutions like temples. These land grants given to temples or for the maintenance of temples were known as the Agrahara grants. Clear? So land grants directly given to Brahmins were known as Brahmdeh. Land grants given directly to the temple or other institution known as Agrahara grants. Clear? So these grants were given basically to maintain temples and the Brahmins, leading to Samanta system. But this Samanta system was completely destroyed under Delhi Sultanate with Iqta system. Iqta system also gave some land grants for the maintenance of religious institution. These land grants given for maintenance of religious institution, these grants were known as Inam grants or Inam lands. These lands were also known as Madad-e-Maash. These grants were also known as Madad-e-Maash. So Agrahara grants in ancient India, in medieval India, Inam lands or Madad-e-Maash lands. Clear? Which were different from Iqta lands and Khalisa lands. Clear? Because it once given, it could not be taken back. It was for the maintenance of the religious institutions. Clear? So this major development took place, and this was known as Iqta system. Clear? And Iqta system, land revenue known as Kharaj, the salary to be taken by Iqtadars known as Tankhawa, the expenses of horses for Ashpa and Sawars, and the remaining amount given to central treasury known as Fawazil. And this whole system was transferable in nature. Clear? This was one thing. What was Zapti land? Zapti land came later on, not at this time. Zapti land came under Mughals. We'll come to Zapti land separately. Clear? Glass manufacturing, because glass manufacturing rudimentarily started during the medieval times, not a very developed technique, but it started during the period of the Turkish rule in India, which is considered to be a technological advancement. Iqta system. Clear? Apart from this system, which was promoted by Iltutmish also started a new system of administration with the help of the leading Islamic theologians, ulemas, and the leading Turkish military generals. In fact, he selected 40 persons among the ulemas and the military generals, and he established a close group known as Turkan-e-Chehelgani. So Turkan-e-Chehelgani was basically corps of 40, which was constituted by Iltutmish from persons including ulemas and the military generals to take their advice to rule over large Delhi Sultanate. This corps of 40 Turkan-e-Chehelgani was finally ended by Ghiyasuddin Balban. So Balban, when he became power ruler, he destroyed Turkan-e-Chehelgani as he believed in the philosophy of blood and iron, complete control over empire. So Turkan-e-Chehelgani was also established by Iltutmish, and Turkan-e-Chehelgani was destroyed by by Ghiyasuddin Balban, who believed in the policy of blood and iron, that is complete control over the empire, and he destroyed corps of 40. But this worked for a longer period of time and even acted as kingmakers in Sultanate politics. This was the structure of administration provided by Iltutmish in Delhi Sultanate, which continued till the end, till Delhi Sultanate declined. Clear? But apart from administrative structure, we also need to understand about administrative organization which was followed in Delhi Sultanate. As far as administrative organization is concerned, in administration of Delhi Sultanate, most of the powers remained confined with the Sultan, as it was a centralized empire. All powers largely remained confined to the Sultan, who was the centralized power authority, but it was not practically possible for one single person to look after the entire administration of Sultanate. So in order to look for administrative efficiency, even Sultan created administrative departments for specific works, and these administrative departments gave important service to ensure proper law and order in entire Delhi Sultanate. We need to understand about the major administrative departments which were established during Delhi Sultanate. Clear? Write these departments. They can give you these departments. They can ask you the work of these departments. Clear? So first was administrative department known as Diwan-e Risalat. The first major department that was established was Diwan-e Risalat. Clear? Diwan-e Risalat was basically department of appeals. Department of Appeals, and this department dealt with foreign affairs and correspondence. This department dealt with foreign affairs and correspondence. Foreign affairs and correspondence. Diwan-e Risalat. Clear? This was the first major department known as Diwan-e Risalat. Second was Diwan-e Arz. Diwan-e Arz. It was military department for military affairs. It was the military department. Clear? It was responsible for recruiting and maintaining large military force, and Diwan-e Arz was established by Ghiyasuddin Balban. Balban was the person who established Diwan-e Arz. Clear? Then next department was Diwan-e Ishtiyaq. Diwan-e Ishtiyaq, and Diwan-e Ishtiyaq was basically department of pensions. Clear? So pensions were also provided to major military officers and other dignitaries, and it was known as Diwan-e Ishtiyaq. Clear? So it provided pensions to retired officers of Delhi Sultanate. Next was Diwan-e Mustakhraj. Diwan-e Mustakhraj. Diwan-e Mustakhraj. Clear? And this department was related to all issues related to revenue collection and maintenance. Clear? So Diwan-e Mustakhraj was Department of Revenue. This department was specially established by Alauddin Khalji. Alauddin Khalji was the founder of this department, Diwan-e Mustakhraj. Clear? It was department of revenue. Department of Revenue. Clear? It also collected all amount of arrears also. Clear? Arrears or dues were also collected by this department, and also looked after revenue. Diwan-e Mustakhraj. Then we had Diwan-e Kohi. Diwan-e Kohi. It was agriculture department. It was agriculture department, and it was established by Muhammad bin Tughlaq. As a part of agrarian reforms, he started Diwan-e Kohi or Department of Agriculture. In fact, Muhammad bin Tughlaq only started the concept of paying agricultural loans to the farmers. The term for agricultural loans in Persian is known as sondhar. Clear? So he started the concept of paying agricultural loans to the farmers known as sondhar. So major department, Diwan-e Risalat, Department of Appeals, deal with foreign affairs and correspondence. Clear? Diwan-e Arz, military affairs. Diwan-e Ishtiaq, pensions. Diwan-e Bustakraj, revenue and arrears. Diwan-e Kohi, agriculture. Clear? These major departments. Apart from this, clear? Coming to the next major department, fifth one, then coming to the sixth one. Clear? Sixth department. Clear? After this is Diwan-e-Insha. Diwan-e-Insha. It was purely for correspondence. Diwan-e-Insha was purely for correspondence, especially for correspondence. Diwan-e-Insha, then Diwan-e-Bandagan. Diwan-e-Bandagan. It was Department of Slaves, especially created by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Firoz Shah Tughlaq. He maintained 1,80,000 slaves for his personal use. Clear? So it was Diwan-e-Bandagan, Department of Slaves, established by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Clear? Very important one that was established by him. That is the seventh department. Clear? After this, the one with Diwan-e-Qaza. 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 And this department was basically Department for Justice. This department looked after delivery of justice to the people. It was known as Diwan-e-Qaza, headed by Chief Qazi. Clear? Qazi was judicial officer. Then we have Diwan-e-Khairat. Diwan-e-Khairat. It was Department of Charity. And this department was also established by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Department Khairat or Department of Charity. Clear? So these were major departments established at central level. Clear? So these departments looked after major works, and these departments were very important for administration. Clear? Now all these departments were headed by important officers also. You need to know about the major officers and their functions as well in Delhi Sultanate. Clear? So coming to important officers, the terms and their functions as well. Coming to officers, clear? The first and the most important officer after the Sultan, this officer was known as Wazir. Clear? So Wazir was the first officer. He was in charge of revenue and finances as well as law and order. So he was supposed to look after revenue, finances, law and order. Law and order. This was Wazir, first major officer. Second was Ariz-e-Mamalik. Ariz-e-Mamalik. Ariz-e-Mamalik was basically head of military department. Head of military department, Ariz-e-Mamalik. Next was basically Qazi, head of judicial department. Qazi was head of judicial department. Fourth, after Qazi, we have Wakil-e-Dar. Wakil-e-Dar. Wakil-e-Dar was basically head of royal household. He looked after royal household, that is household of the Sultan. Wakil-e-Dar looked after royal household. Clear? Then we have Barid-e-Mamalik. Barid-e-Mamalik, which was head of news agency. Barid Mamalik was head of the news agency. Barid Mamalik, clear. Barid Mamalik. Then we had Amir-e-Majlis. Amir-e-Majlis, head of royal functions, to organize the royal functions. Amir-e-Majlis, organizers of royal functions, clear. Royal function, clear. Then we have Naib Wazir, Deputy Minister. Naib Wazir, after Wazir, that is Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister. Naib Wazir was Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, clear. Then we have Sadr-us-Sadur, very important one. Sadr-us-Sadur. He was head of religious activities or religious department. Religious activities. Sadr-us-Sadur, religious activities, clear. This was very prominent, clear. Then these were major officers to be known related to administration of Delhi Sultanate, clear. Now at the same time, clear, all these officers acted as a very prominent one. At the same time, there were some officers at local level. These local officers are also important. So local officers at state and local level will come to these officers under Delhi Sultanate. So local officers include, first of all, Amil, revenue officer at local level. Revenue officer at local level, that is Amil. Then we have Barid, intelligence officer, spy agency, intelligence officer, Barid. Then after Barid we have Khwaja, accounts officer. Khwaja, accounts officer. So if the term Khwaja is concerned, don't can concern with sufficient. Khwaja was also accounts officer at local level. Then Kotwal, head of local administration on law and order. Law and order officer. Kotwal was law and order officer. Then Muhtasib. Muhtasib was basically head of municipality. Head of municipality to provide basic services, clear. And then Muftis. Last were Muftis. And Muftis were basically supporter of Sharia law, the Islamic law. Clear? These were local officers. They are very equally important. Clear? And all these local officers played important role in the administration of Delhi Sultanate. Clear? So these major developments took place related to administration. Clear? So this is first of all the major technological advancement, then administrative structure, then administrative organization. These are very prominent ones to be done, clear. Meanwhile, at the same time, clear, we need to understand one thing. When Delhi Sultanate was established and thereafter also, clear, large number of foreigners began to visit India. These questions on these foreigners are asked, clear, and therefore we need to know about these foreigners clearly. These foreigners played very important role and their accounts, clear, are considered to be highly important in India. It started to from Delhi Sultanate only. So we'll come to all those foreign travelers who visited India from the beginning till the end. That is, the most of them started from medieval India, early medieval India, and they continue till late medieval phase till 18th century. Have this list of all foreign travelers, their accounts, the period in which they came, because you get questions on these foreign travelers. Clear? So have these foreign travelers. Even some of them came in ancient India also. So we'll come to ancient India as well. Clear? Diwan A Uzarat established by Balban just to maintain law and order and control check. It was established by Balban. Sir, please explain from Chahalgani were the head of any department. No, Turkan-e-Chahalgani were not the head of any department. Turkan-e-Chahalgani were basically selected members among Islamic experts or ulemas and the Turkish military generals so that their advice could be taken for administration. So they never headed any department, but they remained to be close group. In fact, in course of time, they must be kingmakers. Just on the instruction of Turkan-e-Chahalgani only, Razia was brutally assassinated in 1239, who was the first woman monarch of medieval India. Clear? And thereafter, Turkan-e-Chahalgani was destroyed in course of time by Ghiyasuddin Balban, who followed the concept of complete and stringent control through blood and iron. Takkabi loans. Takkabi loans were basically the loans given not here. Takkabi loans started during Mughal period, and Takkabi loans were also given for the maintenance of religious institutions. They were known as Inam lands. They were also known as Madad-e-Maash. They also use a term known as Takkavi. Clear? Amir-e-Mumin. Amir-e-Mumin was basically considered to be the most educated person of Islamic religion. They were given the title of Amir Mumin. Clear? So Takkavi loans. Clear? Now coming to the foreign travelers, very important for examination. You get questions on foreign travelers that is normally missed out. Clear? So we need to have foreign travelers at one place, their accounts which are very important to understand, and the period in which they came, so that it needs to be at the one place so that you can cover these topics. Clear? Now coming with the foreign travelers. Clear? In ancient India only, I'll let you know the first foreign traveler to come to India. This foreign traveler was basically Megasthenes. Clear? So we start with Megasthenes. In fact, before Megasthenes also, several foreign travelers came to India by that time only. Clear? First major foreign traveler that we count is, has the heading also, foreign travelers. Clear? So foreign travelers. Clear? Who visited India? Foreign travelers who visited India. Clear? We'll move to ancient India from the beginning. Clear? So foreign travelers, first of all, we'll take the name of Megasthenes. We'll take the name of Megasthenes. Clear? Megasthenes was basically a Greek ambassador. This Greek ambassador was deputed to India by Seleucus Nicator. He came to the court of Chandragupta Maurya at Patliputra. Clear? He stayed at Patliputra for several years, and after staying back at Patliputra, he wrote a very comprehensive work on polity and administration, which is titled as Indica. Clear? So Indica was a work written by Megasthenes. In this he has mentioned about administration of Patliputra, which was done in form of 6 committees, and each committee is comprising of 5 members. Clear? He mentioned about the committee system. Clear? Committee system for Patliputra administration. In social society, mentioned that society was divided into 4 classes, therefore divided into 7 classes, which cannot be accepted because it is known that Indian society from ancient time was divided into 4 classes, that is Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Shudras. Moreover, Megasthenes mentioned that he did not encounter any slaves in Indian society, which also cannot be accepted because slavery existed in Indian society right from ancient times or Vedic age. Clear? So some of the observations of Megasthenes needs to be cross-examined properly before being accepted, as he perceived things from Greek perspective. He was the first major one to visit India and wrote a work, Indica. Clear? Second major person to visit India in course of time, this second major visitor was Fahian. Clear? Fahian came to India. Clear? And Fahian came to India to study Buddhist scriptures at Nalanda University, and Fahian wrote a book, the title as The History of the Buddhist Kingdom. The history of the Buddhist kingdoms in India, the history of the Buddhist kingdoms in India. Clear? He came to India during the reign of Chandragupta II. He came to India during the reign of Chandragupta II. And in this work, History of Buddhist Kingdoms, he mentioned that Buddhism was in a flourishing state during Gupta period, which was not in reality. Buddhism was declining during Gupta period. And in this work, Fahian has mentioned that two Indian rulers accepted Buddhism as state religion, and these two rulers were Ashok and Kanishk. So only Ashok and Kanishk accepted Buddhism as a state religion. Fahian also mentions about one community of untouchables, and this community were known as the Chandalas, whose glimpses were also considered to be inauspicious by the society. Clear? So Fahian was the second one to come to India. Third one to visit India, it was also a Buddhist monk, and this person was Yuan Sang. Clear? So Yuan Sang also came to India. He came to India in the court during the time of Harshvardhan. During the time of Harshvardhan, and he wrote a work that is titled as The History of the Tang Dynasty. The history of the Tang Dynasty, the Chinese dynasty that sponsored him to get educated at Nalanda Mahavihar. Yuan Sang only converted Harshvardhan into Buddhist religion, and Yuan Sang has written or glorified Harshvardhan. He has also said that Harshvardhan maintained perfect law and order, which cannot be accepted because Yuan Sang himself got robbed of his belongings while entering India. So all this indicate that he was trying to glorify Harshvardhan. Yuan Sang was another person. Next person to come to study at Nalanda Vihar was I Singh in the 7th century, but the accounts for I Singh was not very popular, but he is the third Buddhist scholar to come to India after Fahian and Yuan Sang in the 7th century AD, and he has mentioned about Buddhist religion that was declining in India by the 7th century AD. Clear? So all these things in clear. We are mentioning the period also. Clear? Pension game. Megasthenes came during the reign of Chandragupta Maurya. The period is basically 4th century BC. Fahian came to India in 5th century AD. Yuan Sang came to India in 7th century AD. 619. Clear? 7th century when Harshvardhan ruling. I Sang came to India in again 7th century AD after Yuan Sang. So period also, you need to understand chronology. 4th century BC, 5th century AD, 7th century AD, 7th century AD. Clear? These were the foreign travelers who came. Clear? Do understand, they are very important. Their accounts also important. Their descriptions also important. Clear? So I Singh came to India. These were major travelers who came to India largely in ancient times. Clear? Now after ancient times, which were the foreign travelers who came in early medieval, then the medieval phase also. We need to discuss about these scholars as well. Clear? Starting with, clear? Next major traveler to come to India was basically Marco Polo. Clear? Marco Polo came to India. He was an Italian traveler. He was an Italian traveler who came to India, southern part of India, and he visited basically the kingdom of Kakatiyas. Kakatiyas of Warangal. Kakatiyas of Warangal. And at this time, the Kakatiya ruler was a powerful lady, Rudramma Devi. So he visited the Kakatiya's kingdom when it was being ruled by Rudramma Devi. He talked about the economic condition of the Kakatiyas of Warangal. Clear? He was a very prominent one, Marco Polo, who came to India. Clear? So Marco Polo came to India and he contributed significantly towards the development that took place in the kingdom of Kakatiyas of Warangal. Clear? He was basically Italian merchant. Clear? And he has mentioned economic conditions of Pandyan kingdoms also, also Kakatiyas also. Clear? At the same time, clear? When he came to India, he contributed towards Italian traveler. Clear? So he came, Kakatiyas of Warangal were in early medieval phase, that is 11th century, 12th century AD. 12th century AD. After Marco Polo, clear? The next major traveler to come to India after Marco Polo was Ibn Battuta. Ibn Battuta. Ibn Battuta was a Moroccan traveler. Ibn Battuta was a Moroccan traveler from North Africa who visited the Delhi Sultanate during the reign of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Muhammad bin Tughlaq. He wrote a book also known as Kitab ul Rehla. Some Moroccans refer to India as Rehla, so he wrote a book known as Kitab ul Rehla. He also largely talked about fertility of soil in India. He emphasizes on fertility of soil in India, Ibn Battuta. After Ibn Battuta, another person to come to India was Niccolo Conti. Ibn Battuta, Moroccan traveler. If you look into period is 14th century. 14th century AD. It was in 12th and 13th century AD. Then Niccolo Conti, we have exact year. He came to India in 1420 AD, that is 15th century. Niccolo Conti was Italian traveler. He mentions about both, clear, that is Vijayanagar and Bahmani kingdom. Vijayanagar and Bahmani kingdom. Niccolo Conti, clear. Niccolo Conti, and the Vijayanagar ruler was Devraya first when he came here. Devraya first. And Bahmani ruler was Firoz Shah Bahmani. Clear? So Niccolo Conti in 1412. Then the next person to come to India was basically Abdul Razak. Fourth one is Abdul Razak. Clear? Abdul Razak was a Persian scholar and ambassador of Persia. So he came to India as ambassador of Persia. Abdul Razak, ambassador of Persia. Clear? He visited the rule of Devraya II of Vijayanagar. Clear? So he came to Devraya II, the Vijayanagar ruler. Devraya II, the Vijayanagar ruler. That is Devraya II in 14th century. 14th to 15th century AD. Abdul Razak, very prominent one, clear. He talked about Vijayanagar kingdom elaborately. Then we have another traveler, Nikitin. Nikitin was a Russian traveler and a horse trader, clear. Nikitin was basically Russian traveler and horse trader. He again came to in 14th and 15th century. He mentions about Vijayanagar and Bahmani kingdom. Vijayanagar and Bahmani kingdoms. Clear? So Nikitin. After Nikitin, 6-1. Clear? Another traveler after Nikitin is Barbosa. Clear? He was a Portuguese. He came during the rule of Krishna Devaraya, 16th century. Most powerful ruler of Vijayanagar kingdom. He came in 16th century. Is Barbosa A. 16th century AD, that is Barbosa. After Barbosa, clear, we have Sayyid Ali Rais. Sayyid Ali Rais came to India, clear. He came as an admiral of Ottoman Navy. He came as an admiral of Ottoman Navy, clear. At the same time, clear, he was able to unite several Muslim countries on the coast of Arabian Sea, including the Gujarat also, clear. He wrote a book, clear, known as Miratul Mamalik. He wrote a work titled as Mirat ul Mamalik. Miratul Mamalik, clear. Miratul Mamalik. And at the same time, he came to India in 16th century AD. He was contemporary of, or he came when Humayun was ruling over India, the Mughal emperor, Sayyid Ali Rais, clear. Now after this, many travelers coming in medieval India, 7th and then 8th one, clear. After Abdul Rais, we have Domingo Pace. Clear. Domingo Pace was a Portuguese traveler who came during in the court of Krishna Dev Raya, KDR, 16th century AD. Domingo Pace, clear. Then we have Nunes. Nunes was also a Portuguese traveler. That came during the reign of Achyuta Deva Raya. Again in 16th century AD, Nunes, Achyuta Deva Raya, clear. Then at the same time, clear, all these were basically prominent one, clear. Apart from this, coming to the next one in series, some miscellaneous ones as well, clear. Next one was Al-Biruni, who also came to India. Al-Biruni came in early medieval phase, clear. He was basically Mahmud of Ghazni. Early medieval phase, he came in Mahmud of Ghazni, 10th century AD, clear. 10th and 11th century AD, along with Mahmud of Ghazni, and at the same time, just understand, he wrote a book, Kitab ul Hind, the book of India. Clear? This is Al-Biruni. After Al-Biruni, we have another person who came to India, and that is Al-Masudi. Al-Masudi. You will get questions on foreign travelers. Clear? He was Arab traveler. He came from the Arab world. Al-Masudi. He wrote a book, Muruj ul Zihab. Muruj ul Zihab. Wrote Muruj ul Zihab. Clear? Muruj ul Zihab. Now coming to the Mughal period, also some very prominent one came to India. Clear? Mughal period, clear. That is Captain William Hawkins. Captain William Hawkins. Vasco da Gama and all, anyway, we'll be discussing modern India, but this was Captain Hawkins, clear. He visited the court of Jahangir, Mughal emperor, in 1609 to seek permission for establishment of British factories in India. However, he failed to get the permission of Jahangir due to pressure of the Portuguese. So Hawkins went to Jahangir's court to seek permission for establishment of British factories, but he could not be given this permission under the pressure of the Portuguese. Next was Pelsart. Next visitor to us was Pelsart. He was a Dutch merchant. He was a Dutch who also came to the court of Jahangir only, Mughal emperor. Clear. At the same time, next is Thomas Roe, who also came to the court of Jahangir 1615 again to seek permission, and Thomas Roe was finally given permission to establish factories. Then we have Francois Bernier, Francois Bernier, and Francois Bernier was a very French physician. He was a French physician who came to India, Francois Bernier. Clear, French. He came, or rather, he was basically, he traveled in Mughal Empire and he dealt with Shah Jahan, Aurangzeb, and Dara Shikoh. So he mentioned he was during the reign of Shah Jahan, Aurangzeb, Shah Jahan, and Aurangzeb. Clear. Francois Bernier. Clear. Very important. Travels in Mughal Empire. He wrote a book. Travels in Mughal Empire. Travels in Mughal Empire. Francois Bernier. Clear. After this, fifth one, after Francois Bernier is Tavernier. Tavernier. Clear. Tavernier. He was also a French merchant. Also a French merchant who came to India. Clear. French merchant. He visited the court during Shah Jahan and Aurangzeb. Again, Shah Jahan and Aurangzeb. Shah Jahan Aurangzeb means 17th century. Clear? So Shah Jahan Aurangzeb, well, you will write it basically 17th century. So Bernier also 17th century AD. Bernier, Tavernier also 17th century AD. Both are French. One is French physician, another is French merchant, gem merchant. Clear? Then we have Manushi. We have Manushi. He was an Italian traveler. He came during the reign of Shah Jahan's reign. Again 17th century. Shah Jahan ruled from 1627 to 58. That is 17th century. Manushi. Clear? Then at the same time we have another person, Peter Mundy. Peter Mundy. Peter Mundy visited during Shah Jahan's reign, same 17th century. Clear? He's written about Shah Jahan's policies. Eighth one is Jane. Thévenot. Jane Thévenot. Clear? He was also a French traveler. He was also a French traveler. Clear? Who has written about several cities like Ahmedabad. Who has written about several cities like Ahmedabad, Cambay, Golconda. Several cities like Ahmedabad, Cambay, and Golconda. He has also described about cultivation of indigo in India as a major cash crop. He mentions about indigo cultivation as well. So these were foreign travelers. Clear? So by this time you must be having around 25-26 foreign travelers. These are very important. Please remember, clear, foreign based in the court of Krishnadev Raya. Yeah, clear? Krishnadev Raya. So time period also, the country of origin also, the period in which they came, the court to which they visited, major writings of this work. These are asked in prelims examination. So starting with the first one, that is Megasthenes, and ending with writers like of Professor like Jean Thévenot, who is a French, who has mentioned about different cities. Clear? So starting with the 4th century BC, In the AD, right from the beginning, several foreign travelers came: Fayan, Huansang, Ising, Marco Polo, Ibn Battuta. Then we have Italian and Portuguese travelers largely like Domingo Pais, Barbosa, Nunes, clear. And all of them written elaborately about India, clear. So these are very important one to be kept in mind while attempting questions for prelims examination. Will get a direct question, their accounts also, clear. So these were major foreign travelers. Most of them came in medieval India. So we need to have these things at one single place for prelims examination. Now after this, clear, we also need to discuss about one major development after Delhi Sultanate. When Delhi Sultanate declined and disintegrated by 16th century, on the debris of Delhi Sultanate, large number of regional kingdoms came into being. We'll discuss all those major regional kingdoms and their contribution to cultural growth and development also. But first of all, clear, among those regional kingdoms, first of all, we'll discuss about two large kingdoms known as the Vijayanagar and the Bahmani kingdoms. Clear? So Vijayanagar and Bahmani kingdom, clear. Peter Mundi, clear? Peter Mundi came during the reign of Shah Jahan. We have written, clear? So Peter Mundi came during the Shah Jahan. If you want to write the period, is again 17th century AD. Shah Jahan's reign, Peter Mundi, clear? So on the debris of Delhi Sultanate, large number of regional kingdoms got established. We'll come to those regional kingdoms because they contributed significantly towards cultural growth and development, clear. And we need to discuss about those cultural developments in the major parts, clear. The kingdoms like Bengal got established, Malwa got established, Gujarat got established. Apart from this, clear, important one was Vijayanagar and the Bahmani kingdoms. We'll come to Bengal, Gujarat and Malwa also because they contributed significantly towards cultural growth and development. But first of all, the most important being the Vijayanagar and the Bahmani kingdoms, clear. So we'll come to these regional kingdoms. So in the regional kingdoms which were established on the debris of Delhi Sultanate, the most prominent were the Vijayanagar, and the Bahmani kingdom. The Vijayanagar and the Bahmani kingdom, clear. Now just understand, clear, the kingdom of Vijayanagar was established by two brothers, Harihar and Bukka, in 1336. Even though it was confederacy of five brothers, two brothers played the most important role, that is Harihar and Bukka, who established the kingdom of Vijayanagar in 1336 with its capital at Hampi, modern Karnataka. On the other hand, the Bahmani kingdom was established by Alauddin Bahman Shah in 1347 with its capital at Gulbarga, again located in Karnataka, clear. So two kingdoms were established on the debris of Delhi Sultanate, Vijayanagar and the Bahmani kingdom, clear. First of all, briefly about the political history, clear. History of Vijayanagar and Bahmani kingdom is important because the rulers of these two contemporary kingdoms fought against each other for the mastery of three important regions. Do you understand? These three important regions were: number one, Krishna Tungabhadra Doab region, second was Krishna Godavari Delta region, and third was the Marathwada region, clear. So Vijayanagar and Bahmani kingdoms began to fight against each other for the mastery of three regions. These regions were Krishna Godavari Delta region, Krishna Tungabhadra Doab region, and the Marathwada region, clear. In this conflict, ultimately the Vijayanagar rulers were defeated by the Bahmani rulers, clear. And at the same time, Vijayanagar kingdom, politically marked, was ruled by four important dynasties. The first important dynasty established in Vijayanagar ruler was Sangam dynasty because it was confederacy of four brothers. Sangam dynasty. Sangam dynasty was followed by Saluva dynasty. Saluva dynasty was followed by Tuluva dynasty, and Tuluva dynasty was finally followed by the last one, that is Aravidu dynasty. Clear? So Vijayanagar kingdom was followed by Sangam dynasty, Saluva dynasty, Tuluva dynasty, and Aravidu dynasty, and this kingdom was finally defeated in 1565 in the Battle of Talikot on the banks of river Krishna. Clear? This battle is also known as Battle of Banni Ghati. This is also known as Battle of Rakshasa Tangari. Clear? Very important battle of Indian history, which was fought in 1565. Clear? And Aravidu dynasty, the ruler being known as Sadashiv Raya, was finally defeated by the confederacy of five Bahmani kingdoms. Now just understand about Bahmani kingdom. In Bahmani kingdom, one of the most powerful ruler was Firoz Shah Bahmani. Firoz Shah Bahmani, who defeated the Vijayanagar ruler Devraya first. Clear? Firoz Shah Bahmani was able to defeat Devraya first due to the support of another kingdom known as Warangal, that is Kakatiyas of Warangal. Clear? Later Warangal switched its side to Vijayanagar kingdom, and that led to the defeat of Firoz Shah Bahmani in 1422. When Firoz Shah Bahmani got defeated in 1422, he was succeeded or replaced by his younger brother. This younger brother was known as Ahmad Shah Wali. Why he was known as Wali, we had discussed earlier, because he was closely associated with Chishti sect of Deccan, Gesudaraz or Banda Nawaz, who started Urdu language. Clear? And therefore he was given the title of Wali. Ahmad Shah finally defeated Warangal, and after defeating Warangal, he even shifted the capital of Bahmani kingdom from Gulbarga to Bidar in 1424. This reform was introduced by Ahmad Shah Wali. Ahmad Shah Wali introduced several reforms supported by his Prime Minister or Deputy, and this Prime Minister or Deputy of Ahmad Shah Wali was Mahmud Gawan. He was Shia in origin, and Mahmud Gawan introduced several reforms. Mahmud Gawan divided the whole Bahmani kingdom into provinces, and these provinces came to be known as Tarafs, and these Tarafs began to be headed by provincial governors to be known as Tarafdars. Clear? Mahmud Gawan also established a leading madrasa at Bidar, the capital city, which became center of Islamic learning. But Mahmud Gawan was executed in 1482. With execution of Mahmud Gawan, the entire Bahmani kingdom got divided into five important principalities, also known as five successor states. These five successor states of Bahmani kingdom were Ahmednagar, Bijapur, Golconda, Bidar, and Berar. Clear? At Ahmednagar, the dynasty of Nizam Shahi was established. At Bijapur, the dynasty of Adil Shahi was established. At Golconda, the dynasty of Qutub Shahi was established. Clear? At Bidar, dynasty of Barid Shahi was established, and at Berar, the dynasty of Imad Shahi was established. Clear? So Bahmani kingdom got divided into five successor states of Ahmednagar, Bijapur, Golconda, Bidar, and Berar. Clear? These five dynasties continue to exist, kingdom exist, even though there were differences, but they synced their differences in order to deal with Vijayanagar kingdom. All the five collectively decided to defeat the Vijayanagar kingdom, and all the five together, they decided to fight against the ruler of Vijayanagar kingdom. And this battle took place in the Battle of Talikot in 1565 on the northern banks of river Krishna. Clear? But it must be noted, in this battle of Patalikot in 1565, Berar did not participate. Clear? So at the last time, Berar walked away. So it was the only state that did not participate in the battle of Talikot. It was the smallest one. It did not participate. So four major dynasties participated in battle of Talikot, and that led to the defeat of Vijayanagar ruler, and Vijayanagar kingdom came to an end, and the entire Vijayanagar territory was divided among these four successor Bahmani states: Ahmednagar, Bijapur, Golconda, and Bidar. Berar did not participate in battle of Talikot in 1565. Clear? These were major developments. Clear? But at the same time, we need to understand that the history of Vijayanagar and Bahmani kingdom is not only important for political conflict, it is largely important for cultural contributions as well. Clear? And in the field of cultural contributions, the most important contribution was given by a Vijayanagar ruler who belonged to the Tuluva dynasty. Clear? And this Vijayanagar ruler who belonged to the Tuluva dynasty, this Vijayanagar ruler was Krishnadev Raya. Clear? Krishnadev Raya belonged to the Tuluva dynasty. This Tuluva dynasty was founded by Veera Narasimha, but the most powerful person was Krishnadev Raya or KDR, and Krishnadev Raya ruled over Vijayanagar kingdom for 2 decades, that is from 1509 to 1529. Clear? We'll come to this. Clear? Mahmud Gawan. Mahmud Hassan Gangu was basically Alauddin Bahman Shah, was also known as Hassan Gangu, who founded the dynasty of Bahmani kingdom. Clear? So, Tuluva dynasty produced a great ruler, that is Krishnadev Raya, who ruled for 2 decades in the southern part of India from 1509 to 1529, and he is considered to be one of the most important ruler of medieval times. In fact, he is regarded as the custodian of Hindu culture in the southern part of India during medieval times. We'll discuss about all the contributions of Krishnadev Raya as a great cultural personality. Clear? Now coming to Krishnadev Raya. These dynasties are clear: Sangam dynasty, Saluva dynasty, Tuluva dynasty, Aravidu dynasty. The last ruler of Aravidu dynasty, Sadashiv Raya, defeated in the battle of Talikot in 1565. The Bahmani kingdom divided into 5 principalities: Ahmednagar, Bijapur, Golconda, Bidar, and Berar. Clear? Now we'll come to Krishnadev Raya. Then we'll discuss contributions of these Bahmani kingdoms as well. Clear? Now coming to this most important ruler. Clear? Krishnadev Raya ruled from 1509 to 1529 AD. Clear? Coming to Krishnadev Raya. Clear? Now, first of all, Krishnadev Raya, when he began to rule, he maintained healthy ties with the Portuguese. Clear? Portuguese began to come to India since 1498, when Vasco da Gama explored the sea route to India in 1498 itself. Clear? Thereafter, large number of Portuguese came, and Portuguese established closer ties with Krishnadev Raya. In fact, with support of Krishnadev Raya, Portuguese took away one region on the western coast of Goa from the Bijapuri ruler. Bijapuri being one of the successor states of Bahmani kingdom. Clear? And after taking this region from Bijapur ruler, Goa was promoted as the trading headquarters of the Portuguese. The first Portuguese governor of Goa being Albuquerque. We'll come to him in modern history also. Clear? So Albuquerque was the first governor, Portuguese governor of Goa from 1510, and this Goa region was procured by Bijapuri ruler with support of Krishnadev Raya. Clear? Portuguese only introduced the gunpowder in India, but gunpowder was not used in South India. Gunpowder was first used by Babur, who came to India. Babur was contemporary of Krishnadev Raya. Babur came to India in 1526, and at this time Krishnadev Raya was ruling in southern part of India. Clear? Krishnadev Raya also expanded the political frontier. He defeated the rulers or Gajpati rulers of Odisha, and after defeating Gajpati rulers of Odisha, Krishnadev Raya extended his control over From Andhra coast to the eastern coast of India as well. Clear? Meanwhile, apart from his political achievements, Krishnadevaraya is largely remembered for his cultural contributions. Clear? And in the field of cultural contributions, Krishnadevaraya, clear, contributed towards language and literature, and he also contributed towards, clear, he also contributed towards temple architecture. Clear? So we need to understand about these cultural or these major contributions of Krishnadevaraya. Clear? Krishnadev Raya. First of all, his contributions towards language and literature. Clear? We need to understand first. Clear? Krishnadev Raya was a great expert of Sanskrit language. Since being a great expert of Sanskrit language, Krishnadev Raya wrote a very important work in Sanskrit language. This work written by Krishnadev Raya is known as Kalyanam. Clear? Is known as Kalyanam, that deals with marriage rules performed or followed in the southern part of India. Clear? This was known as Kalyanam. Clear? And in fact, some sources also refer to this work as Jambavati Kalyanam or simply Kalyanam, written by Krishnadev Raya. From Sanskrit only he derived a new and distinct language in India. The distinct language promoted by Krishnadev Raya is Telugu language. In fact, he's given credit for starting Telugu language in India, and since he's given credit for starting Telugu language in India, clear, he is known as founder of Telugu language in India, and this Telugu language is considered to be very prominent one. Clear? And in Telugu language, he composed the first major work, and this major work written by Krishnadev Raya in Telugu language is known as Amukta Malyada. Clear? Amukta Malyada is a Telugu work that deals with the principles of polity and governance. Clear? So he deals with polity and governance, the work being known as Amukta Malyada, written by Krishnadev Raya. That marked the beginning of Telugu as the second Dravidian language after Tamil that developed in Sangam age. So after Tamil, the second Dravidian language is the Telugu language. Apart from his own contribution, Krishnadev Raya maintained 8 great literary personalities in his court, and all these 8 great personalities maintained by Krishnadev Raya, they are collectively known as Ashtadiggaj. Clear? So Ashtadiggaj is a term used for 8 great literary figures maintained and patronized by Krishnadev Raya, who contributed towards Telugu language and literature. Among those Ashtadiggaj, clear, the most important and popular personality was Allasani Peddana. Allasani Peddana. Allasani Peddana wrote a very important work titled as Manu Charitam. Clear? At the same time, clear, due to his contributions to Telugu poetry, Allasani Peddana was also given the title of Andhra Kavita Pitamaha. Andhra Kavita Pitama, or the grandfather of Telugu poetry. Clear? So he was given the title of Andhra Kavita Pitamaha. Clear? Second important personality under Ashtadiggaj was Nandi Thimanna. Clear? He also wrote several works in Telugu language. Clear? Then at the same time, third was Madhyagiri. Third major person was Madhyagiri Malanna. Madhyagiri Malanna. Third one. Fourth major Ashtadiggaj was Durjati. Fifth major Ashtadigaj after Durjati was Ayala Raju, Ayala Raju, Ramam Bhadra, Ramam Bhadra, Ramam Bhadra, Raman Bhadrudu, Aman Bhadr Rudu, Aman Bhadr Rudu. Sixth major personality under Ashtadigaj was Pingali Surana, Pingali Surana. Seventh person under Ashtadigaj was Ramaraju, Ramaraju, Ramaraju Bhusan, Ramaraju Bhusan Dudu, Ramaraju Bhusan Nudu, Bhusan, Ramaraju Bhusan Nadu, Hussain Nadu, clear? And eighth one, the popular one was Tenali Ram or Tenali Ramalingam, who was from the village of Tenali, who was known for his wit and humor, clear? So Tenali Ramakrishnan, clear? He wrote several important works, Tenali Ramakrishnan, clear? Okay, and all these works became clear, very prominent one. These major works, clear, were written, and these were Ashtadigaj who contributed towards Telugu language and literature, and these Telugu language and literature became a very prominent one. And the period of the composition of these eight works, this is known as the Prabandh Kal of Telugu literature. Prabandh Kal of Telugu literature in 15th and 16th centuries. Prabandh Kal of Prabandh Kal of Telugu literature. Clear? So it is also known as the Prabandh Kal, and most of the Ashtadigaj belong to the region of Rayalaseema. Clear? So most of them came from the region of Rayalaseema. Tenali Ram came from the village of Tenali. Clear? And this became important development under Krishnadev Raya. Krishnadev Raya is also regarded as a prolific builder who constructed large number of temples. Clear? And this temples became very important feature. We'll come to the temple constructions done by Krishnadev Raya. So temple construction by Krishnadev Raya. Clear? So first of all, Krishnadev Raya constructed most of the temples constructed in his capital city of Hampi, and Hampi therefore is included in the list of World Heritage Site. Clear? First is basically Vitthal Swami Temple. First temple constructed by him is Vitthal Swami Temple. Vitthal Swami Temple in Hampi. Then he constructed Hazara Ramaswamy Temple. Hazara Ramaswamy Temple. Third, clear? He constructed Virupaksha Temple. This is a separate Virupaksha Temple. One Virupaksha Temple constructed by Chalukyan ruler Pulakeshin II at Pattadakal. Clear? There's another Virupaksha Temple constructed. Virupaksha Temple. Fourth, after Virupaksha Temple is Achyut Raya Temple. Achyut Raya Temple. These temples were constructed. Then we have Vidya Shankar Temple. Vidya Shankar Temple at Sringeri. It's very important place. Vidya Shankar Temple at Sringeri. Sringeri is also important for Sharda Temple, will come in modern India, which was repaired by Tipu Sultan also. Clear? Vidya Shankar Temple. Then Hemkut Hill Temple. Hemkut Hill Temple. We have Hemkut Temple. Then Sri Someshwara Swami Temple. Sri Someshwara Swami Temple. Sri Someshwara Swami Temple. Then Elephant Stables. Elephant Stables. These temples were also constructed. Elephant Stables. Then Lotus Mahal, very prominent one. Lotus Mahal. Clear. After this, Narayan Temple. We have Narayan Temple. We have Narayan Temple. Then Chenna Kesava Temple at Belur. Chenna Kesava Temple. Some features were added by Krishnadev Raya also. Chenna Kesava Temple at Belur. We had discussed about this temple yesterday also. Belur. Clear. Then we have Doda Ganpati Temple. Doda Ganpati Temple. Clear. Doda Ganpati Temple. Clear. Then Ganga Dhareshwar Temple. Ganga Dhareshwar Temple. Ganga Dhareshwar Temple. Then we have Hampi Bazaar also. Then we have Hampi Bazaar. 15-1. Hampi Bazaar. Then Mahanavmi Dibba. Mahanavmi Dibba. Mahanavmi Dibba. Then Monolithic Bull. Monolithic Bull. 17-1. After Monolithic Bull, where Ugra Narsimha statue. Ugra Narsimha. Half male, half lion. Clear? Ugra Narsimha statue. No Ugra Narsimha statue. Clear? So 17 temples altogether. Clear? Temple structure constructed. Clear? So it was basically a big development under Krishnadev Raya. Krishnadev Raya introduced all these temples, and in which these temples became the symbols of revival of Hindu culture in the southern part of India. Clear? So Uchitraya temple, Achyutaraya Deva or Krishna. It was started by Krishnadev Raya, completed by Achyutardev Raya. Clear? So please explain again Krishnadev Raya and Portuguese relation. I'll come to this relation. Clear? So this was one major development. Meanwhile, just understand. Clear? Meanwhile, clear? When he constructed large number of temples, he made one important artistic innovation, and this artistic innovation was that between the pillars and the ceilings, he began to construct some brackets or connecting links, and these brackets or connecting links was marked by faces of roaring lions, rather galloping lions, and this was basically in architecture, these are known as brackets. Clear? And in Telugu language, these are known as Bodhgai. Very distinctive innovation done by Krishnadev Raya during his rule, and it became a very important development in southern part of India. Clear? So Vijayanagar kingdom also became a very important development. Krishnadev Raya contributed significantly towards all these architecture. Clear? Meanwhile, at the same time, we need to understand the Bahmani kingdoms also contributed, some of them, into architecture or cultural growth and development. Clear? And in the Bahmani kingdom, we need to understand one important thing. That important thing is that in the Bahmani kingdom, the Bijapuri ruler contributed towards cultural growth. Clear? And the founder of Bijapuri ruler was Ali Adil Shah, and he began to construct his own tomb during his lifetime. This tomb which was constructed was surmounted by a large dome, and this large dome constructed over the tomb is known as Gol Gumbad, also known as Gol Gumbaz. And Gol Gumbad is the second largest dome all across the world after the Dome of St. Thom Church in Rome. Clear? Very important contribution given by Bahmani ruler. Next important thing was founder of Qutub Shahi dynasty was Muhammad Quli Qutub Shah. Muhammad Quli Qutub Shah. Clear? And Muhammad Quli Qutub Shah founded and established the new city of Hyderabad in Golconda state, founded the new city of Hyderabad, and even constructed a beautiful structure known as Char Minar or four minarets in the heart of Hyderabad. This was continuation of Muhammad Quli Qutub Shah. Clear? So they also, Bahmani rulers also contributed towards architectural growth and development. In the city of Bidar or Bidar, a large madrasa was constructed by Mahmud Gawan. Large madrasa was constructed by Mahmud Gawan, the Prime Minister of Ahmed Shah Wali. So all these were also very important cultural growth and development in Bahmani kingdoms along with Vijayanagar kingdom. Clear? So these were important provincial kingdoms established. But apart from Vijayanagar and Bahmani kingdoms, there were other kingdoms who contributed towards cultural growth and development. The kingdoms included the most important being Gujarat, founded by Zafar Khan, then Bengal, marked by Ilyas Shahi dynasty, then Malwa, marked by Khalji rulers. Clear? We'll come to all these Khalji rulers who contributed towards cultural growth and development and monuments as well. We'll discuss about their cultural contributions. Clear? Meanwhile, sir, please explain Krishna Deva Raya and Portuguese relation. Just understand fast. Clear? Portuguese began to arrive in India when sea route towards India was discovered by Vasco da Gama in 1498. Vasco da Gama came on the western coast of India and he was welcomed by Zamorin rulers of Calicut. Clear? After purchasing spices, he went back to Portugal, and thereafter large Portuguese began to come on the western coast of India. Clear? When Portuguese came on the western coast of India, Portuguese tried to maintain healthy ties with powerful Vijayanagar rulers, the ruling authority being Krishna Deva Raya. And Krishna Deva Raya and Portuguese established healthy ties. With support of Krishna Deva Raya only, Portuguese were able to take away the region of Goa from the Bijapuri rulers, one of the Bahmani state, and Goa was declared to be the headquarters of the Portuguese in 1510. The first Portuguese governor in Goa being Albuquerque, Alfonso Albuquerque. Clear? And Albuquerque tried to get Indianized. He even asked the Portuguese to get married to Indian women and even prohibited the practice of sati. Clear? We'll come to all these things in modern history as well. And therefore, healthy ties got established between Krishna Deva Raya on the one hand and Portuguese on the other hand, which was a very progressive development in 16th century. It's clear, Krishna Deva Raya and the Portuguese. Clear? Why Krishna Deva Raya allowed? Because Krishna Deva Raya largely dominated over other coastal regions and he allowed Portuguese to have control over the region of Goa. But in course of time, Portuguese tried to establish control over the entire western coast of India. That brought them into conflict largely with the Marathas, clear, who emerged along the western coast of India. We'll come to Marathas separately. It's clear. So, these major developments clear. Now we'll come to other regional kingdoms as well. We'll discuss about those regional kingdoms in order to understand their contribution. Clear? We'll start with them regional kingdoms tomorrow. Still we don't have much time left. Clear? Now meanwhile we'll discuss about the questions. Clear? The test which was given to you last year or yesterday, comprising of history section, we'll discuss those questions related to history section. Clear? So coming to these questions. Clear? This is the question. Clear? Okay. We'll come to the first question itself. Let us come with the first one. The first question is, with reference to the Ashokan edicts, Ashokan edicts. Why it is known as edicts? First of all, we need to understand. Clear? Ashokan inscriptions are also known as Ashokan edicts because these edicts were royal proclamations. Clear? Royal orders. So since these inscriptions were written as royal orders, they are known as edicts. Difference between edicts and inscriptions are inscriptions can be written by a common person also. But when it is termed as edicts, it means it has been issued and written by the ruling authority or the royal person. Clear? So royal inscriptions are known as edicts. Common inscriptions written by common people are simply known as inscriptions. Clear? So with reference to Ashokan inscription known as edicts, consider the following statements. Clear? He was named as Devanam Piyadasi in this inscription. Perfectly right. Most of the inscriptions mentioned his name as Devanam Piyadasi. Here I want to mention also, clear? That is why this name remained to be a mystery for several years. This mystery was Chennakeswar temple was largely constructed by Vishnuvardhan, but it was also contributed or rather it was, although some features were added by Krishnadevaraya. Clear? Now, Devnam, this mystery would remain because no one was able to correlate who was this Devnam Piyadasi. Clear? This mystery was resolved by an officer of British East India Company. This officer was James Prinsep. Clear? This person, James Prinsep, was an officer of British India Company, and in the year 1837, he was able to make it clear that Devnam Piyadasi refers to King Ashok. Clear? And with this solving of mystery only, we came to know that Devnam Piyadasi, which means dear to God, close to God, clear, is a title which was given to Ashok, which was used by Ashok in his inscription. This mystery was solved by officer of British India Company, James Prinsep, in the year 1837. Even this has been asked in prelims examination. Clear? James Prinsep. Clear? But in some inscriptions, the name of Ashok is also there. Clear? In some inscriptions which are found at Nittur, Maski, and Udgolam, South India. Clear? Nittur, Mask, and Udgolam. The name of Ashok is also there. Clear? And therefore, this inscription mentions Ashok, but most of it mentioned the name Devnam Piyadasi. This is a right statement. Clear? At the same, some Ashokan Pila inscriptions were discovered outside of India's present geographical area. Yeah, it was discovered in the region of Manshehra and Shahbazgari. Clear? So outside India, the inscriptions were found at Manshehra. It was also found at Shahbazgari. Outside India, present outer mid. They are asking about present geographical area. They are outside. They are located in Afghanistan region, Pakistan-Afghanistan border. Clear? So, this statement is also right. Clear? They were generally located in ancient highways. Yeah, they were located in ancient highways so that common people passing through could read his messages. And that is why all the Ashokan inscriptions were written in Brahmi script and Prakrit language. But inscriptions found at Manchera and Shahbazgari, they were written in Aramaic language and Kharoshti script. The Kharoshti script was basically Iranian script. Clear? So these inscriptions outside in the frontier regions were written in Aramaic language and Kharoshti script because this language was popular among common people in that area. Within Indian frontier, the inscriptions were written in Brahmi script and Prakrit language. Clear? So obviously all the three statements are right. These informations are equally important. See, as I told you, purpose is to give you maximum coverage for prelims. Clear? So we are making questions exclusive of the class so that through questions also we can give you some relevant information, and that is why I am giving all these additional informations with the question as well. Clear? So Aramaic and Kharoshti script. It was Iranian script. In fact, Iranian introduced the script in India, and Iranian used a term for script known as DP. And from the word DP, we have derived the word Lipi for script in India. So DP is a term for script used by Iranians, and from this word we have derived the word Lipi. Lipi is an Indian term for script in India. Clear this information? All the three are right. So answer would be C. All three. Clear? This question is clear. Coming to the next one. Clear? Second question. With reference to Mauryan administration. Okay, fine. I'll consider the following statement. According to the Arthashastra, the state appointed 27 superintendents principally to regulate economic activities. Yeah, right. The state according to Arthashastra, the book on political economy, 27 superintendents were appointed. Clear? Here only I'll let you know these 27 superintendents which were appointed, they were designated as Adhyakshas. Clear? Adhyakshas worked along with Amatyas, the ministers. Clear? So Amatyas and Adhyakshas. Clear? At the same time, the administrative departments were 8. These administrative departments were known as Tirthas. Clear? Some departments were large, and therefore in some departments there were 2 superintendents also, or Adhyakshas, and therefore number of Adhyakshas are 27, superintendents are 27, departments were 18. Adhyakshas worked along with the ministers known as Amatyas, and all these Amatyas and the Adhyakshas were appointed only by the king, who was Samrat or Swami, because all powers confined to the king according to the Arthashastra. Clear? So 27 Adhyakshas or superintendents, 18 Tirthas along with Amatyas. This is perfectly right. First statement is correct. Second one, the king acted as the ultimate arbiter of justice and defender of law. Obviously, the king was the supreme authority that looked after administration and justice. So ultimate arbiter of justice and defender of law. Clear? Now here I'll let you know justice which was given during Mauryan period, according to Arthashastra, this justice was based on some major components. Some major components were dharma, that is to maintain moral duty and service. Dharma. Second was charitra, that is the character. Clear? Third was vyavahar, that is tradition. Vyavahar, that is tradition. And fourth one was Rajsasan. Rajsasan. Clear? So justice was delivered according to Arthashastra, according to 4 major components of principles: dharma, charitra, vyavahar and Rajsasan. Dharma means to ensure duty, charitra means to ensure character, vyavahar means to show tradition, and Rajsasan to ensure the survival of the state. Clear? So Rajsasan, to respect the power of the king. So king accepted ultimate arbiter justice and defender of law. This is also right. Third, the Mauryan Empire possessed a highly developed system of espionage. Yeah, clear? Because Kautil advised the king to maintain a very developed system of espionage so that informations could be collected from different parts of the empire, even outside the empire, so that perfect vigilance can be maintained over the empire. So they had a developed system of espionage or spy network as recommended by Kautil. In fact, that is why Mandala theory, we had discussed Mandala theory, that is immediate neighbor is likely to be an enemy, and the immediate neighbor after this enemy is always a friend. Clear? So obviously all these were dependent on collecting informations, and this was done through espionage system. This is also right. Third statement. So all the 3 are correct statements. Clear? Do these all additional information, they are very important. Clear? Coming to the next one. Next question. Clear? Now next question. With reference to Mudra Rakshas, it was written by Vishakha Dutt. Clear? Vishakha Dutt wrote Mudra Rakshas, a drama that mentions about the coming of power of Chandragupta Maurya after defeating Dhananand. Vishakha Dutt also wrote another drama known as Devi Chandraguptam, that deals with the defeat of, or that the coming of power of Chandragupta II, who was the younger brother of Ramgupta, both being the son of Chandragupta, both being the son of Samudragupta. Clear? So Vishakha Dutt. Clear? With reference to Mudra, which of the statements is incorrect? Okay, its text outlines Chanakya's tactfulness scheme to combat Chandragupta's adversaries. Yeah, this is right. Clear? This is correct statement. It was written by Kautil. No, it was written by Vishakha Dutt. Clear? So it is a wrong statement. So select the answer using quotes below. So only 2 is wrong. Yeah, here only 2 is wrong. Clear? So first is right, 2 is wrong. Answer would be B. Clear? 2 dramas of Vishakha Dutt, Mudra Rakshas and Devi Chandragupta. Clear? In fact, this was asked last time in prelims only. Clear? To match. Okay, coming to next question. Question number 4. Clear? Consider the following statements. Allahabad pillar inscription mentioned the achievements of Samudragupta. Yeah, Allahabad inscription mentions about the achievements of Samudragupta. Here I'll let you know. Allahabad pillar inscription is also known as Prayag Prashasti, also known as Prayag Prashasti. It was written by the court poet of Samudragupta, Hari Sen. It contains 33 lines in Sanskrit that mentions about the exploits of Samudragupta. Clear? So Samudragupta, or the biography, Prashasti in Sanskrit means Prashasti. Clear? So Allahabad pillar inscription is also known as Prayag Prashasti or Allahabad Prashasti, which was written by the court poet of Samudragupta, Hari Sen. 33 lines mentioned. And if we believe the account of Hari Sen, it is very clear Samudragupta never faced defeat in his entire career, and that is why he was given the title of Napoleon of India. Clear? This was they known given the title of Napoleon of India. Clear? Samudragupta, who is also shown playing veena on his coins. Clear? At the same time, this inscription is important because on the one side of the pillar, the military exploits of Samudragupta is written in Sanskrit. On the other side, the peaceful principles of Dham of Ashok has been written in Prakrit language. So same pillar, clear? There's a same pillar. On the one side we have Prayag Prashasti. On the other side we have Ashoka principles of Ashokan Dham, which was written in Prakrit language. Clear? So one filled with violence, another filled with complete non-violence, and one was mentioning about Samudragupta, another mentioned about Ashok. Clear? So 33 lines, and based on this only we can say Samudragupta never faced any defeat, and therefore he was given the title of Napoleon of India. So Allahabad pillar inscription mentioned the achievements of Samudragupta, perfectly fine. Chandragupta first was the first independent king with the title of Maharaja Dhiraj of Gupta Empire. Yeah, because that is why again, before Chandragupta first, Puranas mentioned that he was preceded by Shrigupta, two rulers, and then was followed by his son Ghatotkacha. Ghatotkacha. But they are not considered to be the independent ruler. They were also considered to be feudal lords. Clear? So first independent ruler was Chandragupta first, and that he adopted the title of Maharaja Dhiraj. Clear? Why is considered to be the first independent king also? Because Chandragupta first started a historical era which is known as the Gupta era to mark his accession to power in 319 AD. So here starts Gupta era. Clear? So Gupta era starts with the accession of Chandragupta first. He started era 319 AD. That means he was a ruler to reckon with. And therefore we have some eras in history. The eras start like we have eras. Again, I'll let you know these eras. Number one era is the Vikram Samvat in 57 BC. Then we have Shaka era or Shak Samvat in 78 AD. Then we have Gupta era in 319 AD, and then we have Harsh era in 647 AD. Clear? So Vikram Samvat is the first era, 57 BC. Shaka era started by Kanishk, clear, 78. Vikram Samvat was started by a ruler known as Vikram, who defeated the Shakas, clear, and therefore he also adopted the title of Vikramaditya, and that is why in Indian history we have as many as 14 Vikramadits. Clear? Shaka era 78 AD. Our Hindi calendar is based on Shaka era only. Then Harsh era 647, and in between Gupta era in 319 AD started by Chandragupta first. And why he adopted that title of Maharaja Dhiraj? Because by this time he was a ruler among minor rulers, meaning thereby, unlike the Mauryans where powers were confined to ruler, the powers were not confined to Gupta rulers, rather the ruler were minor rulers, that is Rajas, and therefore to he declared he was above the Rajas, he took the title of Maharaj, also known as Maharaja Dhiraj. Clear? So all powers were not confined to Gupta rulers. There's a difference between administration of Guptas and the Mauryas. Mauryas maintained centralized administration, Guptas did not maintain centralized administration, and largely they started this concept of feudalism in India, land grants to the Brahmins to legitimize their position. As Guptas belonged to Vaishya community, they were not Kshatriyas or Brahmins. Clear? So obviously he adopted that title of Maharaja Dhiraj. Clear? Dhiraj. This is correct statement. The Gupta coins were made of gold. Clear? Yeah, the Gupta coins were made of gold, no doubt. But here again I'll let you know very important information about numismatics also. You should know. Clear? Now coming to numismatics, I'll let you know. Clear? Yeah, Gupta coins were made in gold, no doubt. Clear? But we need to understand about numismatics. The study of coins is known as numismatics. Clear? First of all, gold. Gold coins were first introduced in India by the Indo-Greeks. Clear? So gold coins were first used introduced in India by Indo-Greeks. Before Indo-Greeks also, clear, coins were largely for the first time issued in 6th century BC during second urbanization, and these coins were known as the punch-marked coins, which were largely known as panas or karsapanas, mostly silver coins, which were known as karsapanas or simply known as panas. Clear? Even Arthashastra of Kautil mentioned that officers were paid salaries from 60 panas to 48,000 panas, which indicate huge range of bureaucratic officers in modern empire who were paid cash salaries. So Mauryans paid cash salaries in terms of coins known as panas. Clear? The range of salary from 60 to 48,000 panas. But punch marked coins were made of silver and copper, largely silver. Gold coins were introduced by Greeks. Clear? Meanwhile, at the same time, gold coins with highest metallic purity. Gold coins with highest purity was issued by Kushans. Clear? And some of the Kushans have recently been found in India, and therefore the Kushan coins are very important for you. So large number of coins has been found in recent times through archaeological excavations. The gold coins with highest metallic purity were issued by Kushans, especially Kanishk. Clear? And largest number of gold coins were issued by the Guptas. Clear? So largest number was issued by Guptas. These coins were known as dinars, but these coins were marked by impurities, debasement. Clear? So with respect to coins, you should understand first coins were issued in form of punch marked coins in 6th century BC known as karsapanas or panas. Gold coins were first introduced by Indo-Greeks. Gold coins with highest metallic purity was issued by Kushans. Gold coins in largest number were issued by the Guptas known as dinars, but they contain impurities. Moreover, Satvahans who ruled in the region of Deccan. Clear? Satvahans issued coins made of lead, also known as coins made of potin. Clear? So lead or potin coins were issued by the Satvahans. This is history of numismatics in ancient India. Be prepared. These information should be there with you. Kushan coins are important, and Max Kushans, especially Kanishk, issued gold currencies with maximum metallic purity because huge gold was collected by Kanishk from Chinese and Romans while participating in mainland silk trade. Clear? This is about coinage. Clear? So very important one. Coming to the question. So Gupta coins were Allahabad pillar inscription mentioned about Samudgupta. This is right. Chandragupta first was the first name title of Maharaja Dhiraj. Though Gupta's coins were made of gold, obviously, but debasement was there, certain mixing of metals was there. All the three statements are right. Answer is D. Clear? Now coming to the next one, question number 5. Clear? Consider the following statement regarding Gupta period. The judicial system was far more developed under Guptas than in earlier times. Yeah, judicial system was developed because we have large number of judicial experts. Clear? And the most important judicial expert during Gupta period was Katyayana. Katyayana was a judicial expert, lawmaker, and Katyayana always talked about the protection of the economic interest of women, and he talked that women or girls should be given precious items like ornaments at the time of the marriage, and these precious items could be used by women in times of adversity, and therefore these valuable items were termed by Katyayana as Stri Dhan. Clear? So Stri Dhan was basically considered to be the material which could be used by the women in times of adversity. And why it became very important Gupta period? Because from Gupta period only we have the first evidence of women performing sati, and the first evidence of sati comes from Gupta period at a place known as Iran. in Sagar district of Madhya Pradesh in 510 AD. So first evidence of sati comes from Iran belonging to Gupta period in 510 AD. Therefore Katyan came forward to give the concept of Stri Dhan. Clear? So judicial system was far more developed, no issue. The theft came under criminal law, whereas adultery came under civil law. Clear? The theft this is right. The theft come under criminal law, whereas adultery came under civil law. Clear? Yeah. Theft conduct, because why adultery? Because interwar marriages also began to take place, and that resulted to two types of marriages. These two types of marriages basically came to known as anulom marriage and pratilom marriage. Anulom marriage and pratilom marriage. Anulom marriage means when a man of higher one married a woman of lower one, and when the women of higher one won the man of lower one, known as pratilom marriage, and the offspring generated by such interwar marriages, these offspring were declared to be antyaj. Antyaj means untouchables. The most important ring, chandalas. Clear? So it was not basically the theft came under criminal law, adultery came under civil law. Criminal and civil and criminal law were clearly defined and demarcated. No, clear? They were not clearly defined and demarcated. Only two is correct. Clear? So this information needs to be there with you. Clear? Coming to the next question, 6-1. Clear? Sixth statement. With reference to Ban Bhatt, he was the court poet of Harshvardhan. Which of the following statements correct? He gives some autobiographical account of himself in the early chapters of Harshvardhan. Clear? His notable works are Harshcharit and Kadambari. This is right. He gives some autobiographical account of himself in the early chapters of Harshvardhan. No. This is not right. His is basically a biography of Harshvardhan, only written in Sanskrit. He was born into an illustrious family of Kshatriyas. Clear? 1 and 2. No, not illustrious family. He gives an autobiography of himself. Yeah, this is right. Some information about him. Clear? He is not to Harshcharit and Kadambari, not illustrious family. Clear? He was not belonging to Kshatriya family. Clear? He was from lower social origin. Clear? So obviously Ban Bhatt. Clear? Illustrious family of Brahmins. Clear? So that is wrong. Third one, 1 and 2 is right. A. Clear? Coming to the 7th one. In ancient India during the Chalukyas, southern part, the term Mahajan referred to village elders who managed rural affairs. Clear? Such terms are asked like Mahajans. Mahajans were basically not the head of any trade body. Clear? Mahajans were basically village elders who managed rural affairs. Clear? But normally Mahajan we use for a term in ancient India largely to reflect head of the trading bodies, and these trading bodies were known as basically the concept that was known as Sethis or big financiers. So Sethis were known as big financiers or Mahajans. Clear? And Sethis in northern part of India were head of trading association or trade bodies. Clear? So village elders who managed rural affairs. Next is which of the following kingdoms performed the Ashmed and Vajpayee? Ashmed and Vajpayee. Clear? 3 exercises were started in later Vedic phase. These 3 exercises were Ashwamedh, Vajpayee, and at the same time, the Ashmed, Vajpayee, horse race, Vajpayee, chariot race. Clear? Ashmed, Vajpayee. There was also a third exercise which was held in the later Vedic phase. Ashmed was basically when a horse was left to run in the adjoining regions, and all the areas covered by the horse was supposed to belong to that ruler. Clear? And if the horse was stopped by someone, the issue was to be decided by battle. Clear? It was basically to acquire more and more territory known as Janpad. This known as Ashwamedh. And when horse returned back after running in adjoining areas, he was sacrificed in elaborate ritual. Clear? Ashwamedh, then it was Vajpayee. Vajpayee was basically a chariot race. Clear? In this chariot race, The royal chariot of the ruler, Rajan, was made to run along with other officers, chariot of other officers, but it was made sure that the royal chariot of the Rajan should win to show that he was on a higher pedestal. Clear? This was Ashwamedh, this was Vajpayee, and second was Veer Abhishek also. Clear? Or coronation ceremony. Clear? And this coronation ceremony was the third political exercise in which the power of the new Rajan was shown to the adjoining rulers. So Ashwamedh, Vajpayee and the coronation ceremony, also known as Veerabhishek. But at the same time, apart from being performed in later Vedic phase, these exercises were performed by the Pallavas, the Kadambas, the Chalukyas. And common thing was all of them supported Brahmanical faith. So all those who supported Brahmanical faith followed Vedic customs, Vedic practices, and that included Ashwamedh, Vajpayee exercise as well. Clear? So it would be 1, 2 and 3. That is all the three performing Ashwamedh and Vajpayee. Clear? Next question number 9. Question number 9. With reference to Chalukyas of Badami, Pulakeshin, consider the following statement. They established the capital at Vatapi. Yeah, Vatapi, or also known as Badami. Same place. This is right. Clear. Second, the Pulakeshin was the real founder of Chalukyan kingdom. Yeah. But the most powerful ruler was Pulakeshin second. Clear? The Chalukyas claimed they descend from Brahman or Manu or the moon. Yeah, this is right. They claimed divine origin, and just because divine origin, they said that they came from Brahma or the Manu or the moon. Clear? So divine origin was claimed by them. So all the three statements are right. Clear? Apart from this, going to the next one, question number 10. With reference to Indian history of art and culture, consider the following pairs. Famous architecture, present state. Sanchi Stupa is Madhya Pradesh. Yeah, it is located. This right. This located in Raisen district of Madhya Pradesh, near Bhopal. Bhitargaon temple, Maharashtra. No, Bhitargaon is wrong. Bhitargaon temple is in Kanpur. Bhitri is near Ghazipur. Bhitargaon is Kanpur. Clear? So it is wrong. Bhitargaon temple is located in Uttar Pradesh. Ajanta Caves, Karnataka. This is also wrong. Ajanta Caves is located in Aurangabad district of Maharashtra. Clear? Both Ajanta and Ellora are located in Aurangabad at a distance of 100 kilometers. Mahabalipuram, Tamil Nadu. This is right. The city founded by Narasimha Varman first. Clear? So this is right. So only two pairs are right. Clear? So Bhitargaon is located in Uttar Pradesh. Ajanta in Maharashtra. Clear? Aurangabad district. Bhitargaon in Kanpur region of Uttar Pradesh. So, two pairs are right, only two pairs are correct. These are 10 questions. Clear. Keep on practicing. I'm giving you additional information through questions also. Yeah, it's Rajasway also. Coronation ceremony known as Rajasway. So all these we are giving you basically to have all informations. So exclusive information through classes, exclusive information through test. Through test also we are giving you information as explanation. All these things should be there with you so that we can have a hit rate in prelims examination. We are expected to get questions in prelims examination with this wide coverage. Clear? So with this, we'll stop here. We'll continue tomorrow and we'll start with regional kingdoms apart from Vijayanagar and Bahmani, other kingdoms like Bengal, Ilyas Shahi dynasty, then Gujarat, Zafar Khan, then Mewar and Malwa. All these were Mewar, basically Rana Kom, who constructed victory tower known as the Kirti Stambh at Chittor. Clear? All these are very important architectural monuments, cultural contributions. Will come to the region of Malwa where Jahaj Mahal, Hindola Mahal were constructed by rulers of Malwa. All these are very important contributions culturally. Clear? So we'll discuss about all these regional kingdoms tomorrow and the further topics as well. Thank you all of you. Take care of yourself.